Chapter 1. The Journey of the Infatuated Prince. In the realm of the wild immortal, within the Great Yu Holy Dynasty, Lin Chen, I command you to return to the Taishan sect within 3 days and extract the supreme bone from your body to present it to Brother Tianming. Only someone favored by the heavens, like Brother Tianming, is worthy of possessing the supreme bone. If you truly cared for me, you would wish me well rather than yearning to be with me. Such desires only breed my disdain. If you do not return to the Taishan sect in 3 days, I shall never acknowledge you again. If you manage this task properly, I could plead with Brother Tianming for an opportunity for you to become his sword servant, allowing you to see me every day, which should suffice, wouldn't it? Within an awe-inspiring and sacred hall, a youth of remarkable elegance, with eyes like stars and clad in garments as pure as snow, let a cup of tea slip from his grasp. A look of bewilderment flickered across his face. In his other hand, he clutched a sound stone from which emanated the voice of a woman. Upon hearing the first sentence, the youth's brow furrowed in distaste, revealing his aversion to the speaker's haughty tone, which conveyed an air of superiority. As the sounds from the stone faded, the youth's expression contorted, and beads of cold sweat began to form as a torrent of memories flooded his mind. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity illuminating his gaze as he murmured, "Have I traversed into another realm? Was that entire discourse merely the memories of the original owner?" Once he fully assimilated the memories swirling within his consciousness, he cast his gaze around, finally grasping the reality of his situation. He had been transported into a narrative titled The Infatuated Antagonist. The sister-in-law knocks at midnight. His current identity was that of Lin Chen, the 4th prince of the Great Yu Holy Dynasty, distinguished as the most gifted and powerful royal offspring in millennia. He was also the most cherished child of the Great Yu Holy Emperor, groomed to be the next sovereign. His father, the Great Yu Holy Emperor, reigned as the mightiest being within the dynasty, a superlative entity suppressing an entire domain. Within the Great Yu Holy Dynasty resided numerous sects, both large and small, with the Taishan sect standing as the most formidable, its overall strength rivaling that of the dynasty itself, though the Great Yu Holy Emperor surpassed the Taishan sect's leader in prowess. Under normal circumstances, given his esteemed position, not only would the leaders of various sects bow upon encountering Lin Chen, but even the formidable figures of the Taishan sect would pay their respects. In the future, he was destined to inherit his father's throne and ascend as the new Holy Emperor, receiving the adoration of all within the Great Yu Holy Dynasty. Alas, the original owner of this body was a wretched sycophant, so infatuated that it would not be an exaggeration to liken him to a sheep in a boiling pot, even surpassing the archetype of such a character. As for the object of his affection, it is none other than Lu Ruyan, one of the fated daughters in the novel. Since the original protagonist laid eyes on Lu Ruyan, he has been hopelessly enamored with her. Consequently, Lin Chen, who once cultivated at an astonishing pace, has made no progress whatsoever. In fact, his cultivation has significantly declined. This is solely because all his time has been devoted to following Lu Ruyan, catering to her every need, and generously offering his own cultivation resources, even those belonging to the royal family, for her advancement. Lu Ruyan, in turn, utilized these resources to nurture her own family. The Lu family, having received such resources from Lin Chen, transformed from an obscure clan into a prestigious family, second only to the royal family, in just a few short years. Lin Chen, of course, obliged every one of Lu Ruyan's demands. Yet, despite all this, he has not even touched her hand once. With the abundant resources bestowed upon her by Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan awakened the heavenly phoenix body and was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master of the Taishan sect. She even developed a secret affection for Li Tianming, the young master of Taishan sect. At this juncture, Lu Ruyan still sought to extract more from Lin Chen, insisting that he extract his supreme bone to implant it into Li Tianming. According to the original plot of the novel, both individuals would break through their limits, surpassing the Great Yu Saint Emperor, ultimately tarnishing his reputation and slaying him, leading to the overthrow of the royal family, while Lu Ruyan's maternal clan would ascend to become the new royal lineage. Very well, truly commendable, Lin Chen scoffed coldly. According to the timeline, he should now be confronted by the Great Yu Saint Emperor, his own father. How could the Great Yu Saint Emperor possibly allow someone to take away his son's supreme bone? Unfortunately, Lin Chen ultimately slipped away stealthily, surrendering his supreme bone in exchange for the opportunity to become Li Tianming's sword servant. That day, he witnessed the tragic demise of his father, the royal family being slaughtered, and himself being crushed underfoot, leading to his utter obliteration. Yet now all is not lost. As Lin Chen pondered, the door to the palace was pushed open, and in walked a man clad in a golden dragon robe. This individual stood tall, his gaze piercing, possessing an innate aura of dominance that commanded respect without a word. He was none other than Lin Chen's father, the reigning emperor of the Great Yu Dynasty, Lin Sanqiong. "Chener, have you come to a decision?" Lin Sanqiong stood before Lin Chen, his golden eyes fixated upon him, his voice resonating like thunder. This figure, who instilled fear in all who beheld him, now looked at the young man before him with a sense of helplessness. His golden eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions, love intertwined with hatred. The love stemmed from the high hopes he had for his son, who had awakened the supreme bone, with the potential to surpass him and elevate the Great Yu Dynasty to unprecedented heights. The hatred, however, arose from his frustration at seeing everything turn to naught upon encountering Lu Ruyan. Now, he was on the verge of relinquishing his own supreme bone, and had he not intervened to confine Lin Chen, that supreme bone might have already found a new master. "Do you desire my supreme bone?" How absurd! Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. With his current talents, even the awakened Lu Ruyan could not compare. To expect him to be a sycophant for Lu Ruyan, such a notion was laughable. Having traversed into this realm, he was determined to personally eliminate this pair of treacherous lovers, otherwise they would one day threaten to annihilate the Yu Sacred Dynasty. In the novel's conclusion, both of them ascended to become formidable emperors, achieving transcendence. Ding! At that moment, a voice that thrilled Lin Chen resonated within his mind. "System has been bound. Invincible villain system successfully activated. The system shall henceforth serve the host." This system encompasses three primary functions. First, replication function. Whenever a being surpassing the host appears, the system will automatically replicate their cultivation and all their unique abilities, elevating everything to a state of perfection. Second, instant kill function. The host possesses the ability to eliminate any adversary instantly upon sensing their presence, regardless of their realm, wielding absolute overpowering force. Third, random function. This function activates at random, bestowing unpredictable rewards, which can be anything: cultivation realms, body refinement realm, spirit gathering mirror, primordial spirit realm, spirit ocean realm, transformation realm, dragon transformation realm, king realm, emperor realm, venerable realm, saint king realm, saint emperor realm, saint venerable realm, semi-emperor realm, emperor realm. Chapter 1. Transmigration into the affectionate prince. Location of the mind's repository. Sign and area for handsome men and beautiful women. Sign and area for mature men and married women. Balance increased by 9 zeros. The pace is a bit slow at the beginning. After Chapter 21, it will soar to new heights. In the desolate, immortal realm of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. Lin Chen, I command you to return to the Taishan sect within 3 days and extract the supreme bone from your body, handing it over to Brother Tianming. Only someone favored by the heavens like Brother Tianming deserves to possess the supreme bone. If you truly care for me, you should wish me well rather than desire to be with me. Such intentions will only evoke my disdain. Should you fail to return to the Taishan sect in 3 days, I shall no longer acknowledge your existence. If you manage this task well, I can request an opportunity for you to become Brother Timing's sword servant, so you may still see me every day. That should satisfy you, no? Within a grand and supremely sacred hall, a youth as graceful as jade, with eyes like stars, clad in pristine white and of tall stature, dropped a teacup from his grasp. Confusion flickered in the youth's eyes. In his other hand, he held a sound stone from which a woman's voice echoed. Upon hearing the first sentence, a frown of distaste creased the youth's brow, revealing his aversion. The tone of the speaker suggested an arrogant disposition, exuding an air of superiority. As the voice from the sound stone faded, the youth's expression began to contort, cold sweat beading on his brow, as countless memories surged into his mind. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity shining within, murmuring, "Have I transmigrated?" Was everything I just experienced the original owner's memories? Once he had fully absorbed the memories flooding his mind, the youth began to survey his surroundings, only then realizing the truth of his situation. He had traversed into a novel entitled The Affectionate Villain. The sister-in-law knocks at midnight. His current identity was that of Lin Chen, the fourth prince of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. He was the most gifted and potent offspring of the Sacred Emperor, a paragon of bloodline strength in the past millennia. Moreover, he was the favored child of the Sacred Emperor, groomed to become the next holy monarch. His father, the Sacred Emperor of Yu, stood as the mightiest being, a superlative figure suppressing an entire realm. Within the Yu Sacred Dynasty, numerous sects of varying stature existed. Among them, the Taishan sect reigned supreme, its overall might rivaling that of the Yu Sacred Dynasty, though the Sacred Emperor's prowess eclipsed even that of the sect master. Given his current status, it was expected that not only the leaders of various sects, but even the formidable figures of the Taishan sect would bow in reverence upon encountering Lin Chen. In the future, he was destined to inherit his father's throne, ascending as the new Sacred Emperor of the Yu Dynasty, to receive the veneration of the entire Yu populace. Alas, the original owner was nothing more than an insufferable sycophant, a true embodiment of excessive adulation, surpassing all bounds of flattery. As for the object of his infatuation, it is none other than Lu Ruyan, one of the fated daughters in the novel. Since the original protagonist first laid eyes on Lu Ruyan, he has been utterly captivated by her. Subsequently, Lin Chen, who once progressed rapidly in his cultivation, made no advancements whatsoever. In fact, his abilities diminished considerably. This was solely due to his devotion to Lu Ruyan, as he devoted all his time to following her, attending to her every need, and even relinquishing a significant portion of his own cultivation resources, as well as those of the royal family, to aid her training. Lu Ruyan, in turn, utilized these resources to nurture her own family. Through the resources obtained from Lin Chen, the Lu family transformed from an obscure clan into a prestigious family, second only to the royal family, within just a few short years. Lin Chen naturally acquiesced to Lu Ruyan's every demand. Yet, despite all of this, he had never even touched her hand. With the wealth of resources bestowed upon her by Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan awakened the phoenix body and was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master of the Taishan sect. She even developed feelings for Li Tianming, the young master of the Taishan sect. At this juncture, Lu Ruyan continued to extract demands from Lin Chen. Now, she even sought to have him extract his supreme bone, intending to transplant it onto Li Tianming. According to the original plot of the novel, both of them would break through their limits, surpass the Great Yu Sacred Emperor, ultimately tarnishing his reputation and slaying him, along with toppling the royal family. Lu Ruyan's maternal clan, the Lu family, would then ascend to become the new royal lineage. How remarkable you are! Lin Chen scoffed coldly. Based on the timeline, he should now be intercepted by the Great Yu Sacred Emperor, his own father. How could the Great Yu Sacred Emperor possibly tolerate someone taking away his son's supreme bone? Unfortunately, Lin Chen managed to slip away secretly, willingly offering his supreme bone in exchange for the chance to become Li Tianming's sword slave. That day, he witnessed his father perish tragically, the royal family being slaughtered, and himself being crushed, leading to his utter annihilation. Yet now, there was still time to change his fate. As Lin Chen pondered, the door to the palace was pushed open, and a man clad in a golden dragon robe entered. This man stood tall. His gaze piercing, he bore an innate aura of dominance, and commanded respect without uttering a word. He was none other than Lin Chen's father, the current emperor of the Great Yu Dynasty, Lin Sangqiong. "Chener, have you come to a decision?" Lin Sangqiong stood before Lin Chen, his golden eyes fixed upon him, his voice resonating like thunder. This figure, who instilled fear in all who beheld him, now looked helplessly at the youth before him, his golden gaze filled with myriad complex emotions, love intertwined with hatred. The love stemmed from his hopes for this son, who had awakened the supreme bone, possessing the potential to surpass him and elevate the Great Yu Dynasty to unprecedented heights. The hatred, however, arose from his disappointment, as all aspirations seemed to crumble upon encountering Lu Ruyan. Now, he was even expected to willingly offer his own supreme bone had he not intervened to confine him. That supreme bone might have already found a new master. Do you desire my supreme bones? To hell with that. Lin Chen scoffed inwardly. With his current talents, even the awakened Lyurian, possessing the body of the phoenix, would pale in comparison. To be reduced to a mere sycophant for Lyurian? What an absurd notion. Since he had traversed this realm, he was determined to personally eliminate this pair of dog lovers. Otherwise, they would eventually be the ones to bring ruin to the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. In the end of the novel, both of them ascended to become mighty emperors, attaining enlightenment and soaring to the heavens. Ding! At that moment, a voice that thrilled Lin Chen resonated in his mind. System has been bound. The invincible villain system has been successfully activated, and it will now serve its host. This system comprises 3 primary functions. First, copy function. Whenever a stronger individual appears in proximity to the host, the system will automatically replicate their cultivation and all their innate abilities, enhancing everything to a flawless state. Second, instant kill function. The host possesses the ability to instantly eliminate any adversary, no matter their realm. As long as the host senses their aura, they can be vanquished in an instant, wielding absolute dominance. Third, random function. This feature activates at random, bestowing unpredictable rewards that could be anything. Cultivation realms, body refinement, spirit gathering, Yuan spirit, spirit sea, transcendence, dragon transformation, king, emperor, venerable, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Add to bookshelf, so you won't lose your way. Chapter 2. Annulment of Engagement. Upon reading this, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Chen's face. How marvelous! Truly, it is the quintessential system for a transmigrator. The system's first function allows him to effortlessly acquire cultivation without arduous training, ensuring a prolonged lifespan and commensurate abilities. The second feature is the most formidable. It can crush and annihilate any realm, rendering him virtually invincible. The final aspect pertains to rewards, which, being system-generated, are unlikely to be lacking in value. With this system, he is bound to soar to unprecedented heights, wreaking havoc with abandon. Ding! A peak emperor-level powerhouse has been detected in the vicinity. The host's cultivation has automatically been elevated to the peak of the emperor realm. Simultaneously, the system has autonomously replicated all cultivation methods and martial techniques practiced by this individual. As the system's voice faded, a monumental transformation occurred within Lin Chen. His cultivation soaring from the initial stage of the Transcendence realm directly to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm's 9th level. Concurrently, his mind was flooded with numerous techniques and martial arts, evidently copied from his father, the Emperor, as he was the sole person present. The Great Yu Holy Emperor, Lin Sanqiong. Chenu? In that moment, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Lin Sanqiong's eyes. He seemed to sense the aura of an emperor emanating from Lin Chen. How could this be possible? Lin Chen's cultivation had only just reached the Transcendence realm, several realms shy of the Emperor level. Although Lin Chen possessed the Supreme Bone, such a level of cultivation at his age was unfathomable. How could he exude the aura of an emperor? Father, what is it? Repressing his overwhelming joy, Lin Chen raised his gaze, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. It appeared that Lin Sanqiong had sensed his breakthrough in cultivation. Fortunately, the system had swiftly concealed his aura. However, even if his father were to discover it, it mattered little, for he had no intention of hiding his cultivation. Lin Sanqiong scrutinized Lin Chen once more, confirming the absence of the emperor's aura before shaking his head, internally reasoning that he must have been overly fatigued lately, leading to a momentary lapse in perception. He attributed this mishap to the recent burdens of state affairs and his concerns for Lin Chen. Ultimately, Lin Sanqiong calmly remarked, "It's nothing. What have you decided?" At his words, a subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips. "Father, I am not a fool. How could I possibly excavate my Supreme Bone? That would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Does a mere Lu Rian presume to claim my Supreme Bone? She is hardly worthy." As he spoke, Lin Chen's demeanor turned cold, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. In that moment, Lin Sanqiong felt a sense of unfamiliarity with his son. Was this still his once sycophantic child? How could he have transformed so drastically in just a few days? Then again, this was precisely what he had longed for over the years. Since Lin Chen encountered Lu Rian, he seemed to have transformed entirely, embodying the role of an eager admirer. With just a subtle gesture from Lu Rian, she could effortlessly manipulate Lin Chen. This predicament nearly drove him to despair. However, he could not act against the Lu family, as his son had threatened to take his own life if he did. To confront the Lu family would mean his own demise in the imperial city. What do you intend to do? At that moment, Lin Sanqiong's face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. He had longed for this day, and it had finally arrived. Once Lin Chen spoke, he was determined to uproot the Lu family entirely. Over the years, emboldened by Lin Chen's adulation of Lu Ruyan, the Lu family had grown increasingly arrogant, even disregarding the imperial family, which was tantamount to courting death. I wish for the Lu family to be completely annihilated. They all must perish. Lin Chen stated calmly. Excellent. With your words, my father will personally orchestrate matters, ensuring they do not see the light of another day. Lin Sanqiong, known for his decisiveness, immediately turned to make arrangements. Clearly, he had felt somewhat stifled over the years. Father, wait. At that moment, Lin Chen called out to halt Lin Sanqiong. Oh, is there something else? Lin Sanqiong paused, turning back with a look of suspicion. Father, I wish to handle the ensuing matters personally. Lin Chen replied with a cold smile, his voice laced with frost. Very well. Everything shall proceed as you wish. Speak freely if you encounter any difficulties. Lin Sanqiong laughed heartily. As long as his son could awaken to reason, he would not only allow Lin Chen to manage it himself, but would also take action if necessary. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Lin Sanqiong's expression turned peculiar as he spoke. What is it? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. Could this matter hold more significance than confronting the Lu family? Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Lin Sanqiong shook his head helplessly. Ever since Lin Chen had been captivated by Lu Ruyan, it seemed his world revolved solely around her, with little regard for anything else. It is this. A month ago, you indicated your intention to annul the engagement with the Nailin family. And today marks the designated day for that annulment. Lin Sanqiong paused, turning to observe Lin Chen's reaction. Annul the engagement? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Chen's eyes before he recalled the matter. The imperial family had signed a marriage contract with the Nailin family years prior, stemming from an incident when the Nailin family patriarch shielded Lin Sanqiong from a fatal blow during battle, resulting in Nailin Xiong's demise. Before his death, Nailin Xiong entrusted Lin Sanqiong with the care of his wife and daughter. Thus, Lin Sanqiong had promised an engagement between Lin Chen and Nailin Yanran in front of Nailin Xiong. However, a month ago, in a bid to humiliate Nailin Yanran and further assert her dominance, Lu Ruyan commanded Lin Chen to annul the engagement with the Nailin family. Upon receiving this order, Lin Chen had set forth to convey the message, but was subsequently placed under house arrest by Lin Sanqiong before he could fulfill it. Upon detecting that the host faces a pivotal decision, a random task is triggered. First, to cancel the engagement and once again become a devoted admirer of Lu Ruyan. Upon successful cancellation, one would be rewarded with 100 spirit pills and simultaneously acquire the title of Heavenly Sheep in the mortal realm. Second, to alter the engagement into a proposal, marrying the reincarnated Empress. Upon success, the fortunes of the Yu Sacred Dynasty would be elevated 100-fold. Random task? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice of the system, surprised that a reward had manifested so swiftly. Upon seeing the first option, a cold smile graced his lips. What nonsense is this spirit pill? Such a trinket, only of use to those in the spirit-gathering realm, is nothing but refused to him. As for that title, it is even more ludicrous. However, the second option piqued his interest. Enhancing the fortunes of the Yu dynasty is indeed a valuable opportunity, one that would have a direct impact on the royal family, providing tangible benefits to all members of the royal lineage. It would not only accelerate their cultivation speed, but also subtly enhance their innate talents. With this, he need not worry about the cultivation concerns of his father and others any longer. Chapter 3. The Reincarnated Empress. Nailin Yanran. How intriguing. Upon contemplating the second option, Lin Chen had made his decision, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In the narrative, when the Yu royal family perished and Lin Chen met a tragic end, it was ultimately Nailin Yanran who collected their remains. Furthermore, Nailin Yanran awakened the curse-poisoned body, becoming the Empress of Misfortune, a being feared by all. Like Lu Ruyan, she ascended to the heavens. What engagement is there to cancel? Father, we must first visit the Nailin family. Lin Chen, with a smile in his eyes, spoke to Lin Sanqiong. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanqiong hesitated. He had promised Nailin Xiong to look after his wife and daughter. Hence the thought of binding their families through marriage, allowing Lin Chen to wed Nailin Yanran, who would eventually become the Empress of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. Yet now, Lin Chen wished to cancel the engagement. Observing Lin Sanqiong's indecisiveness, Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Father, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish to cancel the engagement. Rather, I seek to propose. At these words, Lin Sanqiong was taken aback. His face filled with disbelief as he stared intently at Lin Chen. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Chen's serious demeanor, he realized that this was no jest. He burst into laughter. Excellent. Splendid. Chener, you should have acted thus from the beginning. You both already share an engagement. And Nailin Yinran is certainly not inferior to Lu Ruyan, aside from her inability to cultivate. Now that you have come to this realization, let us proceed to the Nailin family for the proposal. As he spoke, Lin Sanqiong paused slightly, for it was common knowledge that Nailin Yinran could not cultivate. Yet, since he had already promised Nailin Xiong, even without cultivation, she would thrive within the Dayu royal family. Now that Lin Chen had consented to the engagement, it alleviated a burden from his heart. Furthermore, seemingly anxious that Lin Chen might change his mind, Lin Sanqiong grasped Lin Chen's hand firmly and vanished from the palace. Above the imperial city, Lin Chen gazed intently toward the direction of Kanglin Prefecture, his mind swirling with thoughts. Nailin Yinran, indeed? The original master no longer desires you. However, I am eager to experience the sensation of being a reborn empress. Lu Ruoyan and Li Tianming. You insipid couple should prepare your necks for my impending blade. In the Kanglin Prefecture, within the Nailin family, in the days when Nailin Xiong was still alive, he rendered great services, assisting Lin Sanqiong in expanding the territory, earning him the title of the second god of war. With the demise of Nailin Xiong, and given that other members of the Nailin family excel more in commerce, their overall strength is not particularly formidable. Yet, under the protection of the Dayu imperial clan, the Nailin family continues to thrive. Few dare to provoke them. However, a month ago, following the announcement by the fourth prince of the Yu Sacred Dynasty, who is also the crown prince, Lin Chen, expressing his intention to annul the engagement with Nailin Yinran, chaos has erupted within the Nailin family, and various factions are now poised to act. Over the years, with the imperial clan's support and the Nailin family's business acumen, their resources have been formidable, rivaling even those of the royal family. Now, with the situation drastically changing, should the Nailin family truly lose the protection of the imperial clan, they will undoubtedly become a target for various forces, coveted by many. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Nailin family, nearly all the influential figures have gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension, and each face is etched with discontent. It is utterly infuriating that the imperial clan seeks to dissolve the engagement between our families. Is this the will of the royal family, or merely the whim of the crown prince? Now that this news has spread, the Nailin family has become a laughingstock for the world. What a farce this crown prince is. Throughout the entire Yu Sacred Dynasty, who does not know that Lin Chen is merely Lu Ruoyan's sycophant, easily manipulated by her whims. Yet, this is not the gravest concern. If we lose the imperial clan's protection, our family faces the peril of annihilation. Our allies have also fallen silent. Despicable. Just a short while ago, these individuals were fawning over the Nailin family, and now, upon hearing this news, they are eager to sever ties with us. Within the grand hall, nearly everyone wears a frown, their faces laden with unending fury and indignation. Such an annulment is a disgrace for any prestigious family. And to make it a public affair is nothing short of a humiliation for the Nailin family in front of the entire Yu Sacred Dynasty. Who can endure this? Despite the fact that the other party is royal, they are aware of the reasons behind the engagement. In their eyes, this is the imperial clan. And this is what Lin Sanqiong owes them. Had Nailin Xiong not sacrificed himself to save Lin Sanqiong, it might have been Lin Sanqiong who perished. And there would be no Yu Sacred Emperor today. As the discussions raged on, the man at the head of the hall turned his gaze towards a young girl seated at the end, coldly asking, Yinran, what is your perspective on this matter? The speaker was none other than Nailin Yinran's uncle, the current head of the Nailin family, Nailin Ao. The girl, clad in an elegant light blue gown that gracefully enveloped her exquisite figure, bore a stunningly beautiful visage that radiated a gentle glow. Her fair neck tinged with a lovely blush. Her skin was as pure and flawless as freshly fallen snow, emanating an air of nobility that felt almost sacred. In her starry eyes, a flicker of starlight danced, lending her a somewhat aloof and chilly demeanor that made her seem hard to approach. The girl was none other than Nailin Yinran. Yet at that moment, she slightly lowered her head, seemingly oblivious to Nailin Ao's words. Suddenly, Nailin Yinran's delicate figure trembled, her complexion turning an alarming shade of pale, her body quivering slightly. Observing this scene, none dared to step forward, their eyes devoid of concern. Only the beautiful woman beside her, who was Nalin Yinran's mother, Su Wuyo, hurriedly embraced her, her eyes filled with compassion. Ranner. In the next moment, Nalin Yinran opened her eyes once more, clarity returning to her gaze, albeit now imbued with a profound coldness. Such a sentiment was not typical for a girl in her teens. Is this the Nalin family? Nalin Yinran raised her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. As she surveyed her surroundings, astonishment filled her exquisite eyes. When she finally comprehended the people around her and the events unfolding, her chest began to rise and fall violently. This day would forever remain etched in her memory. It was the day she faced humiliation, the day she came to understand the depths of human nature. Nalin family. Mother? Nalin Yinran gazed at the beautiful woman who held her, disbelief etched across her face. Had she returned to the past, or was this a rebirth? Ranner, what is wrong? When that familiar address once again reached her ears, she finally grasped the truth. She had been reborn. Reborn to the day she was rejected in marriage. And it was from this day onward that she became the laughingstock of the entire Great Yu Sacred Dynasty, even being cast out of the Nalin family. Chapter 4. The Nalin Clan. It was on this very day that the entire Nalin family was shamed, expelling her and her mother from their clan. The Nalin family then chose to pledge allegiance to the Lu family, becoming their most loyal dogs. Mother and daughter endured countless adversities, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit that sought their demise. Only they truly understood the suffering they had faced along the way. She harbored hatred for Lin Chen, for the Daiyu royal family, yet her deepest resentment was directed towards the members of the Nalin family. Had it not been for her father's connections, how could the Nalin family have attained their current status? Even after her father's death, the royal family continued to protect them. Yet, the greatest harm they suffered came from within the Nalin family itself. In a bid to curry favor with the Lu family, Nalin Ao personally expelled them from their home, severing all their resources. In the end, merely at the behest of Lu Ruyan, Nalin Ao even dispatched assassins to hunt down Nalin Yinran and her mother. They narrowly escaped with their lives, and eventually, she awakened her innate abilities, becoming a legendary empress. Subsequently, she personally orchestrated the downfall of the Nalin clan. Yet, despite all this, her last remaining kin had perished amidst the pursuit. Today marked the beginning of it all. Ranner. Su Wuyo's voice of concern echoed once more beside her. Mother, I am fine. Rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall not allow the events of my past to unfold once more. Nalin Yinran gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, speaking softly. In this vast Nalin family, only she and her mother remained to rely on each other. There was also her maid, who had tragically perished during their escape. Nalin Yinran, I am addressing you. Observing Nalin Yinran's silence, Nalin Ao's somewhat icy voice resounded once more. Realizing that this was not a mere dream before her demise, Nalin Yinran took a deep breath, suppressing the myriad of thoughts swirling within her heart. The decree of the royal family is not something we can defy. To oppose the imperial edict is a grave act of disrespect, punishable by the annihilation of one's clan. Master, what do you think I should do? A flicker of derision passed through Nalin Yinran's beautiful eyes. Upon hearing this, Nalin Ao's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Nalin Yinran. He noticed that she seemed somewhat different. Previously, she had always referred to him as uncle, yet today she called him master. What could possibly have caused this change? Could it be that the pressure imposed upon her over the past month had been too great? Ever since Lin Chen had announced his intention to annul their engagement with the Nalin family, Nalin Ao had directly instructed Nalin Yinran to seek an audience with Lin Chen in the palace, pleading for him to retract his statement. However, Nalin Yinran had stubbornly refused to go. Consequently, he had reduced their living conditions to the bare minimum, barely better than those of the servants in the Nalin household. After all, if the royal family truly sought to break the engagement, Nalin Yinran would hold little value for the Nalin family. He had no desire to sustain what he deemed to be two useless individuals. Yet, it was not yet the time to sever ties completely. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Nalin Ao was unwilling to let it slip away. Otherwise, the status of the Nalin family would inevitably plummet. At that juncture, even the most insignificant beings would tread upon their heads. He could not tolerate such an eventuality. Yinran, today is likely the day that Lin Chen comes to annul the engagement. When they arrive, you must kneel and plead for mercy, playing the victim. Your father cannot have died in vain. Nalin Ao managed a stiff smile as he addressed Nalin Yinran. In response, Nalin Yinran silently scoffed. Even at this moment, Nalan Ao remained fixated on preserving the Nalan family's prestigious status, shamelessly feeding off her father's sacrifice, utterly indifferent to their sentiments. I believe such actions are unnecessary. Our Nalan family has cultivated numerous warriors over the years. If anyone dares to strike against us, they must be prepared for mutual destruction. Furthermore, I do not view the dissolution of the engagement as a misfortune. Our young men of the Nalan family are certainly not inferior to theirs. And if all else fails, there is still me. As she spoke, a resolute glimmer shone in Nalan Yinran's eyes. With the memories of her past life now at her disposal, she could awaken her potential more swiftly. In this lifetime, she would ensure that her mother would not tread the same tragic path once more. She expressed her heartfelt views in those earlier statements. The heritage of the Nalan family is by no means inferior to that of the most esteemed clans. While they may be slightly lacking in supreme combat prowess, the younger generation possesses ample resources, making them undeniably exceptional talents. However, she now feels no lingering affection for the Nalan family. Setting aside the tragedies of her past life, in just this month, those who once fawned over her and her daughter have turned into cold observers. They even blame her for the situation, asserting that if her charm had been sufficient, Lin Chen would not have taken a liking to another woman. They are now regarded as the pariahs of the entire Nalan clan. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Nalan Ao was instantly filled with fury, and the expressions of the surrounding elders turned icy. How dare you? Do you comprehend the words you utter? And you, a mere useless individual incapable of cultivation, how can you uphold the Nalan family? To put it bluntly, should you lose your worth, you would merely be a parasitic leech on the Nalan clan. Nalan Ao's eyes were devoid of warmth, entirely disregarding familial ties. Nalan Ao, do not overstep your bounds. At that moment, even the usually gentle Su Wuyo displayed traces of anger. Wasn't this merely a blatant reopening of Nalan Yinran's wounds? As a mother, how could she tolerate such humiliation inflicted upon her daughter? Yet, Nalan Ao remained unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, the fact that you are still within the Nalan family is the greatest grace afforded to you. If you were to be expelled, how long do you think you could survive? With that, Nalan Ao abruptly shifted his tone. Why not yield to me? Become my concubine. This way, at least you could remain in the Nalan family. As for your daughter, if this matter is not resolved today, let her fend for herself. In truth, Nalan Xiong was not his biological brother, but merely an orphan his father had taken in years ago. Only the three of them were privy to this information. Nalan Xiong had indeed lived up to expectations, elevating the Nalan family to great heights, but alas, he was a short-lived soul, and everything he had achieved would ultimately belong to Nalan Ao. As his words fell, Nalan Yinran narrowed her eyes, a chill spreading across her face. At that moment, her thirst for vengeance reached its zenith. Had she possessed the strength to eliminate Nalan Ao, she would have seen him meet his end. Just then, a clan member rushed into the great hall, his face etched with urgency. Master, the Holy Emperor and the Crown Prince have arrived in Kanglan Prefecture and are now heading toward our Nalan family. At this announcement, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. Nalan Yinran, you should know what to do. Otherwise, do not blame the Nalan family for its ruthlessness. The Nalan family does not harbor useless individuals. Nalan Ao flicked his sleeve dismissively, his gaze cold and devoid of compassion or familial affection. Even though Nalan Yinran had experienced a lifetime already, her heart still ached with acute pain at that moment. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, accompanied by a resounding roar, a terrifying presence descended upon the skies above the Nalan family estate. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled, emitting a low hum. Inside the grand hall, Nalan Ao and several clan elders wore grim expressions, their hearts ablaze with fury. They were acutely aware of who had arrived and the intentions of these two individuals. However, they found themselves utterly powerless. The strength of the Nalan clan was utterly insufficient to contend with the imperial family. Moreover, Nalan Ao had now placed his hopes upon Nalan Yinran. If only she could persuade Lin Chen to change his mind and continue with the betrothal, their family's standing would remain unassailable. In time, those families that had distanced themselves would inevitably scramble to serve the Nalan clan. Let us go, Nalan Ao declared in a low voice, striding purposefully towards the hall's entrance. They were not in a position to act brazenly before such an esteemed figure. In the courtyard, everyone raised their heads at that moment, gazing upon the father and son hovering above them. It must be said that both Lin Sangxiong and Lin Chen possessed strikingly handsome features, their father-son bond rendering them almost brotherly in appearance. Yet, the imperial aura that unintentionally radiated from Lin Chen sent tremors of fear through all present. The foremost figure of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. Anyone standing before him felt compelled to tread carefully, hearts racing with trepidation. The Lin family welcomes His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, and the Crown Prince. At Lin Ao's command, everyone wore smiles as they bowed in reverence to the two figures aloft. "Come in and speak." Lin Chen nodded slightly, then, accompanied by Lin Chen, surged into the grand hall, taking their seats at the highest position. An imperial might emanated from him, imposing immense pressure upon all present. Observing this, Lin Chen, though puzzled, nonetheless returned to the hall with his entourage, standing respectfully, too apprehensive to take a seat. "Please sit." Once Lin Chen granted his approval, Lin Ao finally permitted everyone to settle down. "It has indeed been several years since we last met. You have blossomed into an even more captivating young lady." Lin Chen did not engage Lin Ao in conversation, but turned to Lin Yanran, a gentle smile gracing his golden eyes. He held great fondness for her. Despite her inability to cultivate, it did not diminish his affection for this prospective daughter-in-law. He recalled their last meeting, when Lin Yanran had not even reached his chest in height, yet her sweet little mouth had charmed him as she affectionately addressed him as Holy Uncle. "Yanran has met Holy Uncle." Lin Yanran rose and bowed, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. In her previous life, she had suffered the indignity of being jilted by Lin Chen and subsequently cast out by the Lin family, enduring a harrowing journey of survival. It was only later that she learned Lin Chen had secretly dispatched a royal assassin to protect her and her mother. Regrettably, that assassin had sacrificed himself to aid her escape. This was also the reason she returned to assist Lin Chen in recovering the bodies. While she harbored resentment towards Lin Chen for the broken engagement, she understood why Lin Chen had not taken her into the imperial family directly due to his ties to Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen is capable of anything for Lu Ruyan. Thus, he dispatched the royal assassins, one of the strongest trump cards of the royal family, and for this reason, Lin Yanran was willing to grant them a measure of dignity. "Very well, please take a seat." Lin Chen laughed heartily, gesturing for Lin Yanran to sit down. However, this action left Lin Ao and the others somewhat perplexed. Were these two not here to annul the engagement with the Lin family? Why did the atmosphere seem so incongruous? As for Lin Yanran, she had returned to sit beside Su Wuyu, her beautiful eyes cast downward, her expression devoid of any ripple. Having already experienced the events of the day, she felt little emotion. Yet, within her gaze directed at Lin Chen, there flickered a hint of resentment, for all these troubles stemmed from him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen scrutinized Lin Ao and the others, sweeping his divine sense across the entirety of the Lin residence. A smile gracing his eyes. "It appears that your Lin family has prospered quite well over the years." Upon hearing this, Lin Ao regarded him with a hint of skepticism, but nodded nonetheless. "All of this is thanks to your Majesty and the protection of the royal family." Lin Ao's statement held truth, for it was indeed the royal connection that had allowed them to endure through the years. However, Lin Ao clearly did not wish to waste time on such matters. Until there was a definitive resolution regarding the engagement, his heart could find no peace. Therefore, he continued, "Your Majesty, we are aware that you both have other matters to discuss today, so please speak plainly. We are prepared." As he spoke, Lin Ao glanced towards Lin Yanran, signaling her to act according to his prior instructions. Unexpectedly, Lin Yanran seemed oblivious to his hint, lowering her head instead. Witnessing this, Lin Ao felt a surge of anger rising within him, but the circumstances were not conducive to voicing it. "Hee. It seems you are all aware," Lin Chen remarked with a raised brow and a light chuckle. "In that case, I shall not beat around the bush." At his words, everyone held their breath, fearful of missing what would come next. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lin Chen lightly tapped the armrest. Sighing softly, "Surely you are aware that a month ago, Chen Er announced his intention to dissolve the engagement between the Lin family and the royal family. A notion I did not support. Fortunately, in this past month, this young fellow has come to his senses, realizing his error, and thus today, he has come to propose." Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's face darkened considerably, his hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, veins prominently displayed. "Your Majesty, the engagement was established between you and Lin Chen in the past. To now break it is truly unjust." Is this how you honor my brother's memory? Yet before he could finish, Nalan Ao was suddenly taken aback, his anger transforming into astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chen, whose expression seemed somewhat peculiar, and questioned, "A proposal? What scheme are these father and son concocting?" Despite initially declaring an intention to withdraw from the marriage proposal, they now approached to seek the union? Yet, soon enough, the expression on Nalan Ao's face transforms into one of unbridled joy. Is this not the very outcome they had longed for? He had originally contemplated enlisting Nalan Yinran's assistance. However, as it stands, that step has been entirely circumvented. Should the two families truly become united, the Nalan clan status would undoubtedly ascend once more, securing their position as the most esteemed family beneath the imperial lineage. Chapter 6. The Betrothal Gifts. Your Majesty, is this truly the case? In a bid for confirmation, Nalan Ao spoke again, fearful that this might merely be a figment of his imagination, a fleeting hope. Indeed, my words are as solid as stone, Lin Chen responded with a smile. Upon receiving this affirmation, Nalan Ao was rendered speechless with excitement. After a considerable pause, he hastily knelt and bowed thrice before Lin Chen, tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. With this, my brother may now rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. In an instant, the previously solemn-faced elders of the Nalan clan broke into smiles, their faces lighting up with joy. Yet, from the back of the crowd, Nalan Yinran's eyes flickered with a glimmer of coldness. Had she not lived a second life, foreseeing the true, ugly nature of Nalan Ao and his cohorts, she might have been deceived by their facade of happiness. What they feigned as joy for Nalan Yinran was, in truth, elation at the prospect of solidifying their grip on the Nalan family's standing through her connection with Lin Chen, rendering their position unassailable, unless, of course, the Daiyu royal family were to fall. Beyond Nalan Ao and his ilk, even Nalan Yinran was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Lin Chen and his companion. This is not right, she murmured. The narrative of her previous life had not unfolded in such a manner. How could it be so now? Even with her rebirth, she found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend why Lin Chen had come to propose rather than to annul the engagement. Could it be that my rebirth has altered the trajectory of this world? Nalan Yinran pondered in confusion. Darling, congratulations. At that moment, a gentle voice of blessing reached Nalan Yinran's ears, laced with a hint of tears. Mother. Nalan Yinran turned to find Su Wuyo, her face alight with excitement. This was joy so overwhelming it brought tears. Over the past month, the two women had come to a clear understanding of the Nalan family. Had today SDU Saint Emperor and Crown Prince come to break the engagement, they would have found themselves stripped of all value and expelled from the Nalan household. In such a scenario, the fate of a frail woman and a girl incapable of cultivation could only be imagined as dire. Mother, do not cry. I shall make them pay dearly. I will ensure everyone knows I am the true mistress of the Nalan estate. Nalan Yinran whispered fiercely into Su Wuyo's ear, her voice unmasked with chilling intent. My dear, whatever you intend, do not act impulsively. Su Wuyo's face reflected her concern upon hearing this. Fear not, mother, I shall exercise caution. Nalan Yinran reassured her, simultaneously offering Su Wuyo a resolute gaze. Very well, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you unwaveringly. As she gazed upon Nalan Yinran at this moment, Su Wuyo was momentarily lost in thought, as if her daughter had suddenly matured. In the previous life, had events unfolded as anticipated, Nalan Yinran would have devised an alternative plan. However, given the altered trajectory of circumstances, she naturally sought to leverage the power of the royal family to achieve her aspirations. Simultaneously, she was eager to ascertain whether Lin Chen had indeed transformed. If he had, she might consider the possibility, especially since their interactions had been limited prior to Lu Rian's appearance. Nevertheless, due to their betrothal, Lin Chen would periodically visit the Nalan residence, ensuring that the two women maintained a semblance of standing within the household. Of course, these deductions stemmed from Nalan Yinran's reflections on the events of her past life. With mutual consent established, the emperor declared, let us set a favorable date. In 10 days, the two children shall wed. At that time, Yinran will enter the royal family and become the princess consort of our Great Yu Holy Dynasty. Lin Chen remarked, clearly delighted. Nalan Yinran was the daughter-in-law he had chosen. What significance did Lu Rian hold? Now that his son had awakened, he was more pleased than anyone else. Excellent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nailan Ao replied, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, fearful that Lin Sangqiong might reconsider. With matters settled, the father and son prepared to depart the grand hall. Lin Chen cast a smile towards Nailan Yinran. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Nailan Yinran abruptly stood and called out to Lin Chen and his father. Wait. The instant those words escaped her lips, the expressions of everyone from the Nailan family, including Nailan Ao, shifted dramatically. Nailan Yinran, what do you intend to do? Nailan Ao's countenance hardened as he fixed his gaze upon her, speaking in a grave tone. Given that Lin Sangqiong and Lin Chen were present, he dared not overstep. If glances could kill, Nailan Yinran would have perished countless times under his stare. Little wretch, you had better not jeopardize the grand plans of the head of the family. Or even if Lin Chen wishes to marry you, I have ways to deal with you. Surely your mother will not accompany you into the palace? That would contravene royal protocols. In a moment of desperation, Nailan Ao directly transmitted a message to Nailan Yinran. Upon receiving his transmission, Nailan Yinran's eyes flickered, but she quickly regained her composure, as if arriving at a crucial resolution. Oh, little Yinran, do you have something else to say? Lin Sangqiong inquired, his curiosity piqued by her summoning. Taking a deep breath, Nailan Yinran allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Since the royal family has come to propose, surely you have not come unprepared with a bridal dowry? At her words, both Lin Sangqiong and Lin Chen were taken aback. Their hurried arrival had indeed left them without a dowry, and should this information spread, the royal family's proposal without a dowry would be deemed outrageous. Nailan Yinran, what nonsense are you spouting? It is indeed an honor for our Nailan family that His Holiness and His Highness have come personally to propose. The mere bridal price is hardly worthy of your stature, is it? Before Lin Sangqiong and Lin Chen could utter a word, Nailan Ao had already admonished Nailan Yinran. He feared that should these two gentlemen take offense at Nailan Yinran's brazen words, the Nailan family would surely suffer dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Sangqiong sensed something amiss. Nailan Ao had chastised Nailan Yinran multiple times, even in their presence. What would happen if they were absent? Furthermore, Lin Sangqiong recalled that Nailan Yinran was not typically so impulsive, yet today she appeared distinctly different. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Lin Sangqiong pondered silently. This oversight is on our part. Allow me to prepare 10 million superior spirit stones, 10 spirit veins, and a variety of rare treasures, such as Zhu fruit and Earth Heart spiritual milk to send to the Nailan residents. Lin Chen smiled as he addressed Nailan Yinran. Chapter 7. Eliminate them all. Upon hearing this, the Nailan family erupted into a clamor, setting aside the other rare treasures. The 10 million superior spirit stones alone represented years of their family's savings. Yet, this was merely one of the bridal gifts for Nailan Yinran. The thought ignited a fervor within Nailan Ao. After all, if it was a bridal gift for Nailan Yinran, would it not ultimately be under his control? Yinran, do express your gratitude to His Holiness and His Highness. Nailan Ao insisted. However, Nailan Yinran remained unresponsive to his words. An ominous premonition began to swell within Nailan Ao's heart. Yinran? Nailan Ao spoke again, this time with a hint of threat in his tone. I do not desire this bridal gift. I wish to exchange it for another condition. Nailan Yinran narrowed her eyes, a glint of danger flickering at their corners. What? Upon hearing her words, Nailan Ao's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting in confusion, utterly unaware of Nailan Yinran's intentions. The surrounding elders also wore expressions of bewilderment. Though they refrained from voicing their thoughts, their eyes betrayed their considerable displeasure. What is it that you wish for? As long as it is within my power, I will acquiesce, for you are my fiancée. Hearing Nailan Yinran's declaration, Lin Chen became intrigued and immediately inquired. Are you certain? I am certain. Very well. Nailan Yinran smiled, then pointed at Nailan Ao and the surrounding elders, declaring, my condition is that they all must be eliminated. Boom. Her words struck the hearts of all the Nailan family members like a thunderclap. What did you say? Nailan Yinran, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Our Nailan family has raised you for so long, and this is how you choose to repay us? You ungrateful wretch. You truly must be out of your mind. The elders, recovering from their shock, began to hurl insults at Nailan Yinran, branding her a traitor. Without mentioning the members of the Nailan family, even Lin Sangqiong appeared somewhat taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Lin Chen was initially startled, but soon a faint smile graced his lips as he surmised the situation. If the system indicated that Lin Chen was the reincarnated empress, it implied that she had indeed been reborn, possessing the memories of her past life. Having experienced her former existence, she was undoubtedly aware of the true nature of the Lin family, which clearly sought to exploit the power of the royal lineage to eradicate these nuisances. After all, her current physical condition had yet to awaken, making it no simple task for her to confront the members of the Lin family alone. What nonsense are you speaking, Yinran? Surely, the recent rumors circulating in the Holy Dynasty have caused you sleepless nights, leading to this lapse in judgment. Lin Ao remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yinran, and simultaneously kneeling before Lin Sanqiong. Your Majesty, Yinran's recent demeanor is quite peculiar. Her words are mere folly. I implore you not to take them to heart. Yet, how could Lin Yinran tolerate Lin Ao's insolence? His derogatory remarks about her mother had crossed a line. Even if Lin Chen and the others did not assist her in dealing with Lin Ao today, she would take matters into her own hands in the future. My dear uncle, are you not aware of your own actions? Must I enumerate your disgraceful traits? Lin Yinran retorted with a cold smirk. Impudent. Lin Yinran, cease your reckless words. Though you are my niece, you cannot tarnish my name. Should you continue to speak in such a manner, I will have no choice but to resort to familial discipline. Lin Ao declared, his voice low yet firm. He attempted to rise and obstruct Lin Yinran, genuinely intimidated by her strange demeanor today. He feared that she might reveal truths that could enrage Lin Sanqiong, and thus sought to silence her preemptively. You are the one who is impudent. Just as Lin Ao stood, a voice imbued with authority reverberated throughout the grand hall, compelling nearly all members of the Lin family to kneel under the weight of its pressure, their hands gripping the ground in desperation. The overwhelming aura emanating from the emperor's realm rendered the Lin family, including Lin Ao, utterly powerless, forcing them to submit. Lin Ao, Lin Yinran is to be my future daughter-in-law. Do you dare to invoke familial punishment against her? In that moment, Lin Sanqiong had shed his earlier amiable demeanor, his countenance now stern and commanding. He stood as the exalted emperor of Dayu, not merely a suitor seeking a bride. Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. Lin Ao, trembling, struggled to maintain his composure. As a mere warrior, he was no match for Lin Sanqiong, who stood at the pinnacle of sovereign power. There existed a vast chasm between their realms. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, I shall make the determination. Lin Sanqiong's eyes sparkled with intensity. As the emperor of a great dynasty, he was no fool. The abnormality of the situation was evident. How could he fail to discern the underlying issues at play? In this moment, Lin Ao's words were evidently untrustworthy. To uncover the truth, Lin Sanqiong conceived a more direct approach. With a swift motion, he reached out and summoned an elder of the clan, proceeding to extract his soul. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ao's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to intervene, but was forcefully struck aside by Lin Sanqiong, crashing against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Lin Sanqiong continued the soul search, his expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, upon acquiring the information he sought, he tightened his grip, snapping the elder's neck and discarding the body carelessly. In an instant, Lin Sanqiong's visage was cloaked in frost, and the temperature around him plummeted, revealing the depth of his fury as one of the most formidable beings of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. In his efforts to protect Lin Yinran and her mother, he had employed the imperial family's might to subdue the top families, ensuring the Lin family could thrive within the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. Little did he expect that the true oppressors of the mother and daughter duo were not external foes, but rather their own kin. A bitter irony indeed. Very well, Lin Ao. You possess audacity. Lin Sanqiong's voice was like ice, each word piercing Lin Ao's very being. In an instant, Lin Ao's complexion turned pale, despair flickering in his eyes. Yinran, plead for mercy with the Holy Emperor. Your uncle recognizes his errors and vows to make amends for both of you. I was merely misled. My transgressions do not warrant death. Remember, I am your uncle. Seeing the murderous intent in Lin Sanqiong's gaze, Lin Ao hastily turned to Lin Yinran for clemency. He believed that if she were to speak, a turn of fortune might ensue, sparing him from death. Chapter 8. Coercion. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yinran let out a self-deprecating laugh. Uncle? Huh. You truly are a remarkable uncle. She knew well of Lin Ao's shamelessness, but never anticipated his audacity to this extent. Before the news of the annulment between their families broke, Nalin Ao would at least maintain a facade of civility. However, the revelation had drastically diminished the treatment afforded to her and her mother. This was merely the beginning. After today, they would be expelled from the Nalin family and pursued relentlessly. Each incident, each grievance, would be forever etched in Nalin Yinran's memory. You do not regret your actions. You merely fear for your life, Nalin Ao. Her gaze toward him was frigid to the core. In that moment, Nalin Ao felt a jolt of trepidation, a fleeting haze clouding his mind. When had Nalin Yinran transformed? She was resilient, tenacious, and, most importantly, imbued with an unwavering confidence, qualities that the formerly timid and fragile Nalin Yinran could never possess. Yinran, we are true kin. Your father is my brother. I am your uncle. He implored desperately. Have you forgotten how I cared for you in your childhood? How I held you countless times? Have you forgotten all that? You cannot condemn your own flesh and blood for a minor transgression. Nalin Ao cried out, desperately playing the familial card. Yet a flicker of resentment glimmered deep within her eyes. Family, such relatives are of no use to me. Thus, you might as well perish. Nalin Yinran remarked coldly, a slight smirk curling at the corners of her lips. It becomes evident now that Nalin Ao had only treated them kindly due to the utility of her father, Nalin Xiong. She was acutely aware of the life she had endured over the years, merely serving as a good luck charm. Ultimately, she, Nalin Yinran, was a lady of the Nalin family. The servants were somewhat tolerable, yet Nalin Ao and the children of the elders wholly rejected her status. In their eyes, her sole worth lay in marrying into the imperial family to solidify their lineage's position. Therefore, upon hearing the news of Lin Chen's intention to withdraw from the engagement, these individuals grew increasingly audacious, neglecting even the most basic formalities. Thus, in Nalin Yinran's view, it would be better to eliminate them now, saving herself from future troubles. How? With this thought, Nalin Yinran turned her gaze towards Lin Chen. Of course, if they both agreed, it would ultimately be the Holy Emperor who would take action. However, Nalin Yinran could not command Lin Sanqiu. Certainly, I shall heed your wishes. If you desire their demise, then let them all be slaughtered. They are but ants. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. After all, he held no particular sentiment for the Nalin family. The crux of their connection was Nalin Yinran. Since she had spoken so, what was there to deliberate? The Nalin Yinran he ultimately intended to wed bore no connection to this family. No, spare us, Holy Emperor. Consider the contributions of our former patriarch, Nalin Xiong, in aiding your expansion. Now you seek to annihilate us. How can my brother rest in peace beneath the 9 springs? If this were to spread, would it not chill the hearts of the subjects of the Yu Holy Dynasty? Nalin Ao's face contorted in anguish as he fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. At that moment, concealed from sight, Nalin Ao's eyes darted frantically, seeking a means of escape. Lin Chen. With his head bowed, Nalin Ao caught a glimpse of Lin Chen, who had not yet departed, standing not far from him. Though Lin Chen was a prodigy, he was merely at the first level of the transcendence realm. If they could subdue him, perhaps there remained a sliver of hope. With this thought, a glint of ferocity flashed in Nalin Ao's eyes. In the next instant, he sprang forth, swiftly binding Lin Chen, and then dashed out of the grand hall, distancing himself from Lin Sanqiu. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present, and upon realizing what had transpired, the expressions of the Nalin family members shifted dramatically. Lin Sanqiu's eyes reflected a mixture of shock and, more prominently, rage. He had not anticipated that Nalin Ao would dare to lay hands on Lin Chen in his presence. Clearly, Nalin Ao sought to use Lin Chen's life as leverage against him. Nalin Ao, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Assaulting the crown prince is a crime that implicates the 9 clans. Lin Sanqiu's golden eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Nalin Ao, exuding an aura of danger. Despite the fury etched on his face, he remained unperturbed. Nalin Ao believed that by taking Lin Chen hostage, he could leverage this to threaten him, unaware that the chasm between a peak sovereign realm expert and a king realm practitioner was as vast as the ocean. Nalin Ao's failure to eliminate Lin Chen immediately signified that he had forfeited his chance. This was a notion unfathomable to someone of Nalin Ao's status, as he had never encountered the sovereign realm and could not comprehend the immense disparity between the 2 realms. Moreover, Lin Sanqiu was bolstered by the entire national fortune of the Dayu kingdom. Should Nalin Ao refrain from acting, it was possible that only he and those within the grand hall would meet their demise. However, by taking Lin Chen as a bargaining chip, Nalan Ao had sealed the fate of the entire Nalan family. Since Nalan Ao sought to use Lin Chen's life as leverage, it was evident that, at least for the time being, his own life was not in jeopardy. Huh. In response, a sinister smile crept across Nalan Ao's face. Your Majesty, are you truly going to kill me? How naive. If I were to perish, what use would my 9 clans have? Their survival is of no concern to me. If you desire my life, do not blame me for dragging you down with me. With that, Nalan Ao cast a glance at Lin Chen, whom he had ensnared with his spiritual power. Everyone in the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty knew that the Holy Emperor valued Lin Chen immensely. Otherwise, the Lu family would not have risen to prominence solely due to their association with him. Your Majesty, if you wish to spare the Crown Prince's life, then you must swear an oath by the Heavenly Path blood oath, ensuring that no harm comes to my Nalan family, and that the royal power is not used to incite other families against us. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to crush the Crown Prince. He urged, his tone pressing. Make your decision swiftly, Your Majesty. I trust you do not wish to see the Crown Prince perish here. Given the stakes surrounding Lin Chen, he was convinced that Lin Chen would relent, as it was common knowledge that Lin Chen was grooming Lin Chen to be the next Holy Emperor, with the binding nature of the Heavenly Path blood oath. Should Lin Chen dare to violate it, he would face a regression of his cultivation, and the national fortune of the Dayu kingdom would collapse, leading to the downfall of the Lin royal family. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran observed Lin Chen, now held captive by Nalan Ao, her expression betraying little concern. With her discernment, she understood just how ludicrous it was for Nalan Ao, a king realm practitioner, to threaten a peak sovereign realm expert like Lin Chen. Frankly, it was a blatant invitation to death. At the same time, Lin Chen felt the surge of spiritual power within him, preparing to act decisively against Nalan Ao. It was not that he feared for Lin Chen's life in his presence. Rather, he was confident in his ability to subdue Nalan Ao before he could act. Yet, at that moment, a voice, tinged with playful mockery, shattered the tense atmosphere. Hey, old man, tying me up like a dumpling in front of my fiancée. Where do you expect me to save face? Chapter 9, Additional Rewards. The sudden emergence of this voice left everyone present momentarily stunned. The atmosphere had become so thick with tension that it felt almost suffocating, rendering the situation exceedingly grave. However, Lin Chen, the protagonist, appeared to be devoid of the panic that everyone else had anticipated. Among them, Nalan Yanran watched Lin Chen with keen interest, eager to discern what audacity allowed him to remain unperturbed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen gradually suppressed the spiritual energy within himself, his gaze flickering as he regarded his son. Old man, are you referring to me? Lin Chen's flippant yet mocking words incited dissatisfaction within Nalan Ao, his voice laced with anger. Your Highness, you do not yet comprehend your current predicament, do you? You are in my grasp, and your life or death rests solely on my whim. If your father does not acquiesce to my demands, your demise is inevitable today. I truly wonder how you can maintain such optimism at this juncture. Have you been foolishly played by Lu Ruyan these past few years? A sycophant. Nalan Ao's eyes glinted with derision as he chuckled. With both father and son intent on his demise, there was no need for him to continue feigning the respectful demeanor of old. As long as Lin Chen swore a blood oath to the Heavenly Path, the royal family could do nothing to him. Even if he were to insult Lin Chen, they would have to endure it. Your tongue is truly foul. It seems you no longer wish to keep it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned icy. Although he was not the original host, he currently bore the identity of one. And the years spent fawning over Lu Ruyan were undoubtedly a dark chapter in his history that he preferred not to revisit. Oh, are you angry? Unfortunately, you are powerless to act. If your father does not comply with my request, I would not hesitate to perish alongside you. My worthless life traded for the life of a dignified prince is a bargain. Nalan Ao laughed mockingly. Lin Chen replied, Are you so certain that we cannot do anything to you? Of course, unless the Holy Emperor forsakes you, Nalan Ao retorted with confidence. However, before he could finish his sentence, the spiritual energy ropes binding Lin Chen suddenly snapped with a resounding crack. In that instant, Nalan Ao's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. He was a peak-level expert in the King realm. Even those of the same rank would find it challenging to break free from his restraints, let alone Lin Chen, who was merely at the transcendent stage. In a flash of lightning, Lin Chen conjured a sword of spiritual energy in his hand and thrust it directly into Nalan Ao's mouth, piercing through the back of his skull. Then, with a swift motion, Lin Chen twisted the sword, causing Nalin Ao's head to explode. Crimson matter splattered, falling onto the ground outside the Grand Hall. With a thud, a headless corpse slowly collapsed. Nalin Ao was dead. Lin Chen's actions were remarkably swift, completing a series of movements in the blink of an eye. As Nalin Ao's body fell, everyone stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. At that moment, the scene was utterly silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. The elders of the Nalin family regarded Lin Chen with terror in their eyes, as if they were gazing upon a monster, their bodies trembling in fear. After all, Nalin Ao was a pinnacle master in the King realm, the strongest among the Nalin family. Had Nalin Ao been slain by Lin Chen, it would have been deemed entirely reasonable. After all, Lin Chen is a veritable sovereign-level powerhouse, the foremost figure of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. Yet what of Lin Chen? Ultimately, he is merely a junior. Despite his remarkable talents, it is implausible for one of his age to possess the combat prowess of a sovereign, let alone to achieve a swift kill. Spare me, your majesty. Have mercy, your highness. All of this was orchestrated by Nalin Ao, the head of the Nalin clan, whose commands we dared not defy. Witnessing Nalin Ao's tragic demise, the elders of the Nalin family were utterly terrified, kneeling one after another in abject fear. Since this betrothal gift was personally chosen by my fiancée, it could not possibly be reduced to a mere half. With a swift motion, a shadow of a sword sliced through the air, and heads began to soar. Aside from Lin Chen and his son, as well as Nalin Yanran and her mother, every member of the Nalin family, including Nalin Ao and the esteemed elders, met their end. How do you find this betrothal gift? Are you satisfied? After executing this grim task, Lin Chen sheathed his sword and dusted off his hands, turning to inquire of Nalin Yanran. Upon hearing his words, she replied, "It's acceptable." Her beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual light, her mind clearly distracted, as she was visibly astounded by Lin Chen's display. The events of the day were simply beyond comprehension. Unbeknownst to her, a tempest had already surged within her heart. The shock she felt far surpassed that of anyone else, including Lin Chen, her father. In that instant, her breath quickened. What on earth was transpiring? Nalin Yanran's chest heaved violently as she glanced at Lin Chen and then at the lifeless body of Nalin Ao sprawled upon the ground. Had they not come today to annul the engagement? How had this transformed into a proposal? Why had everything changed? Why did this diverge so starkly from her previous life's experiences? Could it be an illusion conjured in her final moments? Yet, the memories within me, including the awakening method of my constitution, undeniably exist. Why then does the unfolding of events differ? At this moment, Nalin Yanran was profoundly shaken, her mind reeling in astonishment. According to her memories from her previous life, Lin Chen and his father had come to terminate the engagement. Yet now, not only had they failed to do so, but they were also proposing marriage, intending to wed within 10 days. This was in stark opposition to the narrative of her former life. Even though she had been granted a second chance at life, she still found it difficult to believe. Could it be the butterfly effect? Perhaps my rebirth has altered the course of predetermined events, ushering in an entirely new existence? As this thought crossed her mind, Nalin Yanran's delicate form trembled. If so, then neither she nor her mother would need to flee in disgrace, nor would they be cast out from the Nalin family. And it seemed that Lin Chen would no longer be entangled with Lu Ruyan. Could it be that the one to marry Lin Chen is I? In that moment, Nalin Yanran's perception of Lin Chen underwent a subtle transformation. No one knew that within this brief span of time, Nalin Yanran had engaged in countless speculations. In the eyes of Lin Chen and the others, Nalin Yanran appeared to be startled by the recent events. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Host has completed the proposal task. Reward, 100-fold enhancement of the national fortune of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. Ding. Detection of Nalin Yanran's affection towards the host has increased. Current affection level, 20. Additional reward, a sovereign realm puppet. At that moment, the system's voice echoed through Lin Chen's consciousness. The instant the system concluded its announcement, it seemed as though a cataclysmic transformation had swept across the entire Dayu Empire, resulting in a dramatic surge of national fortune. Only Lin Chen and Lin Chen could perceive this change. As the holy emperor of the Yu Sacred Dynasty, Lin Chen was intrinsically linked to the national fortune, rendering his perception the most acute. Chapter 10. My son possesses the qualities of a great emperor. How is this possible? Upon sensing the sudden escalation of the Dayu national fortune, Lin Chen was taken aback, his mind shaken, and his face trembling uncontrollably. National fortune is the very foundation of a nation, and its enhancement typically follows two pathways. The first is a gradual strengthening over time, a slow evolution rather than an instantaneous transformation. The second depends on the will of the people. If the citizens of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty recognize the royal family as their faith, the national fortune can likewise be elevated. However, neither of these methods could feasibly yield a multiplicative increase in a short span, certainly not by several, dozens, or even hundreds of times. Unless, of course, there existed another possibility, that the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty had vanquished a tyrannical regime, liberating the oppressed populace of another dynasty and winning their willing allegiance. Such an occurrence would indeed allow for a remarkable enhancement of the Great Yu's national fortune within a brief period. Yet, this scenario seemed implausible at present. Thus, what could be the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon? It is crucial to understand that national fortune not only bolsters the combat prowess of the reigning Holy Emperor, but also subtly enhances the innate talents of those within the royal lineage. Moreover, Lin Chen had long been stagnant at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm without any signs of impending breakthrough. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if the shackles that had long confined him within had been shattered, a torrent of energy surging forth. His comprehension of the cosmos became clearer, and he sensed an impending breakthrough. Contemplating this, excitement flickered across Lin Cen's countenance. Based on his instincts, he was certain he would transcend the sovereign realm and achieve the status of a venerable within half a month. Suddenly, Lin Chen turned to Lin Chen, his golden eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Could this be related to Chen? He murmured. Ever since Lin Chen had changed his mind, a series of astonishing events had unfolded. Not only had he abandoned his previous obsequiousness towards Lu Ruyan, but Lin Chen also sensed the aura of a sovereign emanating from Lin Chen. Initially, he had thought it merely a figment of his imagination. Yet with the corpses of Lin and his companions before him, it was evident that Lin Chen possessed at least the combat strength of a sovereign. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to dispatch Lin so effortlessly. It seems this young lad harbors many secrets. Lin Chen did not inquire further. Each individual harbors their own secrets. Perhaps Lin Chen possesses an opportunity beyond imagination. Regardless, this bodes well for Lin Chen. Meanwhile, upon receiving a notification from the system, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The affinity level is exceedingly low, isn't it? It seems that, influenced by memories of his previous life, Lin Chen still harbors many reservations towards him. However, it matters not. Since a promising beginning has been established, the path ahead should be smoother. System, summon the Emperor-level puppet. Lin Chen significant enhancement has granted a reward of an Emperor-level puppet. Truly a remarkable gain. The Emperor level represents the pinnacle of strength within the Great Yu Holy Dynasty, allowing one to navigate the realm with ease. Received. Summoning puppet now. As the words fell, a flash of white light appeared before Lin Chen, and an elderly man clad in a gray robe materialized before them. Simultaneously, this individual's identity information synchronized with Lin Chen's system panel. Character, Shadow 1. Cultivation, Peak Emperor Realm. Technique, Shadow Kill Technique. Martial skills, Shadow Killing Palm, Shadow Killing Fist, Shadow Killing Art. Character summary. One of the assassins from the Shadow World. Old servant. I pay my respects to my master. Upon his arrival, the man immediately recognized that Lin Chen had summoned him and promptly knelt. Rise. Lin Chen commanded. From this day forth, you shall remain by her side, safeguarding her at all times, obeying her commands, and aiding her in managing the Lin family. He gestured for Shadow 1 to stand and pointed towards Lin Chen. As you command. Shadow 1 rose, his expression imbued with respect. With Lin deceased, the Lin family was left without a leader. Thus, someone must take the reins. And that person is undoubtedly Lin Chen. With Shadow 1's support, any attempts at rebellion by others would be futile. Whether they live or die is entirely at Lin Chen's discretion, for she is the daughter of the former patriarch of the Lin family, the true young lady of the Lin clan. In 10 days, I shall marry you, Lin Chen remarked with a light chuckle as he gazed at Lin Chen, departing alongside Lin Chen under their astonished gazes. High in the skies, Lin Chen and Lin Chen soared together, with Lin Chen occasionally glancing at Lin Chen, hesitating to speak. He had initially believed that Lin Chen's displayed prowess was astonishing enough. Little did he know that he also possessed an elderly servant by his side. Moreover, based on his perception, the strength of that elder seemed to rival his own, indicating that the old man was likewise a formidable figure at the peak emperor realm. Contemplating this, Lin Chen drew a sharp breath. Previously, within the entirety of the Diyu Holy Dynasty, he was the sole figure at the peak emperor realm. Even the sect leader of Taishan, Li Changge, was merely at the 5th layer of the emperor realm, and Lin Chen surpassed him by 4 minor realms, rightfully earning the title of the foremost individual in the Diyu Holy Dynasty. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed something unusual about Lin Chen and could not help but chuckle softly. Father, I am aware that you harbor many doubts, but I can only say that I have encountered a new opportunity. What you see now may merely be the tip of the iceberg. The one constant is that I remain the crown prince of Diyu, and I shall ensure that the Liu family, who have drained our royal blood over the years, will repay their debts in full. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen heart, weighed down by worry, finally found solace. As long as his son did not act subserviently, everything would be manageable, even if it meant relinquishing the position of the Holy Emperor. With his cultivation at the sovereign realm, Lin Chen had already qualified to inherit the title of Holy Emperor. Good, good, good. I believe in you, my son, Lin Chen exclaimed thrice, his eyes brimming with pride. At merely 20 years old, Lin Chen had reached the sovereign realm. What heights might he achieve in the future? A venerable? A saint? Or perhaps the fabled emperor realm? Such extraordinary talent could potentially rival the top disciples of the elite sects beyond the Diyu Holy Dynasty. Perhaps Lin Chen would elevate the Diyu Holy Dynasty to unprecedented heights, establishing it as the most transcendent force in the entire immortal realm. In that moment, Lin Chen face flushed with excitement as he fervently declared within himself, "My son possesses the bearing of an emperor." Chapter 11. The Thrumming Imperial City. In the resplendent palace of Diyu Imperial City, the current Holy Emperor Lin Chen sat upon the golden throne, with Lin Chen standing beside him. Across from them sat a dignified and elegant woman clad in a pale yellow gown, her eyes sparkling with evident joy. She was Lin Chen's mother, the Holy Empress, Yuanyao. Below them knelt over 100 individuals, their foreheads pressed to the ground, quietly listening to Lin Chen directives. "Did you all remember what I just said?" Lin Chen inquired solemnly. The individuals below, all of notable status, had been mobilized to prepare for Lin Chen's wedding in 10 days. After all, this was the wedding of the crown prince and his princess consort. Such an occasion could not be treated lightly. "Your Majesty, we shall heed your command and ensure everything is in order for the wedding," welcoming the princess consort with great splendor. The leader of the group replied. "Excellent. You may withdraw," Lin Chen responded with satisfaction, nodding. After speaking, he took Yuanyao's hand, and the two vanished from the grand hall. "We bid farewell to your Majesty." Once the aura of Lin Chen had completely dissipated, the courtiers slowly rose and exited the hall one by one, until only Lin Chen remained within. He gazed toward the outside of the hall, taking a deep breath. With the wedding arrangements in place by his father, it was time to deal with the loathsome flies before the nuptials. That wretched Liu Ruyan deserved her fate. A vivid image of her floated in his mind, and a cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. Over the years, the original owner had fawned over Liu Ruyan, providing her with vast resources, enabling her to accomplish numerous feats through his power. Yet, despite this, he had never even touched Liu Ruyan's hand. Contemplating this, Lin Chen's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his surroundings enveloped in an astonishing chill. The following day, a piece of news shattered the tranquility of Diyu Imperial City. Within the span of a morning, Lin Chen's visit to the Nailin family had spread throughout the entire imperial city. Heavens! The crown prince has actually proposed to Nailin Yanran? Could this possibly be true? How could it not be? The news originated from the Nailin family. Who would dare to spread such rumors? Are they not afraid of losing their heads? Yet, wasn't the crown prince merely a sycophant to Liu Ruyan? He had even claimed he would marry no one but her in this lifetime. What an abrupt transformation. Indeed, we all knew how subservient the crown prince was before Liu Ruyan. He even dared to defy the emperor's commands. But if Liu Ruyan instructed him to go east, he would not dare venture west. Upon hearing this news, countless individuals were astonished, and the entire imperial city erupted into a fervor. Moreover, it is said that the current head of the Nailin family, Nailin Ao, and others have already been slain by the emperor. At this moment, someone in the crowd quietly spoke up. "Oh, what is the reason behind this?" Nalin Yinran marrying into the royal family would mean a closer bond between the two families. So why would the emperor execute Nalin Ao? Hearing what seemed to be some gossip, many paused their activities and leaned in to listen. Observing this, the speaker became even more self-satisfied, a triumphant smile gracing his face, as he held a captivating piece of news that easily piqued the curiosity of the crowd. I must emphasize that this is merely a rumor. Do not spread it outside. The wife of my uncle's servantess grandson, who works as a maid in the Nalin family, claimed she witnessed the bodies of Nalin Ao and the others with her own eyes. This must surely be true. Do you know why? As his words fell, many pressed closer, their ears perked up like those of a ravenous beast unable to partake in the feast. It is rumored that Nalin Ao treated Nalin Yinran and her mother with utmost cruelty, even treating them worse than the servants. What is more despicable is that Nalin Ao had set his sights on Nalin Yinran's mother. Just imagine, if Lin Chen were truly to marry Nalin Yinran, she would become the crown princess, and Su Wuyo would be the crown princess's mother. How could the emperor not be enraged by such treatment towards the crown princess and her mother? In my opinion, the emperor has been far too merciful. If I were him, I would annihilate his entire lineage. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in exclamations of disbelief, clearly shocked by the revelation. How utterly vile! Were it not for General Nalin's remarkable contributions, how could the Nalin family have enjoyed the protection of royalty? How could they have thrived so well? Not only did they mistreat General Nalin's wife and daughter, but they also sought to commit unspeakable acts. Truly, they deserve no pity. Indeed, their demise seems a mere trifle. They should be subjected to the 10 most brutal punishments of Daiyu. Many voiced their condemnation of Nalin Ao's actions. After all, Nalin Xiong is a hero of the entire Daiyu, and Nalin Ao's treatment of Nalin Yinran and her mother is exceedingly despicable. However, one must wonder, if Lu Ruyan were to learn of this matter, would she be driven to fury? What reason would she have to be angry? This wretched woman desires everything. Had it not been for her fortunate circumstance of catching the eye of His Highness the Crown Prince, I dare say she pales in comparison to my mistresses. How laughable it is that she continues to dangle before the Crown Prince, unaware that he has finally come to his senses. I am genuinely curious to witness the expression on Lu Ruyan's face upon learning this news. Ha ha ha. Many at this moment are reveling in her misfortune. They have long harbored disdain for the Lu family and Lu Ruyan, but have refrained from expressing it due to the formidable influence of Lin Chen, the Crown Prince. Moreover, the Lu family's reputation in recent years has been far from stellar, relying on Lin Chen's infatuation with Lu Ruyan to look down upon other families. Now, it seems the Lu family is destined for calamity. Meanwhile, in the most opulent section of the imperial city, where the most prestigious families of Daiyu reside, there stands an imposing estate that spans 100 miles. This remarkable residence is none other than the ancestral home of Lu Ruyan, the Lu family. Everyone envies the Lu family, yet simultaneously aspires to join their ranks. Originally, the Lu family was a minor clan with no standing to enter the imperial city. However, fate smiled upon them when the head of the family bore a remarkable daughter who captured the heart of the current crown prince. With the resources bestowed by Lin Chen, the Lu family has flourished, establishing themselves as one of the premier families in the imperial city. Indeed, with one person's ascent, the fortunes of the entire family have risen. Because of Lin Chen, many have begun to curry favor with the Lu family in hopes of becoming their allies. Should Lu Ruyan accept the crown prince's proposal, the Lu family could easily ascend to the most esteemed family beneath the imperial lineage. At that point, the indigenous elite families of the imperial city would have to step aside. Chapter 12. The Astonishment of the Chosen One. In the grandest courtyard of the Lu residence, an array of exotic flowers and plants flourish vibrantly. A small pond within the courtyard hosts several colorful fish, gracefully swaying their tails as they swim joyfully. Adjacent to the fish pond is a room adorned in shades of pink. Inside, a beautiful young woman clad in a pink gown sits before a bronze mirror, delicately inserting a glass hairpin into her coiffure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Only 2 days remain. Lin Chen, the sycophant, must surely be preparing to head to the Taishan sect by now. Once I extract the supreme bone from his body and implant it into my destined brother, he will undoubtedly soar to great heights, gaining the recognition of the main sect. We are the destined pair, Lin Chen? Huh. You merely had the fortune of a good birth and the luck of awakening the supreme bone. The young woman sneers, her face displaying boundless scorn. This individual is none other than the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ruyan. What if you, Lin Chen, are the crown prince of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty? Once we are favored by the main sect, our futures will extend far beyond the confines of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. You, Lin Chen, are ultimately just a stepping stone for us. Upon this thought, a triumphant expression involuntarily graced the immaculate, fair visage of Lu Ruyan. After all, it was not she who sought Lin Chen's obsequious affection. Everything transpired at Lin Chen's own volition. She had never professed her fondness for him. Conversely, her heart belonged to Li Tianming, the young master of the Taishan sect. Despite his inability to cultivate, what of it? His father was the sect's leader, and even if he were to remain a mere mortal, he would still enjoy the privileges befitting his status. More importantly, once Lin Chen's supreme bone was extracted and bestowed upon Li Tianming, the latter would ascend from a pariah to a paragon of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. At that moment, the image of a youthful figure emerged in Lu Ruyan's mind, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Brother Tianming is the embodiment of my ideal partner. When I first arrived at the Taishan sect, those individuals looked down upon my origins, yet it was Brother Tianming who came to my aid. Although he occasionally scolds me and sulks, he makes me sweeten water on days when I feel unwell. For this alone, I have resolved to marry no one but him. Furthermore, Brother Tianming is a gentleman. Though he may sometimes indulge in playful advances, he has never crossed the final threshold. As she spoke, a sweet smile illuminated Lu Ruyan's face, akin to that of young lovers lost in affection. In contrast, Lin Chen, the Prince of Great Yu, possessed exceptional talent, formidable strength, noble status, and handsome features, surpassing even Brother Tianming. He catered to her every whim, showering her with abundant resources to aid her in awakening her celestial phoenix body. But what did it matter? A sycophant is merely a sycophant, forever seeking, demanding, and extracting without end, only to be discarded when deemed useless. Were it not for her current need to compel him to relinquish his supreme bone, she would scarcely consider transmitting a message to him, much less meet him. The mere thought of his obsequious demeanor filled her with revulsion. By the end of her musings, disdain was evident in Lu Ruyan's eyes, her features contorting as if to retch. With that, she procured a communication stone from her possession, intending to hasten her summons for Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a maid rushed into the chamber, kneeling in a state of panic. "Miss, grave news." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly, her voice laced with frost. "What is it?" The maid lifted her gaze, her countenance pale, trembling as she spoke. "His Highness the Prince. He and the Holy Emperor went to the Nailin family yesterday and slaughtered Nailin Ao along with the family's elite." Before the maid could finish her sentence, Lu Ruyan interrupted, a satisfied smile blooming upon her face. She recalled the task she had assigned to Lin Chen, to personally confront the Nailin family, rescind the engagement, and publicly humiliate Nailin Yanran, turning her and her family into a laughingstock throughout Great Yu. She had orchestrated this solely because Nailin Yanran's exquisite beauty overshadowed her own by leaps and bounds. Although Nailin Yanran was a mere mortal unable to cultivate, her prior betrothal to Lin Chen loomed large. If these two were to unite, it is unreservedly clear that they would undoubtedly resemble celestial lovers far more than she and Li Tianming ever could. Although she is reluctant to marry Lin Chen, she will never permit her devoted admirer to wed a woman even more beautiful than herself without her consent, even if a betrothal exists between them. She is determined to ruin Nailin Yanran. Is this not a fortunate turn of events? It seems that Lin Chen, that devoted admirer, must have gone to annul the engagement. He has always fulfilled my words without fail. Yet, I never anticipated his ruthless nature, going so far as to eliminate members of the Nailin family. It is a pity, however, that once I have used him to my advantage this time, he will likely serve little purpose thereafter. At that point, I shall let him find a place to end his own life. A worthless being devoid of utility has no reason to continue living. Nonetheless, his demise must not implicate me, lest that old wretch, the Holy Emperor, seeks to trouble me. Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of ferocity evident in her eyes. But that is not the case, young lady. Although His Highness the Crown Prince has indeed slain Nailin Ao, it was due to Nailin Ao's intentions towards Nailin Yanran and her mother, which incited the wrath of the Holy Emperor and the Crown Prince, leading to their execution. Furthermore, their journey was not to annul the engagement, but to propose. The wedding is set for 10 days hence, and this news has already spread throughout the entire imperial city. It will not be long before the entire Yu dynasty is aware. The maid's face reflected bitterness and urgency. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's expression shifted dramatically, and she sprang from her chair, her eyes filled with shock and fury. Are you lying? You are my personal maid. How could you deceive me? Who is Lin Chen? He is merely my devoted admirer, willing to go to great lengths, even nearly severing ties with the current holy emperor, to be with me. How dare he defy my orders? Without my permission, how could he even think of proposing to the Lin family, let alone planning a wedding in 10 days? Have you perhaps received erroneous information? You must understand the consequences of deceiving me. Chapter 13. Forcefully storming the imperial palace. Impossible, Lu Rian screamed, slapping the maid's face with a swift motion, her fury igniting. The suddenness of the strike startled the maid, who had never witnessed Lu Rian in such a state. Overwhelmed by the fiery pain on her face, she hurriedly knelt, trembling all over. Young lady, how could Xiao Rou dare to deceive you in such matters? This news has likely spread throughout the imperial city by now, and the royal family has already begun to take action, issuing invitations. His Highness the Crown Prince truly intends to marry the eldest daughter of the Lin family. As the words fell, Lu Rian's expression contorted with rage, resembling an enraged tiger. Her silver teeth clenched, fists tightly balled. Damned. Damned. How dare that devoted admirer Lin Chen defy my orders? Without my consent. How could he approach the Lin family to propose, even considering marrying Lin Yanran? Is he not afraid of inciting my wrath? Although it is utterly impossible for me to marry him, as I am destined to wed my fated brother, what does it matter? As my devoted admirer, he ought to obey my every command unconditionally. How infuriating! With each furious outburst, even the makeup I had meticulously applied began to smudge, transforming my once beautiful visage into that of a vengeful spirit, difficult to behold. In Lu Rian's eyes, since Lin Chen chose to be my loyal servant, he must adhere to my will without question and cannot defy my desires. It is not merely the tasks I assign him. Even his very life should belong to me. Despite having accepted all of Lin Chen's kindness without a hint of rejection, and despite the fact that I shall never marry him, nor have I even allowed him to touch my hand, what does that signify? A devoted admirer must possess the awareness befitting their role. Even if I, Lu Rian, wished for Lin Chen's demise, he must obediently acknowledge his own fate. The current situation has left me feeling as though I have lost control over Lin Chen. To put it harshly, I have lost a source of immense benefits and free labor. Can I not be enraged at having something that belongs to me taken away? Oh, Lin Chen, you have truly overstepped your bounds, daring to defy my wishes? I promised you that as long as you could excavate your supreme bone and present it to my fated brother, I would grant you the opportunity to become his sword servant. How dare you be so ungrateful? Just wait. I shall confront you thoroughly, allowing everyone to witness the fickleness of your heart. Shaking with anger, I felt my rage intensify at Lin Chen's actions. The so-called sword servant is a slave who carries, safeguards, and maintains their master's sword. I had thought that by offering Lin Chen such an opportunity, he would feel gratitude towards me. After all, this way, he could still behold me, and it wouldn't be a complete injustice to him. However, the more I pondered, the angrier I became, and I abruptly pushed open the door to the room, rushing out of the Lu residence. I must confront Lin Chen myself and demand an explanation. How dare he propose without my consent? How could he have the audacity to become betrothed to Lin Yanran? Yet, as I stepped beyond the threshold of the Lu residence, I was met with a throng of onlookers outside, their fingers pointing and whispering incessantly about me, igniting a fresh wave of fury within my heart. Get away! I bellowed at the crowd. Under normal circumstances, how would these individuals dare to look upon me in such a manner? How could they point fingers at me? Now, all of this is due to Lin Chen. I have resolved that even if Lin Chen begs for my forgiveness, he must kneel in the royal city for a month before I might reluctantly grant him my pardon. Why are you taking your anger out on us? It's not like we cast you aside. One of them retorted. We are certainly not your devoted admirers. What are you even worth? If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince, what would your Lu family amount to? And what are you, Lu Rian? Just a courtesan, selling your body without the art. Hearing the mockery in their voices, rather than feeling intimidated, they only intensified their sardonic taunts. Upon hearing those words, Lu Ruan was truly on the verge of an explosion. Though the statements made by these individuals were factual, it was her own charm that compelled Lin Chen to willingly act in such a manner. Lin Chen had remained silent, So on what grounds could these people speak of her in such a way? She had already committed to memory the identities of those who had spoken against her. And once she reprimanded Lin Chen, she would ensure that he annihilated the entire lineage of these individuals. Humph. With a cold snort, Lu Ruoyan hastened towards the palace. Before long, she arrived outside the prince's chambers. In her possession was the token given to her by Lin Chen, which granted her the freedom to roam within the palace. Standing before Lin Chen's palace, the suppressed anger within Lu Ruoyan could no longer be contained. She unleashed it all. Lin Chen, come out here. I know you're inside. Are you capable of opening the door? What sort of skill is it to hide away? How dare you show your face to me? In all my years, this is the first time Lu Ruoyan has been this enraged. Beneath her fair skin, one could faintly discern the throbbing of veins. It was evident that she was on the brink of an outburst, and as she spoke, she contemplated storming into the palace. However, before she could approach, the guard stationed there had already intercepted her. Miss Ruoyan, His Highness the Prince is resting. No one is permitted to disturb him. The guards obeyed the orders of the current prince, and despite Lu Rin being the object of his affections, they still barred her entry. Impudent! You mere lowly curs, mere hounds of the royal family, dare to obstruct me? Lu Ruoyan's ire flared. She retorted, You think the prince would not kneel to serve me? Do you believe I could not have Lin Chen sever your heads? Fueled by her simmering rage, she lashed out at the two guards, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. As a top-tier prodigy of the Taishan sect, possessing the awakened phoenix body, dealing with two guards was a trivial matter. However, the commotion soon attracted more guards, who were stronger in skill. In that moment, Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stood her ground, coldly gazing at the tightly shut door, her fury still ablaze. Lin Chen, you better come out and kneel before me to offer a proper explanation. I shall grant you this one opportunity, if you do not emerge now. From this day forth, no matter how you plead for my forgiveness, I shall never acquiesce. Though Lu Ruoyan felt a degree of trepidation towards these guards, she was not afraid. She was confident that once Lin Chen appeared, she could easily regain control over him, and as his master, what could these guards possibly do to her? Chapter 14, Playing Tricks. However, upon seeing the audacious Lu Ruoyan, the guards instinctively took a step back and did not advance. They merely observed from a distance. Had this woman lost her mind? How dare she create a scene in the royal palace? Was she mad, or were they simply foolish? After all, their prince had a fondness for her. Willingly, he became her devoted admirer, ever ready to heed her summons and fulfill her requests. The prince regarded Lu Ruoyan as more precious than his own life. He would not hesitate to storm the palace or even dismantle her chamber if she so desired. Yet, had he not gone to propose to the young lady of the Maiden family? Did this not imply that he had abandoned Lu Ruoyan? You cannot fathom the specifics of that moment. You are aware of the prince's madness over the years. His love for Lu Ruoyan runs deep, and it is entirely possible that the Holy Emperor compelled him to propose. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder why such a handsome and talented prince would be enamored with a girl from a humble background like Lu Ruoyan. With so many noble families in the imperial city, which one does not surpass the Lu family in prestige? Hush! Do not speak too loudly. If Lu Ruoyan sets her sights on you, it could spell disaster. After all, once she opens her mouth, the prince will undoubtedly comply. Although those nearby spoke in hushed tones, their discussions were clearly aimed at Lu Ruoyan. Naturally, they harbored discontent towards her demeanor, yet none dared to voice their grievances directly. Lu Ruoyan, though unaware of their precise words, could glean their sentiments from their expressions. She paid little heed to their chatter. In fact, witnessing their impotent fury only bolstered her own sense of triumph. Lin Chen, I care not whether your proposal to the Maiden family was your own desire or your father's command. Today, you must retract the engagement. I, Lu Ruoyan, shall ensure that all of Daiyu knows you are merely my devoted admirer. Her inner thoughts echoed with defiance. Observing the trepidation in their eyes, her confidence and pride surged anew. However, as time passed, the doors of the chamber remained ominously still. In a sudden surge of spiritual energy, Lu Ruoyan clenched her fists tightly, unleashing her fury upon the chamber door. Lin Chen, I shall grant you 10 more breaths. If you do not emerge, I will dismantle your chamber. At her audacious proclamation, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, stunned by such blatant insolence. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, knowing Lu Ruoyan's connection to the crown prince tempered their shock, and they dared not speak further. Meanwhile, within the chamber, Lin Chen, seated upon his bed, slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Logically, The national fortune of Diyu could only be harnessed by each generation's holy emperor. Yet, he discovered he too could wield it, likely due to the elevation of the national fortune through his own efforts. He sensed that under this auspice, the supreme bone within him was growing stronger. However, these matters paled in comparison to the most significant revelation. His Rui Jingu Bang was becoming increasingly formidable through the refinement of the national fortune. Its hardness now resembled that of an indomitable spear, and its size was visibly increasing. This was what truly captivated his attention. In merely 10 days, the grand wedding with the reincarnated empress shall take place, and I must ensure that this empress savors the occasion thoroughly, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Those of royal lineage place immense value on the legacy of their offspring, and naturally, he must practice in advance. Moreover, Nailin Yanran is not merely an empress in flesh. She embodies the very soul of one. To wed an empress while standing at the rank of a sovereign is a tale that none would dare to believe. At that moment, the commotion outside reached Lin Chen's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. Upon discerning the source of the voice, a cold smile crept across his lips, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Is that Lu Rian? How delightful! I have yet to seek you out, and you come here to stir trouble? Very well, today shall be the day I put an end to you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen surged forth from the palace, appearing at the entrance. To the eyes of onlookers, he was clad in resplendent robes, his eyes shimmering like stars, and his handsome visage rivaled that of divine beings. Indeed, he was the dream of every woman in the royal city and throughout the entire Great Yu. Furthermore, in terms of status and talent, he was unmatched. One could not fathom how Lin Chen would find interest in someone like Lu Rian. Truth be told, Lu Rian could only be deemed average. Perhaps love truly renders one blind, thus explaining Lin Chen's affections. As Lin Chen made his entrance, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, with nearly everyone instinctively closing their mouths. Lu Rian initially appeared taken aback, quickly regaining her composure, clearly believing that under her command, Lin Chen, the ever-loyal admirer, would not dare to remain absent. Indeed, with her presence, Lin Chen had complied and emerged, but the smirk on her lips soon transformed into a frown. Lin Chen, you have finally deigned to show yourself? I feared you were too ashamed to face me after your misdeeds. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen remained silent, while those surrounding them displayed expressions of dawning realization. It was evident. His Highness the Crown Prince was indeed succumbing to the whims of this wretched woman. Alas, in every regard, the Crown Prince excelled, yet he was blind to the truth. Most believed Lin Chen had come forth seeking Lu Rian's forgiveness. However, contrary to his usual obsequious demeanor, Lin Chen did not approach her with sycophantic eagerness. Instead, he directed a gaze so frigid it seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself upon Lu Rian. In that moment, Lin Chen exuded an aura of sharpness, akin to that of a harbinger of death emerging from the shadows. Though Lu Ruoyan was startled by Lin Chen at that moment, feeling as if her very soul trembled, rendering her as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. Stop your charade. Lin Chen, do not presume that your facade of aloofness will earn my forgiveness. Hurry and kneel before me, and provide a reasonable explanation. Lu Ruoyan, regaining her composure, scolded him in indignation. How could she have been frightened by Lin Chen? He must be reveling in his triumph at this very moment. This was a profound humiliation for her. Chapter 15, Mere Lowly Servant. Seething with anger, Lu Ruoyan clenched her teeth. Lin Chen, what kind of gaze is that? Come here at once and kneel before my exquisite feet, begging for forgiveness. I shall grant you 10 breaths, if you do not come forth to clarify. I shall ignore you henceforth. Humph. With that, Lu Ruoyan pouted, resembling a proud peacock, perhaps accustomed to Lin Chen being her devoted follower. Even in the presence of this somewhat intimidating Lin Chen, Lu Ruoyan remained unfazed. However, witnessing her arrogant demeanor, Lin Chen could not help but smirk coldly. It could only be said that the favored one remains audaciously fearless, were it not for the original host's profound subservience. How would Lu Ruoyan dare to brazenly invade the imperial city, publicly rubbing the crown prince's face into the ground? This scene elicited a wave of murmurs from the onlookers. Though the crown prince possessed remarkable talents, his discernment in matters of the heart paled in comparison to that of the holy emperor. Indeed, why would the crown prince degrade himself so? With his status, what was stopping him from forcibly claiming Lu Ruoyan? Must he persist in playing the pitiful sycophant? Crown prince, cast your gaze upon me. I do not aspire to be the crown princess. Merely being a concubine would suffice. If permitted, I would gladly endure a lifetime of luxury as retribution. Let us just say, Crown Prince, could you not be so rigid regarding gender roles? Us male compatriots, aside from bearing children, are no less capable than women. Begone, you perverse wretch. Alas, the Crown Prince had been blinded by love, unaware that were it not for his influence, who would fear Lu Ruoyan? How infuriating! What right did Lu Ruoyan have to speak to the Crown Prince in such a manner? Even the spectators felt indignation for Lin Chen, yet dared not voice their discontent. After all, should Lu Ruoyan utter a few soft words, the Crown Prince would undoubtedly be back to groveling at her feet. As the 10 breaths approached their conclusion, Lin Chen was about to take his leave when suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Detected the accountability of the destined daughter, triggering a special mission. Option 1. Immediately kneel and apologize, becoming the sycophant of the destined daughter Lu Ruoyan once more, rewarded with the Emperor's weapon. 3,000 green silks, which will seamlessly merge with the host's hair, forever transforming it into a verdant hue, and 100 million spirit stones. Option 2. Suppress Lu Ruoyan face to face, completely altering the host's image in the eyes of the public, annihilating the Lu family, and making them understand who the true master of the Yu Holy Dynasty is. The rewards of the Great Yu Dynasty have magnified 1,000-fold, granting a chance for resurrection applicable to anyone, provided their physical form remains intact. Upon encountering the options before him, Lin Chen instinctively knew which path to choose. The first option would merely condemn him to a lifetime of servitude. How could he possibly accept that? To continue as a sycophant, begging for forgiveness? Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Furthermore, the allure of the second option was undeniable. Not only would it enhance the fortunes of the Great Yu, but the subsequent opportunity for resurrection was nothing short of miraculous. It could extend the lives of those dear to him. Having made his decision, a subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he strode toward Lu Ruoyan. Observing Lin Chen's approach, Lu Ruoyan donned an expression of predictability, believing him to still be her loyal sycophant, surely coming to kneel and apologize. With this thought, a triumphant smile unconsciously crept upon her face as her gaze swept over the crowd, as if to boast, "What do you think of me now? The esteemed prince, whom you regard as untouchable, is nothing more than a dog in my presence." Just as she prepared to scold Lin Chen once more, an icy voice emanated from him. Devoid of any emotion, his demeanor elevated to one of superiority. "Have you finished speaking? It seems possessing 2 mouths allows for quite the loquacity. You dare to barge into the palace and scorn the prince, Lu Ruoyan? What punishment do you deserve?" As his words fell, an oppressive chill enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan felt as though she was not facing Lin Chen, but the entire royal family, confronting a being of supreme authority descended from the heavens. Her complexion drained of color as she staggered backward, a wave of panic surging within her heart. "Lin Chen, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" She stammered, doubting her own senses. How could this sycophant dare to address her thus? Did he truly fear her ire? Simultaneously, the astonishment was not limited to Lu Ruoyan. The onlookers were equally shocked. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances. "Am I dreaming? Someone slapped me. I must be imagining this." Slap. By the heavens. You actually struck me? Did you not urge me to do so? This tableau defied all expectations. Based on their past experiences, Lin Chen should have been kneeling before Lu Ruoyan in apology. What was transpiring? Why was he now rebuking her? How had this prince suddenly found his spine in her presence? In that moment, Lu Ruoyan found herself flustered and disoriented. "I merely sought an explanation from you." As she spoke, her tone softened, taking on an almost delicate quality. If the original master were here once more, he would undoubtedly kneel and fawn again. Alas, he is not the original master. He is the celestial demon from beyond. An explanation? Does His Highness need to provide you with one? Lin Chen scoffed, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing Lin Chen's demeanor, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of anger, believing that Lin Chen was merely preserving his pride before so many onlookers, thus behaving unusually. However, she cared little for Lin Chen's pride. She was acutely aware that if this continued, she would lose all face herself. Turning to Lin Chen, she spoke with indignation. "Lin Chen, do you dare to frighten me so? Do you truly think I wouldn't sever our ties? Besides, I clearly instructed you to annul the engagement with the Nailin family. On what grounds do you propose marriage? Did you consult me? Did you seek my consent?" before I even had the chance to speak. You took it upon yourself to make such decisions? You have grown quite audacious, haven't you? Have I given you the right to act so presumptuously? I command you to go to the Nalan family and annul the engagement immediately. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again. With that, Lu Rian crossed her arms defiantly, pouting her lips in a sulky manner. Her words sent shivers down the spines of those who overheard, prompting them to hastily cover their ears. How could she dare utter such rebellious words? To declare such things so brazenly before the crown prince in the imperial court was utterly audacious. Did she fear the repercussions that could befall her family? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nearly laughed in disbelief. Your mouth truly deserves to be silenced. As the illustrious crown prince of Daiyu, do I need to report my actions to you? A mere lowly servant dares to rampage in the palace and throw a tantrum before me? His voice was as cold as frost, sending chills through the crowd, especially Lu Ruyan, who felt a rush of panic within her. Chapter 16. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Is this truly the crown prince they once knew? Not only did Lin Chen reprimand Lu Ruyan, but he even dared to speak harshly in her presence. After the initial shock, Lu Ruyan was engulfed in flames of fury. Her fair face flushed crimson, and she cursed Lin Chen's ancestors in her heart. She had grown accustomed to Lin Chen's submissive demeanor, to his servile behavior towards her. How dare he treat her this way now? How dare he speak to her in such a manner? She was his superior. A mere sycophant had the audacity to chastise his mistress. How could Lin Chen presume to act so brazenly? It had only been a few days. Yet Lin Chen seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that the Holy Emperor had ensnared him with some enchantment? The thought sent Lu Ruyan into a frenzy. Her expression contorted, her fists clenched tightly. If the Holy Emperor of Daiyu had indeed intervened forcefully, she would have no recourse, as Lin Chen was the only one she could manipulate. Thus, unable to suppress her resentment, she retorted, Lin Chen, are you determined not to act according to my wishes? If you do not go to the Nalan family today to annul the engagement, I shall never speak to you again, nor will I ever see you. I have already promised you that as long as you relinquish your supreme bone to Brother Tianming, you will be granted the opportunity to become his sword servant. Is such a simple task beyond your capabilities? I shall not tolerate it. If you fail to accomplish these two matters, I, Lu Ruyan, shall sever all ties with you. After today, seeking my forgiveness will be utterly impossible. Each word dripped with menace. Those who heard Lu Ruyan's proclamation were left wide-eyed, their faces etched with trepidation. Had this audacious woman truly lost her senses? Did she dare to covet the supreme bone of His Highness the Crown Prince? Was she not afraid of the royal family's wrath? And what of Brother Tianming? Surely, he must be her paramour. How shameless. Oh, my Crown Prince, I beseech you to stand firm. Losing the supreme bone would indeed render you powerless. They were aware of Lu Ruyan's boldness, yet they were astounded by her audacity in plotting against the Crown Prince's supreme bone. They were equally curious as to whether this prince would willingly surrender such a priceless artifact. Should he capitulate now? It would surely lead to disillusionment among all the people of the Daiyu Sacred Dynasty. In contrast, Lu Ruyan's demeanor had considerably brightened. A smile graced her lips. She had discarded all pretenses, directly asserting her demands. Since Lin Chen had shown her no respect, she would reciprocate in kind. She intended to publicly demonstrate that even if she desired Lin Chen's supreme bone, he would have no choice but to offer it willingly. Furthermore, her fury today was palpable, and she was certain Lin Chen would perceive it. Typically, even her feigned anger would prompt him to abandon all else to placate her, offering resources and rare treasures to assuage her displeasure. But now, her wrath was genuine, and she could not believe he would remain indifferent. Oh, are you finished? Lin Chen's lips curled into a derisive smile. It seemed Lu Ruyan had entirely misconstrued their positions. One might mistake her for the princess of Daiyu. Do you have nothing more to say? Lin Chen inquired coolly. If she remained silent now, she might not have the chance to speak later. However, to Lu Ruyan, this appeared as a concession from Lin Chen, prompting her to puff out her chest, causing her ample bosom to bounce enticingly. Truth be told, Lu Ruyan's appearance could only be considered above average, yet certain attributes had developed quite well. Perhaps this was what people referred to as beauty without brains. Humph, I thought you would maintain your composure for longer. A few threats have already sent you back to your true self. Lu Ruyan reveled in her triumph, then spoke. Do not think that your plea for forgiveness will lead me to overlook this matter easily. Besides dissolving your engagement with the Nalan family, you must immediately return with me to the Taishan sect to surrender your supreme bone to Brother Tianming. Furthermore, you must inform the Holy Emperor of your renunciation of the Crown Prince title, pledging to serve as a lifelong servant to both myself and Brother Tianming." As her words hung in the air, a wave of incredulity swept through the crowd. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply, unable to believe their ears. Was the world mad? Or had Lu Ruoyan truly lost her mind? How could such words even be uttered? Is this not shamelessness beyond measure? This is an affront to the entire royal family. Is that all? Lin Chen replied with indifference, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruoyan felt immense joy, her greed intensifying. Having lost considerable face and endured great anger, she was determined to seize a substantial gain. Otherwise, how could she justify her personal visit to the imperial palace? "I am truly dissatisfied with your attitude today. If you wish to regain your position as my loyal admirer, you must fulfill all the conditions I present before I even consider granting you an opportunity. Allow me entry into your royal heritage to receive the legacy. Surrender 2/5 of your royal resources. Allocate 1/10 of Daiyu's territory to our Lu family, and have your father confer the title of prince upon my father, ensuring he enjoys all the privileges of a prince." As each demand was uttered, the onlookers were rendered speechless. The royal legacy? That is something outsiders can never hope to access. Each condition was steeped in Lu Ruoyan's avarice and ambition. This individual showed no restraint, boldly making outrageous demands. Does she truly believe the royal family is mere clay to be molded? Perhaps not, but the prince before them certainly seemed to fit that description. I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity. It is utterly detestable that Lu Ruoyan, undeserving as she is, seeks the prince's affection while attempting to usurp royal resources. At that moment, every observer felt a profound sorrow, their hearts aching for Lin Chen, sharing in his anger and sense of injustice. From Lu Ruoyan's demeanor, it appeared that no matter how much Lin Chen did for her, it was taken as a matter of course. She would not appreciate it at all. Otherwise, Lin Chen would not have remained her devoted admirer for so long. "Is that all?" Lin Chen inquired. "Let us leave it at that for now. When you have made your decision, return with me to Taishan's sect. I suspect Tianming has been eagerly awaiting, and I have a surprise in store for him. As for the territorial concessions, let your father arrange them. I trust he possesses the capability to manage it." As soon as the words left his lips, everyone felt a thunderous ringing in their minds, realizing that Lu Ruoyan was not only exploiting Lin Chen, but now also attempting to command the Holy Emperor. This world had indeed transformed into an unfamiliar realm. "Excellent, excellent." Lin Chen laughed, a hearty and boisterous laughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan believed he had acquiesced to her demands. However, unexpectedly, a sharp and resounding slap echoed through the air. The sound was so loud that every person present could hear it distinctly. The force of the strike unleashed a gust of wind, causing the air to crackle with energy. Faced with this sudden turn of events, nearly all the spectators recoiled in shock. In stark contrast, Lu Ruoyan soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, blood spraying from her mouth, with a few teeth visibly flying out. With a heavy thud, Lu Ruoyan crashed to the ground. "Ah, Lin Chen, how dare you strike me?" In the present moment, Lu Ruoyan appeared exceedingly disheveled, with one side of her face swollen and a distinct handprint visible upon her cheek. She seemed somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Lin Chen. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure stood before her, his gaze icy as it bore down on Lu Ruoyan. "Forgiveness? You, a mere wretch from a small clan, believe I need your pardon? What do you consider yourself to be? Do you truly think that because I've merely stripped away a layer from your Lu family, you can rise and assume the role of master?" Lin Chen mocked disdainfully. "What do you intend to do? Are you aware of your actions?" Lu Ruoyan stammered, struggling to rise, attempting to confront Lin Chen. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated through the air once more. This time, Lu Ruoyan did not soar into the air, but instead skidded along the ground for several dozen meters. A spurt of blood escaped her lips, and both sides of her face bore matching handprints, appearing remarkably symmetrical. "Have you taken a moment to reflect upon your own worth? You wish to annul our engagement? To inherit my legacy? To claim land for your Lu family, and covet my supreme essence? Do you believe you are deserving? Do your Lu family possess such merit?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes brimming with derision. If the previous slap had left the onlookers in disbelief, this latest blow served to jolt them back to reality. Before the Grand Prince's palace, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, with Lin Chen's every word reverberating like thunder. No one dared to breathe. All were ensnared in a profound astonishment. Lu Rian felt as if her mind was a cacophony of chaos. Her ability to speak seemed to vanish. Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? Do you realize whom you are striking? She howled, her features contorted in anguish. The humiliation of being struck twice in front of such a crowd gnawed at her sanity, threatening to render her a laughingstock throughout the entirety of Dayu, a mere subject of gossip at every table. What has transpired today? Lin Chen would scarcely dare to address me harshly under normal circumstances. Yet today he has resorted to violence. The absurdity of the situation overwhelmed her. I strike a lowly person, and you question whom I strike? Lin Chen retorted emphatically, delivering a series of 5 thunderous slaps that landed squarely upon Lu Rian's cheeks. The impact left her feeling as though her head would explode, her visage cracking under the strain. Her meticulously applied makeup had long since been obliterated, her face so swollen it was unrecognizable, and her once neat hair lay disheveled, making her appear as a madwoman. Despite her attempts to rise, Lin Chen had already planted his foot upon her delicately soft skin, rendering her struggles utterly futile. What is happening? This cannot be real. Lin Chen, the sycophant, would never treat me in such a manner. Could it be that the current Lin Chen is merely an impersonator sent by the Holy Emperor? Panic surged through Lu Rian as terror flickered in her eyes. She was seized by a startling thought. Perhaps the Holy Emperor had dispatched someone to masquerade as Lin Chen to sever their connection. Just as she prepared to voice her query, another resounding slap met her cheek. Lin Chen coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of inheriting the legacy of my royal lineage? Do you fancy yourself a noble? No, this is Lin Chen." The already swollen visage of Lu Rian resembled that of a pig, and she nearly fainted from the force of a single slap. Huh, speak. Lu Rian, why do you remain silent? Is it due to a natural aversion to conversation? Smack. You dare to demand 2/5 of my royal resources? What audacity do you possess? Are you truly that shameless? Smack. You expect my royal family to cede land to the Lu clan? What gives you that right? Smack. You wish for your foolish father to be granted the title of prince? Does he deserve it? Or is it merely your own arrogance? Smack. You want me to surrender my supreme bone? Is it merely because you possess a tongue? Do you believe you can truly consume my supreme bone? Who is the fool here, you or I? In that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, staring in disbelief as Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of slaps. Eventually, Lu Rian could no longer hold her composure and burst into tears. Yet even her cries were pitifully soft, her once proud visage now reduced to a state of near ruin. Furthermore, her aura had become despondent. This time, even without stepping on her, Lin Chen found it arduous for her to rise. Excellent. Splendid. The crown prince has finally taken a stand. Indeed, it was about time. Allowing Lu Rian, this wretched woman, to be so arrogant for so long was utterly unjust. Did she truly believe her rise to power was solely due to her own merits? Were it not for the crown prince's support, she would likely be sold off by her father to some old man in exchange for spirit stones. The crown prince is simply too handsome. I want to bear your children. The moment Lin Chen ceased her assault, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved, her gaze still fixed upon Lu Rian. Then, she placed her foot squarely on Lu Rian's soft, pale chest, and in an instant, it sank beneath her weight. The pain caused Lu Rian to grimace. Lu Rian hastily grasped Lin Chen's foot, pressing down on her chest with both hands. Yet, how could her feeble strength possibly affect Lin Chen? Looking down, Lu Rian could clearly see that one of her soft, pale breasts had completely caved in. In that moment, her mental state shattered. She could not accept this reality. She had yet to marry her destined brother. Would he still love her with one breast diminished? At that moment, hatred filled Lu Rian's gaze as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had destroyed her. Wretched woman, fool, scoundrel, imbecile. In the past, not only would Lin Chen never have uttered such words, she wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts. Yet now, they flowed freely from her lips. Is this truly the Lin Chen she once knew? The one who would unconditionally serve her? The contrast was maddening, and Lu Rian's hatred erupted without hesitation. How dare you? Why does Lin Chen dare to treat me this way? The disparity is too immense for her to accept, and she refuses to come to terms with it. Chapter 18. Breaking your soft white jade, shattering your dantian. However, as the fight progressed, Lin Chen discovered that the injuries within Lu Rian's body were surprisingly beginning to mend. How intriguing. Is it the heavenly phoenix physique? The phoenix undergoes a rebirth through fire. Unfortunately, Lin Chen would not grant her that opportunity. At present, under the self-repair of the heavenly phoenix physique, Lu Ruoyan's swelling was evidently subsiding. Coupled with her pitiful appearance, she indeed appeared somewhat heart-wrenching. Yet Lin Chen was not the original master. Lin Chen, you humiliate me so, and you shall not escape the consequences. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was clearly on the brink of furious collapse, her crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Now that she had awakened the heavenly phoenix physique, she was likely to gain the attention of the main sect and would surely soar to great heights. Her future could not be confined to DU. The only reason she was still entangled with Lin Chen was to assist her fated brother in acquiring the supreme bone, allowing them to soar together. Regret. Regret my foot. Smack. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan was sent flying once again by a slap, blood spurting from her mouth. The cheek that had just begun to heal swelled once more. A searing pain radiated from her face, causing tears to glimmer in her eyes. What gives you the right to make me regret? Lin Chen sneered, advancing upon Lu Ruoyan like a harbinger of death. It was then that Lu Ruoyan noticed the murderous intent flickering in Lin Chen's gaze. In that moment, her heart raced, her blood felt as though it had frozen, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She finally realized that Lin Chen had truly changed. If this continued, he might very well kill her. Filled with dread, Lu Ruoyan understood she could not show fear. She had to feign calmness. Lin Chen, since you are so heartless, from this day forth, let us sever all ties. Everything that has transpired between us shall be wiped clean, and neither of us owes the other anything. Lu Ruoyan had resigned herself to her fate. Though she did not comprehend the changes that had occurred within Lin Chen, it was clear that persuading him to relinquish the supreme bone was an impossibility. Very well. She would rise in the future and assist her destined brother in seeking other opportunities. Having said this, Lu Ruoyan attempted to turn and leave. She had already endured enough humiliation for one day and wished to linger no longer. However, just as she turned, having taken only a few steps, Lin Chen's chilling voice pierced the air. Stop. When did this prince grant you permission to leave? Turning back, Lu Ruoyan met Lin Chen's icy, piercing gaze, as if she were a mere specter. In that instant, she felt her breath nearly cease. Lin Chen, we have already settled our accounts. What more do you desire? Lu Ruoyan stammered. Smack. Without a word, Lin Chen unleashed another slap, and in an instant, a tempest roared. Lu Ruoyan intended to speak, but was abruptly sent sprawling to the ground. The pain radiating from her face and body served as a stark reminder that this was no mere dream, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. A clean slate? Who owes whom? How could the princely heir, having cast aside so much over the years, be dismissed by a mere utterance from you? Regret? Regret for your father's ghostly head. What is your status? And what is the status of the princely heir? When did it become your place to instruct the heir in his duties? Do you truly consider yourself significant? The Lu family is but a lowly clan of Dayu, lacking even the right to enter the imperial city. Do you comprehend? With a mere thought, I could determine the fate of your entire Lu household. A chilling smile crept across Lin Chen's lips, his gaze as forbidding as death itself. His words struck terror into the hearts of those present, leaving them pale and trembling. Indeed, Lin Chen is the Prince of DU, an exalted position, had it not been for his misguided affection for Lu Ruoyan. How could her family have attained their current standing? Lin Chen had the power to elevate the Lu family, and he equally possessed the ability to bring them crashing down. With this thought, the onlookers exchanged glances of malicious delight, for at Lin Chen's command, the Lu family might not see the light of another day. Witnessing this, Lu Ruoyan stammered, "What do you intend to do?" In response, Lin Chen flashed a wicked smile. "What do I intend to do? Naturally, I intend to have you." As his words hung in the air, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted drastically. Instinctively, she clasped her arms around her chest, terror evident in her eyes. Everything she possessed belonged to her destined brother, even her first time, which she had preserved for their wedding day. But now, no? Lin Chen, you cannot do this, Lu Ruoyan cried out. Yet, the scene she had envisioned did not unfold. Instead, she was met with the force of 5 resounding slaps. Once again, she was sent flying. Before she could rise, Lin Chen's voice echoed ominously in her ear. "You, wretched creature, are not worthy of my affection." With that, Lin Chen placed his foot upon her remaining fragile form. A sound akin to air escaping erupted as her last vestige of softness caved in. What had once been her pride now lay as flat as any man's. As Lin Chen spoke, Lu Ruoyan felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she discovered her dantian had shattered. In an instant, her spiritual energy began to pour out through the breach, causing her cultivation, once transcendent, to plummet swiftly to the spiritual sea and then to the origin spirit level. And still, it continued to decline. This cannot be. This cannot be. All of this is a lie. Lu Ruyan stood frozen. The destruction of her dantian meant she had become a cripple from this moment forth. What good was her celestial phoenix physique if she could not even gather spiritual energy? She would never be able to cultivate again. Her future with her destined brother was forever lost. Lin Chen, I will kill you. At this moment, Lu Ruyan appeared to be frenzied, struggling to rise and perish alongside Lin Chen. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself effortlessly grasped by the throat by Lin Chen, who hoisted her into the air. Everything you possess has been bestowed upon you by this prince. Is it not entirely just for me to reclaim it? As for all that belongs to your Lu family, I shall retrieve it piece by piece. As for what you have already squandered, let your family's lives serve as compensation, Lin Chen remarked with a light chuckle. What do you intend to do? You cannot do this. Is it reasonable to reclaim what has been given away? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan, who had been writhing in struggle, completely surrendered, her voice tinged with tears. Lin Chen's implication that even her Lu family would not be spared sent chills through her. However, disregarding her pleas, Lin Chen turned his gaze to an elder not far behind him, speaking with authority. Elder Lin, assemble the Yu divine guards and cleanse the Lu family in blood. Chapter 19. Do you wish to die? Behind Lin Chen stood an elder clad in a black robe, his face marked by a vicious scar that traversed both cheeks. Once the most loyal shadow of the Great Yu Emperor, he was a figure that inspired dread throughout the realm. A superlative powerhouse at the third realm of the Emperor's domain, it was said that decades prior, he had been rescued by the Emperor from the brink of death, thereafter remaining by the Emperor's side. Following Lin Chen's birth, the Emperor designated him to protect Lin Chen closely. This man, known as Lin Mu, earned his surname from the Emperor, who found him in a state that resembled the character wood. Henceforth, he was called Lin Mu. The Yu divine guards represented the sharpest blade of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty, invincible and relentless. Their presence loomed over the major sacred dynasties like a dagger poised to strike. One misstep could result in being pierced from head to toe by this formidable weapon. Your Highness, observing the current state of Lin Chen, Lin Mu was filled with excitement and joy. From the moment of Lin Chen's birth, he had been entrusted with the duty of safeguarding him, placing Lin Chen's life above his own. He had witnessed everything over the years, the most extraordinary prince of the Great Yu ensnared and entranced by Lu Ruyan, willingly sacrificing for her and her family, only to be treated with such disdain. His heart ached with anguish. Yet, even the Emperor had been powerless, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. But now, the situation had changed. This prince seemed to have awakened, not only reprimanding Lu Ruyan, but now seeking to annihilate the Lu family. This day was one he had awaited for far too long. At your command, Your Highness. Lin Mu knelt on one knee, tears streaming down his face, responding with utmost respect. Bring that vile woman Lu Ruyan here. I want her to witness the destruction of her family before her very eyes. To see each member of her clan perish one by one, Lin Chen coldly declared, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan, who now resembled a wretched dog, stripped of her former elegance, her gaze vacant and dazed. Yet, this was still insufficient. With that said, Lin Chen's figure flickered, and he soared into the air, hurtling towards the Lu family. Observing this, Lin Mu acted swiftly, retrieving a token bestowed by the current Holy Emperor from his bosom. This token granted him the authority to summon the Yu Divine Guards. Yu Divine Guards. Assemble at the Eastern Palace. Lin Mu infused the token with spiritual energy before speaking into it. No sooner had his words left his lips than a tremendous roar echoed from deep within the palace. In mere moments, waves of light and shadow surged forth, converging above the Eastern Palace. Soon, the skies above were teeming with densely packed figures clad in dark gold. These individuals emanated an overwhelming aura, their vitality surging with ferocity, exuding an aura of ferocity that reached the heavens. As the strongest blade of Yu, each of them had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their hands stained with the essence of life. Each warrior donned a suit of dark golden armor, reflecting a menacing gleam that sent shivers down the spine. With the Yu Divine Guards assembled, Lin Mu inhaled deeply, seizing Lu Ruyan in his grasp, his eyes glinting with a profound chill. Were it not for the Crown Prince's restraint, he would have already torn Lu Ruyan to shreds. Lu Ruyan, held captive by Lin Mu, glanced at her captor, her body beginning to tremble, fear flooding her gaze. This man was infamous throughout DU. Rumor spoke of him as a ruthless villain from another realm. Hunted until he found refuge in DU under the Holy Emperor's protection. Once in Lin Mu's clutches, death became a mere luxury. Previously, Lin Chen had been her devoted admirer, and she had felt no fear of this man, even daring to berate Lin Chen in his presence. But now, the mere thought sent shivers down her spine, and she felt a warm liquid trickle down beneath her. Onward, Lu family. Lin Mu pointed towards the Lu family, issuing a command that sent thousands of DU divine guards marching towards their destination. The ground trembled. Not a single member of the DU divine guards voiced a word. The sound of their departure resonated like thunder, echoing with deafening roars. The cacophony reverberated across the expanse, creating a stifling atmosphere that gradually enveloped the entire imperial city. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled. Such a scene ignited a frenzy throughout the imperial city. The imperial city was on the brink of transformation. The crown prince had truly awakened. How splendid! Had the crown prince genuinely resolved to obliterate the Lu family? What nonsense! Did one not see Lu Ruyin reduced to this pitiful state by the crown prince's hand? Her dantian had been shattered. Was this a jest? The DU divine guards were mobilized. What more needed to be said? Lu Ruyin likely never anticipated that the crown prince would experience such a revelation. If blame were to be laid, it could only be attributed to her insatiable greed, foolishly coveting the crown prince's supreme lineage. Now, she was reaping the repercussions, and rightly so. What merit did the Lu family possess to hold such power? That which does not belong to one will inevitably depart. The Lu family is doomed. Let us go and witness the spectacle. After the mobilization of the DU divine guards, the entire imperial palace and city erupted in a frenzy. News of the events unfolding within the palace spread with astonishing rapidity, and it would not be long before it reached every corner of the imperial city. Simultaneously, countless figures hastened towards the Lu family estate, eager to witness the impending fate of the Lu clan firsthand. Amidst the unprecedented commotion engulfing the imperial city, Lin Chen had already arrived above the Lu residence. Behind him, an ominous aura was steadily approaching, unmistakably belonging to Lin Mu and the DU divine guards. As Lin Chen gazed down at the grand and opulent Lu estate, a cold smile crossed his lips. Everything within the Lu family had been bestowed upon them by him. Down to the finest detail, every brick and blade of grass constituted his royal resources. Yet it was evident that the Lu family's appetite and ambitions were far from satiated. This group even dared to aspire to usurp the Lin royal family. In accordance with the original narrative, the Lu family indeed succeeded in overthrowing the DU royal lineage, establishing their own rule. However, he had arrived, and thus the events of the original tale would no longer unfold. Lin Chen did not conceal his presence, and soon, individuals emerged from the Lu estate. Before they appeared, their voice preceded them. How audacious! Which rat dares to fly in the airspace of my Lu family? Do you wish to die? With this declaration, a rotund man, flanked by dozens of followers, emerged from the grand hall into the courtyard. He looked up towards the sky where Lin Chen was positioned, his face betraying unrestrained fury. This corpulent individual was none other than the current head of the Lu family. Lu Yuanji. Chapter 20. Who do we have here? Under Lin Chen's nurturing, the Lu family had amassed considerable depth and resources. Lu Yuanji, relying on Lu Riyin's ability to manage Lin Chen, indulged in a life of excess, growing so corpulent that he struggled to walk unaided, needing assistance from his subordinates lest he roll away like a ball after just a few steps. When Lu Yuanji raised his head and recognized the visitor, his chubby face instantly contorted in rage. His beady eyes fixated on Lin Chen as he bellowed, "You Lin Chen, how dare you come to my Lu family after your misdeeds? Do not think that an apology will earn you our forgiveness. You must first kneel before my daughter Ruyin and apologize, then procure 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones from your Lin royal family for me. Only then will I consider allowing you to continue your obsequiousness towards Ruyin. Now come down immediately. How dare you fly in the airspace of my Lu family? Who gave you the audacity?" Lu Yuanji's voice resonated loudly, attracting the attention of other members of the Lu family. Naturally, they were aware of Lin Chen and the Holy Emperor's visit to propose marriage to the Nalan family. This news incited Lu Yuanji's wrath. He perceived Lin Chen merely as a servile suitor to his daughter, daring to seek another woman without the Lu family's consent. What would become of the Lu family? who would assume the role of Lu Ruyan's sycophant and continue supplying resources to them. This was unacceptable. Lin Chen must remain under their mental dominion, destined to be their puppet for life. Isn't that our esteemed prince? How dare he show his face at our Lu family? Huh, what a farcical prince. Reduced to nothing more than a mere plaything for our young lady. Indeed, he merely had the fortune of being born into a good family. Yet ultimately he bows before Miss Lu Ruyan's pomegranate skirt, does he not? This time, he audaciously defies the young lady's orders. He must pay dearly for this transgression. I propose we punish him by making him crawl around our Lu residence, barking like a dog for an entire day. What do you think? I concur. A splendid idea. I am quite eager to witness the Grand Prince mimicking a dog, while simultaneously showcasing our Lu family stature. Quite right. This notion is commendable. I shall ensure the chef grants you an extra drumstick for dinner. I second this motion. Ha! The servants of the Lu residence mock Lin Chen with impunity right before him, while Lu Yuanji shows no intention of intervening. This scenario starkly illustrates how deeply the original owner has debased himself, reduced to a level where even the lowly servants of the Lu family dare to speak to him in such a manner. Truly, he is beyond redemption. A cold glint ignited within Lin Chen's eyes, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Impudent. Lin Chen, what is that look in your eyes? Get down at once. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, Lu Yuanji was taken aback, sensing as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient beast. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed Lin Chen as merely his daughter's sycophant, easily manageable. What harm could a few harsh words, or even a beating do? Huh, I have changed my mind. To simply kill you would be too merciful. I shall ensure that you find yourselves in a position where you cannot live, yet cannot die. Lin Chen spoke coldly, his murderous intent no longer concealed, erupting fiercely. In an instant, under this overwhelming pressure, the Lu residence was engulfed in chaos. As dust and debris filled the air and fierce winds roared, buildings crumbled, while Lu Yuanji and several servants were tossed into the air, crashing down to the ground. In a heartbeat, the Lu estate descended into disarray, with the fallen people wailing in agony. Lin Chen, have you lost your mind? How dare you? Are you not afraid of my daughter punishing you? Lu Yuanji managed to stabilize himself and shouted sternly at Lin Chen. Wait, your strength? How is this possible? How could you be so powerful? Suddenly, Lu Yuanji realized something was amiss. Although his cultivation was not particularly high, he was still at the peak of the transformation dragon realm. How could Lin Chen, so young and having barely cultivated in recent years, as he learned from his daughter, only having recently reached the transcendence realm, possibly overpower a seasoned transformation dragon expert with mere intimidation? In this moment, while Lu Yuanji was astonished, he was not yet fearful. As long as his daughter was present, Lin Chen could stir no significant trouble. Lin Chen, think carefully about your actions against our Lu family. If my daughter learns of this, you will surely face dire consequences. Lu Yuanji gritted his teeth. In his mind, Lin Chen, being a royal prince, might possess hidden abilities, possibly even a technique bestowed upon him by that revered sage emperor. After all, he was the true first among the Great Yu. Are you referring to Lu Ruyan? Did she not inform you that she went to the palace to seek me? Lin Chen said with a light laugh, a playful smirk gracing his lips. And now, as I stand here, Lu Ruyan has yet to return. Are you not curious about her whereabouts? What? What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanji felt as though struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably as a chilling possibility crossed his mind. Impossible. You cherish Ruyan so much. How could you bear to lay a hand on her? You must be lying, right? I refuse to believe it. However, scarcely had he uttered those words when a deafening roar echoed from afar, growing increasingly louder, evidently directed toward the Lu family. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Lu family, the imposing DU divine guards, led by Lin Mu, appeared in the public's view, accompanied by a majestic and intimidating aura. In no time, over 1,000 warriors clad in dark golden armor hovered above the Lu estate, standing in neat formation behind Lin Chen. Each warrior exuded a palpable bloodlust, their chilling and terrifying presence swiftly saturating the very air around them. Old servant, I pay my respects to your highness. The DU divine guards have arrived. Lin Mu stepped forward, slightly bowing in salute to Lin Chen. Witnessing this spectacle, all members of the Lu family felt their pupils constrict and their bodies tremble involuntarily. Hiss! The number of lives claimed by each DU divine guard far exceeded the total population of the Lu family. Years of bloodshed on the battlefield had forged within them a formidable aura. Ordinary individuals, under such an oppressive presence, could scarcely muster the courage to stand tall and meet their gaze, let alone the Lu family members, who were accustomed only to indulgence and revelry. Amidst the profound silence, the DU Divine Guards, Lu Yuanji gazed in terror at the multitude behind Lin Chen. He could not believe that Lin Chen had brought forth the DU Divine Guards. Even other holy dynasties would retreat in deference to their might. And now they were to be unleashed upon the Lu family? With all eyes upon him, Lin Chen stepped forward, towering above with a cold, indifferent gaze directed at the Lu family, and lightly clapped his hands before coldly proclaiming, "Lu Yuanji, look closely, who do we have here?" Boom. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yuanji beheld Lin Mu tossing something from behind Lin Chen. It appeared to be a person. When he discerned the identity of the fallen figure, Lu Yuanji's face contorted in horror, and he screamed, "Rian." Chapter 21. What? You claim this prince was too lenient? Who did he see? Their Lu family's sole individual capable of subduing Lin Chen. Now reduced to such a pitiful state, her once exquisite visage was nearly swollen to that of a pig's head. Were it not for the small pig-shaped birthmark on the nape of her neck, he would scarcely have recognized the person sprawled before him as his daughter, Lu Rian. Moreover, he could see the soft, white jade of her chest deeply sunken, rendering Lu Yuanji's own assets paltry in comparison to the current state of Lu Rian. The dress she wore had become soiled and emitted a pungent odor that nearly made him gag. At that moment, Lu Rian was rolling her eyes and twitching involuntarily. When Lu Yuanji's gaze fell upon Lu Rian's abdomen, he felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. "You have ruined Rian's dantian," Lu Yuanji exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The destruction of her dantian signified that Lu Rian had been utterly rendered useless. Not only would she be incapable of returning to the Taishan sect, but she would also be seen as a worthless being among ordinary people. "Lin Chen, how dare you?" Just as the words escaped his lips, a 3-foot azure sword, forged from spiritual energy, had already been thrust into Lu Yuanji's mouth. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen had appeared before him, gripping the hilt of the sword, and began to stir it within Lu Yuanji's mouth. As he opened his mouth, it was torn apart. All his teeth were ground down, and his tongue fell out alongside them. "It seems you have yet to grasp the reality, Lu Yuanji. On the brink of death. You still wish to command me?" Lin Chen smirked, coldly observing the prostrate Lu Yuanji, feeling a surge of satisfaction. How dare this mere lowly creature issue commands to him? The agony of his severed tongue and torn mouth rendered Lu Yuanji only capable of producing muffled sounds, tears streaming down his face as cold sweat poured from him. Terror filled his tiny eyes. Lin Chen was serious. Was he truly intent on killing him? No. Lu Yuanji cast a glance at the thousands of DU Divine Guards overhead. Lin Chen, the Prince of DU, had come to obliterate their Lu family. In that instant, Lu Yuanji's hair stood on end, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head, coupled with Lu Rian's dismal state. He confirmed a grim reality. Lin Chen was no longer the devoted admirer of his daughter. He had come to settle accounts with their Lu family. Realizing this brutal truth, Lu Yuanji hastily struggled to his feet, kneeling on the ground, and began to kowtow to Lin Chen in a plea for mercy. Observing this scene, Lin Chen laughed. "Lu Yuanji, so you have begun to beg for mercy?" Lin Chen scoffed before delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the crowd. In an instant, the Lu family's servants were knocked aside like bowling pins, their cries echoing. "Lu Rian, I know you are still conscious. Come, open your eyes and see how I reward your Lu family." With that, Lin Chen lifted Lu Rian into the air, forcibly prying her eyes open. Under Lin Chen's control, Lu Rian could not look away even if she wished to. Realizing she was facing death, or perhaps feeling that her fate was sealed and she could never again accompany her destined brother, she looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of resentment. "Lin Chen, you will face divine retribution." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled. "Divine retribution? Do you truly believe in such an elusive concept?" "I do not know if I will face divine retribution, but today, I am the very embodiment of divine retribution for your Lu family." As Lin Chen spoke, he summoned Lu Yuanji over. "What do you intend to do?" "This is all my fault. Let them go," Lu Rian declared in a solemn tone. It was unexpected that at this moment, she still harbored hopes of pleading for the Lu family's members. Clapping his hands, Lin Chen sneered. "What a display of familial affection. Are you unaware of the consequences of insulting and slandering the crown prince?" Over the years, has there been anyone from the Lu family who has not defamed me? If you can identify just one, I shall release them all at once." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian fell silent, but soon spoke again. "How can you, a dignified crown prince, be so petty? Is it not just a few insults?" Lin Chen, upon hearing these words, could only laugh in exasperation. "You are truly beyond redemption." With that, for beams of sword light sliced through the air, severing Lu Yuanji's limbs, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a thud, Lu Yuanji collapsed to the ground. Yet, it was not over. Lin Chen unleashed another sword strike, aimed precisely at Lu Yuanji's third leg. In an instant, it erupted into a mist of crimson. At that moment, Lu Yuanji's face froze in sheer horror, contorted as if twisted into a pretzel. Time seemed to stand still, his eyes bulged, bloodshot, nearly popping from their sockets. He writhed on the ground, veins in his neck standing out prominently. The greatest joy of his life had been obliterated. Having lost his tongue, Lu Yuanji could only make muffled sounds, his complexion paling from the loss of vital blood. No. At that very moment, two voices echoed in unison. One belonged to Lu Ruyan, while the other came from a fierce-looking woman, Lu Yuanji's wife, Jiang. "Ah, I nearly forgot you." Lin Chen's gaze settled on Madame Lu. Half of Lu Ruyan's insatiable greed could be attributed to this woman's influence. She had perfected the art of sharpness and malice, simultaneously enjoying the fruits of Lin Chen's labor while relentlessly belittling him, compelling him to willingly grant resources to the Lu family and clear their obstacles. "What do you want?" Madame Lu demanded sternly. With no time for idle chatter with such a fool, Lin Chen delivered a series of 10 resounding slaps across Madame Lu's face. In the next moment, her body flew back into the crowd, coughing blood, her teeth completely shattered. Lin Chen, Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, looked as if she might tear Lin Chen apart with her bare hands. These were the two closest individuals to her, one almost transformed into a grotesque figure, the other, like herself, disfigured. "What? Do you think I was too lenient?" Lin Chen feigned confusion, placing a hand to his ear as if he had not heard. "Then let us do it again." As the words fell, Lin Chen once again conjured two ethereal swords of spiritual energy in his hands, which he then hurled towards Madame Lu. With a swift sound, two streaks of white light flashed, rendering Madame Lu's once proud bosom utterly flat. Too soft. White orbs ascended into the sky. Chapter 22. The Bloodbath of the Lu Family. A heart-wrenching, piercing scream reverberated through the skies above the Lu residence, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. "Lin Chen, no, I was wrong. Spare them. I beg you, let them go." Witnessing her mother's tragic state, Lu Ruyan could no longer maintain her composure, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Now you realize your mistake? It is too late." Lin Chen scoffed. "That appears to be your younger brother, does it not?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at a 15 or 16-year-old lad nearby, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Though Lu Yuanji was not particularly handsome, he had more wives and concubines than the current emperor, numbering at least in the dozens. The youth Lin Chen referred to as Lu Ruyan's half-brother. Despite his youth, he was one of the most vociferous in his insults towards Lin Chen, second only to Lu Yuanji and his wife. "Don't. Lin Chen, please don't." As soon as Lu Ruyan uttered these words, a beam of sword light suddenly shot from Lin Chen's fingertips, effortlessly piercing the boy's brow. A spray of crimson and yellow matter erupted from the back of the boy's head, splattering onto the faces of those nearby. Bang! The boy's eyes widened in shock before he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "Xiaoyang." Among the crowd, a lady in palace attire rushed forward in a frenzy, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as she cradled the boy's corpse, tears of blood streaming down her face. The woman was the boy's mother, and the name Xiaoyang belonged to the youth Lin Chen had just slain, his full name being Lu Yang. "How dull." Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head gently, his expression one of cold judgment. "Do you divine guards heed my command? Today, the Lu family shall be annihilated. All families, disciples, and clans associated with the Lu family shall be executed. The direct lineage of the Lu family will have their limbs severed and be displayed outside the imperial city, to be feasted upon by the vultures. As for the others, they shall be slaughtered on the spot. Retrieve all resources from the Lu residence. Not a single spiritual stone shall remain. All will be deposited into the national treasury." Lin Chen ascended into the air, his face icy, pointing down at the Lu family as he declared coldly. Upon his command, the Dayu divine guards stepped forward in unison, their overwhelming aura suffocating all present. causing the very air to tremble. By the prince's decree, cleanse the Lu family in blood. Kill, kill, kill. Thousands of DU divine guards roared in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Without a hint of hesitation, their formidable figures surged forward like a deluge of ferocity toward the Lu residence below. At this moment, the area outside the Lu residence was tightly encircled, filled to the brim with onlookers. Even those families that had previously maintained clandestine ties with the Lu family, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, hastily instructed their kin to destroy any evidence of their connections with the Lu family. As the scene unfolded, the crowd erupted in fervor. The Dyu Divine Guards, the most formidable blade in the hands of the Dyu Holy Dynasty, comprised only the elite among elites, each a paragon cultivated through rigorous selection. Wherever they tread, success follows. They are unstoppable, unyielding, and invincible. The main contingent of the Dyu Divine Guards was stationed at the border between Dyu and its neighboring realm, leaving only a small detachment in the imperial city. Yet, even this small faction instilled a sense of dread and reverence among the onlookers. It was clear that not even the entirety of the Lu family, let alone the combined might of the city's aristocracy, could withstand their might. At that moment, the Dyu Divine Guards surged forth like a fearsome, awakened behemoth, exuding a power of annihilation, their deep roars echoing as they advanced towards the Lu family. Thunderous booms resonated. The dark golden light of blood flickered ominously, followed by a tempest of crimson fury. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with the stench of sanguine despair. No, please, no. We were wrong. We were wrong. Lin Chen, no? Your Highness, I implore you, spare us. The Dyu Divine Guards, instruments of battle, were not meant to obliterate the Lu family. Could it be that His Highness truly sought to eradicate us entirely? Why was it so? Wasn't the eldest daughter capable of commanding His Highness? Wasn't His Highness merely a devoted servant to her whims? How could this be? His Highness demanded the lives of the entire Lu family. Their fate was sealed. As the Dyu Divine Guards stormed into the Lu residence, the air was filled with the harrowing cries of its inhabitants and servants alike. Each scream sent shivers down the spine. Soon, the skies above the Lu estate were stained a deep crimson. Men, women, the old and the young, all fell victim to the blades of the Dyu Divine Guards. Their souls claimed without mercy. Heads rolled, eyes wide in eternal horror, and bodies lay disfigured. The main line of the Lu family had already been bound and isolated. With flashing blades and swirling shadows, countless severed limbs soared through the air, blood splattering everywhere. Unrecognizable corpses crumpled to the ground. The Lu family was awash in a river of blood. They could hardly comprehend why their house faced such calamity. They had once stood on the brink of becoming the most esteemed clan in Dyu, second only to the royal family. In their final moments, they cast blame upon Lu Rian. You wretched woman, Lu Rian, how dare you toy with His Highness? If you had acquiesced sooner, our family would not have met this dreadful end. Indeed, it is your fault. Surely you have driven His Highness to this extreme. Otherwise, he would not have been enraged enough to annihilate us. Yes, in the past, His Highness was so amiable, always sharing laughter with me. Your Highness, please have mercy. I would willingly forsake the Lu family and become a servant of the royal family, just to spare my life. In that moment of despair, the members of the Lu family began to denounce Lu Rian, convinced that had she not overstepped her bounds, their fate would not have been so dire. However, they never reflected upon their own actions. Each time Lu Rian bestowed value and resources upon them, they unabashedly reveled in the benefits. In those moments, did they not refrain from obstructing Lu Rian simply because they were the beneficiaries? The pleas and wails of the Lu family evoked no mercy from the Dyu Divine Guards. They adhered strictly to the commands of the Dyu royal family. The only response to the Lu family's lamentations was the glint of blades in the hands of the Dyu Divine Guards. The sole answer they received was death. With each flash of the swords, a vibrant crimson flower bloomed, each one symbolizing the life of a member of the Lu family. In mere moments, the Lu family was nearly decimated. Blood stained the ground. The thick, acrid scent of blood rose to the heavens, presenting to all eyes nothing but a sea of crimson light. Chapter 23. The consequences of one's own actions outside the royal city of Dyu. A regiment of wooden stakes stood erect, each bound with a member of the Lu family. At that moment, countless carrion vultures ravenously feasted upon the flesh of every prominent Lu clan member. Before long, some were left with nothing but exposed bones. Without exception, Each one was filled with piercing cries of despair, helplessly watching as the vultures tore away at their flesh, utterly powerless to intervene. Their dantians had been rendered useless. Lu Ruyan, it is all your fault. Why? Why did you refuse the crown prince? Miss, you have truly brought ruin upon us all. You deserve to die? Why do you still draw breath? Woe is me. I was not meant to be born into the Lu family. Crown Prince, spare me. In that moment, even the core members of the Lu family began to blame Lu Ruyan. In response, she could only close her eyes, pretending not to hear. However, when those dearest to her began to deem her in the wrong, she shattered completely, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood. Ruyan, you have disappointed me gravely. For the sake of a mere Lin Chen, you allowed him to escape your grasp. Otherwise, how could my Lu family have faced such calamity? The voice belonged to Lu Ruyan's mother, Madame Lu, who looked at her daughter with eyes filled with disappointment. Yet before she could finish her words, dozens of vultures lunged at her, tearing into her flesh and eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Before Lu Ruyan could speak, she seemed to sense something and turned her gaze to another figure, her father, Lu Yuanji. Stripped of his tongue, Lu Yuanji could not utter a word. Yet Lu Ruyan could still perceive the disappointment in his eyes. Is it truly my fault? Lu Ruyan murmured. When even the two closest to her by blood believed her to be in the wrong, she felt as though she had become a mere shell of her former self. In that moment, as the vultures feasted upon her flesh, she felt no pain. She had become utterly numb. After a long while, a glimmer suddenly sparked in her eyes, radiating brilliance. No, why should I bear the blame for everything? When you all indulge in your enjoyment, why is it never my fault? When you urged me to act this way, why did you not say it was my mistake? Now that the backlash has come, you place the entire burden upon my shoulders? You are truly despicable. If my brother Tianming were here, he would never blame me. He would comfort me and believe in me. He surely would. Lin Chen, are you pleased now? Is this what you wish to see? As she spoke, Lu Ruyan lifted her gaze skyward, where a figure stood in the void, coldly observing them. You reap what you sow, Lin Chen remarked flatly, devoid of any compassion. With his words, the light in Lu Ruyan's eyes descended into utter chaos. Lu Ruyan has lost her sanity. You reap what you sow. You wicked people. You vile creatures. Tianming, I am so frightened. I want to drink milk. I want to drink milk. Lu Ruyan babbled to the air before her, drool trailing down her chin. Outside the imperial city, a crowd watched the downfall of the Lu family, applauding with delight. For years, many had harbored grievances against the Lu family, yet they had been unable to voice their dissent due to the support of the Crown Prince of Daiyu. Today's events had truly unleashed the pent-up anger that had simmered within them for so long. Bravo! Long live the Crown Prince! Long live my foot! Are you cursing the Crown Prince? Shut your mouth! One individual, caught up in the moment, shouted out, only to alarm those around him, who quickly distanced themselves. For royalty, wishing someone a long life is not a trivial matter. What a pity! Although Lu Yuanji was not handsome, his concubines were quite appealing, youthful, and smooth. Indeed, women of that age are like wolves. They possess far more knowledge than you can imagine and can elevate your spirit to celestial heights. Were it not for the crowd, I would truly be tempted to indulge. What is there to fear? With determination, one can act boldly. Who would dare mock you? Forget it. In the throng, someone gazed at Lu Yuanji's numerous concubines and teased. Oh, what is that at your feet, stained with blood? Suddenly, someone tapped the shoulder of the person beside them, pointing to a gruesome mass on the ground. Oh, let me take a look. By heavens, is that not the soft jade of Lady Lu? Which scoundrel would be so low as to discard this? The individual promptly kicked the shapeless mass away. You seem to have something at your feet as well. At that moment, another person chimed in. What? Don't scare me. The man glanced down at the remains by his feet and exhaled in relief. Phew. It was scarcely the length of a finger, certainly not soft white jade. That appeared to be the prized possession of the second master of the Lu family. Another man, glancing over, remarked weakly. What? Ward fuck. The man roared, kicking his own prized possession away, which fortuitously flew into the mouth of a burly man standing nearby. What the hell is this? The man exclaimed, spitting it out in disgust. It looks like a prized possession. To hell with you. Die. Half an hour later, Lin Chen cast a glance at the Lu family members below, who were gasping for breath, their bodies revealing ghastly white bones. A flicker of cold indifference passing through his eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Chen gently raised his palm, and instantly, hundreds of spiritual power blades took form. In the next second, these blades whistled through the air, piercing the foreheads of all members of the Liu family. With a booming sound, the gazes of the hundreds from the Liu family gradually turned hollow, their vitality extinguished, and their soul essence slowly dissipating. Following this, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, reducing the Liu family members to mere dust. Not far behind Lin Chen, Lin Mu observed him with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Good. Excellent. The crown prince has fully awakened. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Now that the entire Liu family, including Liu Ruyan, was annihilated, he no longer had to worry about the crown prince reverting to a submissive state. After completely vanquishing Liu Ruyan, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air. Feeling an invigorating clarity wash over him, his mind and body elevated. Chapter 24. The Sovereign Realm, Saint Emperor. Beep. Just then, the system's voice echoed within Lin Chen's mind. Upon hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Lin Chen's face. It seemed that, having completed his mission, the system was beginning to dispense rewards. Detected that the host has obliterated the Liu family. Conditions met. Reward. National fortune of Daiyu increased 1,000-fold. 1 chance for resurrection. Detected that the host has slain the destined daughter. Reward. A glory gift pack for the destined daughter, which can be opened in the system space. As the words fell, Lin Chen noticed a grand gift pack and a resurrection opportunity added to his system panel. Although he could not utilize these items presently, one could never be certain of future needs. At the very least, it meant he had an extra life. As for the grand gift pack rewarded for slaying Liu Ruyan, Lin Chen chose not to open it immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze towards another direction, Taishan sect. There resided another destined child. In the original storyline, Liu Ruyan and the destined child Li Tianming were the chief culprits behind the downfall of the Daiyu Holy Dynasty. Although it seemed that he had eradicated the Liu family and slain Liu Ruyan, this was far from over, at least. The scheme to extract Lin Chen's supreme bone originated from the young master of Taishan sect. This account was far from settled. With this thought, a cruel smile crept across Lin Chen's lips, and his eyes sparkled with fierce brilliance. Since fate has cast me as a villain, a stepping stone for you destined children, are you prepared to endure the slaughter of the extraterrestrial demons? With that, Lin Chen smiled broadly, his gaze captivating and intense. Then, Lin Chen cast another glance downward, his eyes profound as the starry sky, emanating an innate aura of supremacy that instilled a formidable pressure upon those below. Merely a single gaze sent shivers through the gathered crowd, causing their eyes to dart away in trepidation. Return to the palace. With these words, Lin Chen waved his hand, propelling himself skyward toward the imperial palace. Following closely behind was Lin Mu, accompanied by a host of Daiyu divine guards. In just a few breaths, the figures of the Daiyu divine guards vanished from the spectators' sight. Before them lay a vast chasm, the air thick with the scent of blood, alongside the ruins of the Liu residence and the ground stained with dried blood. The shock reflected in the eyes of all remained for a long time. How brutal. Is this truly the same prince from before? It is as if he has transformed into a different person. Indeed, under the patronage of the Liu family, the prince's influence had grown to rival that of high-ranking nobles, yet within half a day, it had all been annihilated. How terrifying. Although this outcome was anticipated, the swiftness was astonishing. The Liu family, numbering in the thousands, has been utterly wiped out. Is this method not a tad brutal? There is not a single intact body left of the entire Liu family. Such cruelty. You self-righteous individuals should have perished alongside the Liu family. In this chaotic world, it is you contemptible beings who should be the first to perish. Cruelty? This is the prince. Given the actions and words the Liu family has directed towards him over the years, their demise could not repay their transgressions even tenfold. It appears the prince has indeed changed, decisive and ruthless. This is the mark of a worthy heir to the Holy Emperor. Henceforth, it is the surrounding holy dynasties that should tremble in fear. On this day, the imperial city was ablaze with excitement. Perhaps centuries or millennia from now, people will still remember this day. In the imperial palace, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from the chamber of the reigning holy emperor, Lin Chen, soaring into the heavens with a thunderous might. Suddenly, a golden figure burst forth from the chamber, laughter ringing out, his golden eyes shimmering with intoxication. The realm of the venerable. I have finally broken through to the realm of the venerable. Ha! This individual was none other than the holy emperor of Daiyu, Lin Chen. Lin Chen gently raised his right hand, and, with a delicate grasp in the void. The surrounding space began to twist uncontrollably. As he felt the terrifying power coursing through his palm, a sense of rapture washed over his face. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. According to his estimation, it would take him several more days to fully complete the breakthrough, yet unexpectedly, in that instant, the power of national fortune surged dramatically. The robust force of national fortune had enabled him to accomplish his breakthrough ahead of schedule. From his perception, this surge in national fortune had increased at least 1,000-fold, leaving him puzzled as to why the fortune of DU continued to rise repeatedly. Just as he pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared before Lin Chen. The newcomer was Lin Mu, who, after the destruction of the Liu family, had hurried to report this matter to Lin Chen. He knelt before Lin Chen, just about to speak when his entire body suddenly trembled. Then, with shock evident in his eyes, he gazed at Lin Chen and stammered, "Congratulations, Holy Emperor, on breaking through to the realm of the Venerable." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chen eyes. Despite having concealed his aura, how could Lin Mu perceive his breakthrough to the Venerable realm? However, this moment of astonishment was fleeting, and Lin Chen's expression soon returned to normal. In truth, he had recognized Lin Mu's exceptional nature the very day he saved him. This individual undoubtedly harbored a remarkable story. Yet, since Lin Mu chose not to disclose it, he refrained from prying further. Moreover, out of gratitude, Lin Mu had sworn a blood oath to the heavenly Tao, pledging eternal loyalty to the Da Yu royal family, with the dire consequence of annihilation should he ever harbor rebellious thoughts. Once such an oath was sworn, even the legendary emperor-level beings would dare not violate it, lest they face a wretched fate. This was precisely why Lin Chen had the audacity to entrust a person of unknown origins as his confidant. "Speak. What brings you to me?" Lin Chen inquired. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has led the DU Divine Guards to annihilate the Liu family, resulting in the demise of all 6,758 members, with not a single survivor." Lin Mu reported, his voice steady. "The Crown Prince personally executed Liu Ruyan and slaughtered the main lineage of the Liu family." Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Mu's report, even Lin Chen, the Holy Emperor, could not help but suck in a breath. He had anticipated Lin Chen would take action, but he never imagined it would be so swift. It was merely the second day since returning from the Maiden family, and the Liu family had already been eradicated. The slaughter of Liu Ruyan and the obliteration of the Liu family. Could this truly be the work of his son, who had once been a mere sycophant? For a moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. Is this matter confirmed? Lin Chen asked again, fearful that he was merely imagining it. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded, a smile gracing his face as he respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this endeavor was personally led by the Crown Prince, and the entire royal city served as witnesses. Listen, the royal city is still in an uproar." Chapter 25, The Taishan Sect. "Ha! Excellent. Truly my son, truly my son." Reflecting on Lin Chen's display of imperial-level power at the Maiden family, coupled with this recent surge in national fortune, Lin Chen, though still uncertain of the reasons behind the upsurge in DU's fortune, felt an instinctive awareness that it was undoubtedly linked to Lin Chen. With this thought, he burst into hearty laughter. At this moment, the greatest knot in his heart had unraveled, and with Lin Chen now a figure even he could not fully comprehend, perhaps that young man still held more surprises in store. After a brief pause, Lin Chen turned to Lin Mu, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and commanded, "Make arrangements to thoroughly investigate all individuals closely associated with the Liu family and eliminate them without mercy." As he spoke, a chilling glint flickered in Lin Chen eyes. Over the years, due to the Liu family's backing from the Crown Prince, some individuals had even attempted to infiltrate his dynasty through the Liu family. His failure to act did not imply ignorance. Now that the Liu family had been destroyed, it was time to eradicate these pests. "As you command." As the words fell, Lin Mu's figure vanished from the spot. After Lin Mu's departure, a look of satisfaction graced Lin Chen face. "Excellent, excellent. Such tactics are indeed capable of instilling fear in the hearts of the masses and deterring the unscrupulous." Lin Chen expressed his contentment regarding Lin Chen's proclamation of annihilating the Liu family without leaving a single survivor. While some might perceive this as cruel, he, as an emperor, understood that such actions were merely child's play. As a sovereign and a member of the royal lineage, without iron-blooded measures, how could one intimidate the ruthless? How could one withstand external pressures? With various holy dynasties eyeing them covetously, kindness, compassion, and the mercy of a woman would only lead to the demise of the Great Yu Holy Dynasty's millennia-long legacy. From this incident, it was evident that Lin Chen was gradually evolving into a worthy heir to the throne. This day could be deemed the happiest for Lin Chen, as not only had his son awakened to his responsibilities, but he also had a significant opportunity, and he himself had broken through to the status of a revered sage. In a few days, the Great Yu Holy Dynasty would also welcome his future princess consort. With this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Yet, in the very next moment, his expression turned icy, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Tianxian divine sect? Surely, your involvement cannot be overlooked." Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle. The Tianxian divine sect is a transcendent sect above the Taishan sect, whose leader, Li Xuanhe, hails from the Tianxian divine sect with the intent to dismantle the Great Yu Holy Dynasty and usurp its position. Lin Sanqiong's true apprehension has never been directed at the Taishan sect, but rather at the Tianxian divine sect behind it. For the relationship between the two is such that the members of the Taishan sect refer to the Tianxian divine sect as their principal sect, implying that the Tianxian divine sect is their true foundation. With these words, Lin Sanqiong's figure flickered and disappeared into the depths of the palace. Luanling Prefecture. Luanling Prefecture is the most spiritually rich region aside from the imperial city. In the heart of Luanling Prefecture, amidst the magnificent celestial mountains and spiraling spirit cranes, towering peaks rise majestically. Beyond the spirit peaks lies a faintly discernible barrier, with dense spiritual energy surging forth from the earth's veins. This is precisely where the most formidable sect of the Great Yu Holy Dynasty, the Taishan sect, is located. At this moment, deep within the Taishan sect, in an exceedingly concealed chamber, two figures faced each other. To the left stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his gaze cold and piercing, with eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent. This man was none other than Li Xuanhe, the leader of the Taishan sect. Opposite him stood a young man with long, crimson hair, tall yet slender, resembling a bamboo stalk, his fiery eyes emanating an unusual, scorching aura. The young man was none other than Li Tianming, the young master of the Taishan sect. "Minger, you have truly endured much these past years. Upon your birth, your father, sealed your pure yang body with a secret method under the guidance of a great master, nurturing you. In the present day, should you unravel your pure yang Dao body, your innate talents would undoubtedly rival those of the foremost prodigies within the main sect. Indeed, should Lu Rian bring Lin Chen back, you would possess a supreme bone. With the augmentation of dual talents, your abilities would surpass all the remarkable figures of the Tianxian divine sect throughout history. In the future, you could even compel the divine sect to bow before you." Li Xuanhe gazed fervently at his son, who had been labeled a waste for 20 years, his eyes ablaze with zeal. He understood the ulterior motive behind the Tianxian divine sect's appointment of him as the leader of the Taishan sect. Once he achieved success, all members of the Taishan sect would become mere pawns, and he too would meet his demise. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon his son, unwilling to accept such a fate. Why should his Taishan sect serve as fodder for the conquest of Daiyu by the Tianxian divine sect? Even if he were to perish, he would ensure that the members of the Tianxian divine sect paid a heavy toll. "Father, is there truly no other way?" Li Tianming asked, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He had long been aware of the fate that awaited the Taishan sect, as well as the sealing of his pure yang Dao body. Otherwise, how could the son of the Taishan sect's leader live so carefree and without worry if he were indeed a true wastrel? It was precisely because his pure yang Dao body remained sealed that he must maintain his pure yang form, which explained why he and Lu Rian had not progressed to the final step for so long. Should he break his pure yang state before his Dao body was unsealed, he would render it utterly useless, thus becoming a complete waste. Over the years, he had been able to indulge in mere hand exercises, nearly reaching a breaking point. Once his pure yang Dao body was completely unsealed today, he would pour all the accumulated energy of the past 20 years into Lu Rian. There was no alternative. They lacked the resources to rival the Tianxian divine sect. "My son, the greatest pride of my life is having you as my child. Remember, when you grow stronger, you must avenge your father." Li Xuanhe looked at Li Tianming with a heart brimming with affection, soon overshadowed by a flicker of resentment. This resentment was not directed at his son, but rather at the Tianxian divine sect, which treated him as a mere pawn. Father, I will certainly heed your words and ensure the perpetrators meet a gruesome end. Li Tianming clenched his teeth resolutely. It seems I have recalled something. Li Xuanhe's expression turned serious once more. Father, please speak. Li Xuanhe patted Li Tianming's shoulder and continued, I know you have feelings for Lu Ruyan. Although she hails from humble beginnings, she has awakened the Tianfeng body, which makes her somewhat worthy of you. Before long, the Tianxian divine sect will send people to bring you to the main sect. Once there, you must exercise utmost caution until you possess the power to turn the tides. Do not express any dissatisfaction or resentment. Chapter 26. A surprise? However, the one concern that still troubled your father is Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming displayed a look of confusion. Oh, why? Li Xuanhe continued. The Tianxian divine sect is a superlative sect that far surpasses our Taishan sect. You have seen little of the world, and it is inevitable that you will be easily bewitched by external influences, especially by Lu Ruyan. The young talents of the divine sect, the pride of heaven, are not something our Taishan sect can compare to. Even if you awaken the pure yang body and fully unseal it, there will still be only a handful who can match your talent. The son of the divine sect's leader is reputed to be the most gifted and exceptional talent in thousands of years. Frankly speaking, even your completely unsealed pure yang body may still fall slightly short. Lin Chen's supreme bone is your only opportunity to surpass him. Heavenly beauties are always drawn to admire and worship stronger talents. Once you arrive at the divine sect, it is uncertain that Lu Ruyan will not waver. Do not let her, a mere woman, ruin your great ambitions. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Li Tianming could not help but smile. What are you smiling at? Li Xuanhe frowned. I laugh at your excessive worries. My relationship with Lu Ruyan is akin to hers with that infatuated prince. No, Lu Ruyan is even more fervent than Lin Chen. She loves me deeply. Even if asked to die now, she would unhesitatingly take her own life. The notion that she would betray me is utterly impossible. You are overthinking it, Li Tianming explained. Hearing this, Li Xuanhe finally sighed in relief. Over the years, he had observed Lu Ruyan's every action, and his mention of this was merely a precaution. As long as his son could firmly hold Lu Ruyan, that would be the best outcome. However, as this matter pertained to their family's future, Li Xuanhe still harbored some concern. He would not allow even a sliver of failure to manifest. Thus, Li Xuanhe once again cautioned Ming, this matter concerns your future and must not be mishandled. If possible, you should leave a mark upon Lu Ruyan's soul. Should she ever show signs of betrayal, you must eliminate her beforehand. At this, Li Tianming paused slightly, but soon nodded in agreement. His father was the only person in this world who would never harm him. As for Lu Ruyan, once he had destroyed the divine sect, it would not be too late to remove the mark from her soul. Li Tianming nodded. Father, rest assured if I speak, she will surely agree. Excellent. With the answer he desired, Li Xuanhe felt completely reassured and said with satisfaction, however, when you reach the divine sect, it would be wise to feign weakness, especially towards the young master of the sect, to lower his guard against you. Once you possess sufficient strength, you can deliver a lethal blow. Enduring hardship for 1,000 years is not too late. Remember, the one who laughs last is the true victor. Yes, father, I shall remember, Li Tianming replied, nodding. Good. Now, let me help you completely unseal your pure yang body. With that, Li Xuanhe instructed his son to lie upon the stone bed in the center of the secret chamber, preparing to cast his spell. In an instant, a terrifying force surged from within Li Xuanhe, causing the very void to begin to distort. If Lin Chen were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For the power surging forth from Li Xuange was not that of a monarch, but rather akin to his own, belonging to the esteemed realm. However, at this moment, there was no trace of joy in Li Xuange's eyes. Instead, a flicker of resentment took its place. This was due to the impatience of the heavenly Xian sect, who had forcefully elevated his cultivation from the 5th level of the monarch realm to the 4th level of the esteemed realm. The reason for this limitation was that any further forced enhancement could lead to Li Xuange's premature demise before he even had the chance to act. Nonetheless, the cost of this enhancement was that he would no longer be able to advance his cultivation in the future. In contrast, Lin Chen, despite being at the pinnacle of the monarch realm, was projected to possess the ability to slay those at the 1st level of the esteemed realm and even contend with those at the 2nd level. Thanks to the fortuitous blessings of the Great Yu Kingdom, with Li Shuangge wielding the power of the fourth level of the esteemed realm. He was more than capable of dispatching Lin Sanqiang. The Heavenly Xian sect will pay a price for this, Li Shuangge thought to himself, as he began to form hand seals. Meanwhile, lying upon the stone bed, Li Tianming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had awaited this day for far too long. After today, he would transform into a true paragon, akin to a hidden dragon emerging into the sea, soaring across the 9 provinces, with no one able to impede his path. At that moment, the communication stone on Li Shuangge's person began to resonate. Observing this, Li Shuangge furrowed his brow. He had explicitly stated that he was in seclusion. So who would dare to contact him at such a time? Judging by the frequency of the stone's vibrations, it seemed to be of considerable importance. Consequently, Li Shuangge had no choice but to pause and retrieve the communication stone to connect. Soon, the visage of an elder with white eyebrows appeared upon the stone. Upon seeing him, Li Shuangge's initially cold demeanor softened slightly, though his expression remained frosty. This individual was one of his most trusted aides, Li Baizhu. Li Shuangge directly inquired. Elder Baizhu, I had announced my seclusion. Why do you choose to contact me at this time? Clearly, Li Baizhu's actions had irked Li Shuangge to some extent. However, considering that this man had been by his side for so long, he refrained from unleashing his ire immediately. The elder's image inclined slightly toward Li Shuangge before he spoke. Sectmaster, Lin Chen has arrived. What? Upon hearing this, Li Shuangge was initially taken aback, but soon a smile of delight graced his face. Has Lu Ruyan brought him back? Lin Chen, in pursuit of Lu Ruyan, had also joined the Taishan sect. Yet the sect had little control over his comings and goings, even with Li Shuangge as its leader. After all, were it not for his pursuit of Lu Ruyan, Lin Chen would have had no interest in joining the Taishan sect. The legacy of the DU imperial family and Lin Sanqiang's personal tutelage were far more appealing. Thus, they had to rely on Lu Ruyan to entice Lin Chen back. That is not the case. No one else seems to be present. It appears Lin Chen has come alone. The elder continued. Is that so? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Shuangge's eyes. In the present day, the absence of Lu Ruyan from the Taishan sect raises the question of how Lin Chen could have arrived alone. Father, it is likely that Ruyan has taken matters into her own hands. He exclaimed. She once sent word to me, stating that within 3 days, Lin Chen would obediently return to the Taishan sect and hand over the supreme bone to me. The Lu family is currently hosting a birthday banquet, so she is unlikely to return soon. At this moment, Li Tianming sat up from the stone bed, elucidating the situation. Ah, that makes perfect sense, Li Shuangge murmured, his face suddenly illuminating with uncontainable joy. Lin Chen's return is perfectly timed. By unsealing your pure Yang Dao body, while simultaneously transplanting his supreme bone into you, you shall flawlessly inherit his essence. Let us go. I shall fetch him at once to assist you in your final metamorphosis. With that, the two vanished from the secret chamber. Chapter 27. Everything comes to an end. At the Taishan sect, a figure clad in white stood suspended in the air above the training ground, exuding an ethereal grace. With eyes resembling celestial bodies that added an enigmatic aura to his presence. However, he now emanated a regal pressure akin to that of an emperor. As the white-clad youth appeared above the Taishan sect, nearly every disciple present in the training ground turned their gaze towards him. Their expressions varied, yet a singular commonality prevailed. There was scarcely a hint of respect in their eyes, and many bore a look of disdain. Is that Lin Chen? How did he arrive here? Didn't Lu Ruyan return already? One murmured in confusion. Strange. Why does Lin Chen seem somewhat different? I can sense an aura of authority emanating from him. After all, he is the crown prince of DU. Isn't it natural for him to carry a royal demeanor? Another countered. Nay, are you truly intimidated by him? Surely, you haven't been too overindulgent recently? A third chimed in with a laugh. So what if he is a prince? He remains the sycophant to our Taishan sect as Saintess, summoned at her beck and call. Indeed, in the presence of Saintess Ruyan, he is but a lowly dog. Look at how he has elevated the Lu family. They guffawed. At this rate, it won't be long before the Lu family can walk atop the DU royal family's heads. The disciples in the training ground spoke openly, their voices betraying no fear of Lin Chen, the crown prince of DU. Hey, Lin Chen, what is with that gaze? Hurry down and apologize to us. You're scaring us. Another shouted. Exactly. Stop pretending to be aloof. Who here hasn't seen your obsequious demeanor? That's right. Lin Chen, it's still not too late for you to come down and apologize. If you delay, when Saintess Ruyan returns, we will surely inform her and ensure you are suitably punished. Despite their perplexity at Lin Chen's uncharacteristic demeanor, the disciples had grown accustomed to treating him in this manner over the years. Now, witnessing Lin Chen's refusal to comply with their demands for an apology, their faces twisted with anger. As Lin Chen remained unmoved, the group prepared to voice their discontent once more. At that moment, Lin Chen's aura surged, and several strands of sword energy, like specters, suddenly shot towards the individuals who had just spoken. The air was pierced with a series of faint, yet distinctly audible sounds. The assailants barely had time to react before they felt a sudden chill beneath their knees. Instantly, a searing pain surged forth like a tidal wave. As they glanced down, they were horrified to see that invisible blades of spiritual energy had pierced through their kneecaps. Crimson blood erupted forth, staining the ground in a matter of moments. Heart-wrenching and piercing screams erupted from their lips. In the next breath, their bodies lost all support and fell to their knees with a thud. Their faces paled from the excruciating pain, cold sweat beading on their brows. In that fleeting instant, the vast training ground fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. Even the rhythmic beating of their hearts was distinctly audible. The remaining spectators widened their eyes. Shocked at the sight of their fallen comrades lying in pools of blood, disbelief etched across their faces. Among them was a formidable inner disciple of the Taishan sect, a cultivator at the 9th level of the transformation realm. While their innate talents may not have matched Lin Chen's, their age and extensive training time gave them an edge. Lin Chen had only recently departed from the Taishan sect as a 1st-level transformation realm cultivator, and yet it had been less than a month since then. Why? Why was this 9th-level inner disciple utterly powerless before Lin Chen? With their knees pierced, they knelt helplessly before him. Their minds were blank, and some female disciples gasped, trembling in fear. They were aware of Lin Chen's remarkable talent, yet they believed that the growth of a genius required time. How could Lin Chen undergo such a drastic transformation in merely a month? His cultivation had advanced at an astonishing rate. To easily defeat a 9th-level disciple of the transformation realm indicated that Lin Chen must have achieved at least the dragon transformation realm. Even more shocking was Lin Chen's audacity. How could he dare to act so boldly? Did he not fear the retribution of Lu Rian? There was a time when a disciple had insulted Lin Chen, and he had retaliated with a slap. Upon learning of this, Lu Rian had insisted that Lin Chen apologize to the insulted disciple. Since that incident, even when faced with insults, Lin Chen had chosen to ignore them or swiftly depart, never daring to retaliate. Yu, the 9th-level inner disciple, enduring the agonizing pain in his knees, lifted his head to gaze at Lin Chen. His eyes were filled with resentment, malice, and fury. Yet a hint of barely perceptible fear flickered deep within. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Chen appeared before this inner disciple. Gazing down upon him from a position of superiority, his eyes brimmed with indifference. How could one such as I, the esteemed Prince of Dayu, be insulted by a mere inner disciple of your Taishan sect? Pray tell, what penalty befits one who dares to offend the Prince of Dayu? The voice, chilling to the bone, seemed to emanate from the depths of the netherworld, instilling a sense of dread. Upon hearing this, the inner disciple gritted his teeth, attempting to speak. Yet, the excruciating pain radiating from below made it nearly impossible for him to utter a coherent sentence. What? Are you feigning ignorance, or merely daft? Lin Chen's frigid tone resonated once more as he placed a foot upon the man's face. The disciple attempted to struggle, but how could he resist Lin Chen, whose power far surpassed that of a mere 9th-level transcendent? Lin Chen, as he opened his mouth, the disciple felt the piercing gaze of Lin Chen upon him and hastily corrected himself. Your Highness, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you. As he spoke, his voice trembled, betraying the fear that had taken root within him. He could not fathom why Lin Chen's demeanor had so drastically altered. Yet he understood that if he failed to apologize, Lin Chen would indeed take his life. Ha! Ha ha! Lin Chen regarded the Taishan disciple with a scornful laugh. Truly a wretched soul. The more one extends kindness to such a person, the more they take liberties. A slight show of force, and they crumble like a dog. Begging for mercy. With a swift motion, 2 sword shadows shot forth from Lin Chen's hands. One blade pierced the disciple's mouth, while the other drove through his forehead, embedding itself into the ground, splattering crimson and white. The disciple's body convulsed violently before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. In his eyes lingered a glimmer of shock and resentment. Alas, for him, all was at an end. Chapter 28. blood-stains Taishian, Yang Bufan brother. As the lifeless body lay sprawled upon the ground before them, realization dawned, prompting a chorus of screams. Some disciples, who had previously been on amicable terms with Yang Bufan, wore expressions of fury and prepared to rush forth for vengeance. Yet, upon witnessing the ghastly sight of Yang Bufan's body and the other disciples moaning in a pool of blood, they hesitated. They could only utter with venom, "Your Highness." While he was in the wrong, such matters should be left to the sect's law enforcement hall for punishment. How dare you act with such impunity within the sect, slaughtering fellow disciples? Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen chuckled, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "And who are you to instruct this prince? Do you truly believe that today, only he shall die?" As his words fell, an icy chill surged from their feet, creeping up their spines. "What do you intend to do?" The leader stammered, his eyes filled with terror. "I grant you this opportunity. Step forward if you have never spoken a word against this prince, nor ever insulted him in these past years." Lin Chen did not respond to the man's query, but instead posed his own. Yet, as mere moments passed, no one stepped forward. This implies that everyone present had once insulted Lin Chen. Naturally, this was all within his expectations. Since no one dared to speak, let them all perish. A dangerous smile crept upon Yi Xingchen's lips. With that said, Lin Chen gently raised his right hand. In an instant, countless ethereal sword blades materialized behind him. He then pointed with his raised hand. The next moment, the ethereal blades shot forth towards the disciples of the Taishian sect on the training ground. Cries of anguish erupted, blending with screams and curses, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Some, in their desperate attempt to flee, even used their fellow disciples as shields against the blades. Alas, while they might have blocked the first blade, they could not stop the second. Heads, wide-eyed in horror, soared into the air. Numerous severed limbs fell from the bodies of the Taishian disciples. Various gruesome fates, such as being pierced through the brow or having their throats slashed, became the ultimate demise of these disciples. Soon, the training ground was drenched in blood, a thick, metallic scent filling Lin Chen's nostrils. How audacious! How reckless! As the 1,000 disciples on the training ground fell silent, several voices, filled with utmost fury, resounded. A dozen figures clad in light blue robes rushed onto the training ground, each face twisted in rage. From their attire, Lin Chen recognized them as the external elders of the Taishian sect, each possessing the strength of the dragon transformation realm. Particularly, the elder at the forefront, an aged man with white hair, named Yang Buhui, boasted a power level reaching the 3rd stage of the king realm. He was none other than the grandfather of Yang Bufan, whom Lin Chen had slain. Upon laying his gaze on the most gruesomely slain figure, a mouthful of blood erupted from Yang Buhui's lips. "Bufan! Bufan!" He dashed forward, cradling Yang Bufan's lifeless body in his arms, trembling uncontrollably. Yang Bufan had been his most cherished protege, and now he lay dead, tragically within the confines of the Taishian sect. This outcome, this manner of death, was unbearable. "Lin Chen, I will ensure your demise." In that moment, the frenzied Yang Buhui charged at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes. From their respective standings, even though Lin Chen had killed his grandson, he would not have dared to attack Lin Chen, the prince, directly. Perhaps it was the image Lin Chen had cultivated over the years, combined with the loss of his grandson, that drove him to reckless action. He unleashed a full-force strike from the 3rd stage of the king realm. Had Lin Chen not attained the king realm himself, he would surely have been slain by Yang Buhui's sword. The elders accompanying Yang Buhui wore scornful smirks. "Huh." Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his voice resonating like an echo of enchantment. It could only be said that he had lowered his status for far too long, leading these individuals to misjudge the circumstances. Under ordinary circumstances, not to mention the outer sect elders of the Taishian sect, even the sect leader, Li Xuanhe, would show Lin Chen a modicum of respect. When did an insignificant outer sect elder dare to take his life? Whoosh! A streak of sword light sliced through the air. As Yang Buhui charged toward Lin Chen, a slender white line extended from the center of his forehead down to his lower body. Just as he approached Lin Chen, mere meters away, he was cleaved in two and fell lifelessly onto the martial arts arena. Hiss! Impossible! This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the dozen or so outer sect elders who had followed Yang Buhui. They collectively gasped in shock. Lin puff! Another flash of sword light appeared, severing the remaining elders at the waist, their bodies landing in unison on the arena floor. Though these individuals were bisected, They did not perish immediately. They let out harrowing cries that gradually diminished into silence. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended, enveloping the entire Taishan sect. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures emerged, a man in green robes, a young man, and an elderly man with a white beard. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked arena and the scattered corpses, their pupils abruptly constricted. The lead figure, the man in green, wore an expression dark as thunder. His snake-like eyes fixed coldly upon Lin Chen as he spoke with an icy tone. Lin Chen, you had better provide this sect leader with an explanation, otherwise, even if you are a prince, I shall demand an account from your royal family. His words dripped with veiled threat. The newcomers were none other than Li Xuanhe and his companions. Despite Li Xuanhe's outward calm, tumultuous waves churned within his heart. With his keen perception, he easily recognized that among the deceased were the outer sect elders of the Taishan sect, especially Yang Buhui, a master at the King realm. Yet now, they were all dead, seemingly without a trace of resistance. He was aware that Lin Chen had a powerful bodyguard, and had he not achieved a breakthrough, he would have harbored doubts about subduing that individual. However, at present, he sensed no concealed presence around. This implied that Lin Chen had indeed come alone, and these corpses were the result of his singular prowess. A 20-year-old youth capable of slaying masters at the 3rd level of the King realm. Not only in the Taishan sect, but even their divine sect behind them had never seen such a prodigy. Could it be that the Supreme Bone was truly this formidable? Or perhaps that the Saint Emperor, the foremost figure of Dayu, had bestowed upon him other means? Chapter 29. Unaware of his fate. It seems I must act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. Regardless, my fate and that of the Taishan sect are already sealed. At the very least, I must pave the way for my son's ultimate path to greatness. Li Xuanhe glared at Lin Chen, his thoughts racing. Father, quickly, subdue him. At the sight of Lin Chen's arrival, Li Tianming's eyes ignited with ecstatic delight. He is utterly indifferent to the lives and deaths of the disciples of the Taishan sect. His only fixation lies in acquiring Lin Chen's supreme bone, which would enable him to undergo a complete transformation and ascend to the ranks of the top-tier prodigies. With sufficient strength at his disposal, how could he fear that no one would submit to him? Upon hearing these words, Li Xuanhe nodded, the shadows in his eyes dissipating, replaced by fervor. Lin Chen, as the prince of a nation, you brazenly slaughter hundreds of my Taishan sect disciples without cause. Such actions defy the principles of heaven, and your crimes are worthy of execution. Today, as the sect leader, I shall act on behalf of justice and capture you, this murderer. As his voice fell, an aura surpassing that of the sovereign realm erupted violently from within Li Xuanhe, a formidable presence that shook the heavens and the earth. The first to be affected was the white-browed elder standing beside him, who was also a sovereign, albeit at the 1st level. Thus, when Li Xuanhe's aura exploded forth, the elder immediately knelt, his gaze aflame as he looked upon Li Xuanhe. Sovereign realm? Sect leader? Have you entered the sovereign realm? Having spoken, the elder, seemingly worried that it was merely a figment of his imagination, pinched his own arm fiercely. As the tide of pain surged through him, he confirmed that it was not an illusion. Indeed, the leader of their Taishan sect had ascended to the sovereign realm. Excellent. This means our master can fulfill the sect's mission, annihilate the Yu Holy Dynasty, and even return to the main sect. As he spoke the last words, 2 streams of murky tears cascaded from the elder's eyes. He understood the torment Li Xuanhe had endured over the years. What was presented as a mission was, in truth, a means of casting them aside. Now, with the power of the sovereign realm, Li Xuanhe would possess the strength to slay Lin Sanqiong. Once Lin Sanqiong is dead, the remaining adversaries would be mere weaklings, easily vanquished. Sensing the unusual demeanor of the elder beside him, Li Xuanhe merely cast a sidelong glance without uttering a word. The truth of the matter rested solely with him. Yet the elder naively believed that upon completing their task, they would return to the main sect, unaware that day would also herald their demise. Is this truly the aura of the sect leader? How powerful? Is this still the same leader? It feels as though he has ascended to an entirely new echelon. The commotion was considerable. Thus, as Li Xuanhe and his companions arrived, other disciples of the Taishan sect began to gather as well. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Li Xuanhe, each face displayed shock. Simultaneously, they beheld the battlefield strewn with corpses and pools of blood. How could this be? How could they all be dead? Who was it? Who could have committed such an atrocity? This is sheer tyranny. No, it is the work of a demon. How audacious to dare to slaughter the disciples and elders of our Taishan sect. This is a provocation of our dignity. Look, that person seems to be Lin Chen. Could he be the one responsible? Impossible. How could Lin Chen possibly possess such power? And how could he dare? He is but a mere hound of the saintess. A single word from her is enough to compel him to surrender meekly. Even the dogs of our Taishan sect would dare to kick him. But do you think he would have the audacity to retaliate? Perhaps not. Yet we must not forget that he is, after all, the Prince of DU. Should that Saint Emperor grant him even a modicum of power, he would be beyond our reach. Could it be that he, in his pursuit of the saintess, has succumbed to rage out of humiliation? How infuriating! This is a brazen affront. We must urge the sect master to capture him, to slay him, in order to console the spirits of our fallen brothers. I beseech the sect master to eradicate this wretch. Witnessing their brothers, who had ventured on missions with them just yesterday, now brutally slain before their eyes, the crowd seethed with righteous indignation, their faces twisted in fury, as if they wished to devour Lin Chen alive. Ah, do you see this, Lin Chen? You, as a member of the DU royal lineage, wield your power with utmost cruelty, defying the will of the people. What does this signify? It indicates that your Lin clan is utterly unworthy of being the royal family of DU. Your dynasty is destined to fall. Upon hearing the crowd's outcry, Li Xuanha's lips curved slightly, revealing a trace of amusement. Ding! A powerful being at the level of a revered master has been detected nearby, automatically elevating the host's cultivation to the revered master level. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Has Li Xuanha truly broken through to the revered master level? The trajectory of this narrative seems to have shifted. According to the original plot, Li Xuanha would not have reached this level until much later, yet the current pace suggests we are still far from that point. It appears that my presence has altered the course of events, Lin Chen murmured to himself. However, for Lin Chen, it mattered not whether Li Xuanha was a revered master or even a saint beyond that. To him, all beings could be vanquished in an instant. Thus, Lin Chen, you might as well embrace your demise. Before he could finish his thought, whoosh, a blade erupted from Lin Chen's hand, swift as lightning, piercing through Li Xuanha's brow in an instant. The blade emerged from the back of Li Xuanha's skull, droplets of crimson blood cascading down the blade's tip. The scorn, pride, and mockery that had adorned Li Xuanha's face froze in an instant, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. How is this possible? I am a revered master. He had never anticipated that a junior in his eyes could possess such terrifying strength. Though Lin Chen bore the supreme bone, as long as he had yet to mature, Li Xuanha could crush him with a single hand. In his view, he had only one true opponent, the Saint Emperor of DU. Bang! In the next moment, the light faded from Li Xuanha's eyes, plunging him into utter darkness. A lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen gazed at Li Xuanha's corpse and remarked coolly, "Even if I have erred, my father would merely confine me. What are you, to think you could capture me? You are utterly oblivious to your own mortality." At this moment, the entire arena fell silent, the air thick with astonishment. Every onlooker stared in horror at the white-clad youth suspended in midair, their hearts trembling in shock, their throats constricted with disbelief. They could hardly fathom the terrifying nature of Lin Chen, the prince, and his ruthless demeanor. Chapter 30, Sword Rain. Furthermore, what instilled even greater dread within them was the fact that Lin Chen had just slain their most formidable warrior, Li Xuanha, who had already ascended to the esteemed realm of a venerable. In the entirety of DU, no one existed in the venerable realm, with such power only found within the sect they regarded as the main one, the Tianxin divine sect. Yet now what did they witness? The venerable Li Xuanha appeared as fragile as tofu before Lin Chen, effortlessly obliterated, akin to a mere insect, swiftly dispatched in a matter of seconds. Hiss! Countless gasps echoed through the air, as everyone could only gaze at Lin Chen in astonishment, their bodies trembling in fear. Humph! Insects! With a cold scoff, all those suspended in the air plummeted, grimacing and howling in agony. In the midst of this chaos, Lin Chen approached Li Tianming, his star-like eyes coldly fixed upon him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What do you intend to do? Li Tianming, confronted with Lin Chen at such a close distance, felt as if his very blood was freezing. With his father powerless against this man, who could possibly save him now? Do not harm the young lord. Beside them, the elder with white brows, witnessing Lin Chen's intent to strike Li Tianming, scrambled to his feet in a futile attempt to intervene. Observing this, Lin Chen merely smiled disdainfully. Your loyalty is commendable. Alas, our positions are fundamentally opposed. Otherwise, I might have spared your life. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand lightly, and the elder's head burst open like a watermelon, crimson and yellow matter splattering, some even staining Li Tianming's face, turning it blood red. Through the original narrative, Lin Chen understood that this elder with white brows was utterly devoted to Li Xuanhe. Thus, despite his admiration for the elder, death was his inevitable fate. Those not of my kin harbored different intentions. Wait. Lin Chen, you cannot kill me. As Lin Chen's gaze shifted back to him, Li Tianming began to struggle, grasping at a lifeline. Oh, why not? Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, feigning boredom. You should be aware of my relationship with Ru Yin. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Sister Ru Yin will undoubtedly exact her vengeance, and you shall find no solace from her. Moreover, if you truly kill me, Sister Ru Yin will harbor hatred for you throughout her life, never granting you forgiveness. Li Tianming hurriedly pleaded. Though the expression on his face betrayed his anxiety, his heart racing with trepidation. The situation seemed to spiral beyond their control, and he was uncertain whether Lin Chen would still hesitate to act against them out of consideration for Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, lowering his hand. Witnessing this turn of events, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Tianming's eyes. Indeed, he had placed his bet wisely. Lu Ruyin remained Lin Chen's ultimate leverage. Thus, he felt a sense of relief. As long as Lin Chen remains under the control of Lu Ruyin, he will find a way to deal with Lin Chen. What needs to be done now is to buy time until Lu Ruyin returns. However, in the next moment, Li Tianming felt a sudden chill below his waist. Immediately after, an excruciating pain surged from his lower body. Looking down, he realized his younger brother was gone. His happiness vanished. A bone-deep agony radiated from his loins, and Li Tianming emitted a heart-wrenching, soul-crushing wail. He clutched his lower body with both hands, rolling and twisting in anguish. His face flushed crimson, while half of it turned pale, the other half resembling the hue of pig liver. Hiss! The sight compelled the surrounding male disciples of Tai Xian's sect to instinctively tighten their grips on their own loins. Lin Chen, are you not afraid? Smack. Li Tianming attempted to threaten Lin Chen using Lu Ruyin, yet before he could finish his words, a slap sent him flying several dozen meters away. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and a vivid red handprint marred his cheek. It seems that your Tai Xian sect's information is rather outdated, Lin Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Li Tianming's mind. What do you mean? Do you not know? The Lu family has offended the royal family. Offended this prince. Just yesterday, my royal family SDU divine guards annihilated the Lu family. By the way, your dear sister Ru Yin was among them. How tragic for her to have been thinking of you until her last breath. Lin Chen sneered. What? Impossible? This declaration struck Li Tianming's heart like a thunderbolt. You loved Lu Ru Yin so dearly. How could you bear to kill her? In that moment, Li Tianming felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. His eyes grew vacant. His last shred of hope had vanished. This prince is not Lin Chen of the past. How could he possibly harbor feelings for a woman like Lu Ruyin? Heh! A mocking voice echoed in Li Tianming's ear, and disbelief flooded his once dull eyes. You are not Lin Chen? I am Lin Chen, but not the Lin Chen you once knew. Moreover, I am aware that you possess the pure yang body, which must be on the verge of being unsealed, right? With my supreme bone in your possession, you could soar to great heights, could you not? Unfortunately, you will not have that chance. As those words fell, Li Tianming's pupils suddenly constricted, followed by a widening of his eyes, fixated intently on Lin Chen. Only 3 individuals knew of his pure yang body, the 2 of them, and that wise man who had provided them with advice back in the day. Not even Lu Ruyin was aware of this matter. Why? How does Lin Chen know? But just as he wished to seek clarity, a sharp blade swiftly sliced across his neck. Crimson blood gushed forth from the severed neck. A pair of wide-open eyes, unable to close in death, slowly rolled to the side, still filled with unwillingness. Until his last moment, he remained oblivious to where they had gone astray, as he stood on the precipice of greatness. Mere moments away from becoming the genius that countless individuals revered, the future lay before him, boundless and bright. Yet, in an instant, everything came to a halt, dissipating like smoke. It was over. Flee now. As they witnessed the strongest member of the Tai Xian sect and its young lord perish before their very eyes. The disciples of Tai Xian were seized by terror and began to flee in a frenzy. Chaos erupted throughout the venue. The air was filled with wails, cries, and desperate screams. No, I do not wish to die. Who will save me? How infuriating. Why has it come to this? Demon, you are a demon. Unworthy of being the Prince of Daiyu. Ignoring the torrent of curses, Lin Chen leaped into the air, his gaze cold and indifferent as he surveyed the throngs of Tai Xian disciples below. He murmured softly, "It is time to end this." With that, countless ethereal blades of spiritual power cascaded from the heavens, plunging into the fray like a rain of swords, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Tai Xian disciples. The air was filled with heart-wrenching cries. Some felt a chill in their shoulders, only to discover their arms had been severed at the roots. Others felt a coldness at their necks, and the next moment, they beheld their own headless corpses. As time passed, the cacophony of screams began to fade. The relentless storm of blades raged on for a full quarter of an hour before it finally extinguished the lives of all present at the Taishan sect. Thus, the first sect of Daiyu, Taishan, was utterly annihilated. Taishan sect extinguished. Chapter 31. The Heavenly Xian Divine Sect. In the Taihao domain, a realm beyond Daiyu, at its very heart stood an ancient celestial gate, seemingly suspended in the ninth sky. This sect comprised 9 floating immortal mountains, with the main peak, Tianshu Peak, soaring over 10,000 zhang, piercing the clouds. The sect's grand formation absorbed the abundant spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth, its potency 100-fold compared to the outside world. Deep within the immortal mountains stood a towering edifice, its alternating layers of gold and obsidian stretching skyward, reaching directly into the clouds. This was the sanctuary behind the Taishan sect, the Heavenly Xian Divine Sect. At this moment, within a grand palace, a figure hurriedly rushed into the hall, bowing respectfully before a towering presence above. "Sectmaster, a calamity has befallen Taishan sect. Not a single soul survived among the tens of thousands. The sect has been reduced to rubble, leaving only a sea of blood. Reports from the Life Tablet Hall indicate that the tablet of the pawn Li Xuanhe has shattered, and prior to this, the Prince of Daiyu had led the Divine Guards to slaughter the Lu family, annihilating them completely." As the words left his lips, a deafening force surged from above. In an instant, the doors and windows of the palace, along with other structures, exploded without warning. The thunderous roar echoed relentlessly. The towering figure above seemed to be consumed by an unparalleled fury, his right hand crushing the armrest of his chair into mere fragments. A thunderous voice erupted, reverberating with indignation, incompetence, a bunch of utter failures. Damn it, foolishness. I have utilized secret arts to elevate Li Xuanhe to the esteemed realm. Yet how could he perish in the wake of Daiyu's demise? After years of meticulous planning by our Tianshan Divine Sect, we were on the brink of success, only to see it all collapse at the last moment. With a furious roar, the entire palace trembled as if on the verge of collapse. A tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being, sweeping through the surroundings and distorting the very fabric of space, accompanied by a resonating hum. Before long, the chaotic atmosphere subsided, restoring an eerie calm. This man was none other than the leader of the Tianshan Divine Sect, Shangguan Jinghong. Go. Ensure that Li Xuanhe's family is safely escorted away from the sect. A family should be united. The towering figure commanded his disciples below. At your command, came the obedient reply, and the individuals quietly departed from the grand hall. The Taishan sect had been but a puppet nurtured by the Tianshan Divine Sect, intended to counterbalance and ultimately overthrow the Daiyu Holy Dynasty, thereby usurping its place. To their astonishment, a new player had emerged in the form of the Lu family, whose daughter had managed to ensnare the Daiyu prince, a development unforeseen in their grand scheme. Under the dual protection of the Lu family and the Taishan sect, they should have been able to gradually dismantle the Daiyu Holy Dynasty. Not to mention, he had gone so far as to bestow Li Xuanhe with the power of the 4th stage of the esteemed realm. Yet, unexpectedly, their plans lay in ruins. The annihilation of the Lu family was one matter, but the bloodbath of their own Taishan sect was entirely unacceptable. Simultaneously cursed. All of you are useless. Shangguan Jinghong's body erupted once more with an overwhelming force, nearly shattering the palace's ceiling. Their motive for toppling the Daiyu Holy Dynasty was ultimately to seize its national fortune. The Daiyu Holy Dynasty was renowned as the most prosperous among the surrounding holy dynasties, its national fortune rich and profound. The essence of national fortune is deeply mysterious. Should the Shangguan lineage replace the DeYu royal family, they would bask in the blessings it bestows. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the royal city of DeYu is an exceptional locus for the concentration of national fortune. The Tianxian divine sect refrained from direct action precisely because sects or rogue cultivators attempting to overthrow a holy dynasty invariably suffer a backlash. To mitigate this risk, the Taishan sect was established. As long as the Taishan sect could obliterate the DeYu royal family, only individuals like Li Xuanhe would bear the repercussions, allowing them to patiently await the moment when Li Xuanhe would deliver this ripe fruit into their hands. Yet now, everything lay in ruin. At that moment, a youth entered the scene, his eyes equally ablaze with fury. This young man was none other than the young master of the Tianxian divine sect, Shangguan Jiai. Father, are we truly destined for failure? Li Xuanhe's family is a disgrace. Even at the esteemed realm, they cannot withstand the might of the DeYu Holy Emperor? Shangguan Jiai clenched his teeth in frustration. As long as he can successfully overthrow the royal family of DeYu and replace it, he, Shangguan Jiai, will become the crown prince of the new dynasty. With the favor of the nation's fortune, his innate talents will flourish once more, and his path in martial arts will extend even further. There are indeed ways to achieve this. Suddenly, Shangguan Jinghong spoke up. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jiai's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "Father, what do you mean?" After a moment of contemplation, Shangguan Jinghong looked at Shangguan Jiai with a glimmer of hope in his eyes and replied with a gentle smile. "Your grandfather is likely to break through in the next few days. Once he succeeds, he will lead us to directly breach the DeYu Holy Dynasty and eradicate the royal family of DeYu." What? Grandfather is about to break through to the Saint Realm? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jiai's expression changed to one of astonishment, but it quickly morphed into concern. But if grandfather intervenes, won't he suffer from the backlash of the DeYu's vitality? After these words, Shangguan Jinghong shook his head with a smile. Saint. Manifesting one's divinity before the masses, this has already become a watershed moment, creating a significant chasm between sovereigns and revered ones. As long as the power is sufficiently strong, it can counteract the backlash of DeYu's fortune. Fortunately, the DeYu's holy emperor is merely at the sovereign level. If he were to attain the revered realm, the backlash would be even more formidable. Moreover, your grandfather is willing to sacrifice everything for you. He is aging, and your future will never be confined to the Saint Realm. At that time, he will sever the bloodline connection with us, and even if there is a backlash, it will only befall your grandfather, allowing him to bear the burden alone. Shangguan Jiai hesitated slightly. But grandfather, there are no buts. Do not let your grandfather's goodwill go to waste. The Xianshang secret realm will soon open, and the prodigies from the other major sects will not be inferior to you. This time, as long as we succeed and ascend to the royal family to enjoy the tempering of the national fortune, we will undoubtedly encounter a significant transformation. By then, even the other prodigies will not be your match. Shangguan Jinghong spoke with fervor. The Xianshang secret realm is the legendary domain left behind by the Xianshang Saint King. With it, your path to becoming a Saint King is assured. Yes, father, I understand, Shangguan Jiai affirmed. That's good to hear. If all goes smoothly, your grandfather may not face any grave dangers, but we must always prepare for the worst. Thus, even if your grandfather might fall due to the eventual backlash, we must be ready in advance. I will not disappoint grandfather's sacrifices. Shangguan Jiai vowed solemnly. Very well, then I too must prepare in advance. With those words, Shangguan Jinghong turned his gaze towards the hall's exterior, his eyes deep with contemplation. Chapter 32. The Astonishment of Nailin Yanran. Meanwhile, in Kanglin Prefecture, at the Nailin residence, a gathering of the newly appointed key members of the Nailin family congregated in the Grand Hall, with Su Wuyo seated prominently at the top. Nailin Yanran had already employed other methods to rid Su Wuyo of the ailment that had plagued him for years, and he was now able to cultivate normally. With the assistance of the enigmatic figure, after dispatching a portion of the defiant individuals, the remaining ones surrendered completely. At this moment, Su Wuyo has assumed the role of the matriarch of the Nailin family. A gathering of individuals watched with uncertain expressions as a scout knelt in the center of the Grand Hall, fervently relaying the latest news. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, personally led the DeYu Divine Guards to the Liu family and executed a bloodbath. Furthermore, he has hung the main lineage of the Liu family outside the imperial city, subjecting them to the most severe punishments. the crown prince himself even beheaded Lu Ruyan. When this shocking tidbit emerged from the lips of the scout dispatched by the Nalan family, it struck the hearts of those present like a thunderclap. Almost everyone widened their eyes, their expressions filled with utter astonishment. Is this true? Impossible, right? A bloodbath at the Lu family? The beheading of Lu Ruyan? Is this some kind of dream? Surely, no one would dare jest in such a solemn setting. Yet, it was evident that the crown prince held Lu Ruyan in deep affection, having even humbled himself for her sake. Now, to be told that he personally executed her? Surely, there must be some hidden secret between the two. Perhaps the signs began to emerge when the crown prince visited our Nalan family to propose marriage. At that moment, upon hearing the news, everyone felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks, their minds buzzing, rendered nearly speechless, uncertain of what to say. This revelation was akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Once this news spreads throughout the Great Yu Holy Dynasty, it is bound to unleash a monumental storm. After all, the whispers of the crown prince's infatuation with Lu Ruyan had long circulated through the streets and alleys of DU. Although most had never witnessed it firsthand, the mere fact that such rumors could flourish to this extent, given the crown prince's stature, lends credence to the truth of this news. Who does not know of Lin Chen's unwavering devotion to Lu Ruyan? Previously, when Lin Chen and the Holy Emperor approached the Nalan family to propose marriage, Su Wuyo felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. What if Lin Chen had not truly severed his feelings for Lu Ruyan and was merely compelled by the Holy Emperor? Even if they were to unite, her daughter might face difficulties within the royal family. Yet, the unexpected joy arrived so swiftly. Each individual present felt tumultuous waves surging within their hearts. Now that the Lu family has been annihilated and Lu Ruyan slain by Lin Chen's own hand, the heavy burden that had long weighed upon Su Wuyo's heart could finally be lifted. This signifies that Lin Chen has drawn back from the brink. The union between the Nalan family and the royal family is destined to be a remarkable match for all of DU. Go, Su Wuyo commanded, her beautiful eyes shimmering. After a few moments of suppressing her astonishment, she turned to a nearby maid and instructed, quickly inform the young lady of this matter. This action was also intended to reassure Nalan Yinran completely. Besides, in just a few days, the grand wedding between the royal family and the Nalan family will take place. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Nalan family, Nalan Yinran bent her body into a meditative posture, surrounded by swirling mist that intermingled shades of gray and purple. She resembled a vortex, fervently absorbing the ethereal essence of the world around her. Soft popping sounds emanated from within her, while her aura steadily intensified. The corrosive nature of the mist enveloping her caused the surrounding spiritual energy to sizzle before it transformed into droplets of black liquid. In her past life, she had endured countless tribulations before finally mastering her cursed body. Yet, she had lost so much along the way. Now reborn, she possessed a clear method to control her affliction, enabling her to awaken and harness her cursed body beforehand. Although circumstances diverged from her previous existence, she understood that only by seizing control could she find solace. Thus, it became imperative for her to attain sufficient power to confront any potential adversities that might arise ahead. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a resounding rumble akin to distant thunder resonated through the void. Nalan Yinran's body began to tremble, fine beads of cold sweat emerging from her brow and cheeks, indicating that awakening her cursed body in her current state posed considerable difficulty. With the passage of time, the gray-purple mist thickened, corroding everything within the room. Moreover, a terrifying pressure emanated from her, pervading the atmosphere. Once the mist fully saturated the space, Nalan Yinran's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing irises of a delicate purple hue. Simultaneously, a regal and disdainful aura, reminiscent of celestial beings, erupted from her gaze, transforming her entirely. In the next moment, she intoned, "Mother of the 9 nether poison, heed my summons." The quintessence of the 5 poisons transformed into the spirit bridge. As she formed intricate hand seals and her crimson lips parted, her momentum surged to unprecedented heights, her gaze turning frigidly piercing. "I, by my own essence, bear this calamity." All poisons returned to origin, shattering the celestial prison. Open. At this instant, her cursed body was truly unsealed and completely mastered. The awakening of her affliction generated a commotion that grew increasingly pronounced, warping the very fabric of the void. In that fleeting moment, an anomaly unfolded above the Nalan residence. No, across the entire Kanglan prefecture, as the heavens and earth converged towards a singular direction. With the aid of this gathered spiritual essence, Nailing Yinran's cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. Body Refinement Realm, Nailing Mirror, Yuanling Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Transcendence Realm, Dragon Transformation Realm. Each breakthrough into a higher realm seemed effortless, devoid of any hindrance. Finally, with a resounding crack, Nailing Yinran's power shattered the Dragon Transformation Realm, ascending to the first level of the Sovereign Realm. Though still relatively weak, it was a commendable achievement nonetheless. If she were to forcefully continue her endeavor, her current physical form would surely not withstand it. Nailing Yinran murmured softly, her tone remarkably calm, as if this were but an ordinary occurrence. Had the time not been so brief in recent days, she could have further augmented her physical prowess and ascended to a higher realm. With a gentle motion, she drew the pervasive grayish-purple mist that suffused the room into the palm of her hand. Should anyone else have overheard her words, they would undoubtedly be struck dumb with astonishment. A mere girl of 17 or 18 possessing the cultivation of a monarch, not only in the Yu Sacred Dynasty, but even among the prodigies of sacred grounds and immortal sects, such a feat would be extraordinary. Moreover, within the Yu Sacred Dynasty, a monarch could indeed establish a sect and lead a first-rate religious order. Yet, Nailing Yinran audaciously deemed her monarch-level cultivation as weak. Is this how one speaks? However, Nailing Yinran is no ordinary individual. She is a reincarnated empress. In this lifetime, the monarch realm is merely her starting point. Her ambition is to transcend the imperial domain and reach heights unattained in her previous existence. Suddenly, a knock on the door jolted Nailing Yinran from her reverie. She spoke. "What is it?" A voice from outside responded. "Young miss, there is news regarding His Highness the Crown Prince. The matriarch has sent me to report to you. Speak." Upon hearing this, Nailing Yinran's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her voice turning icy. In her estimation, it was likely that Lin Chen had changed his mind. She had always known that such predetermined matters by fate were not easily altered. The last time, perhaps the Holy Emperor had forcibly brought Lin Chen to propose, and now, having once again fallen under the enchantment of Lu Ruyan, he would naturally seek to withdraw from their engagement. Nevertheless, she remained indifferent, now that her physique had awakened. She possessed the strength to protect herself. In this world, the only person she truly cared about was her mother, Su Wuyo. "Young miss, His Highness the Crown Prince personally led the Dayu Divine Guards to annihilate the Lu family, and Lu Ruyan is no exception." The maid's voice drifted in from outside. "The Lu family has been completely eradicated from this world." In an instant, Nailing Yinran's body froze, a shiver coursing through her. Chapter 33, The Gift of the Destined Daughter. The annihilation of the Lu family. The slaying of Lu Ruyan. The unfolding events once again surpassed Nailing Yinran's expectations. She had anticipated that they would bring her news of Lin Chen's withdrawal from their engagement. At that moment, she would have readily acquiesced. For now that she had awakened her calamity-poisoned body, coupled with the life-preserving means from her past life, she was confident in her resurgence. Furthermore, in this lifetime, she would possess the strength to protect her family. "And now, young miss?" Noting the silence within, the maid outside ventured to call again. "I understand. You may leave for now," Nailing Yinran replied. After a long pause, she finally absorbed the weight of the news, taking a deep breath. Lin Chen had actually obliterated the Lu family, and moreover, had personally slain Lu Ruyan. Nailing Yinran's pair of eyes flickered incessantly, revealing a sense of astonishment. It appeared that he had indeed changed. Even the events that were destined to unfold had undergone a transformation. Could it truly be that my rebirth has altered the course of this life? For a moment, Nailing Yinran felt a sense of bewilderment engulf her. After all, the occurrences of recent days had rendered her perplexed, leading her to question whether this was merely an illusion conjured in the moments before her demise. What she perceived now, all that transpired, could it merely be an inconsequential thought from the depths of her heart? Ultimately, Nailing Yinran shook her head. She could sense that her current self was indeed a being of flesh and blood. "Well then, when the soldiers come, I shall meet them. When the waters rise, I shall build my dam. Since I have been reborn, everything aside from my former cultivation is but a hidden card in my hand. Even without royal lineage, I can vanquish adversaries across the realms with my own strength." However, speaking of royalty, Nailing Yinran seemed to recall something, and a flush of crimson suddenly graced her cheeks. That was the matter of the last visit from the Holy Emperor and Lin Chen, who had come to propose marriage, setting the date for 10 days hence. Calculating the time, it seemed there were only a few days left. Thus, she would soon be wed to that fellow Lin Chen. Although she had ascended to the realm of the emperor in her previous life, becoming a formidable empress, she had never experienced the bond of a marital partner. Therefore, she was quite inexperienced in the affairs of marriage. Furthermore, she had never entertained the notion that Lin Chen would genuinely take her as his bride. Even during the last proposal, Nalin Yinran merely considered it a concession made by Lin Chen under the pressure of the Holy Emperor. Was Lin Chen serious? How could this be? The thought of sharing intimacy with a man caused her face to grow increasingly warm, and she could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks. Even her breath began to quicken, as the budding softness of her bosom rose and fell in rhythm. How vexing! Nalin Yinran bit her crimson lip, softly chastising herself. This predicament was something she had never encountered, even during her reign as an empress. Initially, she should have felt elated upon awakening her physique. Yet now she found herself growing anxious. Simultaneously, it was no surprise that news of the Liu family's downfall, along with the obliteration of the Taishan sect, began to circulate. Yet, no one knew who had brought about the destruction of the Taishan sect. Some speculated it to be the Daiyu royal family, for only they possessed the power to annihilate the Taishan sect within the vastness of Daiyu. However, it was puzzling and perplexing. Even the holy emperor of Daiyu could not have quietly obliterated the Taishan sect, could he? While the populace engaged in fervent discussions regarding these two matters. In the Eastern Palace, Lin Chen, the instigator, had already returned to his abode, his expression devoid of any ripple of emotion. With the Taishan sect now eradicated, it was only a matter of time before the Tianxian divine sect would take action. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips, revealing a chilling smirk. As a traveler from another realm, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Ultimately, the Taishan sect is merely a pawn discarded by the Tianxian divine sect. Behind the Taishan sect lies the formidable Tianxian divine sect. Now that the Taishan sect has been vanquished, the Tianxian divine sect must have received the news. It is laughable, however, that whether in the original narrative or the present, the Tianxian divine sect can never attain the coveted inheritance of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. In a previous life, the rise of the destined daughters, Lu Rian and Li Tianming, not only toppled the Yu Sacred Dynasty, but also led to the downfall of the Tianxian divine sect at their hands. In this lifetime, Lin Chen will undoubtedly resolve this matter. However, the time to confront the Tianxian divine sect is not now. His most pressing concern is to wed the reborn Empress Nalin Yinran. After all, he harbors little faith in the Tianxian divine sect's ability to maintain composure. System. Open the gift package of the destined daughter. Since he has decided to refrain from action for the time being, Lin Chen engages with the system, opening the gift obtained from slaying Lu Ruyan, the destined daughter. Beep. Opening the gift package of the destined daughter. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the exquisite sacred artifact, the National Seal. This item, forged from a strand of divine punitive lightning, possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. By absorbing the power of national fortune, it can unleash a devastating strike, theoretically limitless. The National Seal can also be refined by absorbing national fortune to enhance its tier, ensuring peace and prosperity for a great dynasty. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 million premium spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 joy balls. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 wolf tooth club, 100 exquisite stockings. System reminder. You can continue to claim more from the system once you run out. Congratulations, host. You have received. As the rewards are fully revealed, a gleam of brilliance ignites in Lin Chen's eyes. Indeed, these rewards are remarkably generous. Particularly, the exquisite sacred artifact arrives at the most opportune moment, and only those at the sacred sovereign level can fully wield its power. Lin Chen, possessing a system himself, does not require such items. Yet, he must not only strengthen himself, but also empower those around him for self-protection. After all, he cannot remain within the confines of the Yu Sacred Dynasty indefinitely. The National Seal will undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for Lin Songqiu. Joy balls. Upon seeing the subsequent items, a charming figure materializes in Lin Chen's mind, and a mischievous smile graces his lips. A wolf tooth club? Ah, how absurd. Does this prince truly require such things? Upon the emergence of the wolf tooth club, Lin Chen curses aloud, recalling his previous life's unyielding golden spear. Does he need such a trivial weapon? However, It seems this body's treasures are somewhat inferior to those of his former self. Damn it. Lin Chen truly feels the urge to curse. Wait, hold on. This is not right. System, did I not slay Li Tianming? Is he not the destined son? Why is there no gift package? Suddenly, Lin Chen remembers that when he defeated Li Tianming, the system did not issue a notification for a gift package. Beep. Host. The situation is as follows. Because Li Tianming was slain before his pure yang body was unsealed, he does not qualify as the destined son. Thus, there is naturally no gift package. Damn it. I do not care. I command you to immediately grant me a compensation gift package. The system is truly speechless at times. Now, send me the gift package right away. Ding. The Destiny Child gift package has been successfully dispatched. Would you like to open it? Chapter 34, Gift Giving. Open. Open. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He was merely trying to tease the system. It had actually complied? Well, he would gladly accept it. Received. Initiating the opening of the Destiny Child gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine skill. This skill is a one-time use that allows the reshaping of a specific part of your body, including its form, size, and maximum hardness. Once used, the skill will vanish, but the effects will remain permanently. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mid-grade sacred artifact, the 9 Heavens Flowing Phoenix Sun-Chasing Skirt. This skirt is woven from 1,000-year-old fire silkworm silk, adorned with faint golden patterns flowing across its surface. Beneath the 12 layers of cicada wing-like gauze lies a protective scale armor crafted from 999 phoenix tail feathers, capable of transforming into a fire phoenix illusion when attacked. It is embellished with 7 pieces of ancient rune-carved ice jade, which can instantaneously generate an absolute defense of an extreme cold domain. Congratulations, host. You have also received the mid-grade sacred artifact, the Void Xiantian Luo Sha skirt, which showcases a deep purple reminiscent of a whirlpool in the abyss. It is woven from the threads of ghost-faced spiders that grow in the void cracks, with intricate dark patterns engraved with soul-devouring incantations, enabling it to autonomously absorb surrounding spiritual energy for attacks. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Impressive, system. Claim it. Claim it all. Upon witnessing the first reward, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was clearly prepared just for him. Utilizing the divine skill. Without hesitation after receiving it, Lin Chen eagerly employed the skill granted by the system. Before long, a magnificent ruby golden hoop staff gradually took shape. Haha, reborn empress. This time you shall find it difficult to walk for days. Looking at his highly satisfactory creation, Lin Chen chuckled to himself and turned to exit the room. Deep within the palace, outside a secret chamber, Lin Mu respectfully bent forward at the door, reporting, Your Majesty, the Taishan sect has been utterly annihilated. The entire sect has been leveled to the ground. I have personally gone to inspect and confirm that there are no survivors. As soon as he finished speaking, bang. The chamber door was abruptly flung open, causing Lin Mu to stagger backward, nearly losing his balance. What did you say? The Taishan sect has been destroyed? Not a single survivor. The figure emerging was Lin Songqiong, who appeared visibly shocked. The annihilation of the Taishan sect, although he could have accomplished it before his breakthrough, would certainly not have been so effortless. The sect was protected by a formidable array, which he could not hope to breach in a short time. And as he moved farther from the imperial city, his ability to tap into the national fortune of DU would diminish. Even if he could conquer the Taishan sect, he would undoubtedly suffer significant injuries. But now, someone has actually obliterated the Taishan sect? Who is this remarkable individual? In his divine era of DU, it is hard to fathom anyone capable of so effortlessly and decisively annihilating a top-tier sect. No one has witnessed the enigmatic powerhouse responsible for the downfall of the Taishan sect, yet Lin Mu hesitantly remarked. Observing this, Lin Songqiong probed further, but what? I suspect it might have been His Highness the Crown Prince, Lin Mu continued. Lin Songqiong frowned slightly. The Guardian of the National Treasury reported that the Crown Prince has deposited a significant amount of resources, rare treasures, including the purple sky azure sun sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Songqiong's eyes narrowed, clearly shaken. The purple sky azure sun sword, as mentioned by Lin Mu, is a royal-grade weapon, on par with the imperial seal he possesses. More importantly, this sword belonged to Li Xuanhe, the master of the Taishan sect. If Lin Chen were not responsible for this matter, how could he possibly acquire such a weapon? Did he merely stumble upon it? Such a notion would hardly be believed, even as a jest. It seems that the secrets surrounding this young lad are far beyond my expectations, Lin Chen murmured, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Lin Chen is his son, and the more mysterious and powerful Lin Chen appears, the further he can elevate the divine era of Daiyu to unprecedented heights. Your Majesty, shall we inquire of the Crown Prince? Lin Mu cautiously suggested. No need. Since Chun'er has chosen to remain silent, he surely has his reasons. We shall observe. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Father? At that moment, a voice echoed from the distance of the corridor, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A figure soon appeared before the two. It was none other than Lin Chen. He had been searching for Lin Chen and, assuming he was within the royal family's forbidden grounds, had indeed found him. It is you, Chun'er. What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lin Xiang's face broke into a smile. However, in the next instant, his expression abruptly stiffened, for he sensed a faint yet undeniable aura of pressure emanating from Lin Chen. Despite its subtlety, it was palpably real. It is worth noting that he had now ascended to the realm of the revered one, and the pressure Lin Chen exuded was a cause for concern. This could only imply two possibilities. Either Lin Chen had attained power equal to his own, or he possessed something that posed a threat to a revered one. Regardless of which, both scenarios left Lin Chen astounded. Meanwhile, Lin Mu, though his expression remained stoic, if one were to observe closely, they would notice his hands, concealed beneath his sleeves, trembling slightly, his heart already stirred by tumultuous waves. A revered one? A revered one at the tender age of 20? Such prowess at such an age. Even in our holy heaven, Lin Mu dared not contemplate further. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Mu bowed slightly to Lin Chen. Indeed. Lin Chen responded with a gentle nod, then turned to Lin Xiang, retrieving the imperial seal from the system space. Father, I entrust this imperial seal to you. Boom. When Lin Chen retrieved the national seal, an overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloped the surrounding space, nearly compelling Lin Xiang and the others to kneel. A sacred artifact? Lin Xiang stammered as he gazed at the palm-sized jade seal in Lin Chen's hand. He could sense that this sacred item was likely among the finest even within the ranks of sacred artifacts. Chun'er, where did you acquire this? Lin Xiang's eyes were filled with confusion. In the entire Daiyu, there were no sacred artifacts. Only transcendent sects like the Tianxian divine sect might possess such treasures. As Lin Chen extended the sacred artifact towards him, Lin Xiang quickly interjected, No, this is yours to keep for protection, since I already possess the imperial seal. Using this would be a waste. Lin Xiang recognized that the jade seal in Lin Chen's possession was essentially an enhanced version of his own imperial seal. Should he control it, his power would undoubtedly surge. More importantly, he felt an irresistible allure emanating from it. However, as the Holy Emperor of Daiyu, it was unbecoming for a father to request something from his son. Thus, Lin Xiang struggled against the impulse to reach out. Well then, since I have no use for it, if you refuse, I shall have to discard it. Lin Chen feigned turning away. Before arriving, he had already gifted the 9 heavens flowing phoenix gown to his mother, the Empress, which had delighted her immensely. He had not anticipated that his father would decline, thus inciting a sense of mischief within him. As he took a few steps away, Lin Xiang's anxious voice called out, Wait. Oh, what is it, father? Lin Chen turned back. That would be such a waste to throw it away. How about this? Let it be kept with me for now. You can retrieve it whenever you wish to use it, Lin Xiang suggested after a moment of hesitation, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Few could induce such awkwardness in the Holy Emperor of the Daiyu. Recognizing the situation, Lin Chen refrained from teasing further and replied, Very well. I shall leave it in your care then. Lin Chen understood that Lin Xiang was reluctant to ask directly, and to preserve his dignity, he acquiesced. It could be said that this old fellow was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Lin Mu, who had been standing by, struggled to suppress his laughter but quickly stifled it upon meeting Lin Xiang's icy gaze, nearly causing himself internal injury from the effort. By the way, father, how are the preparations for the marriage with the Nailin family coming along? Noticing Lin Xiang's discomfort, Lin Chen hastily shifted the conversation. For him, marrying the reincarnated empress was of utmost importance. Delaying further could result in a significant loss, especially since Nailin Yinyan now possessed memories from her past life. Given her resolve, escaping her current circumstances would not pose a challenge for her. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen and his companion were initially taken aback. But Lin Mu quickly took over the conversation. Your Highness, this matter has been personally commanded by the Holy Emperor, so there shall be no discrepancies. Your wedding arrangements have long been finalized. We are merely awaiting the auspicious day. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Thankfully, he had these individuals to assist him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of orchestrating the affair himself. However, he soon noticed that Lin Mu seemed to hesitate, caught between words. Thus, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, Old Lin, is there something else on your mind? Lin Mu first cast a glance at Lin Chen, and upon seeing no objection in his demeanor, he spoke. It is regarding the demise of the Taishan sect. I wonder if your Highness is aware of this incident? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a strange expression crossing his face, and then replied directly, It was my doing. Despite Lin Chen and his companion having anticipated that Lin Chen was behind this event, his candid admission still caught them by surprise. Nonetheless, they refrained from probing further into the details. Lin Chen was indifferent. Had he truly wished to keep this from them, he would not have directly funneled the spoils acquired from the Taishan sect into the treasury of the Diyu kingdom. While the Taishan sect was insignificant, it was merely a subsidiary of a far more formidable sect, known as the Tianxian Divine Sect. Within the Tianxian Divine Sect, even masters at the sovereign realm were considered only moderately skilled, with numerous exalted beings surpassing them, and the sect leader stood at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Now that the Taishan sect had been eradicated, although they remained oblivious to the true perpetrator, the Diyu royal family, as the strongest force of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty, would undoubtedly face suspicion. In due course, they would likely send envoys to seek retribution, perhaps even on the day of your Highness's wedding. Thus, I share this to prepare you mentally. Your wedding day may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. However, just as Lin Mu finished speaking, he caught a fleeting glimpse of disdain and mockery in Lin Chen's eyes, as though the formidable Tianxian Divine Sect held no more significance to him than the Taishan sect. Lin Chen then broke into a slight smile, calmly stating, No matter, the ceremony shall proceed as planned. Should the Tianxian Divine Sect dare to cause a ruckus, Diyu shall become their graveyard. As he concluded, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, his tone imbued with unparalleled dominance and confidence. Father, by that time, will my elder brother and sister also return? Without lingering on the matter, Lin Chen turned to Lin Chen and asked, as the fourth in line, aside from the eldest prince, who remained in the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty, his second brother and third sister had long since embarked on their journeys or joined other sections. Of course, this is a significant event in your life. Ever since I relayed the proposal, I have sent messages to them. They should return in the next couple of days. Lin Chen replied with a smile. That is splendid. After bidding farewell to Lin Chen, Lin Chen exited the confines of the royal forbidden grounds. Once Lin Chen departed, Lin Mu turned to Lin Chen and remarked, Your Majesty, although His Highness remains optimistic, the realm of the venerable is not something an emperor can contend with, especially at the pinnacle of the venerable stage. The heavenly Xian divine sect boasts more than one such figure, and that old wretch from their ranks is already half a step into the saint realm. The true realm of saints represents a watershed moment in cultivation, and we must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, his brow furrowed. Having stepped into the venerable realm himself, he had come to comprehend the vast chasm that existed between the venerable and the emperor, not to mention that the heavenly Xian divine sect possessed the most formidable venerable experts. Nevertheless, a cold smile crept into Lin Cen's eyes as he continued. Had the heavenly Xian divine sect arrived earlier, we would have had no means to resist. But now, the situation has changed. As he spoke, Lin Cen's gaze grew fervent as it fell upon the palm-sized jade seal in his hand. Old Lin, do you know the grade of this holy artifact? Lin Chen did not elaborate further, but instead turned his attention to Lin Mu. Hesitating, Lin Mu replied, Is it not a low-grade holy artifact? Considering that even the likes of the Great Yu and the heavenly Xian divine sect would unlikely possess such artifacts, Lin Mu believed that Lin Chen acquiring a low-grade holy artifact was already a delightful surprise. However, to his astonishment, Lin Chen shook his head. Mid-grade holy artifact? Lin Mu's voice rose in pitch. Yet, Lin Chen continued to shake his head. High-grade holy artifact? At this point, Lin Mu's breath quickened. Lin Chen maintained his silence. Shaking his head once more, Lin Mu was taken aback. What? Supreme-grade holy artifact? By the end, Lin Mu nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Indeed, it is the supreme grade national treasure jade seal. Lin Sangxiong finally exhaled these words, his face flushed with exhilaration. My goodness! Upon receiving this definitive answer, Lin Mu nearly leaped from his feet, his eyes wide with incredulity, utterly speechless. The exaggerated expression on his face spoke volumes of the profound shock coursing through him. A supreme-grade holy artifact, even if it were to unleash merely 1/10 or even 1/100th of its might, could undoubtedly aid us in resisting the formidable figures of the heavenly Xian divine sect, not to mention that the fortunes of the Great Yu have surged 1,000-fold. Should those individuals dare to approach, they may very well find themselves unable to return. Chapter 36. The wedding commences. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the day of the Great Yu Holy Dynasty's crown prince's wedding had finally arrived. On this day, the entire royal city of Great Yu was once again abuzz. Though this occasion was markedly different from the last, as it resonated with unparalleled exuberance, captivating all around. Crimson silk adorned every street and alley, permeating every corner of the royal city. Varieties of red lanterns hung from every household, bestowing an added layer of festivity upon the already vibrant city. Moreover, dignitaries and nobles within the royal city, along with various factions from across the Great Yu realm, gathered in droves to extend their congratulations. The Feathers of Flight sect sent their well wishes to His Highness the Crown Prince, celebrating the union of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, wishing them a lifetime of shared hearts and longevity. The Star River Academy extends its heartfelt congratulations to His Royal Highness on his grand wedding, wishing for the couple to be blessed with children soon. The envoys from the western regions also convey their felicitations, hoping that the prince and princess may share a century of unity and enduring blessings. Representatives from various factions have nearly filled the entire Eastern Palace, with a continuous stream of congratulatory messages. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of the attendees, as a long queue of well-wishers eager to present gifts has formed outside the imperial city, with representatives arriving from all directions. At this moment, within the cloud pavilion of the palace, a grand banquet and ball are being hosted by the Yu royal family, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Many delegations that have completed their gift-giving have begun to take their seats. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, Lin Chen has finished bathing and dressing with the assistance of his maidservants. He is adorned in a dark robe and crimson attire, with a black and gold cloud dragon pattern underneath, and a deep red 12-chapter pattern cascading gracefully before his knees. Wearing a ceremonial crown and exquisitely woven boots, he exudes regal elegance and grandeur. Your Highness, today, you are enough to captivate all women in this world. A nearby maid, after fastening the jade belt, gazes at Lin Chen with starry eyes. This Prince of Yu possesses not only striking features, but also a formidable presence that she inadvertently glimpsed while he was changing. Even before entering the bridal chamber, his imposing demeanor is sure to leave many in awe. The princess is indeed fortunate, she muses silently. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely smiles gently, turning to the young maid beside him, inquiring, "Is the Nailin family prepared?" "Yes, Your Highness," the maid replies obediently. The wedding can commence once the auspicious time arrives. With this affirmation, a slight smile graces Lin Chen's lips, a flicker of coldness dancing in his eyes. He senses subtle disturbances nearby, indicating that some individuals are becoming restless. Today, the reborn empress shall wed, and those insignificant ants who dare disturb this occasion shall face his wrath. Lin Chen scoffs inwardly, his gaze turning steely. Do they dare to disrupt such a momentous event in his life? Have they grown weary of existence itself? According to the original narrative, his identity bore no storyline of marriage, and he is eager to discover if anyone other than the Tianxian sect will seek to cause trouble. Nevertheless, whoever it may be, if they come today, they shall not leave unscathed. An hour later, the auspicious moment has arrived. We invite His Royal Highness and the princess to enter. Soon, an exuberant cheer erupts from outside. As the announcement concludes, surrounded by a throng of maidservants, Lin Chen rises slowly and strides toward the palace exit. The cloud pavilion is now nearly filled to capacity, the atmosphere abuzz with joy and celebration. Upon hearing the announcement, an anticipatory silence falls over the crowd. With all eyes eagerly trained on the entrance, faces alight with excitement and expectation. Outside the palace, countless spectators await with bated breath, although they cannot enter. They witnessed the unfolding events through real-time projections from within. Amidst the fervent anticipation of countless onlookers, accompanied by resounding cheers, Lin Chen gracefully emerged, treading upon the gilded red carpet. In that moment, the intricate golden dragon patterns adorning his attire seemed to come alive, exuding an almost palpable vibrancy. Simultaneously, from the opposite direction, Nalin Yinran appeared with an elegant gait, clad in a resplendent gown paired with a fiery red bridal robe, its flowing sleeves adorned with exquisite golden phoenix motifs. The hem of her dress shimmered with a myriad of birds depicting the phoenix, radiating brilliance with every step. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her crimson veil and revealing half of her enchanting visage, a fleeting glimpse that was sufficient to render the audience breathless. For her beauty was truly unparalleled. At that instant, it seemed as though every other woman faded into insignificance in her presence. Soon, the two stood facing each other, one radiating celestial charm, the other captivating hearts. They remained there in tranquil stillness, with the world around them serving merely as a backdrop to their splendor. After a brief silence, an uproar of astonishment erupted. The entire Yunting Palace buzzed with excitement, the imperial city once again alight with fervor. The citizens outside, watching through projections, gasped in awe. Heavens! The crown prince, free from Lu Ruyan, has truly undergone a transformation. Once merely handsome, he now resembles a celestial being reincarnated. Is there truly such a divine figure in this world? Yet, the most striking change lay in the overwhelming aura that emanated from the crown prince, as if the supreme deity of the nine heavens had descended. Wow! The crown prince and his princess truly are a match made in heaven. They appear to be utterly perfect for one another. Indeed, this is the embodiment of a divine couple. How could Lu Ruyan ever compare to the crown princess? Thankfully, the crown prince has finally awoken to the truth. Alas, it is a pity that the crown princess cannot cultivate, her lifespan being ultimately limited. While it is well for now, what about a century hence? Surely the royal family must possess a means to extend her life? At the very least, they could procure a longevity elixir, yet there remains a hint of imperfection. Wait, something seems amiss. Look at the crown princess. There is a surge of spiritual energy surrounding her. Heavens! The radiance of her aura, the harmony of her essence. This is the hallmark of true genius. Could the crown princess have awakened a remarkable constitution? In that moment of collective astonishment, speculation began to swirl among the crowd, punctuated by gasps of wonder. Under the intense scrutiny of the multitude, the two exchanged glances, and it felt as though time itself stood still. Lin Chen remained relatively composed, for he had anticipated all of this. Having traversed time, he was destined to alter the course of fate. Naturally, he could not allow this reborn empress, bound by a marriage contract, to slip into the hands of another. Though separated by a thin veil, the strength of their respective powers rendered it virtually inconsequential. Gazing into the fervent eyes of Lin Chen and enveloped by the overwhelming acclaim, Nalin Yinran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson beneath her veil, her heart racing with a fervent rhythm. Her chest rose and fell subtly, a testament to the intensity of the moment. Chapter 37. The Nine Heavens Sword Array. In such a circumstance, even in her previous life, she had never encountered anything akin to this. Now, she found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. Her breath grew increasingly rapid, as if she were caught in a dream. In her past existence, Lin Chen was the person she despised the most, the one she longed to eliminate. Yet, upon her rebirth, due to the marriage pact between their families, they found themselves entwined together. Across from her, Lin Chen sensed the subtle fluctuations of emotion emanating from Nalin Yinran. He stepped closer and gently took her delicate, fair hands in his, speaking softly, "Princess consort, I humbly seek your guidance in the days to come." At the moment their skin made contact, Nalin Yinran felt a jolt of electricity surge through her body, leaving her momentarily stiffened. Beneath the red veil, her exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. In an inexplicable turn of events, Nalin Yinran found herself unable to reject Lin Chen. Instead, she gently nodded in acquiescence. Her thoughts were in disarray, tracing back to the day Lin Chen visited the Nalin family to propose. Everything had changed. Initially, she believed it was merely a brief interlude, and that the ensuing narrative would revert to the familiar storyline of her previous life. However, every subsequent event surpassed her expectations. Was it true that in this lifetime, she would be irrevocably bound to Lin Chen? In the presence of all witnesses, the wedding of the crown prince of the Diyu Holy Dynasty and his princess consort commenced. Amidst a myriad of elaborate rituals, they eventually reached the moment of bowing to heaven and earth. The ceremony concluded with great flourish. As the officiant proclaimed the completion of the rite, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue, all offering hearty congratulations to the newlyweds. Seated at the head table, their parents, the Holy Emperor and Empress of Diyu, along with Nalin Yinran's mother, Su Wuyo, looked upon the two children with genuine smiles of contentment, especially Su Wuyo, who had endured many hardships since the loss of her husband. Now, with their only daughter, Nalin Yinran, entrusted to another, she felt a sense of fulfillment for a long-held wish. With the completion of their vows, the guests who had gathered for the wedding were free to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Lin Chen, alongside Nalin Yinran, began to toast the various attendees. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations. Best wishes to the Crown Prince. Congratulations to the Princess Consort. As they approached each table, all the guests rose in unison, extending their heartfelt congratulations to Lin Chen and Nalin Yinran. Lin Chen received their well wishes with a beaming smile, for this day marked a significant milestone in his life. In contrast to Lin Chen's composure, Nalin Yinran appeared somewhat flustered. Overwhelmed by the multitude of congratulations, she felt a tinge of embarrassment, coupled with a few sips of wine. A rosy hue crept on her cheeks. After they had toasted to all the guests, just as they prepared to depart the scene of the celebration, a thunderous roar shattered the joyous ambience. Accompanying this was an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy. Faced with the sudden commotion, nearly everyone present was taken aback. In the next moment, strands of spiritual energy began to intertwine outside the palace, swiftly coalescing into a formidable formation radiating fierce fluctuations, completely enveloping the entire palace. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from the formation, its sword aura soaring into the heavens. Clearly, this formation had been meticulously arranged in advance. And now, with a mere incitement, it could be fully activated. At this moment, nearly all individuals had lowered their defenses to the bare minimum. Moreover, this was the imperial city of Diyu. Who would dare to act recklessly in Dayu's royal city? Even the Taishan sect would not dare to do so. What a pair of celestial lovers. We have come uninvited to the wedding of the crown prince and crown princess of the Diyu Holy Dynasty. You surely would not mind, would you? A somewhat mocking voice echoed, and at the instant the voice fell, a portion of the void above the imperial city began to warp, emanating a terrifying aura that caused those below to momentarily halt their breathing, followed by a surge of fury. Hold! Which rat dares to skulk about? Show yourself at once. How dare you create disturbances in Dayu's royal city? Do you seek death? On the joyous day of the crown prince and crown princess, what insufferable fool is so ignorant? At this moment, regardless of who they were, everyone glared angrily at the sky above the imperial city, voicing their reprimands. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Lin Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a murderous intent surged within him. Has the Tianxian divine sect finally made its appearance? The Nine Heavens sword formation? Truly an impressive feat. Under the gaze of numerous icy stares, a towering figure materialized above the imperial city, accompanied by a youth whose eyes gleamed with derision. Yet, when the boy's gaze fell upon Nalin Yinran, who stood beside Lin Chen, his eyes lit up with sudden intrigue. Moreover, following their appearance, over 100 figures gradually emerged, each emanating powerful pressure. Upon sensing the aura of these individuals, the hearts of those present jolted, an ominous thought creeping into their minds. How could this be? Among these 100 individuals, the weakest possessed the strength of a monarch, and many were at the emperor level. The imposing man at the forefront alone instilled fear with his mere presence. Could he be at the revered state? At this moment, a leader of a mid-tier sect from the Diyu Holy Dynasty spoke, his face paling slightly. His own strength was merely at the 6th level of the monarch realm. Yet now, in his perception, every individual among the 100 above the imperial city matched or surpassed his power. How could this not instill terror in him? A revered one? Impossible. How could the Diyu Holy Dynasty possibly harbor a revered state? Even our holy emperor has been trapped at the pinnacle of the monarch realm for so many years. Hearing this, another sect leader chimed in, his eyes filled with shock. Although he spoke such words, his body betrayed his trepidation. His body trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of the innate suppression exerted by the superior over the subordinate. Not only these two individuals, but representatives and dignitaries from other factions also sensed the anomaly. In an instant, the expressions of all present turned grim. Whoosh! At that moment, a faint golden seal soared forth, subsequently hovering above the imperial palace. The next moment, a golden light curtain emanated from the seal, forming a protective barrier that enveloped everyone within the palace. Esteemed friends, your uninvited presence seems somewhat discourteous. A soft voice resonated, calm yet imbued with unparalleled dominance and authority. Chapter 38, The National Treasure Seal, revealed. The speaker was none other than the Saint Emperor of Daiyu, Lin Chen. He stood, his golden eyes gazing at the multitude of silhouettes hovering above the imperial city, his aura rivaling that of the imposing man at the forefront. In the next heartbeat, a similarly formidable force surged forth from his being, sweeping across the venue in an instant. Boom! In that moment, the numerous guests who had gathered for the wedding felt an instinctive urge to submit. The Venerable Realm. This is the Venerable Realm. The Saint Emperor has broken through to the Venerable Realm. How splendid! Ha! It was unclear who shouted first, but soon the entire Yun Pavilion erupted in a deafening cheer. The somber expressions that once adorned the faces of the crowd were replaced by unrestrained joy. What if your side possesses a venerable? Our Saint Emperor is also of the Venerable Realm, and this is indeed the Saint Emperor's domain. The outcome remains uncertain. Oh, the Venerable Realm? Upon sensing the waves of power radiating from Lin Chen, the imposing man, the sect master of Tianxian Divine Sect, Shangwan Jinghong, displayed a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that the Saint Emperor of Daiyu had already ascended to the Venerable Realm. Although somewhat astonished, he did not feel threatened. After all, he himself was a formidable figure at the peak of the Venerable Realm, and he had no reason to fear Lin Chen, who had just stepped into it. Moreover, it was not he who would confront Lin Chen, but another. Simultaneously, his conviction regarding one matter grew stronger. If prior to his arrival he believed there was only a 70% chance that the Daiyu royal family could annihilate the Taishan sect, upon witnessing Lin Cheng's attainment of the Venerable Realm, he was now utterly convinced that the inevitable downfall of the Taishan sect would be at the hands of Lin Chen. The fourth layer of the Venerable Realm, Li Xuanhe, may indeed not be a match for Lin Chen of the Venerable Realm. After all, Li Xuanhe's cultivation had been forcibly elevated through secret methods, rendering his spiritual power insubstantial and his foundation unstable, with significant repercussions. In contrast, Lin Cheng's mastery was authentic, bolstered by the national fortune of Daiyu. Thus, his potential to obliterate the Taishan sect was entirely plausible. Hehe, Saint Emperor of Daiyu, are you in such a rush? Could it be that you feel insecure? I have come today for two matters. First, I, Shangwan Jinghong, sect master of Tianxian Divine Sect, wish to extend my congratulations to the newlyweds on their union. Furthermore, this matter is to investigate the instigator behind the annihilation of our Tianxian sect's subordinate, the Taishan sect. It is evident that everyone present is already aware that the Taishan sect was brutally slaughtered just a few days ago, leaving no survivors. Such an act is nothing short of a direct affront to our Tianxian sect and a slap in the face to me, Shangwan Jinghong, the sect master of Tianxian. Shangwan Jinghong spoke, his voice laced with a chilling intent. As his words fell, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment and uncertainty, each reaction unique. However, some individuals turned pale upon hearing the name of the Tianxian sect. These individuals were primarily the sect leaders of the most formidable sects in the Great Yu. Aside from the royal family and the former Taishan sect, they had traversed the realms beyond Great Yu and had encountered the wider world, and naturally, some among them had heard of the illustrious Tianxian sect. Rumors had long circulated about a more powerful sect backing the Taishan sect. Little did they expect it to be the Tianxian sect. The Tianxian sect is home to supreme beings at the pinnacle of the revered realm. If its leader is indeed Shangwan Jinghong, does that not imply he is at the apex of the revered realm? This realization weighed heavily on the hearts of those who had initially rejoiced at Lin Cheng's display of revered realm prowess. One is an established powerhouse at the pinnacle of the revered realm, while the other has just recently breached into the revered realm. It is clear to them who stands superior. They may not fully grasp the extent of the revered realm's might, but they are acutely aware of the chasm that exists between a first-tier royal and a ninth-tier royal. By extension, the disparity within the revered realm must be equally pronounced. And thus, the crowd began to harbor concerns once more. Alas, the Holy Emperor truly perplexes me. We are all aware of the potent sect that stands behind the Taishan sect. Is it conceivable that the Holy Emperor remains oblivious? Why would he annihilate the Taishan sect and invite such calamity upon us? A voice in the crowd murmured quietly, clearly echoing the sentiments of the Tianxian sect's leader, suggesting that their Holy Emperor had indeed orchestrated the destruction of the Taishan sect. Not just him, but many likely shared this notion following Lin Sanqiong's revelation of his revered realm mastery. After all, aside from Lin Sanqiong, no other faction in the Great Yu possesses the strength to obliterate the Taishan sect. Silence yourself. The matters we can infer. How could the Holy Emperor be unaware? The entire Great Yu operates under the dominion of the royal family, and the Tianxian sect seeks to establish its subordinate sect amidst the Great Yu Holy Dynasty. The ulterior motives here are all too apparent. We are all reliant on the Great Yu royal family, rooted in the Great Yu Holy Dynasty. Should the royal family face ruin, our fates are all but sealed. Upon hearing this, someone immediately rebuked the earlier speaker. The previous speaker was drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, he too is a citizen of the Great Yu Holy Dynasty. While they may not share life and death, they are all on the same battlefield, thriving together or perishing together. How could he have entertained such thoughts? It is merely a testament to the overwhelming pressure exerted by a peak revered realm powerhouse. As for Shangguan Jinghong's words, Lin Sanqiong did not retort. Although he was not the one to annihilate the Taishan sect, it was indeed his son who had done so. Most importantly, the leader of the Tianxian sect had already determined that this matter was instigated by their imperial clan. Even if they were not responsible, they would undoubtedly place the blame squarely upon the heads of the Dayu imperial clan today. Therefore, are you truly resolved to take action against my Dayu imperial clan? Lin Sanqiong's voice grew cold as he inquired solemnly. In response, Shangguan Jinghong revealed a mocking expression, scoffing. Do you truly believe that having broken through to the first level of the venerable realm allows you to contend with us? This sect leader is aware that you possess the fortune of the Dayu kingdom, yet you still fall short of opposing our Tianxian sect. He overestimates himself too much, thinking that as a sovereign of a holy dynasty, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with our Tianxian sect? How laughable. A frog at the bottom of a well. Does he not realize how vast the world beyond Dayu truly is? This local emperor has been accustomed to his small domain for so long that he has yet to grasp the reality. With these words, the hundreds of powerful individuals following Shangguan Jinghong erupted into laughter, their faces all reflecting scorn. Observing their derisive expressions, Lin Sanqiong remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "Oh, is that so? Then why not come and test it?" As he spoke, another imperial seal materialized in his palm. However, this seal was not the previous national seal, but rather the exceptional sacred artifact, the national seal, entrusted to him by Lin Chen. At the moment this seal appeared, a surge of sacred might suddenly emanated from Lin Sanqiong. The very individuals from the Tianxian sect who had just been mocking him fell silent, their expressions turning to one of shock. A sacred artifact? Impossible. An incredulous exclamation escaped Shangguan Jinghong's lips, his eyes narrowing abruptly, his entire visage contorting in disbelief. In this instant, Shangguan Jinghong's face twisted in agony, his eyes filled with incredulity, as if overwhelmed with emotion. Fine threads of blood appeared on the surface of his pupils. It was not that he doubted, but rather that such a thing was utterly absurd. Their Tianxian sect had not possessed a true sacred artifact throughout its long history. How could a mere holy dynasty possess one? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. But now, the sacred artifact lay distinctly before him, the sacred might palpably affecting him. Under the influence of this sacred might, he sensed that the spiritual energy within him was subtly being suppressed, as if it were retreating into his body. The oppressive aura that had accompanied their arrival was entirely countered by the sacred might radiating from this artifact. A sacred artifact. Oh heavens! This was the legendary sacred artifact. How wonderful! The Holy Emperor actually possesses a sacred artifact. Perhaps he truly could contend with the formidable forces of the Tianxian sect. Long live the Holy Emperor! Our Emperor is mighty. Our Emperor is mighty. In an instant, the previously despairing crowd, who had felt hopeless in the face of Shangguan Jinghong's peak venerable prowess, regained their confidence, their faces once more alight with joy. Though the people within the entire Yunting Palace began to cheer, Lin Sanqiong's expression remained grave. He could see the astonishment on the face of the leader of the Tianxian divine sect, Shangguan Jinghong. Yet there was neither trepidation nor fear in his demeanor. The fact that he had summoned a sacred artifact should, by all accounts, have made it impossible for even a peak-level respected elder like Shangguan Jinghong to disregard the threat it posed. Could it be that they possessed other hidden cards? Lin Sangqiong felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. After his initial shock, Shangguan Jinghong gently applauded and sighed. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the might of the strongest holy dynasty in this region, blessed as it is by fortune. Now, even a sacred artifact has emerged. If allowed to develop further, it may very well become impossible to subdue you. As he concluded, a faint smirk crossed his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sense of relief. Just as Lin Sangqiong pondered what additional trump cards Shangguan Jinghong and his companions possessed, a hoarse voice slowly emerged. This is quite unexpected. I am eager to test the power of that sacred artifact. As the words fell, the void before Shangguan Jinghong began to warp, and a figure gradually materialized from the emptiness. It was a short, elderly man clad in a voluminous white robe, his posture slightly stooped, and his skin marked with faint dark spots, exuding an air of advanced age. Yet, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his aura was overwhelmingly potent. Father, grandfather. Upon the full revelation of this elder, both Shangguan Jinghong and the nearby Shangguan Jiai exclaimed in unison. Simultaneously, an immense sacred pressure erupted from the elder's body, momentarily overpowering the aura emanating from the sacred artifact in Lin Sangqiong's grasp. This man was the ancestor of the Tianxian divine sect, Shangguan Yinfeng. Those sacred artifacts are splendid. It is a pity that the wielder's power is far too feeble. They cannot even unleash 1% of its might. Such a waste. As he spoke, the elder's gaze was fixed greedily on the national seal in Lin Sangqiong's hand. Saint Realm. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from the elder, Lin Sangqiong's pupils constricted suddenly, and his complexion shifted. This elder was indeed a genuine Saint Realm expert. Your Majesty, the situation has become precarious. Suddenly, Lin Mu approached Lin Sangqiong and spoke softly. Lin Sangqiong frowned slightly. The Saint Realm marks a critical divide. Those who reach this level can establish domains that enhance their own power within them. And different domains possess varying effects. For instance, the illusion domain can ensnare individuals, trapping them in a mirage, which is a signature deadly technique of the Saint Realm. While it is true that your Majesty possesses a sacred artifact, it is of the highest quality, and you could never hope to harness its full power. Should battle ensue, your chances of victory would be slim, perhaps merely 2 out of 10. Lin Mu pondered, then added, that means 2 for you and 8 for him. Lin Sangqiong's face twitched at these words. What? He had initially thought that even if he could not match the elder's strength, defending the imperial city might still be feasible. But now Lin Mu suggested that his chances of winning were only 20%. In other words, he was destined to lose. Once he can no longer endure, the entire Great Yu imperial city will inevitably fall. Moreover, he harbors no doubt regarding Lin Mu's words. He has long suspected that Lin Mu hails from a power not inferior to the heavenly mysterious divine sect. Furthermore, having now pledged allegiance to Great Yu, there is no need for him to deceive the imperial family. If these individuals truly wish to annihilate the Great Yu royal lineage, Lin Mu would certainly not be spared. Although their conversation was subdued, those nearby still overheard, and their expressions immediately soured. As if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the flickering flame of hope they had just ignited. A mere 20% chance? What difference does that make from conceding defeat outright? In an instant, despair enveloped them. Their emotions mirrored the tumultuous ups and downs of a roller coaster. Your Majesty, if it truly comes to that, permit me to intervene. Let it be my way of repaying your life-saving grace. As he observed the surrounding individuals succumb to despair, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. Should he fully unleash his power, he would no longer be able to contain the force within him. And at that juncture, his life would reach its conclusion. Otherwise, how could his current prowess be merely a facade of a royal realm? Let us deliberate further. I shall first test the waters, Lin Sangqiong responded firmly. Come forth. Allow me to experience the might of the sacred artifact. Above the imperial city, Shangguan Yinfeng coldly addressed Lin Sangqiong, then cast a sidelong glance at Shangguan Jinghong. Engage. He would confront Lin Sangqiong, while the others were entrusted to Shangguan Jinghong and her companions, coordinating with the 9 Heaven Sword Array. Was it not a foregone conclusion that victory was at hand? Indeed, Shangguan Jinghong nodded in agreement. Boom. In the next moment, the formation erupted into action. The intent of the swords roared. Tens of thousands of sword energies gradually emerged from the array. Those below were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically, as the piercing sword intent seemed to threaten to slice through their very skin. Damn it! The crowd's breaths quickened, their faces paling with dread. None had anticipated the events of this day. Who would dare to assault the Great Yu Imperial City? This was the first occurrence in many years. Yet the question loomed. Had no one detected the sword array enveloping the city in advance? How could they allow members of the heavenly mysterious divine sect to establish it? Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran's eyes quivered slightly. Everything unfolding now was unprecedented in her past life. The presence of the venerable ancestor of the heavenly mysterious divine sect and Lin Chen revered cultivation, along with the sacred artifact in his possession, had all surpassed her expectations. It appears that the trajectory of this life has irrevocably changed. Nailin Yinran mused inwardly. I wonder if they possess any other hidden cards. If not, the Great Yu royal family is doomed today. Chapter 40. A death sentence bestowed upon you. With her current level of cultivation, she was certainly no match for these individuals. However, should she choose to depart, they would be powerless to impede her. The others mattered little to her. Yet, her mother, Su Wuyo, was also present, and the Holy Emperor couple, regardless of past or present, they had not treated her too poorly. As for Lin Chen, although they were temporarily bound together due to their engagement, the depth of their feelings remained shallow. Just as she pondered this, her gaze fell upon Lin Chen, who, in the face of overwhelming pressure, appeared unfazed unlike others. She even sensed a hint of exhilaration in his eyes. Was it merely an illusion? Nailin Yinran felt a stir within her, rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't mistaken. Above the imperial city loomed over 100 formidable warriors of the king and emperor realms. Furthermore, although Lin Chen wielded a sacred artifact that might withstand the peak of the esteemed Tianquan divine sect's leader, he would undoubtedly falter against that elder of the saint realm. Even with the sacred artifact in hand, Lin Chen would likely not endure long before the ancestor of the Tianquan divine sect wielding the saint domain. Should Lin Chen be defeated, the barrier of the imperial city would be breached, placing all within the Yunting Palace in peril. Was it possible that this fellow had some hidden means? Nailin Yinran recalled Lin Chen's series of peculiar actions since her rebirth. He too was shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen's excitement stemmed from the arrival of his extraordinary powers once again. Ding! Detected the presence of a first-level Saint Realm expert nearby, automatically elevating the host's cultivation to the first-level Saint Realm, rewarding the host with the exclusive domain of the Saint Realm, Devouring Domain, where enemies within this domain will be gradually consumed, including their cultivation, physical form, bloodline, and soul. Detected an emergency situation, triggering a special mission. Slay all invading enemies to receive a special reward. The familiar voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, followed by an explosive surge of power flooding his body, nearly causing him to moan in pleasure. Father, spare that wretched woman. Leave her to me. A prince's consort from the Sacred Dynasty should be quite delectable. Today is their grand wedding. Let us capture that so-called Prince de Yu as well, so he can witness his woman moan beneath me. Ha ha. In the sky above the imperial city, Shangwan Jiai turned to Shangwan Jinghong, pointing at Nailin Yinran below. He had already set his sights on her, and to toy with her in front of Lin Chen would be exhilarating. You ought to devote more time to your cultivation. Once you possess sufficient strength, those women will kneel obediently before you, Shangwan Jinghong remarked sternly. One must balance work with leisure. Unfazed by Shangwan Jinghong's apparent irritation, Shangwan Jiai was confident, knowing his father would not truly scold him. All right, given the joyous occasion today, I shall grant you this one request. Upon returning, you must double your training. Yes, yes, I shall heed my father's commands. Shangwan Jiai replied playfully. Impudent. Lin Chen bellowed, his face dark as thunder. The exchange between the two was not concealed. They amplified their voices with their spiritual energy, ensuring that all present could hear their conversation. The hundreds of formidable warriors from the heavenly Xian sect behind the father and son erupted into raucous laughter, their faces adorned with a mischievous glint. Merely by virtue of a few spoken words, they could vividly envision the unfolding scene, and if it were to materialize, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. Seeking demise. Below, Nailin Yinran gazed at Shangwan Jiai as though he were already a corpse. In her heart, she had already sentenced the young master of the heavenly Xian sect to death. Humph. It seems you remain unconvinced. Shangguan Jiai cast a challenging look at Lin Chen, a sneer curling his lips. To have me, a nobleman, indulge in your woman is the greatest privilege bestowed upon you, you wretched slave. Suddenly, before he could finish his taunt, Shangguan Jiai perceived a flash of white light before him, followed by an icy sensation emanating from below. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the horrifying sight of a chunk of flesh tumbling from his groin, landing upon the ground with a dull thud. Wah! Shangguan Jiai was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by excruciating pain radiating from below. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his hands instinctively gripping his injured area, cold sweat beading upon his brow. A mere eunuch dares to indulge in the carnal pleasures of a man. From now on, you shall await the affections of men, Lin Chen remarked coldly, devoid of any emotion. No, please, father, help me retrieve it. I cannot become a eunuch. Surely, you have a way to reattach it, don't you? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jiai shuddered violently. Lin Chen's words struck him like a dagger to the heart. The mere thought of being reduced to such a state sent chills down his spine. Cursed fate. The abrupt turn of events left Shangguan Jinghong momentarily stunned, forced to witness his son's transformation into a eunuch. As for his son's desperate plea to restore what was lost, it was an impossibility. He whirled around, casting a fierce glare at Lin Chen. You wretched brat, this sect master will have you ground to dust. The loss of this symbol of masculinity would likely shatter his son's resolve, possibly leaving him utterly despondent. Boom. The peak power of a revered master surged within Shangguan Jinghong, an immense surge of spiritual energy gathering in his palm. Swoosh. Yet at that moment, another flash of sword light pierced through the air, thrusting directly into Shangguan Jiai's mouth and emerging from the back of his skull. His eyes dimmed, and he slumped down, completely devoid of life. Loose lips and an insult to the prince's consort. I decree your death. Lin Chen's frigid voice sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. In that instant, they felt an overwhelming authority emanating from the prince that surpassed even that of the sacred emperor. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 breaths. Even Lin Songqiong and Shangguan Yunfeng, who were on the brink of confrontation, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Closest to Lin Chen, Nailin Yinran found herself utterly stunned, her delicate lips parting in disbelief. What left her astounded was the fact that Lin Chen had actually slain the son of a peak-level venerable right in front of this formidable being. How was such a feat even accomplished? Chapter 41, Annihilation. Wretched beast. In this sect, you shall neither live nor die. However, before the crowd could revel in the moment, the master of the Tianxian divine sect, Shangguan Jinghong, quickly regained his composure and bellowed furiously. In the next instant, the power of the peak venerable erupted from within him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding void, causing even the 100 followers behind him to be pushed back several steps by the sudden surge of his formidable aura. His eyes, once merely tinged with blood, now brimmed with crimson fury. Had Shangguan Jiai only lost his manhood, he might have adjusted his mindset and still had a promising future ahead. But with this death, everything was irrevocably shattered. According to their scheme, once they obliterated the Daiyu imperial family and took their place, they would harness the national fortune of Daiyu. And when Shangguan Jiai's generation rose to power, they would lead the Tianxian divine sect to suppress the 6 major sects of the submerged Central State, becoming the strongest sect in Central State. All of these meticulously crafted plans were stillborn with the demise of Shangguan Jiai. He was filled with rage. Why hadn't he dispatched that wretched beast at the first opportunity? How could he allow this individual to kill his son? Even if they managed to eradicate the Daiyu imperial family today, their losses would still be catastrophic. More critically, they had never anticipated that this Daiyu prince possessed such capabilities. If one were to assess, the prince's cultivation should have been beneath that of his son. How could he have slain him in front of his very eyes, let alone the presence of a saint beside them? By what right? Yet, he had no time to ponder how Lin Chen had acquired such prowess. His sole desire now was to capture Lin Chen and subject him to the most excruciating tortures imaginable. Boom. The power of the peak venerable surged forth. Under this tremendous pressure, all within the Yunting Palace had scarcely begun to celebrate Lin Chen's act of slaying Shangguan Jiai when they were plunged into despair. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yunfeng was channeling his spiritual energy, directing a fierce gaze toward Lin Songqiong, clearly intent on a swift resolution. In light of such a vast disparity, Holy Emperor, quickly rescue the prince. Hardly anyone believed Lin Chen possessed the strength to contend with the master of the Tianqian divine sect. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. Yet, Lin Sanqiong himself was firmly locked in the sights of the saintly Shangguan Yunfeng, unable to divert his attention to assist Lin Chen. Who could possibly save you now? Shangguan Jinghong let out a sinister laugh, preparing to strike directly. Behind Lin Sanqiong, Lin Mu began to form seals with his hands, a seemingly intricate sealing pattern gradually materializing on his forehead. Should he succeed in breaking this seal, he would temporarily regain his peak state, but he would undoubtedly perish after this battle. There was no choice. Lin Sanqiong was struggling to save himself, and if he did not make a decision soon, the peak venerable Shangguan Jinghong could eliminate everyone present, save for himself and Lin Sanqiong, in a mere instant. Alas, on the other side, Nailin Yanran let out a soft sigh, her eyes glinting with a fierce determination. No matter how one puts it, today marks the wedding of her and Lin Chen. The ceremony is complete, and they are now rightful spouses. If Lin Chen were to perish, would she not be left to mourn her husband on their wedding day? The very thought is ominous. Although the leader of the Tianqian divine sect is formidable, she is confident in her ability to withstand this strike. After all, she is the reincarnated empress. Even if her cultivation does not yet reach its pinnacle, rendering her incapable of vanquishing this saint and the multitude behind him, she is certain that, should she wish to depart with a few companions, this mere first-tier saint lacks the authority to detain her. She is fully prepared to act. At that moment, the power within Shangguan Jinghong seemed to have amassed to its zenith, a wave of destructive energy erupting forth. Death. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the apocalypse had descended, and the hearts of all present trembled with fear, just as the terrifying and awe-inspiring attack was about to descend. In a critical moment, 5 radiant sword lights erupted violently from Lin Chen. Puff, 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 puff. One sword light pierced through Shangguan Jinghong's dantian, instantly shattering the accumulated assault and transforming it into strands of pure spiritual energy that returned to the heavens. The other 4 sword lights severed his limbs. Bang! Without the support of spiritual energy, Shangguan Jinghong crashed heavily to the ground, disbelief etched in his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a revered one. How could a mere child possess such terrifying power? In that moment, Shangguan Jinghong's worldview crumbled entirely, and he was momentarily numb to the agony of his severed limbs. All that resided in his mind were those 5 sword lights, a force he could not possibly withstand. Clearly, Yu, this prince, is merely of his son's generation. Even if he were to defy the heavens, he could never possess such strength. How dare a mere revered being set their sights on me, Yu? Truly, they know not the meaning of death. A voice, cold as a specter, emanated from Lin Chen, pulling Shangguan Jinghong back into reality. In an instant, his hair stood on end, a chill of dread coursing through him. He turned and shouted towards the elder in the void. Father! Boom! As his words fell, Lin Chen unleashed a palm strike, and Shangguan Jinghong's shattered form exploded into a mist of blood. Jinghong. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes widened in agony. He had just lost his grandson, and now his son was gone. They had been certain of victory in this battle today. Yet the emergence of Lin Chen had thrown a wrench into their plans. Consumed by rage, he unleashed all his might, striking Lin Sanqiong back, intent on reaching Lin Chen. However, in the next moment, his entire body suddenly froze. For Lin Chen had already appeared before him, his index and middle fingers pressed against Shangguan Yunfeng's brow. Not your turn yet. Why the urgency? The calm voice of Lin Chen sent a chill down Shangguan Yunfeng's spine. His saintly power was utterly suppressed, rendering him unable to move even slightly. In that fleeting moment, his eyes reflected the same horror that had earlier graced Shangguan Jinghong. Just as the words left his lips, a beam of spiritual energy pierced through his forehead and out the back of his head. The vitality within him gradually waned. His eyes widened in shock before he collapsed. And you all, as Shangguan Yunfeng succumbed to his fate, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the 100 individuals present. Gulp. Witnessing the demise of the 2 mightiest from the Tianqian divine sect before their very eyes, the remaining 100 could only emit powerless sounds of swallowing. When Lin Chen's eyes swept over them, they felt as though they stood before not a mere man, but a primordial beast of immense ferocity. In that moment, they lacked even the courage to flee. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of blades of spiritual energy materialized before Lin Chen, surging into the throng. In an instant, Severed limbs and broken bodies rained down like a torrential downpour. Mere moments later, the entire imperial city lay desolate, littered with carnage. Chapter 42. The Crystal Coffin. Hiss. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. In the face of unfathomable shock, everyone inhaled sharply, their throats dry and gasping for air. The scenes they had just witnessed left them so astounded that they scarcely dared to breathe. The majority remained in a stunned stupor, their expressions blank. In that moment, all eyes turned towards the Prince of Daiyu, clad in dark robes. At that instant, his radiance eclipsed even that of the sovereign emperor of Daiyu, the Supreme One, the future sovereign emperor of Daiyu. Uncertain who first cried out, within mere moments, the entire Yunting Palace erupted in a thunderous roar. He had slain over 100 formidable beings of the royal realm. He had exterminated the peak sovereign of the Tianxian divine sect. He had vanquished the legendary elder of the sect, a being of saintly rank. The one who accomplished all this was not their current sovereign emperor of Daiyu, but rather Lin Chen, the prince who had recently groveled before the holy maiden of Taishan. Such a staggering event, if recounted by others, would surely be met with disbelief. Yet now, each of them bore witness, having seen it unfold with their own eyes. On the ground lay countless severed limbs. Every glaring detail attested to the veracity of the horrors that had transpired. The prince single-handedly annihilated over 100 mighty figures from the Tianxian divine sect. Moreover, the sect's master, at the pinnacle of sovereign power, and the elder, a legendary figure of saintly stature, had both been effortlessly dispatched by the prince. This was not mere slaughter, it was an absolute obliteration. When had the prince become so formidable? I had scarcely processed the scene when all those individuals had already perished. No wonder the prince had displayed no hint of fear. To him, they were but insignificant insects. What, then, is the true extent of the prince's power today? The once despairing individuals of the Great Yu have transitioned from shock to astonishment, their gasps of disbelief echoing through the air. In less than a quarter of an hour since the arrival of the celestial profound sect, the events that transpired have left them feeling as if they are ensnared in a dream. Amidst the cacophony of exclamations, "Is this truly Lin Chen?" Nanlong Yinran could no longer maintain her icy demeanor. Her astonishment was unmistakable, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. The recent occurrences compelled her to re-evaluate Lin Chen entirely. In her previous life, although Lin Chen possessed the supreme bone, he had relinquished it early on to Lu Ruyan, rendering him limited in his achievements despite the backing of the royal family. He even paled in comparison to the holy emperor Lin Sanqiong, ultimately meeting a tragic end. In this life, however, he did not surrender his supreme bone, but rather vanquished Lu Ruyan and obliterated the Lu family. Yet, possessing such formidable power at this tender age is unfathomable. Even now, she would pay a steep price to slay a being of the saint realm, and it would not come easily. Yet here stands Lin Chen, effortlessly dispatching the saint realm expert, Shangguan Yunfeng, with absolute dominance. While others may not grasp the gravity of this, she knows all too well that achieving the saint realm entails possessing one's own domain, one that should render Shangguan Yunfeng helpless. Is this not an absolute annihilation? The more Nanlong Yinran pondered, the more incredulous she became. To slay a saint, she could only do so as a reborn empress. But how is it that Lin Chen, who not long ago was a mere sycophant to Lu Ruyan, has transformed so drastically? What has this individual endured during this time? Not only has his temperament shifted, but his strength has also reached an astonishing level. A tempest of turmoil surged within Nanlong Yinran's heart, her bosom rising and falling with fervor. Was she not reborn? If the narrative has altered, how could Lin Chen's transformation be so profound? Is this truly fitting? Where is the commander of the Divine Guards? In the void, Lin Chen spoke calmly, summoning the Great Yu Divine Guards. At your command. Upon his words, a figure clad in dark golden armor knelt before him. This individual was one of the 10 commanders of the Great Yu Divine Guards, tasked with leading the contingent stationed in the Imperial City. You are to lead all the Great Yu Divine Guards in the Imperial City to assault the Celestial Profound Sect and obliterate it. Half of the resources seized from the Celestial Profound Sect will be deposited into the national treasury, while the other half may be allocated at your discretion. Given that the Celestial Profound Sect has dispatched so many formidable experts, even with some remaining, they would undoubtedly be no match for the Great Yu Divine Guards. Upon hearing these orders, the commander of the Divine Guards was immediately filled with elation and promptly responded, "As you wish, Your Highness. The Great Yu Divine Guard shall fulfill this mission flawlessly." Half of the resources of a premier sect is undeniably a substantial fortune for them. He never anticipated that this prince would directly allocate half of the resources to them. Although these resources would not solely benefit the divine guards stationed in the imperial city, but rather all divine guards of Daiyu, the overall distribution still amounted to a considerable income for them. Thank you, Your Highness. The commander of the divine guards expressed his gratitude once more. Go. With Lin Chen's command, thousands of divine guards from Daiyu surged forth from the palace, soaring into the skies towards the direction of the Tianxian divine sect. On the other side, Lin Sangxiong felt no displeasure at Lin Chen issuing orders in his presence. Instead, a look of satisfaction graced his face. After all, the position of the Emperor of Daiyu was one he intended to prepare for Lin Chen in the future. Observing Lin Chen's capabilities, he mused that had it not been an inopportune time, he would have been inclined to relinquish the imperial throne immediately. To be honest, Lin Chen's explosive display today genuinely astonished him. He had suspected Lin Chen harbored secrets, yet he had never imagined them to be of such magnitude. Esteemed guests, the unforeseen events today were never our intention. Now that the matter has been resolved, please indulge yourselves, Lin Sangxiong proclaimed, resuming his seat at the head of the table and addressing the assembly. Meanwhile, arrangements were already underway to clear the ground of corpses and blood. Your Majesty's words ring true. It was indeed those vile rogues who sought their own demise by daring to invade the imperial city. Truly, they were oblivious to their fate. Indeed, now that His Highness the Prince has showcased his might, he shall undoubtedly lead you to unify all the surrounding sacred dynasties. The attendees, seasoned as they were, immediately began to flatter him profusely. Soon, the revelry resumed, with cups being raised and toasts exchanged. Just then, a crystal coffin crashed down from above, and a regal woman in palace attire descended beside it, her face etched with sorrow. Chapter 43, The Third Princess of Daiyu. The sound was so thunderous that it startled the guests, who had just settled into the festivities. They all turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion. There, a striking crystal coffin lay on the ground, within which could be discerned a woman clad in a pale purple gown. Beside the coffin stood the elegant woman in purple palace attire, her frail form leaning against the lid, her complexion ghostly pale, stained with blood. In the next moment, the beautiful woman turned her head to look at Lin Sangxiong above, her face reflecting boundless grief and shame. I am sorry, Your Majesty of Daiyu. As this woman appeared with the crystal coffin, Lin Sangxiong, the Emperor of Daiyu, and the Empress Yu Wenyao sprang to their feet, an ominous premonition rising within their hearts. Lear. As the words escaped from the lips of the beautiful woman, the Empress Yu Wenyao gasped in astonishment, her entire being seemingly drained of vitality, teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, Lin Sangxiong, with swift reflexes, caught the Empress, though his own countenance had turned ashen. Zaiweisen, what is the meaning of this? Lin Sangxiong inquired, guiding the Empress towards the crystal coffin, his voice tinged with palpable fury. Zaiweisen. At the mention of this title, Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the identity of the individual, the revered master of the Ziwei lineage from the Hundred Flowers sect. The Hundred Flowers sect, a formidable establishment rivaling the heavenly mysterious divine sect, is one of the 6 great sects of the submerged region of Zhongzhou. 6 years prior, this Zaiweisen had journeyed to the Daiyu Sacred Dynasty, and with a single glance, had chosen the third princess of Daiyu, intending to take her as a disciple to cultivate alongside her in the Hundred Flowers sect. Given that the Hundred Flowers sect possessed a formidable foundation far exceeding that of the Daiyu Sacred Dynasty, and since Lin Sangxiong believed that this Zaiweisen genuinely wished to take his daughter under her wing, he naturally felt elated for his daughter and acquiesced. Yet now, the appearance of the severely injured Zaiweisen here could only imply that the individual within the crystal coffin was none other than the third princess of Daiyu, Lin Xingli. At this moment, Lear, the sacred emperor and the empress had arrived before the crystal coffin. Empress Yuan Yao gazed upon her once vibrant daughter, now a lifeless body encased within the crystal, nearly fainting from the sight. The sacred emperor, Lin Sangxiong, though maintaining a facade of composure, was in turmoil within, his heart wrenched with despair. Zaiweisen. Lin Sangxiong spoke with a steady voice, his familiarity with her indicating that he was now at the pinnacle of fury. Just 10 days prior, he had sent a message to Lin Xingli, informing her of Lin Chen's wedding date. Lin Xingli had responded, indicating that the competition for the Hundred Flowers sect's direct disciples was reaching its conclusion, and she would hasten back as soon as it was over. promising to bring them a surprise. Little did he expect that her return would be marked by her lifeless form. I apologize, Sacred Emperor. Ultimately, this matter is a grave disappointment to you, Zai Weizen said, adjusting her breath before speaking. In that moment, her gaze fixed upon Lin Chen, sensing a subtle pressure emanating from him. The presence she felt could only signify that Lin Chen had ascended to the realm of a venerable master. However, this was not the time for such contemplation. With a heavy sigh, she continued, I presume Qingli has spoken to you regarding her aspirations to compete for the position of a direct disciple of the Hundred Flowers sect? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Our Hundred Flowers sect comprises 8 lineages, each led by a principal master. Each principal master may accept several disciples, and the so-called direct disciples are selected from among the disciples of the 8 principal masters. Once chosen, the selected individual is groomed to become the next generation's sect leader. This is the ancestral teaching left by the founding master of the Hundred Flowers sect, a directive that none dare to defy, not even the current sect leader, who is of the same lineage as the founding master. Ordinarily, the strongest candidate for the position of direct disciple would be none other than Su Lingyun, the daughter of the esteemed Master Peony. However, no one anticipated that Qingli, the child, would awaken the sacred body of the Hundred Flowers just 7 days prior, dramatically increasing her strength and defeating Su Lingyun to claim the title of direct disciple. Originally, this was a matter of great elation for the entire Hundred Flowers sect, as our founding ancestor possessed the sacred body of the Hundred Flowers. Now that Qingli has awakened such a physique, she is destined to lead the Hundred Flowers sect back to its former glory. Yet, to our astonishment, the Peony Master has become utterly deranged, persuading the other 6 lineage masters under mysterious circumstances to graft Qingli's sacred body onto her daughter, Su Lingyun. I was already no match for the Peony Master alone, let alone the other 6 powerful masters. Fortunately, they did not exert their full strength, and I had to resort to forbidden techniques to escape from their clutches. Unfortunately, Qingli has lost her vitality under their secret methods, and all I could do was bring her lifeless body back. I apologize, Holy Emperor. I never expected they would dare to violate the ancestral teachings and harm Qingli. It was ultimately my oversight. As she spoke, tears streamed down the cheeks of Master Zuai. Throughout her life, she had no children of her own, and by taking Lin Qingli as her disciple, she had truly come to regard her as a daughter. The death of Lin Qingli brought her sorrow that rivaled that of Lin Chen and his wife, Hundred Flowers sect leader. After hearing all this, Lin Chen growled, his face and neck veins bulging. While Master Zy undoubtedly bore significant responsibility for Lin Qingli's demise, he knew the true culprit was the sect leader of the Hundred Flowers sect, a powerful figure at the peak of the revered realm, no less formidable than the leader of the celestial Xian sect. In the past, Lin Chen would have been utterly powerless against such a formidable opponent, but now, armed with a sacred artifact, he could stand against a peak revered master. However, instead of rushing to the Hundred Flowers sect, he turned to Lin Chen, knowing that Lin Chen would take action. Chener, your royal sister. Lin Chen hesitated. Today was supposed to be Lin Chen's wedding day. Yet Lin Qingli's corpse lay before them, making it difficult for him to directly urge Lin Chen to seek revenge. Father, leave this matter to me, Lin Chen replied coldly, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Lin Qingli had been one of the few people who treated Lin Chen well, aside from Lin Chen and his wife, and he harbored a deep-seated desire for revenge. To him, the Hundred Flowers sect had already forfeited its right to exist. Chapter 44, Resurrection, Ascend to the Hundred Flowers sect. Moreover, there was an unexpected twist. In the original narrative, Lin Qingli had not awakened the sacred body of the Hundred Flowers. Master Zy had just mentioned that Lin Qingli awakened it, which allowed her to seize the position of direct disciple. In light of the current circumstances, Lin Chen has contemplated a singular possibility, the fate of the Dayu Kingdom. The fortune of Dayu can be directly invoked by the reigning Holy Emperor, and it similarly bestows immense benefits upon other members of the royal family. Over the past few days, owing to Lin Chen's influence, the fortunes of Dayu have surged over 1,000-fold. Perhaps this is the reason behind Lin Qingli's sudden awakening of the Hundred Flowers sacred body. Lin Mu. At this moment, Lin Chen beckoned Lin Mu. Your Majesty. Lin Mu slightly cupped his fists, awaiting the next command from Lin Chen. Bring the princess's remains inside, and, on an auspicious day, give her a grand burial. Lin Chen uttered these words through gritted teeth. The loss of a child to a parent is a profound sorrow, and one can only imagine the depth of his anguish at this moment. As you command, Your Majesty. With that, Lin Mu was about to carry the crystal coffin away. Wait. Just then, a voice interrupted his actions. The speaker was none other than Lin Chen, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed upon him. It was the most prudent course of action to take the third princess's remains away at this juncture. What could Lin Chen's interruption signify? Even Lin Sangxiong and his wife were left bewildered. "Chen, are you?" However, Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he stepped forward and lifted the lid of the crystal coffin. "What is the crown prince doing?" exclaimed others in dismay. "No. Has the death of the third princess driven the crown prince to madness? We understand the deep bond between the third princess and the crown prince. But now is the time for her remains to be laid to rest. What is the meaning of this? Why did the Holy Emperor not intervene?" Lin Chen's unexpected actions bewildered the gathered guests, who began to murmur among themselves. Lin Sangxiong harbored his own doubts, yet even he could not perceive Lin Chen's intentions. He too wished to see what Lin Chen was about to do. Only Nailan Yanran, observing Lin Chen's perplexing behavior, fell into deep contemplation. The events of the past few days had rendered her incapable of viewing Lin Chen through the lens of conventional reasoning. Suddenly, a bold and terrifying thought arose in Nailan Yanran's mind. However, the moment this idea emerged, she immediately quashed it. It was not that she was unwilling to believe, but rather that this notion was utterly implausible. Could Lin Chen truly resurrect Lin Qingli? How could this be possible? Even in her previous life, as a supreme empress, she could not fathom the ability to bring someone back from the dead. How could Lin Chen achieve this? Despite having just witnessed Lin Chen defeat a sage-level powerhouse in an instant, she still found it hard to believe. For while slaying a sage may be accomplished with sufficient power, reviving the deceased is another matter entirely, an utter fantasy. Even in her past life, standing at the pinnacle of this continent, she had never heard of a method to restore life to the dead. How could Lin Chen possess such an ability? She refused to accept it, and as the crowd remained in a state of perplexity, Lin Chen had already extended his finger to touch Lin Qingli's brow. Within his system, there remained a glimmer of hope for resurrection. Fortunately, Lin Qingli had only recently perished, her corporeal form nearly intact, and remnants of her soul lingered within. This was more than sufficient. As Lin Chen's fingertip pressed against Lin Qingli's brow, a radiant white light enveloped her entire being, cocooning her in a colossal white chrysalis. In the next instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, centered around the imperial city, surged frantically towards this focal point, creating a spiraling vortex of spiritual power that extended thousands of feet into the sky. At the base of this whirlpool, the white chrysalis encapsulating Lin Qingli was connected. Such a spectacle left all present in awe, their expressions transformed in astonishment. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The most astonishing revelation was the life force emanating from the white chrysalis within the crystal coffin. Moreover, this vitality grew increasingly robust with the passage of time. Was this truly the essence of Lier? Those nearest, including Lin Sangxiong, widened their eyes in disbelief, fixated on the white chrysalis within the crystal coffin. How could this be possible? In unison, Lin Sangxiong, Jiwei, and others exclaimed in shock. The resurrection of Lin Qingli was indeed the most joyous news for them. However, could such a miraculous feat truly be achievable by mere mortals? Among those present, the most astounded was undoubtedly Nailan Yanran, for she possessed the keenest insight of all. It was unfathomable to her that someone could achieve what she had never even heard of before, and from a mere prince of a minor saint dynasty? In the grand scheme of the continent, the Diyu Holy Dynasty was indeed considered a lesser power. At this moment, tumultuous waves of astonishment surged within Nailan Yanran's heart. Lin Chen had once again shattered her understanding. Who, then, was the true reincarnated empress? Yet, the most crucial point was that even the emperor lacked such capabilities. Thus, as the crowd awaited with bated breath, the energy of the heavens began to dissipate, and fine cracks appeared upon the surface of the white chrysalis enveloping Lin Qingli. Crack, crack. Within mere moments, these fissures spread across the entire chrysalis like a spider's web. Finally, with a resounding boom, it exploded open. Lin Qingli's form re-emerged into the gaze of the onlookers. They witnessed her eyelids fluttering before she gradually opened her eyes, shielding them from the blinding sunlight with her right hand. Is this the world beyond death? Lin Qingli softly murmured, then sat up from the crystal coffin. Upon seeing the familiar faces surrounding her, she gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Father? Mother? Master? How could you also be dead? In an instant, shock flooded Lin Chenli's features. She distinctly remembered meeting her end at the 100 Flowers sect. How could this be? Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. This place did not resemble the 100 Flowers sect, but rather the imperial city of Daiyu. Yet, what was her own condition? Before she could ponder further, a figure rushed towards her, embracing her with a voice tinged with tears. Lear, you've come back to life. How wonderful. Lear, rushing forward to embrace Lin Chenli was none other than the Holy Empress, Yuan Yao. This time, however, her expression was not one of sorrow, but rather of overwhelming joy, tears streaming down her face. Zaiweisen, I would be much obliged if you could lead the way. At this, Lin Chen offered a faint smile before turning to Zaiweisen and speaking. Lead the way? For a moment, Zaiweisen seemed momentarily taken aback, still immersed in the miraculous resurrection of Lin Chenli. Indeed, lead the way to the 100 Flower sect. Today, I shall wash it in blood. The chilling, piercing voice of Lin Chen sent shivers down Zaiweisen's spine. Chapter 45, Traitors and Sinners. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen and his 3 companions surged towards the 100 Flower sect, guided by Zaiweisen. Initially, Lin Chen intended to seek the opinion of Nalan Yanran. But before he could utter a word, she readily agreed, on the condition that she accompany him. The couple, Lin Songtian and his wife, chose to remain behind to entertain their guests, confident that Lin Chen alone could handle the matter flawlessly. Throughout their journey, Lin Chenli remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of how she had returned to life, while Zaiweisen could only view Lin Chen and his companions as madmen. In her perception, although Lin Songtian had broken through to the realm of the Holy Venerable, he was still far from being able to contend with the 100 Flower sect, especially since he had not accompanied them. Only Lin Chen and one other were with her. Was this not akin to courting death? As Zaiweisen continued her incessant chatter, Lin Chen unleashed a fragment of his holy might. The moment this divine aura enveloped Zaiweisen, her eyes widened in shock, and she became as rigid as a statue. After a considerable pause, she managed to turn her head with great difficulty and murmured, Lin Chen, may I beseech you for a favor? At the instant Lin Chen displayed his saintly pressure, Zaiweisen realized the inevitable doom of the 100 Flower sect. Although she could not fathom why Lin Chen, merely a prince of the Holy Dynasty, possessed such terrifying power, much like the mystery of Lin Chenli's resurrection, she understood that, before a saint, even a mere first-level saint was beyond the capability of the 100 Flower sect to withstand. However, Lin Chen paid no heed to Zaiweisen's plea, his gaze remaining fixed ahead. Seeing this, Zaiweisen turned her desperate eyes towards Lin Chenli, hoping that perhaps only she could sway Lin Chen. Feeling the weight of Zaiweisen's gaze, Lin Chenli hesitated but ultimately addressed Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, perhaps you should first hear what my master wishes to convey. After all, Zaiweisen had been nothing but supportive over the years, and her demise was not caused by her master. Upon hearing Lin Chenli's words, Lin Chen responded with indifference, Speak. Will you spare the 4th branch, that is, the Ziwei lineage? They are innocent, Zaiweisen implored. Let us discuss this later. Their survival hinges upon the side they choose to stand with. Lin Chen's cold voice echoed. He merely chose to listen to what the esteemed Ziwei had to convey. As for whether those individuals could survive, that was a matter for another time. In the Baiwa sect, within a vast square, dozens of enchanting maidens gathered in a cluster. At the center of this assembly stood a young lady clad in a delicate pink gown. The positioning of the crowd clearly indicated that her status was undoubtedly the highest among them, akin to a crane standing amidst a flock of chickens. The gazes of those surrounding her were imbued with a sycophantic admiration. Sister Lingyun, please, do not be upset. The sect leader has already issued a warrant. They will surely capture those 2 traitors. Indeed, that wretched Lin Chenli, how dare she resist? She is truly asking for her demise. And the esteemed Ziwei, she is the scourge of our Baiwa sect. If only the Baowa sacred body could be transferred to Sister Lingyun, we could once again bask in the glory of our sect. All of this has been ruined by Ziwei. The crowd, each contributing their opinions, fervently denounced Ziwei. The young lady at the center relished in this adulation, basking in the limelight of being the focal point. This individual was none other than Su Lingyun, the daughter of the sect leader. However, as the conversations continued, a wave of boundless fury surged within Su Lingyun, causing her delicate form to tremble with rage. She was so close to inheriting Lin Chenli's Baohua sacred body, yet at the critical moment, Ziwei had intervened and even taken Lin Chenli's corpse away. How infuriating! With a furious shout, an overwhelming force erupted from Su Lingyun, sending several individuals closest to her staggering backward. ZY, how dare you thwart my aspirations? When you are captured and brought back, I shall ensure your demise is most excruciating, Su Lingyun declared through gritted teeth. Due to ZY's actions, even the disciples of the fourth lineage had been imprisoned. What incensed Su Lingyun further was the fact that the fourth lineage's members echoed ZY's sentiments, blaming the first lineage for the incident. In response, Su Lingyun could hardly be bothered to retort, for when ZY met her end, it would also signify the demise of the fourth lineage. Such a collection of lowly, mixed-blooded lineages. Su Lingyun had always looked down upon the individuals of the fourth lineage. The Baiwa sect, though it professed unity among the 8 lineages, was, in reality, a legacy of the 7 great families, with the fourth lineage being an exception. The members of the fourth lineage did not inherit through familial bloodlines like the other 7, but rather were disciples sought by their lineage leader from the central continent and the holy dynasty below. In comparison to the other lineages, the fourth lineage was deemed impure. In her eyes, those of the fourth lineage had no right to stand on equal footing with them, let alone compete for the coveted positions of direct disciples. The moment Lin Chen awakened the Baohua sacred body and defeated her, her defenses crumbled entirely. Fortunately, her mother personally intervened to capture Lin Chen, intending to transfer the Baohua sacred body to her. Yet, to her dismay, it was ultimately thwarted by ZY. Sister Lingyun, is that Lin Chen not a princess of the holy dynasty? Perhaps the esteemed Zihua has taken the corpse of Lin Chen to that so-called sacred dynasty. Indeed, to be able to bestow her sacred body of 100 flowers upon senior sister Lingyun is a fortune earned over several lifetimes, yet she remains oblivious to her good fortune. I believe it would be better to simply annihilate that absurd sacred dynasty. Ha! As the words fell, all present erupted into laughter, their eyes glinting with mockery. It seemed as if the obliteration of a sacred dynasty was as inconsequential to them as crushing an ant by the roadside. However, at that moment, swish, 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 dozens of invisible sword blades suddenly shot forth, piercing the mouths of the few young women who had just spoken. It was swift, so fast that they did not even perceive the blades until it was too late. Thud, 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 thud. The chilling sound of slicing echoed. Bloody teeth flew from the mouths of the young women, falling to the ground. Each of their tongues was severed into tiny morsels, mingling with the blood that gushed forth. The once beautiful faces transformed in an instant into a gruesome spectacle, unrecognizable and horrifying. Heart-wrenching and piercing screams erupted from the young women. Chapter 46. Call for help. Their voices were hoarse, resembling those of vengeful spirits. They could only cover their mouths with their hands, blood seeping continuously through their fingers. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair. The sudden turn of events left the other young women around them pale with fright, each emitting sharp cries. Who is it? Which audacious rogue dares to commit murder in our 100 Flowers sect? The first to react was still Su Lingyun, her complexion slightly paling, her chest heaving violently. She witnessed the tragic fate of those young women, yet this was their 100 Flowers sect. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Even the other major sects of the central continent would not dare to brazenly intrude upon them and harm others. For at that point, it would undoubtedly lead to a situation of mutual destruction. Just based on your group of ants, do you think you can obliterate my Great Yu Sacred Dynasty? As Su Lingyun scanned her surroundings, a voice, cold to the extreme, reverberated throughout the square. Following the direction of the voice, the void in that area suddenly began to distort, and then 4 figures slowly stepped forth from the emptiness. No, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. When Su Lingyun recognized the newcomers, her pupils dilated in shock, disbelief flooding her eyes as a chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head, prompting an instinctive gasp. Who did she see? The esteemed Zihua? And the already deceased Lin Chen. Lin Chen gazed at the fallen and wailing figures, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. These individuals were mere sycophants of Su Lingyun, who had frequently impeded the members of her 4th branch, relying on Su Lingyun's backing, always oppressing them. How satisfying! Had it not been for the desire to maintain an air of propriety, she would have shouted it out immediately. Xiaochun, she is Su Lingyun, Lin Chen exclaimed, pointing a finger at Su Lingyun. This gesture sent a chill down Su Lingyun's spine. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen, you are supposed to be dead. How could you possibly be here? Su Lingyun stammered, retreating involuntarily. However, Lin Chen and his companions had no time to entertain her confusion. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips as he coolly remarked, "So you are Su Lingyun? Then let the others perish." As his words fell, Lin Chen flicked his hand, and in an instant, thousands of ethereal sword blades materialized, hurtling towards the group of young women surrounding Su Lingyun. In mere moments, dozens of girls were mercilessly obliterated, their flesh and blood splattering across Su Lingyun, transforming her into a gruesome sight. Aya! A piercing scream erupted from Su Lingyun's lips as she gazed at the once living disciples of the Baihua sect, now reduced to a gruesome array of mangled remains and blood. Her eyes trembled in disbelief. Finally, she turned to Lin Chen. "Who are you? Do you have any idea of the consequences of committing such atrocities in my Baihua sect?" Before she could finish her sentence, a blade, as swift as lightning, severed her legs and an arm in a single stroke. Su Lingyun collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her wounds. The threat in her expression vanished, replaced by shock and terror. "It seems you still do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. I did not come here for trivial skirmishes, but to bring about the annihilation of your Baihua sect," Lin Chen said, amusement glinting in his eyes. "Summon your allies. If you delay any longer, you may lose your chance." The reason he spared Su Lingyun's remaining arm was solely to compel her to call for help. Otherwise, she would have met her demise long ago. Heeding his words, Su Lingyun, disregarding her agony, retrieved a communication stone and activated it. However, before her allies could arrive, powerful auras surged from another direction, racing towards them. The commotion had indeed been significant. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the plaza, each a strikingly beautiful woman of considerable strength, all at the revered realm. Upon seeing Su Lingyun lying in a pool of blood, their expressions shifted dramatically. They knew all too well how indulgent the sect leader of Baihua was towards her daughter. The sight of Su Lingyun's severed limbs would undoubtedly drive the revered leader, Peony, to madness. "Lingyun, what has happened? How could this be? Who has inflicted such grave injuries upon you?" The 3 descended beside Su Lingyun, one of them lifting her up while another produced a hemostatic elixir for her to consume. Without it, Su Lingyun would likely succumb to blood loss before Peony could arrive. "Inghua revered one. Meihua revered one. Shui Xian revered one. It was him. That little thief severed my legs and slaughtered our Baihua sect's disciples. And Zy revered one. They are all in cahoots." As the 3 individuals approached, Su Lingyun appeared to have found her backbone, suddenly becoming resolute as she roared, "Zy. Following her gaze, the trio beheld the esteemed Zy. Much like Su Lingyun, when their eyes fell upon Lin Qingli, their expressions shifted dramatically. They exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible." They had all been present when Lin Qingli perished, serving as witnesses to her demise. Yet now, she stood before them, vibrant and alive. However, before they could utter another word, 3 ethereal blades of spiritual energy manifested, striking like bolts of lightning, and instantly pierced the foreheads of the 3 esteemed ones. The blades erupted from the backs of their heads, embedding themselves into the ground, blood cascading down their surfaces. Uft, uft, uft. Subsequently, several more blades mercilessly penetrated their shoulders, abdomens, and chests. Within mere moments, their bodies resembled tattered rags, riddled with gaping wounds, as they collapsed helplessly backward. Thud, 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 thud. The final sound signified Su Lingyun's fall. Bereft of the support of her companions, she could no longer maintain her balance with just one hand. Witnessing this scene, even though Zy had been forewarned of Lin Chen's saint-level prowess, she still gasped in astonishment. The strength of these individuals was not inferior to her own. They were all masters at the 6th tier of the esteemed realm. Such power ranked among the pinnacle in Zhongzhou, holding great weight in any sect. Yet now, formidable as they were, the 6th tier experts were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Chen as if they were mere ants. Despite her efforts to remain composed, the hands hidden beneath her sleeves trembled uncontrollably. "Come, keep summoning more." Lin Chen's voice echoed again, but to Su Lingyun, it resonated like a death knell, causing her heart to erupt with terror and her scalp to prickle. Chapter 47, Master Mutant. Remarkable. Witnessing this spectacle, even Lin Qingli felt her spirit tremble violently. Fortunately, this individual was her brother. Had he been her enemy, she would likely spend her days tormented, living in perpetual fear of when this harbinger of death might strike. Yet, how exhilarating it felt. Over the years, though they had the support of Zy for the 4th lineage, They had ultimately been overshadowed by the first lineage, enduring considerable humiliation. Today, they had finally avenged their grievances. Slow, too slow. With a swift motion, a chilling blade surged forth from Lin Chen's fingertip, slicing through the air and precisely piercing Su Lingyun's mouth. In an instant, her tongue was severed, a portion mingling with blood as it erupted from her lips. If your summoned allies do not arrive soon, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you first. Lin Chen observed Su Lingyun with an expression devoid of emotion, his tone frigid and unyielding. Subsequently, Lin Chen turned to Lin Qingli beside him and inquired, "Do you wish to vent your frustrations on her?" Lin Qingli hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Gradually, she descended to stand before Su Lingyun, lifting her foot to deliver a fierce kick to Su Lingyun's face. Aghast, Su Lingyun, who had lost her ability to speak, could only emit muffled sounds of distress. Large tears cascaded down the corners of her eyes. Soon after, Lin Qingli unleashed several more brutal kicks, channeling the pent-up rage she had harbored over the years, stemming from Su Lingyun's relentless oppression. As Lin Qingli mercilessly assaulted Su Lingyun, a throng of disciples gathered once more, drawn from afar by the commotion, witnessing the fierce struggle between two individuals. One appeared utterly defenseless, her limbs rendered useless, hair disheveled and body covered in blood, a sight most harrowing. Who was the unfortunate victim? The onlookers remained oblivious, yet the scene exuded an aura of tragedy. As the crowd swelled, whispers and murmurs filled the air, until those at the forefront drew closer, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld the two combatants. Each one recoiled as if they had encountered a specter. A ghost. What madness is this? The individuals at the back, witnessing the startled reactions of those ahead, expressed their discontent. However, when they finally perceived the visage of the battered figure, their cries grew even louder. Goodness! It truly is a ghost. What had they witnessed? The figure was none other than Lin Qingli, presumed dead. Was this truly not a ghost? Heavens! That is senior sister Su Lingyun. A gasp erupted, reverberating through the assembly like thunder, shocking the crowd into a frenzy. What? That is senior sister Su Lingyun? Impossible. She is the daughter of the sect leader. Who would dare lay a hand on her? Indeed, it was the unmistakable form of senior sister Su Lingyun, renowned for her fondness for pink dresses, an attire exclusive to her within the 100-Flower sect. By the heavens, it is the vengeful spirit of Lin Qingli returned. The crowd erupted into a tumult, wide-eyed and brimming with disbelief. Su Lingyun, wielding her status as the sect leader's daughter, had long exerted her influence within the 100-Flower sect, particularly against those from the fourth vein. This was a well-known fact. Yet, due to her esteemed lineage, many dared not voice their anger, opting instead to align themselves with her, becoming sycophants who aided in the oppression of the fourth vein. Suddenly, they noticed the presence of the esteemed ZY and her companions, their expressions shifting to one of realization. I understand now. Lin Qingli did not perish that day. She clung to life and must have been rescued by ZY through some unknown means. Upon this revelation, others began to concur, as the revival of a deceased individual appeared inconceivable to them. Thus, they collectively turned their ire towards ZY, exclaiming vehemently, "You are a traitor to our 100-Flower sect. How dare you return to Sao Discord? You are truly courting your own demise. Indeed, how dare you condone Lin Qingli's actions that have left senior sister Lingyun in such a state? The sect leader will ensure that you experience a fate worse than death." Bah! Two wretches. Our 100-Flower sect could have ascended to greatness once more, yet it is these two vile individuals who have ruined everything. The revered ZY and Su Lingyun have already been issued a warrant for their capture, and their demise is inevitable. Thus, they are not afraid of ZY. This is the 100-Flower sect, and in their eyes, the mere thought of returning is tantamount to walking into a trap. Hurry and inform the sect leader and the other branch leaders. We must seize these two criminals. By the way, since Lin Qingli is still alive, there remains a chance for senior sister Su Lingyun, and likewise for our 100-Flower sect. The crowd's eyes blazed with fervor, each voice rising above the other, momentarily forgetting that Su Lingyun was being mercilessly beaten and neglecting the fact that ZY was a true venerable. Should a venerable wish to eliminate them, they would scarcely withstand the arrival of reinforcements. Alas, ZY observed the scene with a heavy heart, utterly disheartened by the 100-Flower sect. Xiao Chun, they hail from the first, third, and fifth branches. At that moment, Lin Qingli ceased her actions and returned to Lin Chen's side, softly explaining, "I see. Then there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly and then pointed forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next instant, swish, swish, swish. Countless blades of spiritual energy took form and swiftly soared forth like bolts of lightning, piercing through the newly arrived hundreds of disciples of the 100 Flowers sect before they could react. Their foreheads, eyes, mouths, chests, and limbs were riddled with countless blade marks. In that moment, the entire plaza resembled a scene of a torrential blood rain. Bang, bang, bang. One lifeless body after another crashed to the ground. Finally, they have arrived. Just as the last disciple fell, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and remarked nonchalantly. Following Lin Chen's gaze, a middle-aged noblewoman clad in resplendent attire approached with great speed. Her countenance exuded authority and an imposing presence, akin to that of a regal queen. She was none other than the sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect, Venerable Peony. Though at this moment, her face was etched with frost. Behind her followed several formidable figures, all of whom possessed the cultivation of venerables, including the remaining 3 branch leaders, Venerable Cuckoo, Venerable Begonia, and Venerable Jasmine. The fury on their faces was palpable. Chapter 48. The Death of the Sect Leader of 100 Flowers. Upon seeing her mother, the sect leader Peony, the fallen Su Lingyun's eyes brightened. She began to struggle desperately, attempting to call out, but due to her tongue being severed by the blades, she could only emit muffled sounds. At this time, Venerable Peony lowered her head, and upon witnessing the wretched state of Su Lingyun, her expression turned ashen, and she exploded with rage. She turned to ZY, her voice icy as she inquired, ZY? Is this person one you brought with you? The leader of the 100 Flowers sect had already observed the floating blades of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Chen and surmised that this individual had indeed harmed her daughter. The esteemed Jiwei nodded slightly, responding with a calm affirmation, indeed. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect's gaze turned even more frigid. Her voice laced with murderous intent. Very well. I shall first eliminate him. And as for you, the sinner of the 100 Flowers sect, you too must perish. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the leader's delicate frame trembled violently. Her eyes fixed intently on the girl beside Lin Chen, dressed in a pale blue gown. Lin Qingli? You are Lin Qingli? You're not dead? Impossible. With the leader's exclamation, several others nearby also took note of Lin Qingli, their eyes reflecting equal astonishment. They had distinctly witnessed Lin Qingli lose all signs of life. She was undoubtedly deceased. Yet, how could this be? Excellent. In this case, we still have the chance to fulfill the wishes left by our ancestors. In the next moment, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect suddenly burst into laughter, her gaze towards Lin Qingli akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey. Clearly, she was unconcerned with how Lin Qingli had returned from the brink of death. She only recognized that fate had granted them another opportunity to seize the sacred body of the 100 Flowers. This time, she would not falter. Hearing this, Jiwei's expression subtly shifted, as she too discerned the intentions swirling within the leader's mind. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. With Lin Chen present, what fear could they harbor? Even against the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, let alone when faced with the entirety of her forces? Jiwei spoke impassively. Leader, Su Lingyun has long been wantonly bullying the disciples of our sect. I trust you are aware of this. The outcome of today is merely her retribution. The leader of the 100 Flowers sect was immediately enraged, her voice sharp as she rebuked. Impudent. What of it if my daughter bullies the disciples of the sect? To be bullied by my daughter is their honor. Who are you to judge? And what are you then? Lin Chen's voice interjected coolly. With a casual wave of his hand, a blade of spiritual energy sliced through the air with a speed imperceptible to the eye, instantaneously severing Su Lingyun's neck. The crowd watched as her head tumbled aside, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed wound, instantly painting the already bloodied ground with an additional crimson hue. Su Lingyun was dead. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect was utterly incensed. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, You wretched spawn! You dare to kill my daughter! I shall grind you to dust! As her voice fell, her power surged uncontrollably, the overwhelming aura of a peak-level elder radiating outward, causing the expressions of the nearby faction leaders to stiffen. The multitude of disciples trailing behind the leader felt their breaths become labored. Weaker practitioners succumbed, collapsing to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The leader of the 100 Flowers sect turned to the 3 branch masters and several elders behind her, commanding, You all, Join forces and slay the revered Jiwei. Upon hearing her words, they swiftly advanced towards Jiwei. As for the 100 Flowers sect leader, her gaze shifted to Lin Chen, her voice dripping with malice. I shall torment you to death. Not only did she intend to kill Lin Chen, but she also sought to inflict upon him suffering 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than what Su Lingyun had endured. As her words hung in the air, a formless blade of spiritual energy suddenly materialized, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the leader of the 100 Flowers sect. Faced with the blinding speed of the spiritual blade, she had no time to react. A chill coursed through her right arm, followed by an excruciating pain that resonated throughout her entire being. A piercing scream erupted from her lips as she turned to find her right arm severed at the root, hot blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet, before she could regain her composure, another spiritual blade flew forth, cleaving through the air and leaving a neat rift in its wake. In that moment, her left arm was also severed. The leader of the 100 Flowers sect, witnessing her limbs severed within mere breaths, stared blankly, her eyes wide with horror and terror. No, impossible. How can this be? She thought, grappling with the reality that she, the esteemed leader of the 100 Flowers sect, a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the revered realm, and a figure of high rank in the central region, was reduced to such vulnerability before this youth. With a whoosh, 2 more spiritual blades formed, tracing elegant parabolic arcs before precisely slicing through the base of her legs. Her legs were severed at the roots. In an instant, the leader lost all control over her body, plummeting from the air and landing amidst a pool of blood. A more harrowing scream tore from her throat as her complexion paled from blood loss and agony. Deprived of her limbs, she writhed on the ground like a top, rolling in pain. The blood that poured from her body stained her resplendent attire a deep crimson. As she continued to roll, the final spiritual blade pierced through her abdomen, pinning her to the square. Thus, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, the strongest of her clan, succumbed to the endless pain, terror, and despair, drawing her last breath. In an instant, the entire square fell into a profound silence. All disciples, elders, and even the 3 branch masters surrounding Jiwei stood frozen, gazing at the youth in the void with eyes brimming with shock and fear. When the leader of the 100 Flowers sect prepared to strike, nearly everyone believed that this youth was destined for death. Although this individual was capable of slaying Su Lingyun, they appeared to be of a similar age to her. When confronted by a top-tier powerhouse, they likely lacked even the qualifications to resist. Yet, the outcome was that their sect leader met her demise at the hands of such a youth, and the Baowa sect leader hadn't even had the chance to strike. How could this be possible? In Chapter 49, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. Even the 3 main branch leaders and elders, who were planning to besiege the ZY elder, hadn't had the opportunity to intervene. The battle on Lin Chen's side had already concluded. At that moment, their bodies froze. The vast and overwhelming power of the elder realm suddenly stifled. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredulous scene imaginable. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The Baowa sect leader. She was the strongest of their sect, a superlative existence who had nearly touched the sacred realm, and yet she was slain by a mere boy, without any chance to fight back. Who on earth was this person? Where did the ZY elder find such a terrifying powerhouse? Lin Qingli, despite having witnessed Lin Chen dispatch 3 branch leaders previously, was still utterly shocked to see him effortlessly eliminate the strongest member of the Baowa sect. Her petite lips, smooth and warm, parted slightly in astonishment. She gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with shock and admiration. Were he not her brother, she might have already fallen for him. Which woman does not admire a man of great strength? Even the formidable Baowa sect leader, renowned throughout the central continent, was reduced to nothing more than an instant kill before him. This scene profoundly reshaped Lin Qingli's understanding of the world. At that moment, having dealt with the Baowa sect leader, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the 3 main branch leaders, his expression cold as he inquired, "What are your intentions?" These individuals remained unrepentant. Seeing Lin Qingli alive before them, they were not inclined to apologize, but rather sought to strike again. Truly a death wish. Upon hearing his words, their faces turned pale in an instant, their bodies trembling violently. And no, please, listen to our explanation. We were merely following orders. None of this is our doing. The ZY elder on the far right hurriedly gestured, attempting to clarify. The Dujuan elder chimed in, "Indeed, this is all our leader's fault. Had she not coerced us, we would never have dared to act in this manner. You know we could not resist her power." In that moment, They had lowered their postures to the utmost degree, even kneeling down, deliberately or inadvertently revealing their fair shoulders. Observing Lin Chen, who appeared to be a youthful and vigorous lad, they recognized that their beauty was not to be underestimated in the entire central continent. They were willing to do anything to survive, even as their figures became more alluring. Should Lin Chen issue a command, they would not hesitate to offer themselves up. The leaders of the 100 Flowers sect were no match for him. Even if they joined forces, they would still be insufficient to oppose him. However, their hopes were soon dashed. Lin Chen merely shook his head and said coolly, "You weren't saying that a moment ago. Were it not for his system and the resurrection opportunity it bestowed, Lin Qingli would have never been able to come back to life. They would be bereft of vengeance. This was a matter of life and death." As his words fell, Lin Chen waved his hand once more, forming a series of ethereal sword blades that shot forth towards the 3 sect leaders and the elders beside them. The sound of heads being severed echoed through the air as 6 beautiful heads soared upward before dropping to the ground, rolling in circles. With Lin Chen's formidable strength, these individuals had no chance to resist, nor even to emit a cry of despair before their heads were parted from their bodies. The headless corpses gradually collapsed before the eyes of the onlookers, utterly devoid of life. A chilling silence enveloped the scene. A wave of icy dread surged from the ground, ascending to the very top of their heads. How merciless! How ruthless! There was no semblance of compassion. In a fleeting moment, the elders, leaders, and even the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect had been annihilated like mere insects. At that moment, Lin Chen spoke again. "From this day forth, Revered Zy shall be your new sect master." Upon hearing this, Revered Zy was taken aback. She had anticipated that Lin Chen would obliterate the 100 Flowers sect entirely, not appoint her as the revered leader. However, it could be said that the 100 Flowers sect was now merely a shell of its former self. The upper echelons had been decimated, and the remaining disciples were few and far between. But I do not wish for such events to transpire again. As for the remaining members, you shall handle them. Lin Chen turned to look at Revered Zy. The fate of those left behind, whether to redeem themselves or face annihilation, rested in her hands. Otherwise, the 100 Flowers sect would truly be left with Revered Zy as its sole commander. Yes, I will ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. As for those particularly stubborn ones, I shall personally send them to join the others. Startled by Lin Chen's sudden address, Revered Zy was momentarily taken aback, fearing he might turn his wrath upon her as well. "Let us go." After concluding the grim task, Lin Chen turned and approached Nailin Yinran. The sky gradually darkened, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a haunting hue upon the plaza, rendering the bloody scene even more harrowing. The entire ordeal had transpired in a remarkably brief span of time. Now that the matter had been decisively settled, they had more pressing affairs to attend to. "Xiaochun, wait for me." Observing the two about to depart, Lin Qingli hurriedly called out to them. Today was her brother's wedding day, and she could not possibly neglect her return. With that, the trio transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in the direction of the Great Yu Sacred Dynasty. Great Yu Sacred Dynasty, Imperial Palace. As Lin Chen and the others descended slowly from the void, Lin Sangxiong knew that their task had been accomplished. The 100 Flowers sect? It might very well have been obliterated. Afterward, Lin Sangxiong shifted his gaze to Nailin Yinran, chuckling softly. "Dear daughter-in-law, since you are now wed, we shall be a family from this day forward. Should Chun'er ever mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform your father and mother. We will teach this little rascal a lesson. This is a wedding gift for you. Please accept it." As he spoke, Lin Sangxiong deftly revealed a ring that resembled shimmering glass, crafted from the finest spiritual ore, and handed it to Nailin Yinran. The ring was undoubtedly worth several million spiritual stones. In an instant, Nailin Yinran's cheeks flushed crimson, a rosy hue blooming on either side of her face. "Thank you, father," she murmured, nodding as she accepted the ring and performed a slight bow. It was her first time addressing Lin Sangxiong as father, and she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Observing her reaction, Lin Sangxiong chuckled, then a peculiar expression crossed his face as he turned to Lin Chen, saying, "Well then, you two lovebirds must be tired today. It's time for your private moments. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold." Amidst Lin Sangxiong's laughter, the couple, somewhat flustered, made their way to the wedding chamber that had been meticulously prepared. Chapter 50. The Secret Realm of Xianshang. In the Eastern Palace, within the chambers, the lavish red decor paired with the flickering candlelight created a magical atmosphere for the night. What is this? Suddenly, Lin Chen teased. What? Nailin Yinran, still in a state of confusion, found herself pushed to the ground by Lin Chen. She felt a warm breath brush against her ear. What is this? Guess. What? Another one. The crimson curtains of the bed slowly descended. The following day, Nailin Yinran awoke with a start. Upon catching sight of the crimson stain beneath her and recalling the wild events of the previous night, her delicate face instantly flushed deep red. As the once mighty reborn empress, she was momentarily rendered speechless at the thought of last night's escapades. Her cheeks grew increasingly warm. Little did she expect, after all the twists and turns, to have married Lin Chen and to have been so fervent in their union. Nailin Yinran felt as if her body might crumble under the weight of her emotions. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but wonder if Lin Chen was truly gifted or if everyone experienced such fervor. Contemplating their complete union, Nailin Yinran took a deep breath, gradually coming to terms with this reality. After all, Lin Chen had undergone a monumental transformation in this lifetime, and most importantly, he had not chosen to withdraw from their engagement, sparing her and her mother from public scorn. This was the true reason she ultimately accepted their fate. At that moment, she realized Lin Chen was not by her side. After a brief pause, Nailin Yinran changed into a fresh outfit and stepped out of the room. Upon entering the grand hall, she spotted Lin Chen seated in a meditative posture. This fellow, is he training so diligently? Nailin Yinran couldn't help but feel curious. Before this, although she had never left the Nailin family, whispers about Lin Chen often reached her ears. All of them revolved around Lu Ruyan. How could she find time to cultivate? However, up until now, Nailin Yinran remained oblivious to the reason behind Lin Chen's extraordinary power to slay those of the Saint Realm. Thus, she speculated that perhaps Lin Chen had acquired the legacy of a top-tier powerhouse, simultaneously correcting his path from that of a sycophant. Little did she know that Lin Chen was not engaged in cultivation, but rather examining the special rewards from the system. Ding. Does the host confirm the desire to open the gift package now? Open. Lin Chen mentally commanded the system. Received. Opening the gift package now. Reward 1. The national fortune of Dayu has increased 500-fold. Reward 2. Acquired the saint-level formation, the 9-fold celestial profound array. This formation possesses the power to resist and attack peak-level saint realm powerhouses and can be upgraded. Reward 3. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Ding. Does the host wish to bind with the Dayu Holy Dynasty? Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. As long as the national fortune of Dayu continued to rise, he need not worry about the talents and cultivation of the royal family. With the saint-level formation in place, even if he were absent, the top sects of the central continent would be utterly powerless against the Dayu Holy Dynasty. After all, this formation could be continuously activated as long as there were sufficient spirit stones, unless someone could directly break it, and it could be upgraded. Though Lin Chen was unaware of the conditions for this upgrade, the mere existence of such a feature promised great potential. Ultimately, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the final line of text. Binding with the Dayu Holy Dynasty? What did this mean? Puzzled, he inquired of the system. Hey, system, what does binding entail? Ding. The meaning of the host binding with the Dayu Holy Dynasty is that in the future, whenever the host triggers a special task, they can choose to continue enhancing the national fortune of Dayu and upgrade the 9-fold celestial profound array. Furthermore, this occurs regardless of distance. As the words settled, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by an overwhelming joy. So this was the condition for upgrading the formation, and the fact that distance was disregarded was precisely what he desired. With the system, he naturally need not worry about his own safety, and it was impossible for him to remain in the Dayu Holy Dynasty indefinitely. Binding with the Dayu Holy Dynasty would free him from any lingering concerns. Bind. Directly bind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen declared. Ding. Binding successful. As the system concluded its announcement, the national fortune of Dayu surged once more. A grand formation enveloping the entire imperial city gradually took shape, its edges adorned with 9 pillars of light soaring into the heavens. The spiritual energy erupting between them intertwining to form golden runes. At the center of the formation floated the ethereal image of a 9-petal lotus, with a chaotic ancient sword suspended above its heart. This magnificent spectacle astonished all the inhabitants of the imperial city. My heavens! What level of spiritual formation is this? How terrifying! Does the royal family possess such an extraordinary spiritual formation? In the past, it was not the case. However, Now the crown prince is no longer the same as before. Within the imperial city, the onlookers were astounded by the terrifying pressure emanating from the grand array. Just yesterday, Lin Chen demonstrated immense prowess by slaying a formidable master from the super sect of Zhongzhou, and news of this feat has already spread throughout the entire Daiyu imperial city, even reaching the farthest corners of the Yu Sacred Dynasty. It is likely that it will soon be heard by other surrounding dynasties as well. By that time, one can only wonder if the sovereigns of those dynasties, who have clashed with the Yu Sacred Dynasty for years, will come to beseech the Yu Sacred Emperor for mercy. Meanwhile, has the fortune of the Yu dynasty truly risen? How could that be? In the grand hall, Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. Although she was not of royal blood, she was the reincarnation of an emperor, possessing a perception that was unparalleled. Moreover, in her previous life, she had also felt the power of a nation's fortune, albeit from a divine dynasty rather than the Yu Sacred Dynasty. You have awakened? Just as Lin Yanran pondered this, Lin Chen opened his eyes and gazed at her. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Yanran nodded, a hint of shyness appearing on her face as she recalled the events of the previous night. What is this? Feeling shy now? Just last night, someone was quite proactive. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lin Chen felt a playful urge and teased her. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yanran's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. For Lin Yanran, this knock was like a timely rain. She quickly turned and opened the door to the grand hall. Elder sister? Upon seeing Lin Qingli, Lin Yanran's gaze shifted back to Lin Chen. Third elder sister. Is there something amiss? Lin Chen approached Lin Yanran and inquired of Lin Qingli, sensing that her early visit must be urgent. Could it be that there was yet another issue with the 100 Flowers sect? Noticing Lin Chen's expression, Lin Qingli quickly clarified, understanding that he had misunderstood. It is not about the 100 Flowers sect. Rather, the Xuanshang secret realm is about to open. Chapter 51, The Supervisory Department. The Xuanshang secret realm? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. As he began to search his memory, and indeed found information about this secret realm within the original plot. However, it seemed that the timing of its appearance was not aligned with the present. Nonetheless, Lin Chen did not dwell on this. After all, he had traversed worlds. So anything was possible. Indeed, the Xuanshang secret realm has recently manifested in Zhongzhou, rumored to be the domain of a formidable sage king. The major sects of Zhongzhou have long since prepared, eagerly awaiting the realm's opening, with the 4 great sects having the highest likelihood of claiming it. A secret realm left behind by a sage king, regardless of which of the 4 great sects obtains it, would undoubtedly overpower all other sects, establishing itself as the sole ruler of Zhongzhou. My master conveyed that the barrier surrounding the Xuanshang secret realm has begun to dissipate, and it is likely to open very soon. Lin Qingli explained. The reason it is referred to as the 4 great sects is that she has learned from Lin Songqiong and others that the powerful members of the Tianxin divine sect have already been slain by Lin Chen. Furthermore, the Daiyu Divine Guard has uprooted the headquarters of the Tianxin divine sect. As a result, the 6 top sects of the central continent have now been reduced to 5. Additionally, the Baiwa sect has suffered severe losses, having lost its peak revered leader as well as several other lineage masters, and thus, it too has fallen from the ranks of the elite sections. It has even changed its name from the Baiwa sect to the ZY sect. Her purpose in coming here is to recruit Lin Chen. If he intervenes, the inheritance of the Holy King will undoubtedly belong to them. Beside her, Lin Yanran was equally astonished. She was quite familiar with the secret realm, having entered it in her previous life, albeit at a time when her own foundation was inadequate, resulting in the inheritance ultimately falling into the hands of Li Tianming. However, in this life, as the reborn empress, she would not concern herself with a mere Holy King's inheritance, especially one at the initial stage. All right, I will inform my father and the others. Lin Chen replied. He had no need for this inheritance, but it could be advantageous for Lin Qingli. With the Holy King's legacy, Lin Qingli could at least reach the realm of a Holy King in the future. No need. I have already informed my father and the others. They are aware, and we must proceed with caution. Let us leave quickly to avoid giving them the upper hand. Lin Qingli responded. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded, then turned to Lin Yanran. Soon, the 3 of them shot toward the direction of the central continent, near the ZY sect. The ZY revered master stood gracefully in midair, surrounded by several young maidens, all of whom, like Lin Qingli, were her disciples. Under normal circumstances, all 8 lineage masters of the Baihua sect would enter the secret realm to compete for the inheritance with disciples from other sections. Now that the secret realm was about to open, she had already notified Lin Qingli that if Lin Qingli brought Lin Chen along, the inheritance would undoubtedly belong to the ZY sect. The rules of the secret realm allowed those under the age of 25 to enter. And since Lin Qingli was not yet 25, let alone Lin Chen. Master, is Qingli's brother truly that formidable? One of the young maidens beside the ZY revered master inquired, her features delicate and refined. On that day, their 4th lineage had all been imprisoned in the dungeons of the Baihua sect, and thus they had not witnessed the events unfold. However, they had later seen the Baihua sect stained crimson, a scene they would likely never forget. Xiaoming, do not speak of this matter again, nor inquire further. Remember, the Baihua sect has become a thing of the past. Only the ZY sect remains. The ZY revered master cast a stern glance at the inquiring maiden, her expression grave, and continued, this matter must remain a secret. And the same goes for all of you. As she spoke, the ZY revered master swept her gaze over the other young maidens. Yes, despite not understanding the reason, the disciples could only respond obediently, sensing their master's serious demeanor. Very well. Seeing their compliance, the ZY revered master finally nodded. In the next moment, she abruptly turned her head, a look of joy illuminating her face. In that direction, she sensed 3 familiar figures hastening rapidly towards them. Boom! Within a few breaths, the trio appeared before them. Master, Lin Qingli called out to the ZY master. Good, good, good. It's wonderful that you have arrived. Let us not delay. We must hurry. The ZY master cast a glance at Lin Chen, then swiftly led the group of young maidens beside her to set off, with Lin Chen and the others following closely behind. In the central plains, the Kaiyang mountain range sprawled over 1,000,000 miles, characterized by its treacherous peaks and countless ferocious beasts. At this moment, the entrance to the mountains, which should have led into their depths, was instead replaced by a colossal bronze gate. Suspended behind the gate were innumerable diamond-shaped crystals, resembling the stardust scattered across the night sky. A faint orange barrier enveloped the entire bronze gate. This location was the entrance to the highly discussed Xuanshang secret realm, recently revealed in the Central Plains. Before the bronze gate stood a considerable number of individuals, each gazing fervently at the barrier shrouding the entrance. They could sense the power of the barrier gradually waning. When the energy of the barrier was entirely depleted, it would mark the pivotal moment for them to enter the secret realm and seize the legacy within. To the right front of the bronze gate, a small group of more than 20 individuals gathered. Among them stood a man clad in white, with flowing long hair and an exceptional aura. From his appearance, he seemed to be a youth, yet in truth, he was the leader of the Nantian sect, one of the 6 foremost sects in the Central Plains, known as Wei Sheng Tianlan. The demeanor of the Nantian sect's leader was particularly gentle, his posture rounded, and a smile graced his face, reminiscent of clear water, exuding the essence of a gentleman. He was also the youngest among the leaders of the 6 top sects. Yet his prowess was on par with the others, demonstrating his extraordinary talent. At this moment, he was observing another small team, led by the Jin master of the Yunshao sword sect, a tall and slender figure with an elongated face and sharp, narrow eyes that conveyed a shrewdness. Known as Huangfu Fengyun. Brother Huangfu, I presume you have heard about the situation concerning the Tianxian divine sect? It is truly bizarre. How could anyone obliterate the Tianxian divine sect, seemingly originating from the secluded Holy Dynasty? If the divine sect were to send individuals to the Holy Dynasty to take action, it might pose some challenges, but it appears these people have directly attacked the divine sect. Can you believe it? Wei Sheng Tianlan spoke, a hint of gravity in his eyes. The ability of the Holy Dynasty to annihilate the Tianxian divine sect suggests they possess the power to obliterate our Nantian sect as well. This is certainly not favorable news for us. Even if we are reluctant to believe it, the evidence lies before us. However, someone has already communicated this matter to the surveillance division. The Jian master of the Yunshao sword sect, Huangfu Fengyun, replied, will they truly intervene in such matters? Upon hearing this, a look of doubt appeared in Wei Sheng Tianlan's eyes. Chapter 52 Ants. In response, Huangfu Fengyun merely smiled coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Heh, Wei Sheng Tianlan, how could you be so perplexed at this moment? Our entire central continent lies under the dominion of the Holy Heaven Manor. To put it bluntly, all our sects are but mere hounds to their Holy Heaven Manor. Even when it comes to subduing a dog, one must consider its master. Do you truly believe that a mere holy dynasty from the outer realms possesses the strength to annihilate the top sects of Central Continent? As these words fell, Wei Sheng Tianlan was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Are you suggesting that another force is meddling? Otherwise, what do you propose?" retorted Huangfu Fengyun, rolling his eyes. "Our 6 major sects have been intertwined for so long. The prowess among us is well known. Unless we engage in a battle of many, the only way to obliterate a sect is through mutual destruction. How could you be so naive as to think that a mere holy dynasty from the outer realms holds the power to overturn the foremost sects of Central Continent?" Wei Sheng Tianlan hesitated slightly, shaking his head, and continued, "Impossible. If it were truly the case, the Holy Heaven Manor would undoubtedly have detected it. They have individuals stationed to guard the passage between the Eastern Desolation and Central Continent. Such an error is inconceivable. Moreover, what could be the purpose behind their elaborate efforts to eradicate the Tianxian divine sect?" Upon hearing this, Huangfu Fengyun scoffed, "Huh? That is a force not inferior to the Holy Heaven Manor. Is it not entirely reasonable for them to possess some means? As for the reason why, that is beyond our concern." At that moment, another flippant voice emerged from a different direction. "Hee. I heard the ladies of the 100 Flowers sect have also suffered misfortune. Amusingly, only one lineage remains of the 8 branches, and that lineage is led by that little vixen, Zwei. This little flirt prides herself on remaining untouched by worldly affairs, claiming to be pure and self-reliant. Yet perhaps her 3 mouths have already been well fed by someone. Otherwise, why would they spare only her lineage? A brazen figure accompanied by a throng of lesser vixens. How intriguing. Our sect, too, would like to experience the oral prowess of that horse-faced creature." The speaker was a man clad in a white robe, emanating an aura of malevolence, with captivating peach blossom eyes that exuded charm. He appeared to be merely in his 30s. In truth, he was the eldest among the leaders of the 6 major sects, the master of the Black Ming sect, Sikong Jiansheng. In the final direction stood the last sect among the 6 top sects, the Little Thunder Sound Temple. All were adorned in cassock attire, with the leading man holding a 9-dragon Zen staff, the abbot of the Little Thunder Sound Temple, Arabalo. Amipa. Upon hearing this, the abbot of the Little Thunder Sound Temple clasped his hands together in prayer, softly reciting. Meanwhile, the master of the Black Ming sect, noticing the commotion from the Little Thunder Sound Temple, revealed an unabashed disdain in his gaze. In his view, individuals like those from the Little Thunder Sound Temple, who shun women, could not possibly comprehend the pleasures of men. They are oblivious to the purpose of their third leg. Engrossed in their vegetarian diets and chanting, they have rendered themselves bewitched. Just as the master of the Black Ming sect was about to retort, a familiar aura approached from a distance. "Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. This little vixen, along with her motley crew, seeks to contest with our 4 major sects for the inheritance? Truly, they overestimate their own capabilities." The leader of the Black Underworld sect sensed the approaching aura, and a flicker of derision passed through his eyes. Soon, several figures descended, landing on an open space not far from the crowd. Among them were Lin Chen and the esteemed Jiwei. "Ah, there's still time." Jiwei glanced at the dissipating barrier and sighed in relief. "Isn't that the fairy Jiwei? Oh no, should I now refer to you as Madame Jiwei? I wonder if that gentleman has satisfied your needs. If not, allow me to indulge you. My prowess remains undiminished." The leader of the Black Underworld sect, Sikong Jiansheng, jested as he looked at Jiwei. Upon hearing his words, Jiwei immediately understood their implications and was filled with rage. She swiftly unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a spiritual energy imprint that spanned dozens of feet towards the leader of the Black Underworld sect. Jiwei's attack showcased the terrifying power of a revered master. Those beneath the revered realm changed countenance, trembling under the immense pressure. Observing this, the leaders of several major sects released their own pressures to counteract the impending force, averting a catastrophic clash. However, the leader of the Black Underworld sect regarded Jiwei's assault with disdain. He too struck out with a palm, effortlessly neutralizing her attack. What a joke! As a peak revered master, even the leader of the 100 Flowers sect would find himself at a disadvantage against me, let alone the Jiwei, who is merely at the 7th level of the revered realm. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Are you feeling vulnerable? He sneered, laughter escaping his lips. Enough of the charade. Who knows what your Jiwei lineage has sacrificed to survive? I wager you can hardly keep it together now. At this, The disciples of the Black Underworld sect following their leader erupted into laughter, clearly in agreement with his taunts. Jiwei's face turned ashen, yet she was powerless against him. How about this? I shall extend an opportunity to your 100 Flowers sect. Join us, and from this day forth, we shall begrudgingly shelter you. All you need to do is assist our disciples when required. It seems we are the ones at a disadvantage here, as we must act while you merely need to lie back and enjoy. Moreover, I never expected your 100 Flowers sect to harbor a pretty boy. It appears you've truly tasted sweetness. As he spoke, the leader of the Black Underworld sect cast a glance at Lin Chen, who stood out among the Jiwei's group, mocking him further. What puzzled the leader was that as soon as he finished speaking, Jiwei began to smile, a smile that sent chills down his spine. Before he could inquire further, a cold, piercing voice resonated through the space. Who are you calling a pretty boy? The frigid tone made even the leader of the Black Underworld sect shudder involuntarily. You insolent brat. Stop acting like a ghost. He began, but his words faltered as if a hand had gripped his throat, leaving him speechless, his eyes now wide with horror. It was as if this expanse of space had suddenly transformed from daylight into darkness, with tendrils of black mist swirling around them. No, it cannot be. It is impossible. The leader of the Black Abyss sect staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. He recognized it. This appeared to be the power of a domain. A domain. That was something only achievable by those who had reached the realm of the saint. How could this mere youth possess such power? With a light reprimand, a terrifying holy might surged forth from Lin Chen, instantly overwhelming all members of the Black Abyss sect, forcing them to the ground. The leader's knees even dented the earth beneath him. Who are you? A saint. The leader of the Black Abyss sect, Sikong Jiansheng, screamed in horror, his eyes wide with dread. Chapter 53, The Barrier Shatters. A saint. When this holy might radiated outward, not only did the members of the Black Abyss sect change countenance, but even those from the other three sects were affected, their expressions shifting dramatically. At this moment, an even more terrifying thought arose in their minds. Could you be the mysterious powerhouse who obliterated the Tianxian Divine sect and the 100 Flowers sect? Realizing this, Sikong Jiansheng felt his courage nearly shatter. His entire face trembled uncontrollably. He no longer believed Lin Chen was merely a boy. It seemed he must have employed some method to alter his appearance. Otherwise, how could he dare to call him a pretty boy in front of such a being? Senior, please spare my life. I recognize my mistakes. I had no intention of offending you. I implore you to grant me mercy. I am willing to serve you, to be your slave for life. Sikong Jiansheng frantically bowed his head to the ground, producing a series of loud thuds, even creating a dent in the earth. A trickle of crimson blood slid down from his forehead, along his nose. If this scene were witnessed by outsiders, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Sikong Jiansheng, the leader of the Black Abyss sect, one of the 6 top sects of the Central Continent, whose personal strength ranks among the top 5 in the region, was now kneeling before another, willingly offering himself as a servant. Yet, did Sikong Jiansheng truly desire this? Had he known that this individual was the mysterious powerhouse who had destroyed the Tianxian Divine sect, he would not have dared to utter a single word. You are not yet worthy to be my servant. In response to the submission of Sikong Jiansheng, a top-tier powerhouse of the Central Continent, Lin Chen's expression remained unfazed as he lightly commanded, "Devour." In the next moment, the swirling black mist that enveloped them instantly coiled around the members of the Black Abyss sect, even penetrating their flesh. Soon, they witnessed their corporeal forms dissolving at a visible pace. Even Sikong Jiansheng, a peak venerable powerhouse, was powerless against this insatiable force of devouring. A chorus of heart-wrenching screams erupted from the mouths of the Black Abyss sect members. This sight sent shivers down the spines of those from the other 3 sects, their souls trembling in terror. Sikong Jiansheng managed to withstand for a brief moment, while those behind him were consumed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Senior, please spare me. Sikong Jiansheng thought of pleading for mercy until the very last moment, but before he could finish his words, his body erupted, with flesh and bones being entirely absorbed by a relentless force without even a trace of spattering. Spare me, senior. We mean no offense. Witnessing Sikong Jiansheng, who was not inferior to them in status, identity, and strength, disintegrate before their eyes in mere moments, Huangfu Fengyun, Weixing Tianlan, and Apollo felt a chill ascend to their very souls. They hastily bowed their heads in supplication, utterly at a loss for what to do, knowing they could not resist should he choose to strike them. Bowing was their only recourse. Observing this, Lin Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at them before retracting his devouring domain. Crack! At that moment, the barrier enveloping the bronze giant door emitted a soft sound, followed by a shattering that transformed it into a myriad of luminous specks. Simultaneously, a vortex appeared at the location of the bronze door. It was evident that passing through this vortex would grant direct access to the secret realm. The secret realm had opened. As the barrier dissipated entirely, Lin Qingli's eyes sparkled with delight, and she swiftly turned to the esteemed Ziwai. Master, shall we proceed? The Ziwai nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Thus, Lin Qingli and her fellow sisters stepped into the vortex. The previously eager factions exchanged glances, hesitating to let their disciples enter. With such a formidable presence around, regardless of which of the three sects obtained the Holy King's inheritance, they could never hope to safeguard it, and might inadvertently offend a venerable being. The Black Ming sect was a cautionary tale. They dared not take such a risk. As Lin Qingli and her companions entered, Lin Chen glanced at Nailin Yanran beside him, then grasped her hand, and together they plunged into the vortex. He has entered. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's disappearance, Huangfu Fengyun and the others initially sighed in relief, only for their expressions to morph into utter disbelief as they turned to Ziwai in murmurs. What is it? Is there a problem? Ziwai replied calmly. The inscription on the bronze door indicated that only those under the age of 25 could enter the secret realm. How could that elder possibly gain entry? Huangfu Fengyun's eyes quivered, still reeling from the earlier shock. Who told you he is over 25? Ziwai retorted with a smirk, feeling quite pleased within. Ordinarily, there existed a considerable disparity between her and these individuals, rendering their courtesy unnecessary. Yet now, due to Lin Qingli's connection, she had acquired a modicum of association with Lin Chen, and that alone made them wary of crossing her. Upon hearing her words, disbelief washed over Huangfu Fengyun and the others. Impossible. 25. At the saint level? Even if their brains were to shrink, it would be inconceivable for them to connect these two circumstances. Yet, now, this situation has unfolded before them. This individual is not merely an old trickster masquerading as a youth. He is indeed a prodigious lad. Without venturing into their central region, does such an extraordinary talent truly exist within the Sacred Heaven Palace? It seems highly improbable. Revered Ziwai, though you possess formidable strength, I must caution you. The affairs between the heavenly profound divine sect and your 100 Flowers sect have already attracted the attention of the supervisory department, and it is certain that the Sacred Heaven Palace is aware of this matter. They may have even dispatched personnel. I suggest you prepare yourselves promptly. On another front, the leader of the Southern Sky sect, Ming Sheng Tianlan, spoke. His words did not imply allegiance to Lin Chen and his companions, given the stature of their sect. Neutrality was the only means to ensure their survival. Now that he was aware of Lin Chen's cultivation level, he certainly would not perceive him as someone from the central region, nor would he believe Lin Chen hailed from the external Sacred Dynasty. Such a prodigy could neither exist nor emerge here. Ultimately, he had come to accept what Huangfu Fengyun had previously stated. Lin Chen originates from a force that is not inferior to the Sacred Heaven Palace. Thousands of years ago, prior to the Sacred Heaven Palace's dominion over the central region, another force held sway there. It was evident that during the power struggle, the opposing force was surpassed by the Sacred Heaven Palace, resulting in a change of rulers in the central region. Since the Sacred Heaven Palace assumed control, the resources each sect submitted annually had escalated from 30 to 60%, significantly constraining their own development. Regrettably, they possessed no capacity to resist the Sacred Heaven Palace. To be candid, they would prefer the other force to continue governing the central region. If Lin Chen were indeed affiliated with that force, he would undoubtedly be a trump card meticulously cultivated to counterbalance the Sacred Heaven Palace's dominance. Thus, offering this reminder might not only be prudent, but could also earn him a favor in return. What? As expected, upon hearing this news, the expression of revered Ziwai drastically changed. Chapter 54. The Legacy of the Sacred King. Why did you not mention this earlier? When did this occur? Revered Ziwai inquired urgently. It must have been shortly after the annihilation of the heavenly profound divine sect. Ming Sheng Tianlan replied. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, concern etched itself on revered Ziwai's face. Although Lin Chen was formidable, his strength was solitary. Despite possessing the cultivation of a saint, within the overwhelming presence of the Sacred Heaven Palace, a saint does not constitute a top-tier powerhouse. for it is rumored that the Sacred Heaven Palace possesses true Sacred King-level experts. There are many more saints. But how could Lin Chen, standing alone, contend against the Sacred Heaven Palace? In the current central region, under the dominion of the Sacred Heaven Palace, Lin Chen's consecutive obliteration of the heavenly profound divine sect and the Hundred Flowers sect is akin to slapping the Sacred Heaven Palace in the face. How could the lofty Sacred Heaven Palace tolerate what they perceive as mere ants leaping atop their heads? It has been quite some time since the heavenly profound divine sect's destruction. As the esteemed Wei Xingtianlan once remarked, it is conceivable that the individuals from the Holy Celestial Manor are already en route, yet the precise moment of their arrival remains uncertain. Even the slightest forewarning would afford us additional time to contemplate our strategies. However, Lin Chen has already ventured into the Sacred King's secret realm, a place from which they cannot penetrate, and the communication stones are rendered ineffective within. The Sacred King's secret realm? Suddenly, the respected Ziwei appeared to have an epiphany, her countenance illuminating with joy. Although she is aware that Lin Chen has attained the Sage Realm, she remains oblivious to his precise level of mastery. Yet, within this Sacred King's secret realm, there exists a possibility that, with fortuitous circumstances, Lin Chen might harness the legacy of the Sacred King to transcend into the Sacred King realm himself. At that juncture, would he not possess the strength to contend with the Holy Celestial Manor? Of course, these notions are merely conjectures of respected Ziwei. Should Lin Chen be merely a nascent sage, even if he were to acquire the Sacred King's legacy, a swift ascension to the Sacred King tier would remain implausible. In such a case, death would be inevitable. Meanwhile, after traversing the swirling vortex of the Bronze Gate, Lin Chen and his companions were greeted by the sight of a rift valley that seemed to tear the heavens apart. The walls of the gorge soared to heights exceeding 10,000 feet, constructed not of ordinary rock, but rather resembling the remnants of fallen stars. At the valley's base, a silver-blue stellar tempest roiled, interspersed with spatial fissures the size of fingernails. It was evident that the spatial integrity here was far from stable. Legend has it that the domains of Sacred King-level beings manifest automatically upon their demise. And it appears that the domain of this Xianshang Sacred King is indeed the stellar domain. Suddenly, a young girl beside Lin Qingli emitted a piercing scream. The group turned to witness her inadvertently being scraped by the celestial debris within the space, the fabric of her garments instantly disintegrating into fine ash. Be cautious. The spatial integrity here is unstable. Do not touch recklessly, Lin Chen cautioned. Having witnessed Lin Chen's prowess firsthand, the others regarded him as their anchor, nodding vigorously at his warning like chicks pecking at grains. As the group advanced, countless shards of stone littered the ground. From the faint remnants of energy that lingered, it was clear that a protective formation once graced this location, now vanished due to a lack of sustaining power. Despite the perils encountered along the way, Lin Chen's presence ensured that they navigated through each danger with ease. Had these individuals entered alone, they would have certainly expended considerable time and perhaps even risked their lives. Upon passing through the final barrier, the entirety of the Sacred King Palace revealed itself before them. The palace appeared to hover above a shattered galaxy, its foundation comprised of 360 refined miniature stars, interconnected by delicate golden chains flowing with solar essence. The surfaces of the colonnades shimmered with various astral phantoms, while the ground was adorned with ever-reconfiguring celestial sand. In the center of the grand hall lay a throne crafted from stars, upon which sat a formidable silhouette, evidently the remnant of the Xianshang Sacred King. A profound sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. As soon as they entered the Sacred King's palace, Lin Qingli and her companions were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was astonishing to think that even after so many years, this secret realm could still exude such formidable pressure. One could only imagine the true strength of a genuine Sacred King. Lin Qingli sighed in contemplation. Above the throne, an intricate ancient star map was embedded in the dome, and merely gazing upon it was enough to induce a dizzying sensation, imparting an aura of vastness and grandeur. The legacy of the Sacred King was hidden within that ancient star map. Just then, Nailin Yinran unexpectedly spoke up. As soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to realize her mistake, hastily covering her mouth with her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon her. "Oh, my dear wife, how do you know the Sacred King's legacy resides within that ancient star map?" Lin Chen asked with a hint of playful curiosity. He was well aware that Nailin Yanran had indeed entered this secret realm in her previous life. However, the ultimate legacy had eluded her grasp. Upon hearing this, Nailin Yanran was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Oh dear, you clueless man. Of course, my sister-in-law was merely guessing. Could she have possibly entered this secret realm? Lin Chen interjected, noticing Nailin Yanran's hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Chen ceased his playful banter with Nailin Yanran. He then bowed slightly toward the ethereal figure on the throne and reached out with a palm, plunging it into the ancient star map. In an instant, the star map erupted with resplendent starlight, dazzling rays that compelled everyone except Lin Chen and Nailin Yanran to involuntarily shut their eyes. At that moment, those of lower cultivation would likely suffer blindness from direct exposure. Moments later, Lin Chen withdrew his hand, revealing a sphere of light the size of a human head, emanating a gentle aura of the sacred realm. Is the legacy truly here? Lin Chen observed, astonished that Lin Chen had indeed obtained the legacy from the ancient star map. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at Nailin Yanran, internally murmuring, was that truly just a guess? After securing the legacy, Lin Chen glanced at Nailin Yanran, but before he could speak, she interjected, give it to my elder sister. I do not need it. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded slightly and approached Lin Chen. Third sister, I shall guard you. Xiao Chen, keep it for yourself. You are already at the sacred realm. With this legacy, you shall undoubtedly reach the sacred king level. Lin Chen insisted. She indeed coveted the legacy, yet since Lin Chen had already attained the sacred realm, perhaps it would be more significant for him. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen shook his head. Rest assured, even without the legacy, I can still reach the sacred king level. Enough. Do not refuse any longer. Noting that Lin Chen was still hesitant, Lin Chen directly infused the legacy into her body. In the central state, within the Tiansong domain, this place constituted the very heart of the central state, housing a super teleportation array connecting to the eastern wilderness. Suddenly, the once silent teleportation array began to emanate strands of white light, which progressively grew more radiant, accompanied by a series of faint rumblings. Clearly, on the other side, someone had activated the teleportation array, bringing forth individuals from the eastern wilderness to the depths of the abyssal central continent. Moments later, several figures gradually emerged from the array. At the forefront stood a youth, appearing no older than 16 or 17, clad in a robe of pale gold. His hair shimmered with a golden luster, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. His handsome visage was striking. Remarkably, despite his tender years, he exuded an imperial presence, demonstrating an air of authority in every gesture. Moreover, the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him suggested that he possessed the cultivation of a peak monarch. Such age and prowess set him far apart from all the prodigies of the central continent, underscoring his extraordinary talent. Beside this youth stood an elderly man in a black robe, followed closely by 15 armored guards, their formation disciplined and formidable. The Holy Son, the elder declared, his tone laced with urgency. Such matters should be handled by me and the Holy Guard. Your esteemed presence gracing the central continent would be a tarnish upon your dignity. After surveying his surroundings with a piercing gaze, the elder's demeanor softened into utmost respect as he turned to the youth. The Holy Court had received word that 2 major forces under their jurisdiction in the central continent had been systematically eradicated, an act that could hardly be attributed to the inhabitants of the region. In their view, it was likely the work of their long-standing adversaries infiltrating the central continent. A flicker of anger crossed the elder's eyes as he continued. Those fools at the inspection division. How could they allow intruders to slip past their watchful eyes? The Holy Court does not concern itself with the lives of these people in the central continent. Our sole aim is to eliminate those suspected of being our rivals. Furthermore, if the forces of the central continent are extinguished, who will offer tribute to the Holy Court in the future? Nevertheless, it is merely a diversion. This place is indeed a savage land. The youth, referred to as the Holy Son, remarked with a slight frown, even covering his nose with a hint of distaste. As for those inept individuals at the inspection division, they should be dealt with decisively. The Holy Court has no room for incompetence. At this, the Holy Son's gaze turned icy. Indeed, replied the black-robed elder, secretly astonished. This Holy Son truly lived up to his lineage, exhibiting cunning and prowess that rivaled that of the one before him. Just as they were about to step out of the teleportation array, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the southeast. In that moment, even the Holy Son's expression sharpened, muttering, "Holy might? Could it be someone from the Eastern Emperor sect?" The Eastern Emperor sect, one of the two super sects in the Eastern wilderness, had begun its decline thousands of years ago, while the Holy Court had risen to prominence, forcing the Eastern Emperor sect to retreat from their once shared dominion over the Eastern wilderness. In the present day, the Holy Tianfu has dominantly occupied more than 3/5 of the Eastern wilderness, a territory wrested from the Central Plains in that era. Upon hearing this, the elderly figure in the black robe closed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and soon an expression of fury emerged upon his countenance, as he exclaimed, "No, Holy Son, this is not the might of the Holy Emperor, but rather the might of the Holy King." As his words fell, even the previously unflappable Holy Son was shaken, disbelief flickering in his eyes. How could it be? How could a mere Central Plains provoke the intervention of the Holy King of the Eastern Emperor sect? Had they lost their minds? Wasn't that Holy King severely injured by my father back in the day? Astonishment was evident in the youth's gaze. Just as he finished speaking, the black-robed elder suddenly opened his eyes wide, his anger surging, and the power of the Holy Realm erupted around him. "Holy Son, these lowly wretches truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths." The Holy Son replied, The elder continued to elucidate. "This is not the authentic might of the Holy King. If I am not mistaken, this pressure must originate from a legacy of a Holy King's secret realm. Moreover, it is clear that this secret realm has already been activated. How audacious of these Central Plains scoundrels to not report such a significant matter and audaciously attempt to seize it for themselves. Are they seeking to rebel against our Holy Tianfu?" At this point, the black-robed elder paused. According to historical records, it seems there was indeed a Holy King who fell in this Central Plains, one who was purportedly named the Holy King Xianshang. As expected, upon hearing this, a chilling aura radiated from the Holy Son. The Central Plains now fell under the jurisdiction of their Holy Tianfu, not to mention this vast secret realm. Even a blade of grass or a spirit stone belonged to them. The inheritance of the Holy King represented a tremendous opportunity for the Holy Tianfu, capable of significantly enhancing their overall strength. In the future, they could utterly obliterate the Eastern Emperor sect. Yet now, these people from the Central Plains had the audacity to conceal the emergence of the secret realm, attempting to consume it alone. Was this not akin to swallowing a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? It appears these lowly slaves have become unnecessary. The Holy Son declared coldly. If these individuals dared to show insubordination now, what might they do if they truly gained strength? Let us go. With a disdainful snort, the Holy Son surged toward the direction of the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the Kaiyang mountain range, several figures, including the esteemed Ziwei, observed the sudden emergence of a terrifying pressure, their expressions shifting. Soon thereafter, joy illuminated their faces. Has someone obtained the inheritance? Splendid. A smile adorned Ziwei's visage. At this moment, she fervently hoped that Lin Chen and his companions would swiftly accept the Holy King's legacy and emerge from within, as it was imperative to inform Lin Chen of this development, allowing him to prepare countermeasures. Otherwise, once the Holy Tianfu arrived, Lin Chen would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. On the other side, Huangfu Fengyun and his companions felt neither joy nor sorrow. The fact that Lin Chen had not eliminated them alongside the others was sufficient evidence that he was not a ruthless individual. Furthermore, treasures of heaven and earth and the inheritance of secret realms rightfully belong to those capable of obtaining them. Additionally, they perhaps harbored a hope that someone could alter the current state of affairs in the Central Plains. Were it not for the oppressive presence of the sacred heaven manor, it is conceivable that one among the 6 major sects would have already succeeded in breaking through to the Saint Realm. How audacious, these lowly peasants. The secret inheritance of the sacred king has emerged into the world, yet you choose to conceal such a revelation. What punishment do you deserve for this transgression? At that moment, a voice, icy and laced with fury, resonated from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure emanating from a saint. Before the figure even arrived, the aura of sanctity had already descended upon them, rendering them powerless. As the esteemed members of the Ziwei sect turned, they found themselves immediately subdued by this formidable presence, their faces paling in an instant. The sole thought that occupied their minds was the arrival of the sacred heaven manor. In light of such tyrannical force, and with a saint-level powerhouse present, they could conceive of no other entity capable of this might. Before they could ponder further, a dozen figures materialized before them. Chapter 56. two sword rays. The expressions of these individuals were cold and detached as they towered over the representatives of the four major sects, resembling judges presiding over a trial. "Who dares to speak?" inquired an elder clad in black robes. Upon seeing this elder, Wei Sheng Tianlan and the others felt their pupils constrict, their bodies trembling in fear. They recognized him. He was one of the top saints of the Sacred Heaven Manor, known as the Eastern Extreme Saint, responsible for the Middle Continent. "We pay our respects, esteemed lords, and to the Eastern Extreme Saint." Wei Sheng Tianlan and the others quickly offered their greetings. However, what truly instilled terror within them was not merely the Eastern Extreme Saint, but the youth standing beside him. Positioned at the center of the assembly, it was evident that even the Eastern Extreme Saint held this young man in considerable regard, perhaps even fear. Clearly, this youth possessed significant stature, likely a prodigious talent from the Sacred Heaven Manor. Moreover, he made no effort to conceal his cultivation level, allowing Wei Sheng Tianlan and his companions to easily discern that he had reached the pinnacle of the King realm. This individual appeared to be scarcely 20 years of age, yet wielded such power. The talents of their middle continent paled in comparison, separated by an immense chasm. This saint inquires, "Who among you dares to trespass within this secret realm?" The Eastern Extreme Saint's countenance darkened further when he received no immediate response. In the next instant, a more terrifying pressure descended, forcing everyone to the ground. Wei Sheng Tianlan and the others spewed blood, their faces turning ghostly pale. At that moment, they could not possibly assist the Ziwei sect leader in concealing the truth from the Sacred Heaven Manor's representatives. Just as they contemplated speaking, the Ziwei sect leader interjected. "We report to you, esteemed lord. Within this secret realm are the members of our Ziwei sect," she declared. Realizing that she could no longer play tricks before these formidable figures, her only recourse was to buy time. Upon hearing her words, the Eastern Extreme Saint furrowed his brow slightly. The Ziwei sect? When did such a sect arise in the Middle Continent? He observed her, noting her cultivation at the 7th level of the Saint realm, which suggested that establishing a sect was indeed plausible. "We respond to you, esteemed lord. We, the Ziwei sect, are but a remnant of the 100 Flowers sect." The revered Ziwei responded candidly. In such a moment, she dared not conceal the truth. Even if she attempted to do so, it would hold little significance, for she could not guarantee that the others would remain silent. Confronted by a powerful being of the Saint realm, they had no means of resistance. Ultimately, the various sects were in a state of rivalry. It was utterly unrealistic to expect them to assist in maintaining secrecy. A remnant of the 100 Flowers sect? The Eastern Supreme murmured, if memory served him correctly. The 100 Flowers sect was one of the two major sects recently obliterated. With a formidable Saint realm expert at work, there was no reason for any survivors to remain, especially considering the demise of the sect leader. How could a mere 7th-level revered master remain unscathed? Should one claim that this individual had no connection to the annihilator of the 100 Flowers sect, who could possibly believe it? You possess remarkable audacity, colluding with the Eastern Emperor's fiends. The Eastern Supreme huffed in anger, his oppressive aura bearing down once more upon the revered Ziwei. With a sudden burst, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the presence of a saint, her 7th-level revered cultivation was utterly insignificant. Excellent. With no news of that fiend at hand, I shall first subdue you, for you will surely lure him out, the Eastern Supreme declared coldly. Having arrived, his objective was to eliminate that individual and secure the legacy of the Saint King. As his voice fell, the Eastern Supreme's internal energy surged, and a 3-foot-long silver sword, radiating a chilling brilliance, gradually materialized in his right hand. Just as he was about to strike and incapacitate the revered Ziwei, the bronze door suddenly emitted a resounding crash, followed by violent tremors. At this sight, all present fixated their gazes, particularly the Saint Prince from the Holy Heaven Mansion, observing the anomaly of the bronze door. It was not difficult to deduce that someone had successfully acquired the legacy, causing the secret realm to begin its dissolution. Realizing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in the Saint Prince's eyes. The difficulty of attaining the Saint King realm was evident from the fact that only one had existed in their Holy Heaven Mansion over the years. Should he secure the legacy of the Xianshang Saint King, given his innate talent, ascending to the Saint King realm would surely be a foregone conclusion. Coupled with the support of those possessing the bloodline of the Saint Emperor, the Saint Emperor realm would not be beyond reach. The Eastern Supreme, having noticed the expression of the Saint Prince, immediately donned a sycophantic demeanor and declared, "Saint Prince, I assure you that I will deliver the Saint King legacy into your hands intact." With his potential, it was unlikely he would ever break through to the Saint King realm. Achieving even 1 or 2 minor breakthroughs would be the limit. This individual was destined to become the new sovereign of the Holy Heaven Mansion. If he were to curry favor with this one, once the Saint Prince ascended, he would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Furthermore, and perhaps more significantly, his descendants would also benefit from this patronage. After a moment of silence, the bronze gate dissolved completely, revealing several figures before the crowd. It was none other than Lin Chen and his companions. Lin Chen, quickly take them and flee. They are from the Holy Heaven Mansion. In an instant, the Ziwei elder, despite her injuries, turned to Lin Chen and shouted. If they could escape from these individuals, Lin Chen would have the opportunity to buy some time for negotiations with the people from the Holy Heaven Mansion. However, in response to the elder's warning, Lin Chen remained unmoved. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Detected the presence of powerful beings at the 7th level of the Saint Realm nearby, automatically elevating the host's cultivation to the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Detected the arrival of individuals from the Holy Heaven Mansion, triggering a special mission. Assist the Vein Master Yi Xiaoyao in regaining control of the Holy Heaven Mansion. And receive a special gift package. Boom. As the system's voice faded, Lin Chen felt a surge of power within him, propelling him from the 1st to the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Moreover, this mission held a certain intrigue. It was not about annihilating the Holy Heaven Mansion outright. Rather, it entailed their partial destruction. Having witnessed the narrative, Lin Chen was well aware of who the Vein Master referenced by the system was, Lin Mu, the enigmatic figure saved by Lin Sanqiang from their Great Yu Holy Dynasty. Did they still think they could flee before this saint? How foolish. The Eastern Extreme Saint had indeed heard the words of the Ziwei Elder, but instead of worrying about Lin Chen and his companions escaping, a cold smile crept across his face. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, he was formidable even within the Holy Heaven Mansion. The young individuals before him appeared to be merely in their 20s. How could they possibly escape his grasp? With this thought, the Eastern Extreme Saint sneered and reached out his hand, intending to capture Lin Chen and the others. However, unexpectedly, 2 beams of light appeared in an instant, magnifying in his sight. One sliced through the hand he had extended, while the other penetrated his abdomen directly. Smack! A severed hand fell with a thud, the break smooth as a mirror. Furthermore, his dantian shattered instantaneously, the power of the Saint Realm erupting wildly from that location. Chapter 57, The Eastern Wasteland. Bang! In an instant, the Eastern Extreme Saint plummeted to the ground like a deflated balloon, his cultivation plummeting. The impact was thunderous. Compared to the pain in his body, the Eastern Extreme Saint felt a deeper sense of fear and despair within. With his dantian destroyed, he was utterly incapacitated. As a dignified 7th level saint, one of the high-ranking members of the saint class, how could such a powerful being exist in the central continent? How could someone so easily render him powerless? Was this person a 9th level saint, or had he attained the coveted Saint King realm that he himself admired and longed for? At this moment, the youth's gaze towards them was chillingly indifferent, as if he were observing a corpse. This sight ignited a wave of dread within the Eastern Extreme Saint. This person would undoubtedly dare to kill them. Your Excellency, we are, as the discussion regarding the East Extreme Saint drew on. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Chen's hand. In an instant, it obliterated the corporeal form of the East Extreme Saint, reducing him to a mere mist of blood. The East Extreme Saint had perished. The sequence of events transpired in a flash, leaving the Holy Sun and the numerous holy guards in his wake utterly unprepared. Only when the pungent scent of blood filled their nostrils did they fully comprehend the horror of the situation, their eyes now wide with shock and trepidation. Impossible. How could you possess the power to slay the East Extreme Saint? The Dongwang sect does not recognize your existence. Central Continent could never give rise to a being of your caliber. The Holy Sun roared in disbelief, instinctively retreating a few steps, his expression a mix of incredulity and fear. Among the ranks of the Holy Court, the East Extreme Saint was one of the most formidable, second only to a handful of others at the 8th or 9th level of sainthood. How could he, in the presence of this individual, find himself utterly powerless? Who would believe such a tale? Suddenly, the Holy Sun's gaze sharpened, and his eyes narrowed in alarm. He sensed a palpable intent to kill emanating from Lin Chen. Was this man truly intent on eliminating them all? How dare you come here and cause trouble for me? Lin Chen said coldly, his gaze fixed upon the group before him. He was well aware of their intentions to take his life. In that moment, the Holy Sun, hailing from the apex sect of the East Wilderness, felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never imagined that someone in this desolate land would dare to disregard his status and attack him, especially in this forsaken central continent. I am the son of the Holy Court's leader, the Holy Son of the Holy Court, and my father is the Heavenly Sun Saint King. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my sect will unleash its full might to annihilate you. The Holy Sun threatened, though the tremor in his voice and the slight quiver of his hands betrayed his inner fear. It must be acknowledged that his innate talent was arguably the strongest in the entire East Wilderness, but talent speaks of the future, not the present. At this moment, he was merely at the pinnacle of the King realm. If even the East Extreme Saint at the 7th level of sainthood had fallen before this individual, how could he possibly stand as a contender? Facing imminent death, he still dared to issue threats? Die? Lin Chen's expression turned frigid as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the Holy Sun and his companions. A vast and overwhelming force surged forth from Lin Chen's hand, locking onto the group, rendering them completely immobile. At that moment, a towering phantom slowly materialized before the Holy Sun. A flicker of hope flashed in his eyes. But before he could revel in it, Lin Chen's golden palm imprint descended upon the group, engulfing them along with the not yet fully manifested phantom, erasing them from sight. These individuals did not emit even a single cry of anguish before transforming into a mist of blood and subsequently evaporating. Lin Chen paid no heed to that ethereal figure, which he surmised was merely a final life-preserving measure left by the sacred king of the Holy Heaven Mansion for his son. Unfortunately, they had encountered Lin Chen. Even if it were merely a projection, the true self would face naught but a dead end. In that moment, the atmosphere fell once again into silence. They had initially believed they had overestimated Lin Chen, yet this display had once more reshaped their understanding. It appeared that even the foremost sacred beings of the Holy Heaven Mansion were utterly incapable of contending with him. Moreover, they had distinctly heard the sacred prince declare that Lin Chen was not a member of the Eastern Emperor's sect. Could it be that he was indeed one of their own from the central continent? However, the most astonished of all was undoubtedly Lin Yanran. Lin Chen's previous annihilation of the sacred being from the heavenly profound divine sect had already left her in shock. And now he could vanquish even the sacred beings of the Holy Heaven Mansion in an instant. What, then, was the extent of Lin Chen's power? Even she had merely re-established herself at the 4th realm of the sovereign level. Lin Yanran murmured to herself, how perplexing, utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, Wei Sheng Tianlan and the others once again knelt before Lin Chen, expressing their profound gratitude for his life-saving intervention. They were now acutely aware that Lin Chen, who disregarded even the Holy Heaven Mansion, would not hesitate to eliminate them, mere minions, without a second thought. Lin Chen paid no attention to these 3 sect members, instead casting his gaze toward the distance. Over there lay the direction of the Holy Heaven Mansion. However, before proceeding, he needed to return to Diyu and bring old Lin along. With that, Lin Chen turned to Lin Yanran and said, you should return to the Ziwei sect with them. I will fetch someone and then come to meet you at the Ziwei sect. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yanran replied affirmatively. Central Continent. 2 figures were swiftly making their way toward the Ziwei sect. It was none other than Lin Chen and a bewildered Lin Mu. At that moment, Lin Mu was utterly confused, having no inkling of Lin Chen's intentions. All he knew was that Lin Chen had suddenly appeared beside him and then directly pulled him away to the Central Continent. Where was he being taken? For what purpose? Ultimately, Lin Mu could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, Your Highness, where are you taking me? To the Holy Heaven Mansion. The words left Lin Chen's lips softly, yet they rendered Lin Mu's entire being rigid, as if all vitality within him had frozen at that instant. Concurrently, a cascade of sealed memories surged through his mind, and profound sorrow flickered in his eyes. Yet soon after, a look of confusion replaced it. If Lin Chen intended to take him to the Holy Heaven Mansion, it meant he must be privy to some hidden truths. However, since Lin Chen's birth until now, Lin Mu had never seen him in the Central Continent, let alone in the Eastern Wilderness above it. Moreover, he himself had never revealed even a fraction of his past, not even to Lin Sanqiu. How could Lin Chen possibly know? Nevertheless, Considering Lin Chen's current enigmatic nature, he chose not to inquire further. He has now become a man of Daiyu. Living as Daiyu's servant and dying as Daiyu's spirit, he need only obey Lin Chen's commands. Chapter 58. The Holy King of Tianyang. In the eastern wilderness, rows of majestic palaces rise high, enveloped in ethereal mist and revealing spiritual peaks. At the outermost edge, a regiment of guards clad in uniform armor stands resolutely. Each piece of armor is adorned with a resplendent golden sun emblem, and these sentinels form a formidable line, exuding an aura of divine might. From a distance, the sun, clouds, white walls, and cherry blossoms create a dreamlike scene. This is undoubtedly the most powerful sect in the eastern wilderness, the Holy Tianfu. At this moment, within a grand hall, a man dressed in a golden robe sits upon the highest throne. He is tall and robust, with skin and long hair glimmering with a golden sheen. His gaze resembles two beams of golden divine light. Few dare to confront him when his radiance shines forth. Yet, at this moment, the man's eyes are filled with boundless fury, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Under his pressure, the doors and windows of the hall creak ominously. This man is none other than the current master of Holy Tianfu, the Holy King of Tianyang, Jun Shengxiao. Brother, what has transpired? Why such overwhelming rage? A gentle voice inquires, as a man in a black robe slowly enters. His voluminous robe cannot conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Is it possible that Nian is in trouble? A serious expression crosses the Holy King's face. Upon hearing this, the man in black exclaims in shock. How could that be? Does Nian not possess a clone left by you, brother? If someone were to harm him, they would need at least the cultivation of a holy king. The one from the Eastern Emperor sect has not left the Eastern Emperor domain. As he speaks, a look of confusion appears in the Holy King's eyes. He has indeed sensed that the clone he left with his son has been shattered, and to destroy his clone, one would need at least the strength of a holy king. In the Eastern wilderness, apart from himself and the Holy King of the Eastern Emperor sect, he has not heard of any other formidable holy kings. Where could that fellow Nian have gone today? The Holy King muses, perplexed. Oh, I just remembered. The man in black claps his hands and continues. The inspection division has reported that 2 major sects in the central continent have been annihilated. I suspect that remnants of the Eastern Emperor sect may be involved. I have dispatched the Holy One of the Eastern Extremity along with the Holy Tian guards to investigate. Nian should have accompanied the Holy One to the central continent. The Holy King furrows his brows even deeper upon hearing this. The central continent? Such a place is even less likely to encounter mishaps. Just as the two are engulfed in their thoughts, suddenly, a figure rushes into the grand hall, kneeling hurriedly. His face is pale as paper. Impudent. In such a fluster, what manner of behavior is this? Upon witnessing the scene, the cloaked man immediately bellowed in fury, "Speak! What has transpired?" Hearing this, the individual below hesitated, utterly incapable of meeting the gaze of the two above him. His entire body trembled, and even his voice quivered, tinged with the unmistakable sound of impending tears. This spectacle kindled a foreboding sense in the hearts of the two. Indeed, the very next moment, the words that escaped his lips caused the expressions of the Tianyang Sacred King and his companion to falter. "Your Majesty, the life tablets of the Holy Prince and the Eastern Extreme Sage have shattered," the trembling man exclaimed, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, too fearful to lift his gaze. "What? Impossible!" The Tianyang Sacred King and his companion nearly cried out in unison. Boom! In the next instant, the Tianyang Sacred King clenched his hands violently, causing the throne beneath him to shatter into dust. Rising to his feet, a formidable pressure emanated from his 7-fold Sacred King rank, causing the doors and windows of the grand hall to splinter, and the entire structure to collapse under the weight of his wrath. The messenger, unable to withstand this overwhelming force, succumbed, blood streaming from his orifices as he perished. This individual hailed from the Life Tablet Hall, tasked with safeguarding the life tablets of the core members of the Sacred Heaven Mansion. The shattering of a life tablet signified the death of its master. This meant that his youngest son, the most gifted among their ranks for millennia, the one most likely to transcend to the Sacred Emperor realm, was dead? A thunderous roar erupted from the Tianyang Sacred King, his eyes instantly turning crimson. "Jun Tianyi, present," replied the cloaked man. The Tianyang Sacred King was teetering on the brink of fury. Even he hesitated to speak lightly. "Dispatch orders to assemble all Sacred Heaven Guards. Heed my command." surround the Eastern Emperor sect. You will head to Zhongzhou and retrieve the corpse of Nianzong. A heavy sigh escaped the Tianyang sacred king's throat, his voice laden with boundless rage. Apart from the Eastern Emperor sect, he could scarcely fathom anyone else capable of slaying his son in the Eastern wilderness. The most plausible scenario was that the culprit possessed means left by a sacred king, compounded by the recent obliteration of the two major sects in Zhongzhou. The Eastern Emperor sect had become the prime suspect. Today, even if he did not annihilate the Eastern Emperor sect, he would ensure it suffered a grievous blow. Understood. With that, the cloaked man vanished from the Grand Hall. Sacred Heaven Mansion, See Shui Gorge. This place served as the prison for heinous criminals and the most depraved of individuals. It housed no fewer than 10,000 cells. Within the innermost cell, a young man clad in black suddenly opened his eyes. His long hair cascaded down to his waist, and his features were exquisite, resembling that of a refined scholar. However, due to his prolonged confinement, his complexion appeared rather pale. Turning his head, he looked at a man and woman beside him, astonishment illuminating his gaze as he exclaimed, "Father, Mother, the mark within me has vanished." Upon uttering these words, a man and a woman rushed forward. The middle-aged man seized the boy's wrist with a firm grip, then began to sense something. Moments later, he released the boy's wrist, his eyes now filled with astonishment. "What is it?" Beside him stood a woman of refined elegance, her tall stature and cultured demeanor radiating an air of profound sophistication. Her eyes were filled with anxious anticipation as she gazed at the middle-aged man. "Indeed, it has vanished." As the words fell, the three of them were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. However, how could this be possible? The only way for this mark to disappear would be if they themselves unraveled it. Or was it that Jun Nianzong had perished? The mere thought sent a chill through them. Chapter 59. The Yang and Yin Meridians. Jun Nianzong was the most extraordinarily gifted individual in the Sacred Heaven Manor over the past millennia. A person upon whom the current Lord of the Sacred Heaven Manor placed immense hope for future breakthroughs to the Saint Emperor realm. Presently, over 60% of the Eastern Wilderness was under the dominion of the Sacred Heaven Manor. Who could dare to act against the youngest son of the Heavenly Sun Saint King right beneath his nose? The Eastern Emperor sect? However, since being repelled years ago, its power had waned significantly, retreating into obscurity. If indeed it were the Eastern Emperor sect that was responsible, did they not fear that the Heavenly Sun Saint King would go to great lengths, incurring heavy losses, to eradicate them completely? Regardless of the specific circumstances, they were unaware. However, the disappearance of the mark within their son was irrefutable evidence of Jun Nianzong's demise. The Sacred Heaven Manor was originally established by two venerable saint emperors, each cultivating distinct Yin and Yang techniques, propelling the manor to the pinnacle of the Eastern wilderness. The Jun family inherited the legacy of the Yang ancestor, while the Yi family preserved the teachings of the Yin ancestor. Yet, with the fall of these two ancestors, the Sacred Heaven Manor gradually declined, and the Eastern Emperor sect began to rise, ultimately usurping the Sacred Heaven Manor's position as the preeminent power in the Eastern wilderness. How could Jun Shengxiao, the current Lord of the Sacred Heaven Manor, possibly accept this? A man of boundless ambition and obstinacy, he could not tolerate other sects surpassing the Sacred Heaven Manor to become the foremost sect in the Eastern wilderness, to reclaim dominance over the region. Jun Shengxiao acquired an insidious secret method from an unknown source, capable of implanting a mark upon those of the Yin lineage. Once marked, they would merely serve as sustenance for the Yang practitioners. Their vital essence would gradually be consumed by the Yang practitioners, enhancing their power. While the Yin practitioners would not be killed, as long as they remained alive, a continuous source of nourishment could be drawn from them. They vividly recalled the day their Yin lineage leader vanished. As the Yang practitioners launched an offensive against them, nearly all of the Yin practitioners fell captive, becoming mere fodder to bolster the Yang practitioner's strength. "Father, do you believe grandfather is still alive?" Suddenly, the boy posed this poignant question. He had never encountered the grandfather his father spoke of, yet he was aware that his grandfather was none other than the esteemed master of the Yin lineage, Yi Shaoyao, whose strength rivaled that of the formidable Jun Shengxiao. As the words fell from his lips, the expressions of the middle-aged man and woman beside the youth darkened. The man let out a heavy sigh, declaring the situation dire. In the past, when the Yang lineage had targeted their Yin lineage, it was inevitable that his grandfather had been a primary target of Jun Shengxiao. The sudden surge of power capable of vanquishing the leader of the Dongwang sect only indicated that his grandfather's fate was grim. Now, they lived a life that straddled the line between humanity and specters, finding it difficult to even contemplate death, and they could not accept such a fate. In fact, they harbored a fervent wish for the Dongwang sect to rise again, to obliterate the Yang lineage of the Holy Heaven Manor, even if it meant their demise at the hands of the Dongwang sect, as it would be more palatable than their current plight. However, the death of Jun Yinsong also hinted at the potential for a shift in the dynamics of the Dongwang realm. Just wait, the man mused darkly. We do not seek to survive, but only hope for the complete annihilation of that wretched Yang lineage. A cold snort escaped him, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent and a crimson glint. Central Continent. The Central Continent. How could Yinsong perish in such a minor place? Could it truly be at the hands of the Dongwang sect? Have those cowardly turtles lost their minds? A shadowy figure raced through the void, hurtling towards the Central Continent. Regardless of who had slain his brother, his immediate priority was to retrieve Jun Yinsong's remains. The swiftest route to the Central Continent lay through a teleportation array, conveniently located in the nearby Lihua city. He had made up his mind. This time, no matter the cost, he would bring ruin to the Central Continent, ensuring that the entire region would serve as a burial ground for the holy son of the Holy Heaven Manor. After all, their Holy Heaven Manor currently governed over more than 60% of the Dongwang territory, with places like the Central Continent being numerous. The destruction of a single Central Continent would not incur significant loss for them. One could only blame the misfortune of the Central Continent. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly sensed an oncoming presence charging directly towards him, showing no intention of evasion, which provoked a chilling fury within his already agitated demeanor. To dare obstruct my path, you truly lack vision. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Jun Tianyi sneered. With his formidable cultivation at the peak of the Saint Realm, he was certain he could navigate through the Dongwang realm with ease. The only individuals capable of posing a genuine threat to him were his father, the Lord of the Holy Heaven Manor, the Tianyang Saint King, and the leader of the Dongwang sect, who had long been in seclusion. Before long, the two parties stood face to face, each confronting the other. 3 individuals? Jun Tianyi did not act immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the trio before him. He had little doubt that they would prove to be no match for him. The newcomers were, of course, Lin Chen and his companions. A man and a woman? And so young? Especially when Jun Tianyi's gaze landed upon Nalin Yanran, his eyes sparkled with interest at that very moment. In the Sacred Heaven Mansion, there is indeed no shortage of exquisite beauties, yet this woman's countenance is truly one of the finest, even among them. Such a captivating enchantress could undoubtedly serve well as a concubine. Moreover, to become the beloved concubine of Jun Tianyi is a dream cherished by countless women in the eastern wilderness. If one were to assess the situation, it is he who stands to lose. He then shifted his gaze to the other 2 individuals. The youth in the center exuded an air of elegance, his eyes sparkling like stars. Notably, he sensed an imperceptible aura of imperial might emanating from the young man, which caused his expression to stiffen. Imperial might? Such a presence could only belong to a born sovereign or a tyrant. This sort of entity cannot be permitted to exist beneath the very nose of the Sacred Heaven Mansion. It would be prudent to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? As Jun Tianyi turned his attention to the final figure, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He scrutinized the individual once more, and his heart nearly leapt from his chest in shock. A gasp escaped his lips as he stumbled back a few steps. Impossible. How can you still be alive? Who did he see? It was none other than the former leader of the Yin Vein, the absolute Yin Saint King, Yi Xiaoyao, who had once stood in opposition to his father. Even though the Yin Vein had now become a mere captive, the grandeur of this figure had long left an indelible mark upon his heart. Had it not been for his father's underhanded tactics back in the day, securing this individual might not have been a foregone conclusion. However, the black-robed man, Jun Tianyi, quickly regained his composure. His father had once secretly employed the poison of the dragon grass against this absolute Yin Saint King. This poison is colorless and tasteless, capable of silently eroding a cultivator's physique and spiritual power until they are reduced to a complete waste, unable to tread the path of martial arts for life. Although he was unaware of the means Yi Xiaoyao had employed to escape his father's clutches, after all these years, it was certain that, despite having survived, he must be utterly incapacitated. So what is there to fear? Huh, I never expected you to reach this level. Lin Mu, the former Yi Xiaoyao, spoke coldly. Though he claimed to possess only the cultivation of a monarch, his vision and perceptive abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary monarch. Judging by the aura radiating from Jun Tianyi, he could still deduce that Jun Tianyi had ascended to be among the strongest beneath the Saint King level. In times past, the pinnacle of the Saint realm would have been inconsequential before him, yet now it was different. Even if he exerted his utmost effort, he would still be no match for this fellow. Suddenly, Jun Tianyi's gaze shifted, anger flashing across his face as he exclaimed, "Wait, if you were still alive, could my younger brother's death be connected to you? Or have you conspired with the Eastern Emperor sect?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. But then he turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly suggested taking him to the Sacred Heaven Mansion, as this matter might very well involve him. Sensing the gaze from Lin Mu, Lin Chen merely replied, "I casually eliminated an inconspicuous piece of trash. It seems to be that so-called Holy Son of the Holy Heaven Mansion." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's lips twitched slightly. He had once been one of the two main bloodlines of the Holy Heaven Mansion, and thus was acutely aware of the significance of the title Holy Son. It undoubtedly represented the most gifted prodigy within the mansion, seen as the next generation's potential leader to be nurtured. He never anticipated that the old man, Jun Xingxiao, could still produce such an extraordinarily talented offspring at his advanced age. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence now. The gifted one was dead. And no matter how high their talent, a fallen genius was worth nothing. However, this news was indeed favorable for Lin Mu. He yearned to savor the flesh of those from the Yang vein and drink their blood. Those from the Yin vein who fell into the hands of the Yang vein had undoubtedly faced dire consequences over the years. They must have endured immense pressure both physically and mentally. He wondered how many of them still survived now. Their conversation did not shy away from mentioning Jun Tianyi, leaving him no doubt as to who had slain his brother. Without regard for Lin Chen's identity, he summoned his spiritual energy, intent on capturing Lin Chen. "You little brat. Today I shall seize you, flay your skin, extract your tendons, and force your soul to endure the torment of soul fire day after day, until both body and spirit are obliterated." At that moment, Jun Tianyi's visage was twisted with rage, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. He had merely intended to retrieve his brother's corpse from Zhongzhou, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the true culprit behind his brother's death. "Your Highness, be cautious. This individual has attained the 9th level of the Saint Realm. His power should not be underestimated," Lin Mu warned Lin Chen. In times past, Lin Mu would have urged Lin Chen to flee at the first opportunity. However, after witnessing the astonishing transformation Lin Chen had undergone recently, he surmised that Lin Chen must have some means of defense. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly led him directly into the Holy Heaven Mansion. "Your Highness?" Upon hearing Lin Mu's address to Lin Chen, Jun Tianyi sneered, "Yi Xiaoyao, you were once a formidable Saint King renowned throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Have you now fallen to the point of relying on these minor holy dynasties? Truly a disgrace to our Holy Heaven Mansion." Since this person was referred to as Your Highness by Lin Mu, Jun Tianyi deduced that he must be a prince from some obscure little nation. He did not believe Lin Chen to be the direct perpetrator. Perhaps he merely conspired with the Eastern Emperor sect under Yi Xiaoyao's influence, leading to his brother's demise. He could apprehend these few, while his father would handle the Eastern Emperor sect. "Yi Xiaoyao, since you have not perished, I shall capture you along with him today. Perhaps you might still be of some use to my father, allowing your wretched life to serve its final purpose." With that, Jun Tianyi erupted with fury, intending to subdue Lin Chen and his companions. Ding! Detected the presence of a peak Saint Realm expert surrounding the host. The host's cultivation level has automatically been elevated to the peak Saint Realm. The familiar voice of the system resounded once more. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt an even more formidable power surging through his limbs and bones. The sensation of enhancing one's strength without any arduous training was truly exquisite. How could the so-called chosen one, toiling through rigorous cultivation and seizing opportunities, compare to a system that directly bolsters one's power? Boom! At this moment, Jun Tianyi transformed into a whirlwind of spiritual energy, charging towards the three individuals with the full force of a peak saint's aura. Even though these individuals possessed certain abilities, they could not possibly impede him. Buzz! Just as he closed the distance to within a few meters of Lin Chen, he suddenly found himself immobilized, utterly unable to move. Astonishment flickering in his eyes, The violent spiritual energy surrounding him was forcefully retracted into his body. No, no, no. This cannot be happening. What kind of sorcery have you employed? In that instant, Jun Tiany's mind was shaken, an overwhelming dread spreading from the depths of his heart. He could not even sense the spiritual energy within him. It was as though he had transformed from a top-tier powerhouse into a powerless mortal in an instant. How could such an extraordinary occurrence transpire in his presence? This was, of course, one of Lin Chen's techniques, absolute suppression. Boom. In the next moment, with a splatter, a vast force of the sacred realm erupted from Lin Chen, causing Jun Tiany to spit out a mouthful of blood. Peak Saint. Impossible. Who on earth are you? This cannot be. The fear in Jun Tiany's eyes was now mingled with horror, his gaze widening, eyes bulging. You whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, threads of spiritual energy shot forth from Lin Chen's palm, piercing into Jun Tiany's body, skinning and flaying, as you wish. Lin Chen sneered, his lips parting slightly. Jun Tiany could feel those delicate threads of spiritual energy incessantly slicing through and severing the meridians of his body, gradually peeling away his human skin from his flesh. Now, as he was akin to a mere mortal, how could he possibly withstand such excruciating pain? In an instant, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, his complexion turning an ashen white, cold sweat beading on his forehead, on the brink of fainting. Splurt. Immediately after, a flash of sword light swept before his eyes, and his head flew off. In his last glimpse, he saw the layer of human skin slowly sliding off his body below the neck, followed by the bloodied corpse collapsing with a thud. Who was this person? What kind of technique was this? Could the sacred heaven manor contend with such a being? Did the Eastern Emperor sect possess such formidable power? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, darkness gradually enveloped his vision. After his father's final whisper, his head tumbled to the ground. Jun Tiany was dead. Chapter 61. The Eastern Emperor Dragon Formation. Gulp. Despite having anticipated it, witnessing Lin Chen effortlessly slay a peak saint still left his throat dry. Just how powerful is Lin Chen now? Has he reached the pinnacle of the saintly realm? Or has he ascended to the level of a saint king? Although Lin Chen had just unleashed his aura, Lin Mu remained unconvinced that this was his utmost limit. It seemed that this prince of Dayu could astonish others with every strike. A 20-year-old saint king? Could such an extraordinary individual truly exist in this world? Your Highness, what is your combat prowess? Lin Mu could not help but inquire. The Dayu Holy Dynasty possesses such prodigious talents. The future shall undoubtedly transcend the confines of the Eastern Wilderness. Beyond the Eastern Wilderness is where he should forge his path. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely replied nonchalantly, Me? I am invincible. The tone was casual, yet it struck Lin Mu's ears like a thunderclap, reverberating profoundly. Invincible? Could there truly be an invincible being in this world? He was uncertain, for it lay far beyond his comprehension. Observing this, Lin Chen chose not to elaborate further. Possessing a system, claiming invincibility was not entirely unfounded. With that, he grasped Nalin Yenran's hand while lifting the severed head of Jun Tiany with his other hand, continuing towards the Holy Sky Mansion. Lin Chen had already gifted the mid-grade holy artifact, the Taishu Xiantian Luosha skirt, to Nalin Yenran, and the ethereal purple gown enhanced her allure with an air of elegance and charm. Yet, when Lin Chen held her hand, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Behind them, Lin Mu shook his head in resignation at the display of affection before him, then hurriedly followed suit. To the east of the Eastern Wilderness lies the Yunming Marsh. From above the clouds, one could behold a magnificent and vast ancient sect below. Endless billowing clouds obscured its true form, revealing a panorama of continuous mountain ranges. Among these mountains, rivers flowed ceaselessly, and the verdant flora rendered it a paradise. Within the mist, one could faintly discern thousands of palatial structures perched atop sheer peaks. Collectively, they resembled a divine dragon, vanishing into the clouds, elusive and enigmatic. The layers of mist enveloped this majestic realm like a white barrier, concealing it from the world. At the edges of the clouds' boundaries stood watchtowers, vigilant for any disturbances from the outside world. This was the location of another transcendent sect in the Eastern Wilderness, the Eastern Emperor sect. Suddenly, atop one of the watchtowers, a sentinel detected something amiss. He sensed a wave of terrifying energy approaching. Fixing his gaze, he saw a dark shadow engulfing the horizon, heading towards the Eastern Emperor sect. Leading this ominous force was a figure with golden hair billowing in the wind. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. In an instant, the sentinel raised the alarm and activated his communication stone to relay the news back. Before long, nearly 30 figures appeared at the borders of the Eastern Emperor sect. Without exception, each emanated a chilling and formidable aura, their vitality palpable and overwhelming. The individuals in question possess formidable prowess, with even the weakest among them likely holding the status of high-ranking sovereigns. They stand as the backbone of the Eastern Emperor sect, some even reaching the esteemed rank of sect elders. Within the Eastern Emperor sect, only those who attain the Saint Realm are deemed worthy to contend for the position of sect elder. Each one of these individuals, should they set foot in a place like Zhongzhou, would effortlessly sweep across the entire region. This starkly illustrates the disparity between Zhongzhou and the elite sects of the Eastern Wilderness. Among this assembly, at the forefront stands a young man clad in deep blue brocade, draped in a fur coat that accentuates his broad shoulders, and adorned with polished black boots, an embodiment of unparalleled elegance, standing out amidst the crowd. His light blue eyes are fixated on the approaching army in the distance, growing increasingly solemn. The presence of the Holy Heaven Palace? What brings them here? And the Holy Heaven Guards? Is the Holy Heaven Palace intent on waging a full-scale war against our Eastern Emperor sect? Beside the young man, an elderly figure with white hair gazes into the distance, astonishment evident in his eyes, which tremble slightly. The Saint King of Tianyang has personally arrived? Have they lost their minds? In response, the young man casts a glance at a short elder at the rear of the crowd and speaks. Elder Huanjing. Activate the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Dragon Formation. Yes, Vice Sect Master. Upon his command, the diminutive elder produces a crystal prism, which he promptly shatters, causing it to disperse into countless luminous fragments that vanish into the ground. In the next instant, the boundary of the Eastern Emperor sect begins to tremble violently, as a resplendent golden formation gradually rises at the juncture, adorned with 81 colossal dragon apparitions formed from pure energy, not of flesh and blood, but shining with golden runes. The dragons roar, their sinuous bodies shimmering like golden stars, exuding an imposing majesty that is hard to behold. The area enveloped by the formation is shrouded beneath a thick, heavy golden light barrier, upon which countless diminutive dragon apparitions swirl and spiral, creating a remarkably intricate defensive rune. As the formation takes shape, the heavens themselves seem to change hue. Above, it appears as if millions of radiant golden beams pierce through the clouds. Boom! In the next moment, the young man clad in azure brocade leaps forth, landing firmly atop the head of a golden dragon, confronting the approaching forces of the Holy Heaven Palace. Clang! When the advancing Holy Heaven Guards are mere kilometers away from the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Dragon Formation, the leading Tianyang Saint King raises a hand, causing the ranks of the Holy Heaven Guards to halt abruptly. The clash of weapons against the air resounds ominously. What brings the Tianyang Saint King to our Eastern Emperor sect? The brocade-clad youth and the Tianyang Saint King stand suspended in the air, locking eyes as he inquires solemnly. What is your business? Upon hearing this, the Tianyang Saint King's expression darkens, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Jiang Junjian, spare us the pretense. You of the Eastern Emperor sect conspired to harm my Holy Heaven Palace's saintly prince. Surrender the perpetrator at once. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of your Eastern Emperor sect. The cold voice of the Tianyang Saint King resonates, imbued with boundless fury. It is evident that if the Eastern Emperor sect fails to unearth the true culprit behind the murder of his son today, a cataclysmic conflict will inevitably erupt, culminating in the downfall of a supreme sect. Upon uttering these words, the vice master of the Eastern Emperor sect, Jiang Junjian, standing atop the ethereal visage of the heavenly dragon, furrowed his brow. Within the confines of the Eastern Barrier, the numerous elders and sect leaders who had accompanied him displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, this revelation had exceeded their expectations. Chapter 62, Confrontation. The Holy Son of the Holy Heaven Palace has perished. Jun Yinsong. He was, without a doubt, the most formidable prodigy to emerge in the Eastern Wilderness over the past several millennia. Impossible. Who could possibly slay the Holy Son of the Holy Heaven Palace? Even the Holy Son was accompanied by protectors during his travels, and I refuse to believe that the Sun King did not provide his son with some means of ensuring his safety. While the elders of the Eastern Emperor sect exhibited shock, they remained skeptical. They were acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by the Holy Heaven Palace in the Eastern Wilderness, which made the assassination of their mightiest prodigy seem implausible. Thus, what scheme does the Sun King have in store? Mother, is what he said true? A young girl, dressed in a delicate azure gown, stood at the back of the crowd beside a more mature woman. The girl possessed a lithe and graceful figure, her skin as smooth as jade, with lightly brushed brows and a pair of sparkling eyes that exuded an enchanting vitality. At that moment, her eyes mirrored the astonishment of those around her as she turned to the woman beside her. The woman, a striking beauty clad in a flowing golden gown, possessed a tall and slender figure, her porcelain skin appearing flawless. "It is likely true," she replied, her voice betraying her inner turbulence despite her composed demeanor. "The holy son of the Holy Heaven Palace is merely 16 or 17 years old, yet he has already attained the realm of a sovereign. In contrast, the girl beside her, though of a similar age, has only reached the 4th level of the sovereign realm. The disparity is stark. Linger, you must retreat for now. Today's matters are likely more complex than they appear. Go to the ancestral tomb. It is the safest place for you," the beautiful woman urged the girl, her expression laden with concern. This girl was none other than Jiang Feiling, the current saintess of the Eastern Emperor sect. Upon hearing her mother's words, Jiang Feiling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "But mother, there is no way we, the Eastern Emperor sect, could be responsible for this. On what grounds can he act against us without irrefutable evidence? No buts. You are still young. You cannot fathom just how tyrannical and ruthless he can be. To achieve his goals, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own people from the Holy Heaven Palace, let alone us, their bitter enemies." A shiver of fear coursed through her at the memories of the upheaval in the Holy Heaven Palace years ago. "Quickly go." With one final urging, Jiang Feiling reluctantly retreated, glancing back 3 times before disappearing into the depths of the Eastern Emperor sect. The beautiful woman then turned her gaze toward the young man atop the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Dragon Array, her eyes filled with worry. "Sun King, do not jest with me. The Donghuang sect has long been secluded, never stepping into the outside world, with the Holy Son of the Holy Heaven Palace surrounded by divine guardians, who could effortlessly slay him without leaving a trace." Jiang Junjian spoke with a solemn tone, observing that the current state of the Tianyang Saint King perhaps indicated that the death of the Holy Son had become a grim reality. However, the fact that the Tianyang Saint King had not presented direct evidence suggested that even they were unaware of the true culprit. This was one of the many aspects Jiang Junjian found perplexing. My son is imbued with a fragment of my essence. Unless the Saint King intervenes, who could possibly kill him? In this eastern wilderness, apart from my Holy Heaven Palace, only your Donghuang sect possesses a Saint King. Who else, besides your Donghuang sect's Donghuang Saint King, has the means to obliterate a fragment of my essence? The Tianyang Saint King retorted with a snort. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junjian momentarily fell into a daze. A fragment of a Saint King's essence. That was undoubtedly a precious treasure. The Tianyang Saint King must have paid an exorbitant price to separate such a fragment. Yet despite this, his son had still been slain? Even if it were not the Saint King himself who acted, Jiang Junjian found it hard to believe. Could it be that the old man had secretly intervened? Jiang Junjian pondered in confusion. Since that fateful battle years ago, this particular Saint King of the Donghuang sect had secluded himself, entrusting all sect matters to Jiang Junjian. No, if the old man truly intended to act, I would have been aware. Could it be? With this thought, Jiang Junjian once again turned to the Tianyang Saint King. Tianyang Saint King, there may be more to this matter than meets the eye. More to it. The Tianyang Saint King scoffed derisively. Are you suggesting that a third Saint King has emerged in the eastern wilderness? Are you the fool, or do you think me one? Enough of this idle chatter. You cannot stop me. Summon the old ghost of Donghuang. Boom. As the last words echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Tianyang Saint King. Beneath his feet, an expanse of pure golden flames unfurled, creating an infinite space. High in the sky, 9 radiant suns hung, each seemingly ablaze with fierce golden flames. In an instant, a terrifying heat wave swept through, filling the entire domain with a violent and rampant corona of fire, distorting the very fabric of space with its scorching intensity. The 9 suns burning heaven domain. Jiang Yunjian's countenance shifted at the sight of the golden fire domain, and he swiftly dove into the barrier atop the Tianlong. Being merely a 9th-level saint, he was no match for a Saint King. His only recourse was to counter the Saint King of the Holy Heaven Palace with the Dong Huang Tianlong array. Radiant Sun, Divine Fist. Just as Jiang Junjian retreated into the Dong Huang Tianlong array, the Tianyang Saint King unleashed a powerful roar, his right fist clenched as he struck. The punch erupted like a blazing sun, with the energy coalescing around his fist, compressing the very center of the strike to its utmost limit, as if threads of solar true fire burned within. Wherever the imprint of the fist traverses, the very fabric of space contorts and scorches, leaving behind faint trails of golden flames, possessing the power to incinerate mountains and boil seas. As this golden fist imprint emerged, the expressions of all those within the East Emperor Dragon array underwent a dramatic transformation. The moment the Holy King of Tianyang made his move, he immediately unveiled the terrifying prowess characteristic of a Holy King-level warrior. If it were not for this protective barrier, any one of them would surely be reduced to ashes beneath the weight of such an attack. The Golden Dragon domain was as solid as the abyss. Though the might of the Holy King's technique was formidable, this was neither the time for them to cower nor to be astonished. At that moment, Jiang Junjian, the vice master of the East Emperor sect, seized control of the East Emperor Dragon array and transformed it into a defensive posture. The 81 celestial dragons swiftly morphed into a Golden Dragon domain, standing resolutely before the crowd. Boom! Simultaneously, the golden fist imprint struck fiercely against the dragon domain, causing a violent collision that reverberated through the void, unleashing a cascade of energy. The golden true fire of the sun clung incessantly to the dragon domain, as if intent on reducing it to nothingness. Despite the barrier that separated them, the members of the East Emperor sect could still distinctly feel the searing heat bearing down upon them, a dryness creeping into their throats. Hiss! Bang! Though the golden fist imprint from the Holy King of Tianyang was powerful, the Holy King-level barrier of the East Emperor sect was equally resilient, as the dragon phantoms upon its shimmering surface continuously devoured and neutralized the force of the divine fist. With a resounding explosion, the golden fist imprint shattered completely, disintegrating into a shower of golden fiery particles. Chapter 63. You have crossed the line. The East Emperor Dragon Array, is it? Quite intriguing. However, to think that this formation could impede me, the sect master, is a rather fanciful notion. Observing his divine fist thwarted, the Holy King of Tianyang narrowed his eyes slightly and scoffed. On the other side, although Jiang Junjian, enveloped within the barrier, had successfully repelled the initial assault of the Holy King through the power of the array, no semblance of joy graced his face. A Holy King is not easily subdued. That previous strike was merely a probing attack from him. Activate the formation. East Emperor Dragon, roar with fury. With his hands forming a seal, Jiang Junjian commanded, and the East Emperor Dragon array trembled once more. Over the golden barrier, the 81 dragon phantoms converged anew, and then 9 pillars of golden light, thicker than mountains, surged upwards from the base of the array, piercing through the clouds. Across the boundless sky, countless golden divine lights began to coalesce, and the resonant dragon roars, powerful enough to shake the very soul, seemed to descend from the heavens. Behold, 9 colossal golden divine dragons, woven from pure golden light and ignited with runes and stellar trajectories, tore through the void, descending with a mighty roar. Each golden dragon's body coiled like a golden mountain range, and every scale shimmered with an immortal radiance, their eyes akin to 2 blazing golden stars, coldly gazing down upon the denizens of the holy Tianfu. The enormous dragon forms glided gracefully through the firmament. At the moment when 9 golden divine dragons emerged, an overwhelming aura surged forth from their majestic forms, causing the sacred guardians of the holy heaven mansion to tremble in response to the pressure emanating from the golden dragons. Roar! In the next instant, the 9 colossal dragons raised their heads, inhaling deeply, causing golden dragon breath to swirl around them. Among them, the 9 golden dragons, with their celestial eyes, locked onto the Sun King of Heaven, and in that fleeting moment, 9 beams of energy, refined to perfection, burst forth like the Eastern Emperor's true essence, capable of piercing through the annals of time and space. Where the golden light traversed, silence enveloped the space, leaving behind scorched black trails. Humph! Such trifling skills dare to flaunt before my magnificent celestial might? As the golden dragons charged forth, the Sun King of Heaven's voice resonated like a great bell, shaking the realm of radiant flames. He took a step forward, summoning a raging sea of golden fire beneath his feet, and with a firm grip of his right hand, The brilliance of the 9 solar orbs within his domain seemed to converge upon his fist. 9 suns illuminate the sky. Boom. 9 punches. Solid as reality itself and infused with the essence of the sun's true fire, were unleashed, akin to 9 blazing suns, targeting the descending golden dragons. The punches collided with the golden dragons, warping the surrounding space for tens of thousands of feet. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of explosions reverberated throughout the land, as the golden punches of the Sun King began to dissolve and shatter at a visibly rapid pace. This scene brought flickers of joy to the elders of the Eastern Emperor sect, who were engaged in the formation within the barrier. Could they perhaps withstand this king today? However, as the master of the formation, Jiang Junjian did not share their optimism, for he perceived no trace of fear in the Sun King's eyes, but rather a hint of exhilaration. Sure enough, in the next moment, golden light erupted from the Sun King's eyes, and the colossal golden sun wheel above him began to spin faster. Whoosh! A sound akin to the splitting of heaven and earth resonated throughout the universe. The Sun King of Heaven reversed his grip and seized a magnificent golden sword, the Celestial Descent Radiant Sword, shimmering with molten gold. The only mid-grade sacred artifact of the Holy Heaven Mansion. The moment the golden sword was unsheathed, the entire 9 suns burning heaven domain ignited with fervor. The 9 solar orbs blazed with intensity, and boundless light and flames surged towards the sword's blade, as if in homage to their sovereign. The miniature solar crystal core at the sword's hilt pulsed like a heart, emitting a deep, ominous low hum. The space surrounding the sword warped and collapsed, light being distorted into bizarre arcs, as if the sword itself possessed a miniature black hole capable of consuming all. The terrifying sensation of searing heat and world-destroying power caused the previously joyful members of the Eastern Emperor sect to change their expressions anew, fear evident in their eyes. Receive my sword. The Sun King of Heaven raised the sword high with both hands. His movements, though seemingly slow, carried an unparalleled pressure capable of crushing the realms of existence. Behind him, a towering ethereal figure of a solar deity mirrored his actions, also lifting the magnificent sword aloft. The radiant sun cleaves the universe. The sacred king of Tianyang bellowed, his colossal sword crashing down with tremendous force. There were no flashy techniques, only an unparalleled might and the ferocity of annihilation. A terrifying sword aura, beyond description, emerged like a golden core of the sun, forged from the very essence of countless stellar furnaces. Where the sword aura passed, space was not merely cleaved but utterly incinerated, leaving behind a vast abyss. Stretching across the heavens, its edges flowing with eternal golden flames. Boom! The radiant sword aura, embodying the judgment of all things, struck fiercely upon the bodies of 9 golden, celestial dragons. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next instant, those 9 fearsome golden dragons disintegrated abruptly, vanishing into the sky amidst the echoes of their roars. Then, the golden giant sword, undiminished in its might, pierced through the clouds, resting upon the Eastern Emperor dragon array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Boom. A sound of obliteration resonated, sending tremors to the very soul. The elders of the Eastern Emperor sect within the barrier coughed up blood, their faces turning pale as they witnessed cracks resembling spider webs spreading across the golden array barrier. Should this Eastern Emperor dragon array shatter today, their sect would surely be drenched in blood. Buzz. Just as the golden array was nearing its limit, a crimson divine light surged forth from the depths of the Eastern Emperor sect, crashing into the golden sword like a blood-red dragon. Clang! The collision of the 2 energies, golden and crimson, produced a shockwave, sending them both reeling back. The golden sword transformed into a 3-foot azure peak, returning to the hand of the sacred king of Tianyang. Meanwhile, the crimson divine light morphed into a scarlet spear, hovering in the void. Old ghost of the Eastern Emperor, you have finally emerged. The sacred king of Tianyang fixed his gaze upon the scarlet spear, his pupils narrowing as he spoke in a measured tone. At that very moment, a stout hand suddenly pierced through the void, firmly grasping the scarlet spear. Following this, a towering figure slowly materialized from the emptiness. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and an indifferent expression, his face covered in stubble and stained with liquor, flushed with intoxication. In one hand, he held a jug of wine, and beneath his skin, dark energies and marks could be faintly seen. Old ghost of Tianyang, you have overstepped your bounds. Chapter 64. Has the sacred heaven mansion perished? As this unkempt, robust figure stood before the crowd, the previously disheartened members of the Eastern Emperor sect straightened their backs once more, for this man was their true pillar of strength, the sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect, Jiang Yunting. Finally, he has arrived. Before the elders, the vice sect master, Jiang Junjian, let out a long sigh of relief, then muttered under his breath, "This old man loves to show off at critical moments." Despite his words, a flicker of fear still lingered in his eyes, yet he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. What in the world are the sacred heaven mansion doing? Is the sacred sun truly dead? At that moment, a beautiful woman landed beside Jiang Junjian, her expression grave as she softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junjian nodded slightly, acknowledging the high probability of the situation. Even if he is not dead, something monumental must have transpired at the Holy Heaven Manor. Otherwise, this old fool would not have mobilized the Holy Heaven Guards to come here. At this moment, the beautiful woman, upon hearing these words, displayed a flicker of concern in her eyes. Many years ago, their Eastern Emperor sect's Holy King was defeated by the Heavenly Sun Holy King of the Holy Heaven Manor, which forced them to retreat into the depths of Yunming Marsh. If the two sides were to clash again now, who would emerge victorious? In stark contrast to the woman's trepidation, Jiang Junjian merely smiled faintly. "Fear not. This old fellow is not so simple. He has certainly not wasted his years of effort." "Your implication is?" The beautiful woman gasped, followed by a look of astonishment spreading across her face. Jiang Junjian nodded affirmatively. With the last sip from the wine flask consumed, the Eastern Emperor Holy King, Jiang Yunting, crushed the flask in his grasp. Immediately, he brandished a blood-red spear towards the Heavenly Sun Holy King. "Heavenly Sun, old demon, you have two choices. First, leave Yunming Marsh with your people at once. Second, I will clean up these misfits I brought along, and then I shall force you out of Yunming Marsh." As he spoke, an aura emanating from the Eastern Emperor, Holy King, surged forth, rivaling that of the Heavenly Sun Holy King, revealing the full extent of his strength at the 7th level of the Holy King realm. Moreover, this was no mere breakthrough to the 7th level. It was a terrifying pressure that approached the 8th level of the Holy King realm, akin to that of the Heavenly Sun Holy King. Has the sect master broken through? Wonderful. Ha! Heaven will not abandon my Eastern Emperor sect. At the moment, the Eastern Emperor Holy King demonstrated power equal to that of the Heavenly Sun Holy King. The elders of the Eastern Emperor sect were overwhelmed with joy, even to the point of tears. Over the years, they had faced relentless oppression, confined within the confines of this small Yunming Marsh. Today, with the Lord of the Holy Heaven Manor personally leading the Holy Heaven Guards to besiege the Eastern Emperor sect, if they did not possess strength to rival the Heavenly Sun Holy King, this would spell the end for the Eastern Emperor sect. You have actually broken through. Feeling the vast spiritual power surging within the Eastern Emperor Holy King, the Heavenly Sun Holy King's brow furrowed, his voice heavy with gravity. Many years ago, he had forcibly broken through using the yin veins of the Holy Heaven Manor, surpassing the Eastern Emperor Holy King by 2 levels, severely wounding him and driving the Eastern Emperor sect into the depths of Yunming Marsh. Furthermore, this Eastern Emperor Old Demon had been poisoned by his Tian Kuei venom. Once he activated his spiritual power, he would endure excruciating pain as his bones were corroded and blood incinerated. This poison had cost him considerable effort to obtain from his senior brother. The antidote to this poison was possessed solely by him throughout the Eastern Wilderness. How could this Eastern Emperor Old Demon possibly cure himself of the Tian Kuei poison? What shocked him even more was that this old demon not only cured himself of the poison, but also elevated his cultivation to a level that was no weaker than his own. Sensing the Heavenly Sun Holy King's thoughts, the Eastern Emperor Holy King smirked coldly. "Surely you do not believe that you are the only one in this world capable of seizing opportunities? I have endured for so many years, breaking through only to establish myself anew. Is it truly necessary for you to be so astonished at my simple advancement of 2 minor realms?" After the initial shock, the gaze of the Heavenly Sun Saint King turned frigid once more. The vengeance for his slain son was a matter of life and death. Moreover, Jun Yinsong was someone he had high hopes for, a potential future breakthrough to the Saint Emperor. It could be said that the death of Jun Yinsong had severed the future of their sacred heaven manor. Regardless of whether the Eastern Emperor Saint King had now reached a level equal to his own, even if he were to surpass him by a realm, today he would engage in battle. Old demon of the Eastern Emperor, you and your sect have assassinated my son. Today, even if you have attained the 7th level of the Saint King, you shall not impede me." The voice of the heavenly Sun Saint King was deep and resonant, roaring with rage as a crimson hue tainted his eyes. "Wait, who are you accusing of killing your son?" The Eastern Emperor Saint King halted abruptly, quickly interjecting. Was this fellow here to exact revenge for his son's death? What was happening? Although he had reached a level on par with the heavenly Sun Saint King, his position was not yet entirely stable. Were it not for sensing the anomaly of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Dragon formation, he would not have forcibly emerged from his seclusion. Realizing this, the Eastern Emperor Saint King turned to glance at Jiang Junjian and the others. Naturally, they all shook their heads in denial. This was neither their doing. And besides, the sacred sun bore a doppelganger of a Saint King, even if it could not unleash the full might of its true form. The first level of the Saint King realm was still formidable. Within the Eastern Emperor sect, apart from the Eastern Emperor Saint King, even the strongest among them, Jiang Junjian, could not slay the sacred sun under the protection of a Saint King level doppelganger. Still quibbling? Do you dare suggest that a third Saint King still exists in the Eastern wilderness? Prepare to meet your demise. Despite the Eastern Emperor sect's repeated denials, the heavenly Sun Saint King had already concluded that this was the doing of the Eastern Emperor sect. In the next moment, the spiritual energy that the heavenly Sun Saint King had just restrained erupted once more. 9 colossal suns, ablaze with pure golden flames, silently hovered above the celestial dome behind him. Within each blazing sun, the ethereal silhouette of an ancient golden crow could be faintly discerned. Clearly, this Saint King of the Sacred Heaven Manor had become genuinely serious, fully unleashing his 9 suns' burning heaven domain. Endless, tyrannical flames poured forth from each ethereal image, instantly tearing apart the existing space, as if the very fabric of reality was being dissolved and purified by this pure light and heat. Very well. I shall engage you and see just how much you have progressed over the years. Seeing that the heavenly Sun Saint King was not going to relent, the Eastern Emperor Saint King's smile vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. In the next instant, a boundless, terrifying sea of blood, thick with a crimson hue and intense malice, began to spread from beneath the Eastern Emperor Saint King's feet. This was the blood fiend domain of the Eastern Emperor Saint King. As the blood fiend domain expanded, the stench of blood instantly engulfed the earth, nearly half the space stained crimson. Under the illumination of the 2 formidable domains, it seemed that only gold and blood remained in this realm. As the 2 Saint King-level powerhouses were on the verge of a direct confrontation, at that moment, the image stone upon the heavenly Sun Saint King's person began to resonate. At such a moment, the Holy King of Tianyang was initially reluctant to activate the image stone, yet inexplicably, he found himself compelled to do so. From the image stone emerged a scene depicting the Polar Sage, one of the 4 great sages of the Holy Tianfu. Blood spilled from the Polar Sage's mouth, his eyes wide with terror as he uttered his final words. With that, his head was severed from his body, and the image stone extinguished entirely. Chapter 65, Grandfather. Impossible. The haunting image of the Polar Sage's severed head was etched in the fiery gaze of the Holy King of Tianyang, causing a momentary lapse in his composure. With a roar of fury, he crushed the image stone into powder, the white dust cascading through his fingers. In that instant, even the Holy King, who had been resolute in believing that the Dongwang sect was responsible for his son's death, felt a flicker of confusion. The Polar Sage was one of their most formidable beings, second only to Jun Tianyi, and the foremost among the 4 sages. Yet now, it appeared that he had perished within their own stronghold. To so easily slay a sage of peak cultivation suggested that the assailant had undoubtedly reached the realm of the Sage King. Had a 3rd Sage King truly emerged in the Eastern wilderness? No, that could not be. As this thought crossed his mind, the Holy King of Tianyang quickly dismissed it. Even if a 3rd Sage King were to arise, it would surely be from within their Holy Tianfu or the Dongwang sect. No other faction could possibly achieve such a feat. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the fury in the Holy King's eyes dissipated, replaced by a palpable fear. His face turned pale at an alarming rate, cold sweat trickling down his back. Could it be that a figure of great importance from the sea of 10,000 swords had descended? The more he pondered, the more he was gripped by dread. Retreat. Without time to deliberate further, he shouted to the Holy Tian guards behind him, swiftly stowing away the 9 suns burning heaven domain and the celestial falling sun sword. as he charged towards the Holy Tianfu. The Holy Tian guards, still oblivious to the events that had transpired, knew only to follow the command of the Holy King. Soon, the forces of the Holy Tianfu that had previously overshadowed the Yunming Marsh vanished without a trace. Father, what on earth has happened? As the Holy Tianfu retreated, the events of the day seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. Jiang Junjian approached the Eastern Emperor King, his eyes filled with confusion. The earlier confrontation suggested an impending clash. Yet who could have anticipated that the Holy King of Tianyang would flee at lightning speed, his countenance grim? What could possibly compel him to suppress his thirst for vengeance over his son's death? Upon hearing this, the Eastern Emperor King's expression grew grave, shedding the earlier ease he had displayed while facing the Holy King of Tianyang. It seemed that the Holy Tianfu was in deep trouble. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Junjian felt a surge of joy and continued, "Since this is the case, why not pursue our advantage? The Holy Heaven Palace has suppressed our Eastern sovereign sect for so many years. Perhaps today presents our opportunity. However, we must not chase a desperate foe. Furthermore, if a confrontation were to arise, I may not necessarily be able to defeat him. Although this old fellow is shameless, his strength remains formidable. There is no need for us to wade through this murky water. More importantly, maintaining a balance between us and the Holy Heaven Palace is the optimal choice. Whether it is our Eastern sovereign sect or the Holy Heaven Palace, we are merely crickets for the amusement of those individuals. Once the equilibrium is disrupted and one side perishes, they need only introduce a new cricket into the grand bowl. The new cricket will inevitably clash with the old one. Are we not the cricket that was introduced to contend with the Holy Heaven Palace years ago?" As his words faded, the Eastern sovereign Saint King ceased to speak. Sheathing his crimson spear, transforming into a flash of bloodlight that vanished into the depths of the Eastern sovereign sect. Hearing this, Jiang Junjian gazed in the direction where the Holy Heaven Palace's members had disappeared, his eyes flickering, before turning to the diminutive elder amidst the crowd, saying, "Elder Huan Jinjuan, I kindly request you to lead a team to inspect the protective array and, if necessary, to activate the defensive formation." Having spoken, he took the hand of the beautiful woman beside him and vanished from the crowd's sight. Understood. At the vast expanse of the Holy Heaven Palace Square, tens of thousands of individuals knelt in unison upon the ground where they usually engaged in sparring and contests, their faces etched with terror. A black domain enveloped the entire Holy Heaven Palace, and within this realm, they sensed a complete severance of their spiritual energy from the outside world, unable to connect with the celestial energy. Moreover, everything within them was suppressed. Their vitality and spiritual power continued to dissipate outward. Even the mighty sages could not resist this force. They bore witness as sages from the Holy Heaven Palace fell before their eyes. At that moment, nearly 20 stone pillars stood before them, each adorned with a sage impaled upon it. The strongest among them, the North Polar Sage, had even had his head severed. Faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, they felt no inclination to resist, their eyes filled solely with fear and despair. Was that the master of the Yin vein? Yi Xiaoyao. He had not perished. Instead, he had summoned such a formidable ally. Infuriating. This despicable lot from the Yin vein dares to resist. It is their honor to serve as nourishment for our Yang vein and to strengthen the Holy Heaven Palace. We should have eradicated them all from the start. Keeping them alive is a peril. Now that the Yin vein has sought aid and returned, what shall we do? Where is the Palace Master? The Palace Master is a powerful Saint King. Once he returns, this group of wretched Yin vein creatures will meet their demise. Indeed, the Palace Master leads the Holy Heaven Guards to exterminate the Eastern Sovereign Sect. This time, we shall utterly annihilate the people of the Yin vein. The multitude kneeling in the sacred heaven square dared not lift their gazes towards the figure upon the golden platform. Having witnessed the moment when that individual severed the neck of the Arctic sage with a mere gesture, they could only offer themselves silent reassurances, while inwardly cursing those of the Yin lineage. Standing on that elevated dais were a man and a woman, surveying the throng below. Beside them stood an elderly man, whose attempts to conceal his emotions were futile, as the glistening redness in his eyes betrayed his sorrow. This venerable figure was Lin Mu, once one of the two paramount leaders of the sacred heaven, the revered king of absolute Yin, Yi Xiaoyao. He had never envisioned a day when he would return to the sacred heaven, and in such a manner. Flanking him were a middle-aged couple and a youth. Despite the pallor on their faces, it was evident that joy radiated from their spirits. They were not merely survivors of calamity. They had been granted a new lease on life, all thanks to the young man at the forefront, who had bestowed newfound hope upon their Yin lineage. With enigmatic prowess, he annihilated the assembly of Yang sages with astonishing ease, where, one might wonder, had his father discovered such a formidable force? Grandfather. At that moment, the black-haired youth beside the middle-aged couple called out to Lin Mu. Chapter 66. Reversing Yin to Yang. Alas, my dear grandson. Upon hearing this call, Lin Mu, who had been holding back his emotions, could no longer restrain the tears streaming down his aged face. Over the years, many of their kin from the Yin lineage had perished, and these individuals, being his direct descendants, were regarded as the most precious of blood ties. Thus, despite the incessant demands from those of the Yang lineage, they had managed to prolong their lives with elixirs. After all, the Yang faction would not so easily allow them to perish without extracting every ounce of their worth. Little one, what is your name? Lin Mu's weathered visage trembled slightly, his heart anxious, as he inquired softly, fearful of frightening the youth. Grandfather, my name is Yi Wushuang. The black-haired lad replied obediently. This was his first encounter with the grandfather his father had spoken of, a figure whose fate had been uncertain. According to his father's accounts, this grandfather had once been a powerhouse on par with the current Lord of Sacred Heaven. Yet, before him stood a frail man, whose hunched form was a stark contrast to the robust vitality of the Tianyang sage, who appeared to be in the prime of life, exuding strength and vigor. The frailty of Lin Mu revealed the immense torment and suffering he had endured throughout the years. Merely surviving was a testament to his extraordinary fortune. Very well, very well. My Yi family's prodigy, Wushuang. Lin Mu gazed upon the youth, a glimmer of contentment illuminating his eyes. Though he now possessed only the strength of a monarch, he could effortlessly discern the youth's cultivation level. He was at the second realm of monarch. Though their prowess may not ascend to the level of the sacred sun, it is essential to acknowledge that over the years, they have been unable to cultivate normally, continuously drained of their bloodline essence by that very sacred sun. It can be asserted that for one of such youth to possess this level of cultivation is indicative of a talent not inferior to that of the deceased sacred son. Tianchen, Ziyue, you have endured greatly over these years. Lin Mu turned to the middle-aged couple, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret. These two individuals were none other than his son and daughter-in-law, Tianchen and Ziyue. Father, what are you saying? This is all the fault of the Yang vein. We, including you, are all victims. It is a pity for those clan members who have already perished. Tianchen spoke up, his gaze dimming as he recalled those who had been drained by the Yang vein to their demise. If only they could have endured a little longer. Perhaps they could have witnessed this day. Alas, such hypotheticals are futile, as even they believe they would forever be trapped in the dungeon. Far from the hope of such a day. Indeed, Father, what has transpired is now history. Our next course of action must be to exact retribution for the blood debts incurred by the Yang vein. The beautiful woman, Ziyue, echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded, and suddenly knelt before Lin Chen. Your Highness, this old servant has one request. May I ask if your Highness could grant it? Rise. Speak your mind. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mu's sudden kneeling, but gestured for him to stand. Over the years, Lin Mu had indeed devoted himself to the Dayu royal clan. He held his own secrets, yet this did not hinder his service to the clan. Many matters were directly entrusted to Lin Mu by Lin Songqiong for resolution. To be frank, Lin Mu had already earned his place among their royal kin, and thus, there was no need for formality. Moreover, this visit was originally intended for Lin Mu and his Yin vein. Otherwise, he would have directly annihilated the sacred heaven palace. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Mu stood up and then turned to Tianchen and the others, stating, the path of the Yin vein has been severed, yet we still have another avenue to pursue. Upon observing Lin Mu's grave demeanor, Tianchen and the others also heightened their focus. Their bloodline power was intricately linked to the Yin vein cultivation techniques they inherited. The Yang vein practitioners had effectively curtailed their future prospects. And should they extract the remaining value, they would ultimately become mere remnants of bones. Yet now, his father claimed there was still a way out. The method of reversing Yin to Yang, allowing Yin and Yang to coexist. With that, Lin Mu raised his hand, and two streams of spiritual energy began to emanate from his palm, distinctly contrasting in nature. One was the special Yin energy resulting from their Yin vein cultivation, while the other, though unfamiliar, exuded a sense of familiarity. Yang vein. As Yi Tianxian approached to closely examine the other stream of energy, his expression suddenly shifted. The essence of that energy bore a kinship to that of the Yang vein practitioners, yet it appeared even more pure than the energy within the Yang vein practitioners themselves. Father, what is the meaning of this? Yi Tianxian was utterly bewildered. They are undoubtedly individuals of the Yin vein, and their father cultivates the techniques of the Yin vein as well. How could he possibly manifest a form of spiritual power akin to the Yang vein within himself? This is what I refer to as an alternative path. The so-called techniques of Yin and Yang in our holy heavenly mansion have, from the very beginning, been a singular method that was forcefully divided into two due to its overwhelming dominance, rendering it unmanageable. After all, possessing two entirely different attributes of spiritual power within one's body is no trivial matter, let alone mastering them perfectly. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Now, with our ability to reverse Yin into Yang, generating Yang spiritual power from Yin, the harmony of Yin and Yang not only allows us to restore the bloodline power that has been previously damaged, but it may even enable us to surpass our former selves and wield dual attribute spiritual power. Lin Mu articulated this slowly, yet his words detonated in the ears of the listeners like a bomb, nearly shattering their comprehension. Reverse Yin to Yang, harmony of Yin and Yang, dual attribute spiritual power? For a moment, they were unable to absorb such a vast influx of information, staring at Lin Mu in sheer astonishment. But weren't the two ancestors of the holy heavenly mansion one Yin and one Yang? How could this be? Yi Tianxian questioned, perplexed. The holy heavenly mansion was indeed founded by two ancestors, one embodying Yang and the other Yin. So why did they themselves lack dual attribute spiritual power? This is because the technique was not originally created by them. They merely fortuitously acquired the method of Yin and Yang, managing to split it for their cultivation. This is how they established the holy heavenly mansion in the eastern wilderness. Lin Mu clarified. He had gleaned this information from the remnants left by their ancestor of the Yin vein after he had fortuitously escaped years ago. Who would have thought that such seemingly inconspicuous iron scraps contained this profound knowledge? Had he not faced such adversity, he might never have discovered it. Moreover, even this method of reversing Yin to Yang pales in comparison to the unbroken true techniques of Yin and Yang. However, for those of the Yin vein, it suffices. After all, a technique that even the founders of their holy heavenly mansion could not master is of no practical use to them. It is akin to presenting a breathtaking beauty to a eunuch, desire without the means to fulfill it. Chapter 67. Eternal Exemption from Reincarnation. In other words, we now possess the conditions necessary to reverse Yin to Yang. If we succeed, not only will we restore the power of the Yin vein, but we will also reclaim control of the holy heavenly mansion. At this point, Yi Tianxian had grasped the overall process, his eyes gleaming with palpable excitement and fervor. Their current weakness in bloodline power provides a perfect opportunity for the emergence of Yang spiritual power. With the coexistence of Yin and Yang, the members of the Yi family would be able to wield dual attribute spiritual power, not only in the present, but also in future battles against others. This would prove immensely advantageous. Precisely. Thus, the final aspect is what I request from your highness. At this juncture, Lin Mu turned his gaze back to Lin Chen and said slowly, since those of the Yang vein regard us of the Yin vein as mere nourishment, why should we not consume them, transforming their vitality, spiritual power, and everything else into our own? In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of icy coldness flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. His ascension to the position of lineage leader and his status as a sacred king were not achieved through benevolence. Countless souls had perished at his hands. It would be a grave misjudgment to be deceived by his current demeanor, which appeared kind and amiable before Lin Chen and the others. Had it not been for the despicable tactics employed by the Tianyang sacred king back then, the outcome might not have been so certain. No problem. You may handle all these individuals, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, regardless of who struck the fatal blow. As long as those aligned with the Yang lineage were slain, Lin Mu and his cohorts from the Yin lineage would reclaim the sacred heaven mansion, and he would be duly rewarded. Thank you, your highness. Lin Mu bowed respectfully to Lin Chen. Just as he finished speaking, all eyes converged on the same direction. There, a golden figure radiating an exceedingly terrifying aura was hurtling towards the sacred heaven mansion at an alarming speed, accompanied by a vast army, raising clouds of dust in its wake. Has he returned? This individual has grown even stronger. Despite the considerable distance, Lin Mu immediately recognized who it was. Had it not been for this very person, he would not have fled in such disarray to Daiyu. If Lin Songqiong had not fortuitously rescued him, he might have become fodder for the monstrous beasts. Through the mouths of those in the Yang lineage, he had learned that the Tianyang Sacred King was now approaching the 8th realm of Sacred Kings. A flicker of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Such cultivation, even outside the eastern wilderness, indicated that he was no weakling. He then glanced at Lin Chen, who had transformed from the once fawning prince of Daiyu into an enigmatic figure, one that they could observe yet could never truly grasp. Even in this moment, as the terrifying aura from the Tianyang Sacred King descended upon the sacred heaven mansion, Lin Chen remained unfazed. His gaze and demeanor resembled those of the Tianxian divine sect when they once descended upon the Daiyu imperial city. All others appeared as mere ants in his eyes. Boom. While Lin Mu was still contemplating, the golden figure had already halted above the sacred heaven mansion. The overwhelming spiritual pressure emanated from him, rendering him akin to a golden sun, majestic and divine. Gazing upon the architect of their subjugation for so many years, Yi Tianxian and the others were seized by an extreme anxiety, their efforts to mask it proving futile as their fear of this individual could not dissipate in an instant. They understood that their lineage leader had brought forth an ally, yet they harbored no certainty regarding who was stronger, this newcomer or the Tianyang Sacred King. They had already experienced the formidable methods of the Tianyang Sacred King firsthand. Even the Donghuang sect, which also possessed sacred kings, had been suppressed by the sacred heaven mansion over the years, retreating into the Yunjing marsh, a testament to this figure's ferocity. The Tianyang Sacred King, hovering above the sacred heaven mansion, quickly spotted the members of the Yang lineage kneeling in formation upon the sacred heaven square. Moreover, several sacred elders of the Yang lineage were impaled upon stone pillars. This scene caused his pupils to constrict, as a palpable fury began to accumulate within his chest. However, he did not succumb to immediate rage. Instead, he commenced a thorough survey of the entire square, seeking confirmation of his suspicions. Had the individuals from the Shadow Vein been rescued? How could that be? If indeed his son had offended a significant figure from the myriad Sword Sea, and it had repercussions for their holy heaven mansion, those individuals should not have rescued the Shadow Vein people. The more plausible scenario would have been the utter destruction of the holy heaven mansion, rather than the current situation of imprisoning their Yang Vein members while liberating the Shadow Vein ones. Something was amiss, deeply amiss. The heavenly son, Saint King murmured, his brow furrowing even deeper. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the golden platform at the center above, locking onto a somewhat aged figure. In an instant, the heavenly son Saint King's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Yi Xiaoyao, you are alive." It was he who had personally poisoned Yi Xiaoyao's wine with the venom of the poison dragon grass, and subsequently crushed him, absorbing nearly all his bloodline power. Although, in the final moments, Yi Xiaoyao had somehow managed to escape through the void, that poison was capable of dismantling a cultivator's martial body, reducing them to ashes. Even a fully realized Yi Xiaoyao would not have been able to withstand it, let alone a Yi Xiaoyao who had been rendered crippled by the absorption of his bloodline power. Long time no see, Jun Shengxiao. Lin Mu's tone was calm, yet it harbored a chilling anger. The heavenly son Saint King had wronged him so grievously, treating the Shadow Vein as mere tools and nourishment for his cultivation. How could he not harbor hatred? Master, please save us. It is Yi Xiaoyao. He has brought a formidable ally, and all our Yang Vein elder saints are dead. Master, please kill them. This time, show no mercy. Ensure the Shadow Vein has no place to bury their dead. Upon sensing the aura of the heavenly son Saint King, the Yang Vein members in the Holy Heaven Square clamored for his assistance. They could not believe that the ally Yi Xiaoyao had summoned could possibly rival their master. In that moment, they exhibited their subservient demeanor to the fullest. In their hearts, the heavenly son Saint King was the paramount figure in the eastern wilderness. Anyone who came would kneel before him. The Shadow Vein had not eliminated them at the first opportunity, and now, with their master's return, the Shadow Vein had lost their best chance to strike them down. Thus, it was not the people from the myriad Sword Sea. The heavenly son Saint King paid no heed to their clamoring, instead clarifying his thoughts. His only concern was the myriad Sword Sea, a place teeming with sword-wielding fanatics he dared not provoke. Coupled with the words of these individuals, the truth began to unfold. Yi Xiaoyao had somehow found a being comparable to a Saint King from another realm to assist him. A being who had not only slain his son, but had now invaded the Holy Heaven Mansion, intent on rescuing the Shadow Vein. It seemed Yi Xiaoyao had escaped through the void and sought refuge in another realm. He had never anticipated that his negligence from years ago would culminate in such dire consequences today. Not only had he lost his son, but countless revered elders had also perished, resulting in devastating losses for the Holy Heaven Mansion. With so many sages gone, it was likely that the overall strength of his Holy Heaven Mansion would no longer surpass that of the Eastern Emperor's sect. Very well, Yi Xiaoyao. This time, I shall ensure that you find no path to survival nor respite in death. I, the sect master, will certainly refine those of the Yin lineage into the 10,000 souls banner, subjecting them to eternal torment, never to reincarnate. Once he confirmed that no one from the myriad sword sea stood behind Yi Xiaoyao, the Holy King of Tianyang ceased to restrain the immense spiritual power within him. In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being, conjuring swirling golden flames like a tempest as his golden eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Chapter 68. The Sorrow of the Yang Lineage. Boom. A realm of golden flames, nearly obscuring the heavens, instantly expanded, enveloping the entire Holy Heaven Mansion. It was the Nine Suns' burning heaven domain. Ha! Let this wretched group await their demise. And that fellow beside Yi Xiaoyao, who dared to slay our elders, shall meet a most gruesome end. Our Holy Heaven Mansion is not a place where just anyone can tread upon. Observing the golden inferno that engulfed the entire mansion, the Yang lineage individuals kneeling on the ground wore expressions of smug satisfaction. They seemed to have already envisioned the tragic fate awaiting Lin Chen and Lin Mu, among others. How dare they force them to kneel here? Once their master apprehended this group, the Yin lineage would surely come to regret their existence in this world. Yi Xiaoyao, this time, you shall remain here forever. The Holy King of Tianyang let out a sinister laugh, and then activated his domain. In an instant, 9 resplendent suns bore down upon Lin Chen and the others, overwhelming them with the oppressive might of the Holy King that made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Ding! Detected the presence of a 7th-level Holy King nearby. Host cultivation has automatically elevated to the 7th level of Holy King. A familiar voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Boom! The next moment, an aura of terrifying pressure, equal to that of the Holy King of Tianyang, surged from Lin Chen's body, counteracting the oppressive force that descended upon them as effortlessly as snow melts in the face of fierce flames. The might of the Holy King truly was formidable, although Lin Chen stood before them as a shield. Yi Tianchen and the others could still feel the overwhelming deterrence emanating from the Holy King of Tianyang. Unbeknownst to them, beads of cold sweat began to form on their brows. If they were to face the Holy King's might directly, this mere pressure alone could suffocate them to death. On the opposite side, sensing an aura that was not inferior to his own, the Holy King of Tianyang's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he spoke in a grave tone. 7th level Holy King? This individual's cultivation level is astonishingly equal to mine. The breakthrough of the Holy King of the Eastern Emperor sect had already surpassed my expectations, and I believe there were no such formidable beings left in the surrounding territories. Who are you, esteemed one? This matter concerns our Holy Heaven Mansion, and should you meddle without permission, it may invite dire consequences. As the Celestial Sun King was about to continue his discourse, Lin Chen let out a cold snort. In the next moment, the golden sea of flames enveloping the sacred heaven mansion shattered, dissipating into pure golden spiritual energy that filled the void. Kneel. Subsequently, he lightly gestured with his right hand in the air. Bang! A chilling voice resonated. And then the onlookers witnessed the resplendent golden figure of the Celestial Sun King plummeting violently from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit dozens of yards deep. Impossible. This cannot be. Rising from the depths of the pit, the Celestial Sun King's eyes were now devoid of trepidation, replaced instead by disbelief and terror. He realized that Yi Xiaoyao had brought reinforcements, and even when confronted with an opponent who exhibited strength on par with his own at the 7th realm of the Sacred King, he had not felt fear. For despite this individual's youthful visage, the Celestial Sun King could not truly regard him as merely a child. Yet, how could it be that this person possessed the overwhelming power to crush him with a mere flick of his wrist? This was certainly not the strength of a 7th realm Sacred King. Who on earth are you? The Celestial Sun King exclaimed through gritted teeth. What filled him with even greater dread was the sensation that his own spiritual energy felt as if it had been sealed, rendering him utterly powerless. Without the ability to channel his spiritual energy, he was no different from an ordinary mortal, merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Lin Lao, I leave the rest to you. Lin Chen disregarded the Celestial Sun King, turning instead to Lin Mu. His sole intention was to assist them in subduing these adversaries. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Mu responded with a fist salute to Lin Chen. Afterward, with a crack, Lin Mu leaped down, landing before the Celestial Sun King. He then stomped down upon the king's chest with force, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed immediately. The Celestial Sun King, stripped of his spiritual power, was now no different from an ordinary person. Although Lin Mu was merely at the Emperor realm, dealing with him was exceedingly simple. The excruciating pain radiating from his chest forced the Celestial Sun King to howl in anguish. Lin Mu gazed down upon him from his elevated position, coldly stating, Jun Xingxiao, you could never have imagined that you would meet such a fate. Who is that person? How could you possibly summon such a terrifying powerhouse? The Celestial Sun King was perplexed. The only being capable of effortlessly crushing him would likely be from the 10,000 Sword Sea. Lin Mu could never manage to summon such strength. He is an existence beyond your comprehension, and you lack the qualifications to know his identity. Lin Mu replied coolly. He not only desired Jun Xingxiao's demise, but also wished for him to die in despair. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Sun King fell silent, unwilling to accept his fate. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Even if that person is strong, can he truly surpass the might of the 10,000 Sword Sea's warriors? You must know that I have connections there. Even if you obliterate my yang veins today, once the warriors from the 10,000 Sword Sea arrive, you will still meet your end. At this proclamation, Lin Mu was taken aback, only to then display a mocking expression on his face. Jun Xingxiao, do you not find it absurd that you speak thus at this juncture? Long before your Yang lineage took action, our two bloodlines had already been locked in an endless struggle. Even if we, the Yin lineage, perish at the hands of the Sea of 10,000 Swords, it would still be worth it to bring you Yang lineage down with us. The heavenly Yang Holy King's eyes glimmered with fury. With that, Lin Mu disregarded Jun Xingxiao and turned his attention to the members of the Yin lineage. All those of the Yin lineage, heed my command. The Yang lineage has been sealed. Those who seek vengeance may act freely. Let them pay back for all the wrongs they have inflicted upon you over the years. As his words fell, the surviving members of the Yin lineage erupted with a thunderous roar. They swiftly charged onto the Holy Heaven Square, commencing an inhumane assault upon the Yang lineage. Curse you! Isn't your Yang lineage rather arrogant? Dare to shout now? Laugh! Why have you ceased your laughter? Is it true that those of the Yang lineage are born without the capacity for joy? I'll help you remove that unnecessary tongue. Shout! Where is your spirit? Where is your ferocity? Massive fists rained down upon the Yang lineage, blades flashing as arms and legs were severed, blood spraying everywhere. Before long, the entire Holy Heaven Square was filled with heart-wrenching cries and wails, the sounds echoing endlessly around them. No, how could this happen? How could the Lord of the Manor be defeated? Who is that person? How could he surpass even the Lord of the Manor? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone save me. I refuse to believe this. It must be a lie. Fear and despair engulfed the Yang lineage, their hearts and minds filled with dread as sword energy pierced their limbs amidst their struggles. Yixiaoyao, you are ruthless. Even the heavenly Yang Holy King trembled at this sight, realizing that his fate would be even more tragic than theirs. Chapter 69. Sending you on your way, old friend. Ruthless? Cultivation is but a form of plunder. The crux lies in who your ruthlessness targets. If your Yang lineage starts the first day, do not blame me for retaliating with the 15th. Do you remember the blood prison we ventured into years ago? To be frank, I acquired a blood sacrifice technique there, capable of refining a person from flesh to soul into the purest energy. However, this technique is harmful to heaven and earth, which is why I have never spoken of it or utilized it. Now, it shall be perfectly suited for your Yang lineage. Do not blame me, although you may try. It will be futile. You of the Yang lineage shall compensate us of the Yin lineage with everything you possess. Lin Mu spoke coldly, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. But before that, I have a grand gift for you. Lin Mu glanced at Jun Xingxiao, whom he had pinned underfoot, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. As his words echoed, Lin Mu opened his palm, summoning several black, conical spikes into existence. Soul-piercing nails. The moment these black spikes appeared, Jun Xingxiao's face twitched violently, his eyes widening in terror. Excellent. Since you recognize them, I need not elaborate further. Upon witnessing Jun Shengxiao's dismal state, Lin Mu could not help but smile with satisfaction. The so-called soul destruction nail derives its potency from the very essence of the term soul, capable of directly affecting any being's spirit, consciousness, or life source, inflicting a soul-rending agony that transcends corporeal pain, igniting an indescribable sensation of torment. It is certain to render existence unbearable. Yixiaoyao, dare you gaze upon this sinisterly emanating soul-destruction nail? Jun Shengxiao faltered. With a swift motion, Lin Mu unleashed the soul-destruction nail, driving it deeply into the limbs, forehead, dantian, and heart of Jun Shengxiao. A howl, an agonizing wail beyond the realm of human articulation, erupted violently from Jun Shengxiao's lips. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of his throat, torn from him with a brutal ferocity, mingled with searing blood and shattered soul, piercing enough to rupture eardrums. Simultaneously, Jun Shengxiao's face blanched like parchment, his body curling on the ground, every inch of skin convulsing uncontrollably. The veins, a ghastly shade of bluish purple, bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, as if on the verge of bursting, while his eyes rolled back in terror, leaving only the whites visible, the depths of his pupils swirling with countless particles of despair. Indeed, Jun Shengxiao's screams drowned out the collective voices of all those attuned to the yang veins nearby, sending ripples of disquiet through their very souls, plunging them into a daze. With several more soul destruction nails piercing Jun Shengxiao's body, a piercing shriek, imbued with boundless malice and despair, soared into the heavens, sending chills down the spines of all those connected to the yang veins. As time elapsed, Jun Shengxiao's once resplendent golden locks began to fade, losing their luster, turning brittle and gray. His skin started to wither, transforming him from a robust middle-aged man into a withered husk, as if draped in desiccated skin. Observing that Jun Shengxiao was on the brink of demise, Lin Mu extracted the soul destruction nails. All of the Yin Vein practitioners, heed my command. Reverse the flow of your Yin Vein techniques and cultivate Yang spiritual power. With a thunderous order, all Yin Vein practitioners promptly settled into position, commencing the reverse operation of their techniques. In tandem, Lin Mu formed seals with his hands, conjuring a spectral outline of immense white bones intertwined with writhing dark purple runes, manifesting the blood sacrifice formation. Tianchen, come assist me. However, as the formation solidified, Lin Mu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After all, he could currently only harness the power of a sovereign. Thus, he required Tianchen's aid. No sooner had he spoken than Tianchen appeared, landing behind Lin Mu and infusing him with a continuous stream of spiritual energy. Though Tianchen was not at his peak, he still possessed the strength of a sage, sufficient for establishing the blood sacrifice formation. Moments later, as the blood sacrifice formation fully materialized, all practitioners of the yang veins within its confines sensed a profound anomaly. What is this? No, my vital energy is depleting. Not merely the vitality, but my hands. Oh no, my feet. Initially, those of the yang veins merely sensed the depletion of their internal energy. However, as time progressed, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Their bodies, every inch of their skin, began to burst apart, transforming into a sanguine mist that surged into the blood-red array enveloping them, until it metamorphosed into strands of pure energy, consumed by the practitioners of the Yin veins. Demons, you are demons. You are not human. Madmen, how dare you employ such diabolical and inhumane methods? You are deserving of 1,000 deaths. I implore you, spare me. I renounce the yang veins. Is that not enough? To the anguished cries and wails of the yang practitioners, none paid heed. The practitioners of the Yin veins were wholly absorbed in utilizing this energy, as Lin Mu had instructed, to mend their own deficiencies. With a sudden gasp, this scene caused Jun Shengxiao to black out momentarily. A mouthful of old blood spewed forth, and he grew increasingly feeble. Yixiaoyao, I see it now. You have not completely neutralized the poison of the dragon grass. Ha ha ha. Though I know not what method you employed to suppress its venom, you shall never breach the realm of the monarch in this lifetime. And do not even entertain thoughts of regaining your status as a holy king. Jun Shengxiao smirked sinisterly, finally relishing the opportunity to mock Yixiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu shuddered slightly. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter, even to the point of hearty guffaws. What are you laughing at? Jun Shengxiao's expression faltered at Lin Mu's peculiar demeanor. He had finally found a reason to console himself. How could Lin Mu still find joy in this moment? I laugh at your foolishness, Jun Xingxiao. I have aged. The future belongs to the youth. After today, the Yin veins shall rise anew. The talent of my grandson is sufficient to rival that of the Holy Sun. What more could I desire? Have you forgotten one thing? Even if I remain merely at the monarch realm, I am still alive. Perhaps, with some fortuitous encounter in the future, I might yet cling to life for several more years. I can enjoy familial happiness. While the dreams of you young practitioners have shattered, all has turned to naught. Lin Mu's words struck Jun Xingxiao like a heavy hammer, extinguishing the flicker of pride that had just ignited within him. In an instant, Jun Xingxiao's visage twisted in anguish, his eyes wept blood. I send you on your way, old friend. With the thunderous tremor of the blood sacrifice array, all young practitioners, including Jun Xingxiao, instantly erupted. In that fleeting moment, a vast and overwhelming pure energy flooded the entire array. Chapter 70, Dual Kings. Tianchen, you too shall enter. The blood sacrifice array had been completed, and all the young practitioners had been transformed into energy. Lin Mu promptly urged Tianchen to enter and absorb the energy. Father, what about you? Upon hearing this, Tianchen hesitated. He had overheard the exchange between Jun Xingxiao and his father, which indicated that his father might forever be limited to the monarch realm due to the suppressed poison of the dragon grass within him. However, regrettably, what his father could not resolve, he too could not hope to remedy. In fact, this poison was entirely unfamiliar to him. Enough of this. Quickly, enter. As Tianchen hesitated, Lin Mu's expression hardened, and he admonished him sternly. Only then did Tianchen leap into the blood sacrifice formation. A resonant hum emanated from the array. From the outside, one could observe the crimson energy of the blood sacrifice being incessantly absorbed by the practitioners of the Yin vein, their auras gradually ascending. Moreover, a swirling mass of white spiritual energy enveloped them, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that these white energies were intertwined with wisps of golden spiritual power. The two types of spiritual energy were inherently distinct. If the white energy belonged to Yin, the golden energy was representative of Yang. Typically, such a phenomenon is rare, as the presence of multiple spiritual attributes within one's body complicates cultivation and mastery. Yet, for the practitioners of the Yin vein, the golden Yang energy did not evoke discomfort or rejection. Rather, it enriched the quality of their spiritual power. This exemplified Lin Mu's assertion of Yin giving rise to Yang, and the coexistence of both. Ding. Detection of the Holy Tianfu's Yang vein's annihilation. The Yin vein reclaims the Holy Tianfu. The host has completed the task, and the rewards have been automatically placed into the system space. Would you like to open them? Upon the golden platform, Lin Chen listened to the familiar voice of the system echoing in his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Open it. He had no pressing matters at hand and gestured for the system to unveil the recently awarded package. Received. Initiating opening. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Reward 1. The national fortune of DU is enhanced 100-fold. Reward 2. The spiritual power of the DU Holy Dynasty is elevated 10-fold. Reward 3. The 99 Heavenly Profound Array is upgraded to a Saint King level formation, capable of withstanding Saint King level attacks. Reward 4. 10 million top-grade Spirit Stones. Reward 5. 5 Eternal Poison Avoidance Pills. These pills can neutralize all poisons. Upon consumption, one becomes immune to all toxins, cleansing the body of any poison. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the rewards from the system. He first extracted the Spirit Stones, placing them into a storage ring before handing it to Nailin Yinran. This is for you. What? Nailin Yinran was momentarily taken aback as Lin Chen unexpectedly offered her the storage ring, yet instinctively accepted it. However, upon discerning the contents, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a staggering 10 million top-grade Spirit Stones. She had yet to exhaust the Spirit Stones given by their royal family during the betrothal, and now she was presented with such an immense quantity. A sum of 10 million top-grade Spirit Stones was no trivial amount, even for the DU Holy Dynasty. Was Lin Chen treating the national treasury as his personal vault? What's wrong? Is it insufficient? Lin Chen inquired, noticing Nailin Yinran's momentary daze. For someone like Nailin Yinran, who had been reborn, cultivation resources were paramount, while techniques were secondary. As long as she had ample resources, she could nearly return to her former pinnacle without hindrance, albeit the time required varied. No, it's more than enough. Truly. It was only upon hearing Lin Chen's voice again that Nalin Yinran snapped back to reality, gazing at him in disbelief. Observing the situation, Lin Chen smiled and said, "If it is insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me." Nalin Yinran gently nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt, but upon reflection, they were now officially husband and wife. What was there to be embarrassed about? With this thought in mind, Nalin Yinran unapologetically gathered the spirit stones in her possession. After bestowing the spirit stones, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the several elixirs within the system space. If memory served him correctly, Lin Mu had been afflicted by a peculiar poison. Since this task was connected to Lin Mu, it was evident that he needed to be accounted for. Thus, Lin Chen retrieved a Wanjia detoxification pill, intending to present it to Lin Mu. At that moment, the blood sacrifice formation abruptly trembled, and fissures began to manifest upon its surface. This was dire. Witnessing this, Lin Mu, standing outside the formation, changed his expression. The immense energy within was clearly overwhelming, causing the blood sacrifice formation to begin collapsing. The predominant source of this energy was undoubtedly the formidable cultivation and vital force of Jun Shengshao. The members of the Yin vein were still trapped inside, and if the formation were to explode now, they might suffer dire consequences. What to do? Due to the toxicity within him, Lin Mu was incapable of absorbing this energy. However, allowing the blood sacrifice formation to detonate would yield catastrophic repercussions. Lin Lao, consume it. Just as Lin Mu was at a loss, Lin Chen's voice reached him from behind. Turning around, Lin Mu saw Lin Chen tossing an object towards him. Upon catching it, he realized it was an elixir. What kind of elixir was this? The moment the pill touched his hand, Lin Mu felt a profound resonance, as if his body instinctively yearned for it. There was no time to inquire about the nature of the elixir. He trusted that Lin Chen had no intention of harming him, as he would not have gone to such lengths to save the members of the Yin vein otherwise. Boom. The instant the elixir entered his mouth, an exceptionally pure medicinal force surged through him, accompanied by an enticing fragrance. He soon felt the long-repressed poison of the poison dragon grass within him dissolve and disintegrate at an astonishing pace. The blocked meridians within his body opened up, and an unparalleled sensation of relief flooded through him. The poison of the poison dragon grass was gone. Vanished. Ha ha ha. In that moment, Lin Mu let out a triumphant roar toward the heavens, tears of joy streaming down his face. The remnants of poison that had plagued him for so many years had been utterly eradicated. In that instant, Lin Chen transcended the status of a mere prince or powerful being in Lin Mu's eyes. He resembled a divine entity, omnipotent and celestial. Thank you, Your Highness, for this miraculous gift. Without hesitation, Lin Mu knelt, bowing deeply to Lin Chen. Crack. Another sound echoed from the blood sacrifice formation. Realizing the urgency, Lin Mu no longer hesitated, transforming into a beam of light and dashing into the formation, where he began to circulate his internal techniques. In an instant, nearly 90% of the energy within the blood sacrifice formation converged towards Lin Mu's body, stabilizing the formation that had been on the verge of shattering. A brief period has passed, and the energy of the blood sacrifice formation has been exhausted. Two formidable auras surged into the sky, their momentum reaching the heavens. These were the presences of two Saint Kings. Boom, boom. These two auras, akin to the faith of the followers of the shadowed heavenly manor, provided them with boundless inspiration. One of these presences was naturally Lin Mu, who had already attained the 5th level of the Saint King realm, though he had only recovered to the 3rd level of the Saint King realm through the blood sacrifice formation. The poison of the poison dragon grass within him had been resolved. From this day forth, he would be unshackled. Restoring to the 5th level of the Saint King realm was merely a matter of time, and moreover, he held the potential for further advancement. At this moment, the most immediate sensation Lin Mu imparted to the crowd was the overwhelming vitality and vast strength emanating from his being. He had undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding his aged appearance to reveal a middle-aged man with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in a flowing azure robe, standing tall like a verdant pine. The other aura belonged to Yi Tianqin. Not only had he fully recovered, but he had also experienced a breakthrough, truly achieving the 1st level of the Saint King realm. Although he had only just entered the Saint King realm, he had already transcended the Saint realm. Even the pinnacle of the Saint realm posed no challenge to him at this moment. Congratulations, esteemed lineage master. Congratulations, lineage master. The followers of the shadowed veins erupted in jubilant cheers, their eyes alight with ecstatic joy as they beheld the two Saint King powerhouses. After Lin Mu's disappearance, Tianqian had been regarded as the new lineage master by these followers, and now that Lin Mu had returned, they referred to him as the esteemed lineage master. Feeling the explosive power coursing through him and witnessing the cheers and shouts of the shadowed veins below, Lin Mu's expression became momentarily dazed. Just a few days ago, no. Just yesterday, he had never imagined he would one day return to the shadowed heavenly manor, let alone regain his strength. All of this was thanks to the figure atop the golden platform. In the past, Lin Chen had saved his life, and now, Lin Chen had saved them all. This father-son duo was indeed the living embodiment of his lineage, his very parents in this world. Tianqian, the shadowed heavenly manor is entrusted to you. From now on, you shall be the new lineage master. Lin Mu turned to Tianqian and spoke. Father, why? Since you have returned, you naturally remain the master of our shadowed veins. Tianqian questioned, perplexed. In response, Lin Mu shook his head with a smile. You have now acquired the qualifications to lead the lineage, and I am proud of you. He then glanced in Lin Chen's direction and continued. Moreover, not only have you saved the lives of our shadowed veins, but I also vowed when I was saved by the great Emperor Yu that for the rest of my life, I would be a servant of Yu in life and a ghost of Yu in death. How could I go back on my word? I will soon depart for the Yu Holy Dynasty, while you shall lead our people to restore the shadowed heavenly manor to its former glory. This is the wish of Jun Shengxiao, but it is also a deep-seated conviction of my own, albeit he chose a rather extreme method. As he spoke, Lin Mu's eyes dimmed slightly. Once, they united their forces to confront their adversaries, not only the Eastern Emperor sect, but also other powers from various realms. Perhaps it was the dual pressure from the Eastern wilderness and the outside world that compelled Jun Shengxiao to embark on this path. However, it is too late to lament now. What has transpired cannot be altered. Nevertheless, you may find it beyond your capabilities. The future hinges upon Xiao Wushuang. With this thought, Lin Mu cast a disdainful glance at Tianqian and spoke candidly. By the way, father, the Yang vein has been extinguished, but what about the Eastern Emperor's sect? Since his father intended for him to assume the role of the vein leader, there was no need for further hesitation. He shifted the conversation toward the Eastern Emperor's sect. Although the practitioners of the Yin vein controlled the Holy Heaven Palace, their overall strength could not compare to that of the Eastern Emperor's sect. Should the Eastern Emperor's sect launch an assault at this moment, they might not withstand it. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Mu chuckled. You need not worry about that. Focus on reorganizing the Holy Heaven Palace. As for the sect's grand formation, if they truly seek trouble, they will not breach it easily. When the time comes, send word to me, and I shall return. As he spoke, Lin Mu inadvertently glanced in a certain direction, sensing a familiar aura there. It seemed that everything that had just unfolded had been witnessed by someone concealed within the void. With this thought, a faint smile graced Lin Mu's lips. Does that not frighten you? Indeed. Tianqian nodded. With his father's reassurance, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Subsequently, Lin Mu relayed a few more matters before returning to Lin Chen and the others. I am truly grateful for your highness's assistance today. You are the savior of our entire Yin vein. From this day forth, whether it be traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames, as long as your highness requests, we at the Holy Heaven Palace shall not flinch. Lin Mu once again knelt before Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Rise. In truth, he held little regard for the strength of the Holy Heaven Palace. For the Yu imperial clan, surpassing the Holy Heaven Palace was merely a matter of time. However, Lin Mu's attitude pleased him greatly. After standing, Lin Mu paused and frowned slightly. Your Highness, there is a matter I must report. Speak. Jun Shengxiao had once ventured to the myriad sword sea in his youth, a colossal entity far surpassing the Eastern wilderness, where even holy kings were merely considered mid-tier experts. At that time, by sheer chance, Jun Shengxiao had aided a powerful figure from the myriad sword sea, and as a result, that individual had granted him a favor, promising to assist them once during a critical moment for their Yang vein. It is likely that before his demise, Jun Shengxiao had already made contact with the myriad sword sea. It wouldn't be long before someone from there arrived in the Eastern wilderness. Now that the Yang vein has been obliterated, they would surely act out of courtesy. Thus, Lin Mu refrained from elaborating further, trusting that Lin Chen would understand. This time, Lin Mu displayed no trace of previous anxiety, and as he had anticipated, Lin Chen bore no signs of concern upon hearing this news. The myriad sword sea? If that is the case, let us await their arrival here. The journey requires another round trip. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Initially, he intended to return after concluding matters here. However, since there were those who lacked discernment, he certainly would not let them off easily. Upon the boundless sea, two magnificent beams of sword light sliced through the surface, instantly parting the waters and conjuring towering waves. Both the surging tides and the underlying sword intent resonated throughout the vast expanse. Buzz! The two beams of sword light transformed into figures, each standing upon a long sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of sword intent that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. To the left stood an elder with dark golden hair, resembling a lion, his expression grave and his gaze sharp. Beside him was a young man clad in lavish attire. The youth stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze intense, his tall stature radiating an impressive demeanor. Chapter 72. The Decision of the Eastern Emperor's Sect. Old Chu, what is that place called again? The Eastern Wasteland, right? The voice of the young man was deep as he stole a glance at the elder beside him. The elder replied, Indeed, Zhao Jianzi, it is the Eastern Wasteland. Among the surrounding realms, it can only be considered moderate. Moderate? How can a realm of such status be associated with the Grand Sword Elder? How could it compel the Grand Sword Elder to speak personally? Upon hearing this, the young man scoffed, clearly skeptical. What Zhao Jianzi does not realize is that it is merely a stroke of luck for the people of that small place. They inadvertently assisted the Grand Sword Elder years ago, earning a favor in return. If it weren't for that messaging stone sounding in public, the Grand Sword Elder likely wouldn't even remember this matter, let alone arrange anything. It might as well have been forgotten. The elder explained. By the way, Jianzi, with the first battle of the Yuan realm imminent, why are you wasting time on this instead of solidifying your cultivation? Hearing this, the young man displayed a hint of helplessness on his face. No matter how much I train, I cannot catch up to those two fellows. Moreover, the slots for participation are limited, and one of them is already predetermined. The remaining slot will most likely go to one of the first two sword bearers. Are you referring to that individual? A flicker of shock crossed the elder's eyes. What do you think? The young man rolled his eyes and continued. I have encountered a bottleneck lately, and I might as well take this opportunity to relax. Though the Eastern Wasteland pales in comparison to our 10,000 sword sea, some of the village girls there are rather attractive. Engaging with them might prove to be quite a delightful diversion. Indeed, with your status, those young ladies would surely be eager to present themselves before you, awaiting your favor. The elder chuckled in agreement. This notion was hardly surprising to him. It seemed this was not the first time the young man had indulged in such pursuits. Please, it's merely for amusement. Do you expect this sword-bearer to take responsibility for them? The young man's eyes flashed with disdain. To him, having the favor of a woman from such a modest place would be the highlight of her life. Expecting him to be accountable? What a dream. The elder could not help but chuckle softly. The next moment, however, he composed his expression and turned to say, Jianzi, we have arrived at the Eastern Wasteland. Before the two individuals stood a hazy curtain of light, which only manifested at the very edges of each realm, effectively isolating these domains and concealing their true nature. This ethereal veil, however, bore no offensive or defensive capabilities. At best, it served merely as an illusionary barrier. Whoosh! Two beams of sword light pierced through the curtain, transforming into streaks of luminescence as they penetrated into the Eastern Desolation realm. In the Eastern Emperor sect, at the entrance of the Eastern Emperor Palace, the sect leader, the Eastern Emperor Saint King, gazed into the distance with profound eyes, a hint of trepidation flickering within his blood-tinted gaze. He had merely intended to covertly observe the happenings at the Holy Heaven Mansion, curious as to what could cause the Sun King to panic so intensely. To his astonishment, he witnessed the destruction of the Holy Heaven Mansion. Yet, to label it as mere destruction would be inaccurate. A more fitting description would be the resurgence of the Yin vein, reclaiming its rightful dominance over the Holy Heaven Mansion. Each revelation was enough to leave him utterly astounded. Even the formidable Sun King, who he himself was uncertain he could defeat, had been ruthlessly subdued and annihilated without a chance to retaliate. More bizarre still was the fact that the presumed deceased master of the Yin vein, Yi Xiaoyao, was not only alive but had returned with a terrifying ally, posing a dimensional threat not just to Jun Shengxiao, but to the entire Eastern Desolation realm. The presence of a 7th-level Saint King before him seemed no different from that of an ant. Where on earth had Yi Xiaoyao found such a powerful being? Surely, they had reached the realm of the Saint Emperor, mused the Eastern Emperor Saint King. Suddenly, a dark figure swept past, materializing before the Eastern Emperor Saint King. It was none other than Jiang Junjian, the deputy sect leader. Father, what has happened that you summoned me so urgently? Jiang Junjian inquired. Jun Shengxiao is dead. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Junjian gasped in disbelief, momentarily suspecting he had misheard, even rubbing his ears for clarity. Yet, upon seeing his father's grave expression, devoid of any jest, he reluctantly accepted this grim reality. How could this be? Who could possibly kill him? Even you, father, lack absolute certainty in defeating him. To say Jun Shengxiao is the strongest in the Eastern Desolation would not be an exaggeration, Jiang Junjian asserted. The Eastern Emperor Saint King replied solemnly. I do not know who this person is, but they are certainly not from the Eastern Desolation. Jun Shengxiao was utterly powerless against him. Now, the Holy Heaven Mansion is undergoing a monumental upheaval. The Yang vein has been obliterated, and the Yin vein has reclaimed control, with even Yi Xiaoyao, who was believed to be dead, returning to the Saint King level. At this, Jiang Yunjian's expression shifted again. So, this vanished, Yi Xiaoyao must have found some allies to eliminate Jun Shengxiao's faction? Indeed, the Eastern Emperor Saint King nodded. We should refrain from further expansion and avoid conflict with the Holy Heaven Mansion as much as possible. But what if they seek to subjugate or even annihilate our Eastern Emperor sect? Jiang Junjian asked. Given the formidable strength of the Holy Tianfu, they dare not provoke them. However, one cannot guarantee that others will not seek trouble. Thus, they must bow down, the Eastern Emperor Holy King declared. Jiang Junjian remarked. Yet, it is evident that the Eastern Emperor Holy King was not jesting. Continuing, kneeling may allow one to survive. Only by witnessing the scene firsthand could one truly grasp the vast disparity between the two parties. Even if they were to muster the entire might of the Eastern Emperor sect, it would be impossible to shake that individual in the slightest. Indeed, at this moment, how could Jiang Junjian remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation? He understood his father. Even the Heavenly Son Holy King could not compel him to submit. And the current circumstances indicated that the opposing force had grown so powerful that his father harbored no thoughts of resistance. Go forth, convey the orders. The Eastern Emperor Holy King gestured, intending for Jiang Junjian to depart. Suddenly, at that moment, two beams of celestial sword energy pierced the heavens, shattering and tearing through the cloud layers, descending directly downward. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire eastern wilderness had become engulfed in a tempest of sword intent. Despite the considerable distance, both the Eastern Emperor Holy King and Jiang Junjian could still sense the resounding echoes of sword intent in their ears. Sword intent. Sword cultivators. A flicker of horror crossed Jiang Yunjian's eyes. Such pure sword intent could only emanate from sword cultivators. Beside him, the Eastern Emperor Holy King gazed at the two towering sword figures in the sky, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, "People from the myriad sword sea? What brings them here? That direction is the Holy Tianfu." Chapter 73. How would you like to die? Swish. An elderly man and a young boy, standing upon a colossal sword, descended above the Holy Tianfu. They were none other than the two individuals from the myriad sword sea. This must be the place, the elder murmured softly. Immediately after, a terrifyingly oppressive force erupted from the elder's being, causing the structures surrounding the Holy Tianfu to crumble into dust in an instant. Individuals from the myriad sword sea, you insignificant ants, why do you not hurry out to pay your respects? The elder's gaze blazed with intensity, casting a haughty look down upon the Holy Tianfu. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Who are these two? Why have they forcefully intruded upon our Holy Tianfu? So powerful. This elder is likely even stronger than our sect leader. This pressure was merely a casual display from the elder, yet it rendered the disciples of the Holy Tianfu unable to move, collapsing to the ground. Some of the weaker ones even coughed up blood. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure flashed into the scene, landing before everyone and bowing towards the two individuals, saying, "I, Tianchen, pay my respects to the two esteemed lords. First level of the Holy King realm." The elder seems to recall someone named Jun Shengxiao. Upon hearing this, the elder frowned slightly and then inquired, "Where's Jun Shengxiao?" His voice, somewhat cold, carried an air of intimidation. However, he was unconcerned. Even if this individual were merely a lowly first-level Holy King, the strongest in the eastern wilderness would still bow and pay their respects in his presence. Without relying on strength, merely their status within the 10,000 Sword Sea is sufficient to instill fear in the so-called strong ones of the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing this, Etianshan secretly thought to himself that trouble was brewing. Indeed, these two had come seeking Jun Shengshao. However, at this moment, Jun Shengshao, along with the entire Sun Pulse, had been utterly annihilated by them, leaving no opportunity for a meeting. Thus, Etianshan discreetly conveyed the news to his father. Noticing Etianshan's hesitation, the elder exhibited visible impatience, unleashing a wave of pressure that directly bore down on him. Etianshan felt as if he were crushed under an immense weight, and then he plummeted onto the Holy Heaven Plaza, a sweet taste rising in his throat. Seeking death. Just as the elder was about to strike Etianshan down with a single blow, three figures emerged from the void, standing against the elder and his companion. Ding! Detected the presence of a first-level Saint Emperor stronghold nearby. The hostess cultivation level has automatically risen to first-level Saint Emperor. The arrivals were naturally Lin Chen and his companions. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Chen smiled. Jun Shengshao is dead. You two may leave now. Lin Mu spoke first. What did you say? The elder's eyes flared with anger upon hearing this. He was not particularly concerned for Jun Shengshao's life. Rather, since he had come, he had not completed his task. If this were to be reported back, it would be a minor embarrassment for him. But if the great sword elder were to lose face before others, he would at the very least be skinned alive. Nevertheless, with matters having reached this point, he had no other viable options. The only course of action was to eliminate them all. After all, it was unlikely that those individuals would come wandering into the eastern wilderness. Then you shall all die. As he spoke, the elder slightly raised his hand, unleashing a power that surpassed that of the Saint King. A Saint Emperor? Upon sensing this power, Lin Mu's expression changed. The Saint Emperor realm was a level that the major powers of the eastern wilderness could only dream of attaining. Just as the elder was about to strike down, the youth beside him spoke up. Wait. Sword child, do you have any instructions? The elder halted his actions and turned to inquire. Leave that girl behind. Following the direction indicated by the elegantly dressed youth, the elder's gaze fell upon a young maiden clad in a dark-hued gown. The girl was indeed stunning. With a few more years, she might become a breathtaking beauty, exuding an aloof charm, which explained why the youth had taken an interest in her. Such beauty was a rare commodity, even within their 10,000 Sword Sea. The elder immediately grasped the youth's intent and smiled, nodding in agreement. Rest assured, sword child. This old man will deliver her safely into your hands. Also leave that young man behind. The youth coldly laughed, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. He had naturally noticed Lin Chen and Nalin Yinyan holding hands, having already deemed Nalin Yinyan as his next prey for amusement. Lin Chen's very presence was a defilement of his quarry. Thus, he chose to first humiliate the individual before extinguishing their life. As you command, the elder replied. The conversation between the two lacked any discretion, allowing Lin Chen and his companions to overhear every word with ease. Those who court death shall find it. Lin Mu mused inwardly. Upon hearing their exchange, he realized that these two would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. As expected, no sooner had their words faded than Lin Mu sensed an overwhelming chill emanating from beside him. Old Lin immediately summoned someone to capture a few frenzied beasts. Lin Chen commanded coldly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Sensing Lin Mu might misinterpret his intent, Lin Chen added, make sure they are male. Understood. With that, Lin Mu vanished from sight. Still attempting to flee? Witnessing Lin Mu's departure, the elder erupted in fury, intent on blocking his escape. However, unexpectedly, a figure materialized before them in an instant. In that moment, the elder's pupils constricted sharply. This person's speed was so astonishing that he had no time to react. Just as he opened his mouth, a resounding slap struck his face. In the next instant, the elder was reduced to a mist of blood, unable to defend himself. The gust of wind carried the crimson mist toward the face of the elegantly dressed youth, staining it with a vivid scarlet hue. Is he dead? The image of a sage-level elder being turned into a sanguine fog remained frozen in the mind of the elegantly attired youth. At that moment, his thoughts were a blank slate. An icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, instantly paralyzing his limbs, rendering his eyes immobile and his neck rigid, fixated on the dispersing blood mist that still reeked of iron. This was a veritable sage-level existence. Nearly invincible in this eastern wilderness, How could someone slay him? More importantly, how dared they? How dare you set your sights on my wife? Do you wish to meet your demise? Lin Chen's frigid voice sent the elegantly dressed youth into a state of terror. What do you intend to do? He stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 74. The Fourth Sword Master. I am the fourth sword master of the Sea of 10,000 Swords. My grandfather is the fourth elder of the Sea of 10,000 Swords. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will be at odds with the entire Sea of 10,000 Swords. Do not think that just because you are a sage, the entire eastern wilderness would not be reduced to ashes because of you. The youth's voice quivered, and though fear gripped his heart, his instinct for survival compelled him to suppress it and speak. Unaware of the peril you face, Lin Chen shook his head with a cold smile, his eyes radiating an astonishing chill. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of threads of spiritual energy manifested before him, transforming into numerous small hooks. He then flicked his fingers, and those countless spiritual hooks swiftly penetrated the youth's body, stirring beneath his skin. In an instant, a piercing scream, unlike any human cry, shattered the tranquility of the holy heaven square. Beneath the resplendent attire of the youth, faint crimson lines were discernible on his skin. In almost no time, his complexion turned pale, his eyes widened in terror, blood vessels engorged, and his entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Veins bulged upon his forehead and neck, cold sweat drenched his form, and the excruciating pain caused his body to contort involuntarily. As Lin Chen slightly raised his right hand and gently clenched it, a soft pop echoed, and those ethereal hooks of energy surged from within him, tearing out countless fragments of flesh, meridians, and shattered bones. Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones being forcefully pried from flesh, the youth's body convulsed violently. Crashing to the ground with a dull thud, his throat emitted raspy gasps. The initial scream was stifled by agony, leaving only the wheezing breaths of a dying creature. Blood gushed forth from his skin, staining his exquisite garments a deep crimson, ultimately pooling beneath him into a blinding scarlet puddle. His terrified and despairing eyes fixated upon Lin Chen, trembling violently. Did you think this was the end? A faint voice once again escaped Lin Chen's lips, causing the last flicker of anger in the youth's gaze to be completely supplanted by sheer terror. Then, Lin Chen waved his hand over a storage artifact, producing several emerald green pills that appeared in his palm. Under Lin Chen's manipulation of spiritual energy, the pills accurately found their way into the youth's mouth. Upon ingestion, an overwhelming and tyrannical vitality erupted instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the flesh around the youth's wounds began to writhe and grow at an observable rate. Tender granulations sprouted wildly, attempting to cover the exposed injuries. However, this process of healing itself became a new form of torment. Consequently, the youth's body convulsed once more, far more violently than before, not merely from the pain of tearing, but as if millions of red-hot needles were frantically piercing through the seams of his bones and the nerve endings of the newly formed flesh. He opened his mouth wide, yet no sound emerged. Blood mixed with saliva flowed down his chin, leaving only a silent, desperate scream echoing within his chest, while cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. Though his wounds were healing, there was no trace of joy in his eyes, only a profound, bone-deep terror and pleading. He understood all too well what this meant. This vitality was undoubtedly the prelude to a new round of torment. As expected, before his body could fully recover, countless ethereal hooks plunged into him once again, precisely repeating the act of tearing at his flesh. No, I beg you, kill me, just kill me. Finally, the youth found a fleeting moment to catch his breath amidst the suffocating pain, managing to reclaim a shred of voice, raspy, broken, and laden with a heavy sob. His gaze had completely dulled, leaving only pure, animalistic fear. The tremors of the body never ceased, intensifying with the foreknowledge of the impending agony. At that moment, the surrounding disciples of the Holy Celestial Court turned pale, their scalps tingling with dread, instinctively retreating several steps. Fortunately, it was not their own torment they were witnessing. Otherwise, they might have regretted their arrival in this world. Would they truly end your life so easily? That would be far too lenient. The real spectacle had yet to unfold. Lin Chen cast a cold sneer at the elegantly dressed youth, his icy gaze sweeping over him as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Your Highness, the demonic beasts have arrived. Just then, Lin Mu returned to Lin Chen's side. Behind him loomed a barrier of spiritual energy, within which were 7 demonic beasts, each the size of 2 men. There were pig demons, monkey demons, wolf demons, fox demons, and others. They all shared a singular trait. They were in a state of heat, their eyes ablaze with madness, confusion, and a crimson hue. At that moment, their minds were consumed solely by primal instinct. Their savage attributes were laid bare. This scene caused the female disciples present to blush furiously, shrieking as they shielded their eyes with their hands. Nalan Yinran also felt her cheeks flush, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen before turning away. "Leave it to me," Lin Chen said nonchalantly. "No, no, no." Upon witnessing the frenzied beasts, the elegantly dressed youth fell into utter despair, his voice breaking into sobs. In the next instant, Lin Chen used his spiritual power to lift the youth and cast him into the barrier of light. When the lust-driven beasts caught sight of the youth's delicate form, their crimson eyes burned with even greater intensity, akin to encountering an exquisite female beast. They surged forward, each vying to be the first. A chilling scream echoed throughout the holy celestial court, accompanied by the heavy panting of the beasts. This horrific spectacle nearly induced vomiting among the male disciples, some clenching their bodies tightly, fearing they might suffer a similar fate. Meanwhile, a few bolder female disciples dared to part their fingers just enough to witness the unfolding chaos. Yet, after just a glimpse, they quickly covered their eyes once more. After a brief period, only the elegantly dressed youth, now lifeless with rolled-back eyes, remained, alongside the demonic beasts gradually regaining their senses. Upon recognizing the presence of a human, the restored beasts charged forward, tearing into him with ferocity. Ultimately, the youth became a mere meal for the beasts. Chapter 75, The Sword Ruins. Observing the grim fate of the two from the Sea of 10,000 Swords, Lin Mu felt a surge of shock mingled with worry. This signified that they had irrevocably antagonized the Sea of 10,000 Swords, and unless they possessed the power to counter it, the consequences would be unimaginable. While Lin Mu pondered these thoughts, Lin Chen waved his hand, and the corpse of the elegantly dressed youth, along with the demonic beasts, was instantaneously reduced to dust. "Lin Lao, you should return to Daiyu. Please inform my father that we shall not be returning for the time being," Lin Chen instructed Lin Mu. In the present day, Daiyu not only possesses a grand formation of the Sacred King level, but is also accompanied by the formidable Sacred King Lin Mu. Alleviating Lin Chen's concerns for their safety, having already provoked the myriad swords of the sea, it would be best to confront them directly. Refusing? A trivial matter. Furthermore, the system's function is to grow stronger in the face of adversity. Only by venturing into more formidable territories can his cultivation advance. As for personal training, that is an impossibility. "As you command. Your Highness, please exercise caution," Lin Mu respectfully replied upon hearing this. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded slightly, then grasped the hand of Nalan Yinran, and together they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing towards the direction of the myriad swords sea. At the heart of an endless ocean, a sword-shaped continent stands tall. This sea is known as the Myriad Swords Sea, and this land is referred to as the Sword Ruins. The closer one approaches the Sword Ruins, the denser and more magnificent the sword intent becomes, vast and overwhelming. It is said that the Myriad Swords Sea is a sacred ground for sword cultivation, with the Sword Ruins serving as the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The inhabitants of the Sword Ruins are all sword cultivators, each one a supreme being among swords, akin to dragons and phoenixes among men. They possess innate sword souls, allowing them not only to fly with swords but also to engage in fierce battles wielding their sword souls, capable of slaying foes from miles away with flying swords. At this moment, within a grand edifice in the Sword Ruins, several middle-aged men are seated atop the highest floor. The rooftop is adorned with a golden black plaque, intricately carved with the three characters of Jianyang Tower, depicting dragons and phoenixes in flight. Among these individuals, some are sipping tea, others engaged in chess, exchanging laughter and conversation. Beside them stand several young boys and girls, one of whom, clad in a pale yellow short skirt, nestles beside a beautiful matron, exuding charm and allure. On the other side, a strikingly handsome young man stands at the edge, bearing a heavy sword on his back, his countenance stern as he gazes downward, lost in thought. Beneath Jianyang Tower, nearly 100 people are gathered, including not only some prodigies, but also numerous elders of the Sword Ruins, all of whom hold significant influence within this realm. Today marks yet another occasion for the Sword Ruins to recruit disciples and embrace talent. These young aspirants hail from various domains beyond the Myriad Swords Sea, and only those who have awakened their sword souls possess the qualifications to enter the myriad swords sea and participate in the aptitude assessments at the sword ruins. Should their aptitude be deemed insufficient, they will be sent back, forfeiting their chance to join the sword ruins. Brother Yu Chen, it seems you have made another breakthrough. You must now be at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Suddenly, the girl in the pale yellow skirt exclaimed, looking towards the youth not far away with admiration. It's merely luck, but in comparison to your brother, I fall far short. The boy replied nonchalantly without turning around. My brother? He has been troubled lately. Bai Ji of the second sword is pursuing him relentlessly. They are likely engaged in their final contest right now. Whoever wins will secure the last spot for the first battle of the Yuan realm. Neither of them is willing to yield. The girl pouted. The first battle of the Yuan realm? I no longer have that opportunity. The boy murmured upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. The so-called realm of the meta, in simpler terms, refers to the upper realm. To merely participate in the first day of battle is already a monumental honor, a chance that anyone would yearn to seize. Alas, his prowess pales in comparison to those two. Oh, has that fellow Zhao Kaitai also emerged from his seclusion? It is strange that he is nowhere to be seen. Given his character, it would be uncharacteristic for him to refrain from making an appearance in such a setting. Speaking of Zhao Kaitai, a hint of disdain flickered in the girl's eyes. Thus her tone was less than cordial. Linner, how can you be so impolite? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman beside the girl furrowed her brow slightly and feigned reprimand. Zhao Kaitai, as mentioned by the girl, is the 4th sword son of their sword ruins, the most gifted among the current generation of the 4th lineage, and his father happens to be nearby, engaged in a game of chess with several others. The others present had also caught wind of the girl's remark, their expressions tightening slightly, yet they chose to disregard it. Zhao Kaitai? It seems he has accompanied Elder Chu Yuanxing to the realm. Wasn't he the Grand Sword Elder who requested Elder Chu Yuanxing to undertake that favor? A young man interjected, his gaze still fixed on the group of youths below who were undergoing assessments. What does that have to do with him? That fellow going to the realm is of no concern to me, he began, but was swiftly silenced by the icy glare from the beautiful woman beside him, prompting him to swallow the remainder of his words. Subsequently, the beautiful woman turned her attention to a slender man clad in a white robe, his hawkish nose accentuating his features. With an apologetic expression, she remarked, Your Highness, the Sword Emperor Zikuan, Linner is still young and speaks without restraint. Please do not take offense. Upon hearing this, the white-robed man chuckled awkwardly. No offense taken, young Linner speaks the truth. That lad Kaitai is indeed a bit wayward. When he returns, I shall have to give him a proper lesson. While the white-robed man harbored some reservations regarding the girl's comment, he chose not to express them. After all, quarreling with a young girl was beneath his dignity, and offending the first sword lineage was not an option for him. Oh dear, Brother Zikuan, you have lost. I concede. The white-robed man faced a gentleman in azure attire, whose complexion was as pale as jade. At that moment, as he placed a chess piece down, he burst into hearty laughter, having evidently secured a decisive victory over his opponent. Brother Shufan, you truly are formidable. Care for another round? Upon witnessing the outcome, the white-robed man shook his head with a wry smile. Both were sons of the 4 great sword elders of the sword ruins. The white-robed man was Zhao Zikuan, the son of the 4th sword elder, while the azure-clad gentleman was Yun Shufan, the second son of the Grand Sword Elder. Both possessed cultivation at the 1st level of the Holy Emperor realm. How about we take a turn to play around? On another side, 2 men savoring tea spoke up. One was robust, with a dark complexion, exuding an aura of ferocity, while the other, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, had long black hair cascading down and eyes that resembled 2 pools of thunder. They were respectively the sons of the 2nd and 3rd sword elders, Bai Tianxiong and Bai Taijun, both also at the 1st level of the Holy Emperor realm. That is certainly acceptable. With a faint smile, Yun Shufan prepared to rise. But at that moment, a man clad in a sword robe rushed forth, kneeling before the group, trembling slightly, and spoke. Esteemed sword emperors, the soul tokens of Elder Chu Yuanxing and the 4th sword master, left in the Sword Soul Palace, have shattered. Chapter 76. The Sword Comes. Boom. As these words echoed from the Sword Sun Tower, the man in a white robe, Zhao Zikuan, slammed his palm onto the stone chessboard before him. Instantly, the chessboard shattered, erupting into a cloud of white dust. Following this, an overwhelming aura surged from within him. Under this pressuring force, the messenger was propelled backward, violently colliding with a pillar, blood gushing from his mouth. "What did you say? Repeat that." Zhao Ziquan had risen, his hair whipping in the air, his eyes ablaze with endless fury. Upon hearing this, the man in the sword robe, suppressing the sweetness rising in his throat, reiterated, reporting to the Sword Emperor. "The soul tokens of Elder Chu Yuanqing and Zhao Kaidai have indeed shattered. Begone." Upon receiving confirmation, Zhao Ziquan roared, "Whoever dares to take my son's life shall face obliteration." The Sword Soul Palace served as a sanctuary for the preservation of life souls. Every newborn in the Sword Ruins had a strand of their life soul extracted and left within the Sword Soul Palace, allowing others to ascertain their life and death through the soul tokens. The news that the tokens of Chu Yuanqing and Zhao Kaidai had shattered signified their demise. "Brother Ziquan, do not be hasty. Could it be that the guardians of the Sword Soul Palace misjudged? Did not Chu Yuanqing and young Zhao venture into the realm? Chu Yuanqing is a veritable saint emperor. How could anyone in that domain pose a threat to them?" The man in green, Yin Shufan, attempted to console him. "We in the Sword Ruins stand atop the pinnacle of the entire wilderness immortal realm, the true apex of the food chain. Should we choose to act, even the combined forces of all realms and factions in the wilderness immortal realm would meet but one fate: utter annihilation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziquan, already teetering on the brink of fury, felt the urge to strike him down. After all, it was not his son who had perished, yet here he was advising calmness. Were it not for Yun Shufan's status as a fellow Sword Emperor and a notable figure of the first sword lineage, he might have already drawn his sword against this man. At that moment, a beautiful woman, Yun Shufan's wife, grasped his arm, shaking her head gently, signaling him to refrain from further words. "Report. 2 individuals have intruded upon our Sword Ruins, claiming to have slain 2 worthless beings from the 10,000 Sword Sea, and are now obstructed outside the Sword Ruins barrier." Suddenly, another man in a sword robe rushed in to deliver the news. "Excellent. Just splendid. As I was at a loss regarding where to find them, they audaciously sought me out in person. I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to slay the son of Zhao Ziquan." With a sinister laugh, Zhao Ziquan transformed into a beam of sword light and surged forth from the Sword Sun Tower. How dare they provoke the Sword Ruins? It seems such an occurrence has not transpired in millennia. I recall the last time a sovereign from a certain realm attempted to create trouble, they vanished overnight. Their entire clan wiped clean from existence. Upon receiving the report from the arriving individual, the others nearby exchanged incredulous glances, clearly taken aback. Nevertheless, they did not hesitate, leaping into action to follow suit. Such an act is a blatant provocation to the entirety of the Sword Ruins. Setting aside the matters involving Chu Yuanqing, the mere audacity of these 2 individuals necessitates a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, they may find it difficult to escape the sea of 10,000 swords. Outside the Sword Ruins, a man and a woman hovered in the air, resembling a pair of unparalleled beauties. These 2 were, of course, Lin Chen and Nailan Yinran. Their inability to enter was not due to incapacity, but rather a strategy of courtesy before conflict, as Lin Chen wished to gauge the attitude of the Sword Ruins. Should they prove obstinate, annihilation would be the course of action. Suddenly, a beam of white sword light erupted from the barrier of the Sword Ruins, transforming into a man clad in a flowing white robe. It was none other than Zhao Ziquan. However, upon seeing Lin Chen and his companion, Zhao Ziquan was momentarily taken aback. The youthfulness of these 2 was striking. It is relatively simple for a powerful individual to alter their appearance through various means, yet their essence remains unchanged. These 2 appeared no older than 20, yet they possessed the strength to slay a first-stage Saint Emperor like Chu Yuanqing. Nonetheless, Zhao Ziquan seemed disinclined to indulge in baseless conjecture, directly inquiring, "Are you the ones who killed my son and the elder of my Sword Ruins, Chu Yuanqing?" "If you refer to the 2 individuals who sought to harm me and had designs on my wife, then you are indeed correct," Lin Chen replied coolly. With these words, Zhao Ziquan realized he had obtained the answer he sought. Evidently, Chu Yuanqing had acted against these 2 under the orders of the Grand Sword Elder, while his son had set his sights on this young man's woman. Zhao Ziquan was fully aware of his son's nature. Such incidents were not without precedent. Although there had been previous intrusions into the Sword Ruins, he had discreetly dealt with them. While such matters were typically kept under wraps, many were aware of them. More often than not, people chose to turn a blind eye, which explained the disdain that had flashed in the eyes of the short-skirted maiden when Zhao Kaitai's name was mentioned. However, This could not justify the actions of these two in slaying his son. Even if his son had erred, only the sword ruins held the authority to punish him. The audacity of mere realm dwellers to strike down his son rendered these two as good as dead in his eyes. Today, he would slay them and uproot the forces behind them. Only in this manner could he avenge the loss of his son. Thus, you two shall meet your demise at my hands. Sword, come forth. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Zikuan summoned a radiant, 3-foot-long sword spirit into his grasp. This was Zhao Zikuan's sword soul, the Mist Erosion Sword Soul. For sword cultivators, the sword soul is paramount. The resilience of their sword souls can evolve alongside their cultivation level, and at the moment this luminous sword soul manifested in Zhao Zikuan's hand. An overwhelming pressure akin to a top-grade sacred artifact erupted forth. Moreover, the sword soul possessed additional attributes. For instance, Zhao Zikuan's Mist Erosion Sword Soul bore the abilities of obscurity and corrosion, capable of shrouding his opponent's vision and eroding their spiritual energy and corporeal form during battle. Its might was limitless and all-consuming. As Zhao Zikuan swung his sword, a dense white mist enveloped Lin Chen and his companion, constricting their vision to merely a few meters around them. Within this mist, a faint yet palpable force of corrosion could be sensed. Go. Witnessing Lin Chen and his companion ensnared by his mist, Zhao Zikuan let out a sinister laugh and hurled his sword soul towards them, intent on piercing them through. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the mist surrounding Lin Chen and his companion dissipated entirely. To his astonishment, he saw Lin Chen pinching his Mist Erosion Sword Soul between his fingers, rendering it immobile, unable to advance even a fraction. How could this be? A foreboding thought surged within Zhao Zikuan's mind. A sword cultivator? A sword soul? What would happen if the sword soul shattered? Lin Chen, with a devilish smile, exerted pressure on the luminous sword soul clutched in his hand. Crack! In the next moment, the Mist Erosion Sword Soul, comparable to a mid-grade sacred artifact, suddenly fragmented, splitting into two pieces and sliding from Lin Chen's grasp. No! Zhao Zikuan let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently, his eyes rolling back, froth escaping his mouth, as he plummeted from the void. Chapter 77. The Celestial and Earthly Fiend's Sword-Burning Formation. For sword cultivators, the sword soul transcends mere weaponry. It is intrinsically linked to their very souls. When the sword soul shatters, the soul perishes. This is the grim reality of a shattered sword leading to the demise of its wielder. At this moment, Zhao Zikuan's Mist Erosion Sword Soul lay in ruins, signifying the fracturing of his very essence. The consequences could range from a state of stupor to imminent death. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Zhao Zikuan. At this juncture, the other three sword emperors rushed over, gazing upon the convulsing form of Zhao Zikuan. Eyes rolled back and frothing at the mouth, they collectively gasped in disbelief. Especially the three other sword emperors, who, like Zhao Zikuan, were also at the first level of the sacred emperor realm. The ability of an outsider to effortlessly defeat Zhao Zikuan in such a brief span suggested they too might be no match for this individual. Furthermore, Zhao Zikuan's evident state of a shattered sword soul implied that he had been rendered incapable. Though the fourth sword vein exhibited a somewhat unsavory demeanor, they were still members of the sword ruins. Allowing an adversary to intrude and incapacitate one of their own sword emperors would surely tarnish the illustrious reputation of the sword ruins. My lord, you indiscriminately dismiss my sword-ruined sword monarch, yet you wish to contend with us. Just as Yun Shufan, the sword monarch from the first sword clan, opened his mouth to condemn Lin Chen, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Chen's fingertip, swiftly piercing into the body of the rolling Zhao Zikuan. In the following moment, Zhao Zikuan, who had attained the sacred monarch realm, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Very well, I was rather lenient before. Now that he is dead, is there still a problem? Lin Chen stated nonchalantly. This scene caused Yun Shufan and the others to shrink their pupils, their throats parched in disbelief. This individual was truly ruthless, and the most alarming aspect was that his ferocity was matched by his formidable power. This was the most perilous combination. Your Excellency, if there is any misunderstanding, we can clarify it face to face. Such impulsiveness may only lead to your own demise. Once more, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and the first sword clan's sword monarch, Yin Shufan, was sent soaring into the sky, tumbling to the ground in a series of rolls. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this person truly dared to lay hands upon him. I detest being threatened. Remember to speak less in your next life, Lin Chen remarked, his expression unchanged as he gazed at the fallen figure of the man in green. Shufan. Shufan. No. The beautiful woman, witnessing her husband's death before her eyes, emitted a heart-wrenching wail of despair. The other two sword monarchs, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not speak lightly, opting instead to relay the news back in secret. They were acutely aware that they would not be a match for this individual. However, there were still formidable warriors within their sword ruins. The four elder swords were all at the sacred monarch 5th or 6th tier, and among them, the great elder had even reached the sacred monarch 7th tier. Perhaps only they could capture this man. As they contemplated this, a furious roar erupted. Beast, I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces. A blazing sword intent ascended into the sky, accompanied by a fierce cry. The sword light shot towards Lin Chen, ultimately landing before the other sword monarchs. It was an elder clad in a blood-red robe, his hair white yet youthful, his eyes ablaze with fiery sword energy, and his skin exuding a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of bronze and iron. In his right hand, he wielded a red sword spirit. This was the leader of the 4th Sword Clan, one of the 4 elders of the Sword Ruins, and the father of Zhao Zikuan, Zhao Zhenxing. Having just learned that his grandson Zhao Kaitai had perished in the realm, he had yet to seek vengeance upon the murderer, only to find that his son had also met his demise at the hands of this man. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of malice radiated from him, intensifying the grip on his sword spirit. The sword spirit he wielded was known as the world-burning Red Lotus Sword Spirit. It contained the ultimate fire power. Once unleashed, it blossomed like a red lotus, capable of incinerating all, manifesting a realm of fiery purgatory. People of the 4th Sword Clan, heed my command. Form the heavenly and earthly fiery sword formation. Let us eradicate this scoundrel alongside our clan leader. Let our sword ruins might be known, though his son was merely at the 1st tier of the sacred monarch realm. The ability to shatter or even slay with his sword spirit was ample proof that this man's strength was no ordinary matter. Thus, Zhao Zhenxing did not overestimate his abilities, but rather chose to have all members of the 4th Sword Vein act in unison. With a flurry of movements, the already arrived members of the 4th Sword Vein adjusted their positions and formed a formation. In an instant, streams of sword souls emerged from the bodies of these disciples, each possessing distinct attributes, yet harmoniously combining to gradually form an enormous and formidable array. At the heart of this array stood Zhao Zhenxing's blazing world Red Lotus Sword Soul, positioned centrally as the primary sword, continuously absorbing and merging the powers emanating from the other sword souls. Before long, the sword array had been fully established. Above the array, 36 beams of starlight pierced through the heavens, while 72 fiery earth veins surged and roared. In the firmament above, star power, anchored by the sword's tip, wove itself into a vast and chilling constellation symbol, each stroke imbued with the sharpness capable of slicing through space. Beneath them, the spirit power had taken the form of molten lava, etching the ground with a searing radiance, as if the very earth itself were bellowing with fiery runes. The celestial star map and the earth fiery runes echoed in the void, interlocking to create an immense three-dimensional array that nearly enveloped half of the sword ruins. At the center of the array, the blazing world Red Lotus Sword Soul greedily devoured the energy formed by the fusion of star power and earth fire. The sword body pulsed violently, each fluctuation revealing an energy capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. With a resounding sword cry that reverberated throughout the universe, a massive, entirely crimson sword surged forth, its blade a fiery red, as though freshly extracted from a forge, trailing a blazing afterimage, transforming into a fiery stream capable of rending the very fabric of reality as it shot toward Lin Chen. The terrifying and boundless energy erupted forth, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Although Zhao Zhenxing himself was merely at the 5th level of the Sacred Emperor realm, this sword array granted him the power to potentially slay an 8th level Sacred Emperor, possessing strength that faintly approached that of a 9th level Sacred Emperor. Sword souls? How fortuitous. I possess them as well. Observing the colossal sword hurtling toward him, Lin Chen maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, a pristine white sword soul materialized before him. As the familiar sword soul manifested, the onlookers from the sword ruins were taken aback. They recognized it as the corroding mist sword soul. Could this individual also be a sword cultivator? Before they could express their astonishment, another sword soul materialized, radiating an extreme fiery power. It was the blazing world Red Lotus sword soul. In an instant, the pupils of the sword ruins crowd constricted sharply. But that was not the end. Pop, 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 pop. In the next moment, a kaleidoscope of colorful and diverse sword souls floated around Lin Chen, each one entwined with a unique calamity. Among them, the Nine Hells' profound ice sword soul exuded an eerie chill, seemingly capable of freezing everything in its path, while the Nine Heavens' Thunderstrike sword soul appeared to be infused with the very essence of thunder, its sword light dancing like a furious lightning serpent. The curse of the calamity sword soul harbors ominous power. Those wounded by this sword soul are afflicted with decay, venom, and various other negative attributes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This scene left everyone present in the sword ruins utterly astounded, their eyes wide as if they might tear apart, mouths agape as though they could swallow a fist. Even the fourth sword line, which maintained the celestial and terrestrial sword-burning formation, nearly faltered in shock, threatening the collapse of the formation. It is well known that each sword cultivator can awaken only one sword soul in a lifetime. To awaken two is to be unmatched, a sight seen once in a millennium. To awaken three is to be a legendary reincarnation of a sword exile, unseen for millennia, or even tens of thousands of years. Awakening more than 3 sword souls is simply impossible. Throughout the records of the sword ruins, such an extraordinary occurrence has never been heard of. Yet now, it unfolded before their very eyes. Even the current sword master of the sword ruins has awakened merely one sword soul. A gathering of onlookers beheld the swirling sword souls encircling Lin Chen, their throats dry, yearning to speak, yet at a loss for words. A monster! Zhao Jinxing of the 4th sword line shrieked, maintaining the formation while turning to the others from the 3 lines. What are you waiting for? Quickly summon the Grand Sword Elder, the 2nd Sword Elder, and the 3rd Sword Elder. We must unite the entire force of the sword ruins to bring this person down. If this monster does not perish today, it is we who shall meet our doom. Boom. At that moment, the flames and sword light of the celestial and terrestrial sword-burning formation surged toward Lin Chen and the others, a scorching and sharp sword intent descending, as if to grind them into powder. Clink. Observing this, Lin Chen merely extended his right hand, lightly tapping the void before him with his index finger. In an instant, ripples emanated from the tip, and then the hundreds of sword souls transformed into an enormous formation, identical to the one executed by the 4th sword line. It was indeed the celestial and terrestrial sword-burning formation. Impossible. As they beheld the identical formation materialize, the observers were not merely shaken. Their very souls felt numb. Lin Chen's incantation formed almost instantaneously, and then 2 identical streams of fiery light collided violently. Clink, crack, boom. To their horror, Zhao Jinxing and the others, who had thought they could barely withstand the onslaught, witnessed Lin Chen's fiery stream obliterate their attack with a force that was utterly overwhelming. Moreover, that stream continued unabated, piercing into the grand formation constructed by the 4th sword line. Boom. The deafening roar erupted as all within the 4th sword line had no time to even scream before they were vaporized in an instant. A colossal mushroom cloud rose from their formation's location. The terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward, sending the surrounding individuals reeling, blood spurting from their mouths. At that moment, the entire sword ruins trembled violently. Moments later, as the explosive energy dissipated and tranquility was restored, all present were astounded to witness that the vast sword ruins had been left with an unprecedented aftermath due to the cataclysmic energy unleashed between the 2 parties. Nearly half of the sword ruins had been obliterated in this collision. The very fabric of space at that location had crumbled entirely, twisting and writhing amidst chaotic currents of the void. In such a dire moment, any soul who dared to tread upon this shattered ground would likely be consumed by the tumultuous flux of space, perhaps even rendered to mere dust. Thud. On the opposite side, the 2nd and 3rd sword veins' respective sword emperors clutched their chests, their eyes trembling with disbelief. Even the one who had unleashed the celestial and terrestrial fiery sword array from the 4th sword vein was no match for this individual. Was there anyone left in their sword ruins capable of subduing him? Their enigmatic sword master, who had long since vanished without a trace. Yet, Their sword master was merely at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm. Could he truly contend with such a being? For the first time, they harbored doubts about their strongest existence within the sword ruins. However, it was not to say that they were devoid of other means. Arrays like the celestial and terrestrial fiery sword array still existed, but would this formidable figure grant them the opportunity to utilize them should he seek their destruction? Such a terrifying powerhouse had emerged within their domain, and as the crowd found themselves at a loss, 3 figures soared towards them. These were 3 elderly men, one tall, one slender, and one stout, each emanating formidable auras, none less potent than the frail 4th Sword Elder. They were indeed the other 3 Sword Elders of the Sword Ruins. The first Sword Elder, Yun Tianjin, at the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm. The second Sword Elder, Bai Ziyuan, at the 6th level, and the third Sword Elder, Bai Qingcheng, at the 5th level. As they observed the shattered sword ruins, an unprecedented gravity settled upon their faces. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, it was impossible for them to be unaware, and they had swiftly grasped the sequence of events. Their eyes reflected a glimmer of astonishment, particularly that of the first Sword Elder, for the origins of this calamity traced back to his actions. Had he not dispatched Chu Yuanqing into the domain, they would not have provoked such a terrifying adversary. The specifics of what transpired in between remained shrouded in mystery, but it was evident that the 4th Sword Son must have done or said something that incited this individual. "Hey, old Yun, have you managed to contact the Sword Master?" inquired the 2nd Sword Elder, Bai Ziyuan, casting a glance towards Yun Tianjin. Upon their arrival, they had witnessed Lin Chen slay the 4th Sword Vein, and at this moment, they held no confidence in their ability to contend with Lin Chen. Their sole glimmer of hope rested upon their Sword Master. However, this Sword Master had vanished from the public eye for many years, with no one aware of his whereabouts. As the first Sword Elder was the father of their Sword Master, their hopes rested solely on Yun Tianjin, yearning to see if he could establish contact with the Sword Master of the Sword Ruins. "No, I cannot get through," responded Yun Tianjin, his expression grim. Before he bellowed in anger, "That fool, Chu Yuanqing, how could he provoke such a powerful being? Does he not know how to adapt?" It was originally a trivial matter. Had the situation seemed amiss, Chu Yuanqing could have simply returned without concern. It was his pride that compelled him to grant a favor back then. Otherwise, the deeds of that individual hardly warranted any promise from the second most influential figure in the Sword Ruins. Today, it was still his pride that led to the dispatch of Chu Yuanqing. Who could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent? What shall we do? If a confrontation truly occurs, we may not stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, the portly elder, the 3rd Sword Elder Bai Qingcheng, spoke up. "If all else fails, let us admit our fault. This predicament originated from our sword ruins. With the 4th sword line nearly extinguished, perhaps this individual has already vented his ire. We cannot allow the sword ruins to meet its demise at our hands." The 2nd Sword Elder Bai Ziyuan gazed intently. Regarding cultivation realms, body refinement, spirit gathering, origin spirit, spirit sea, transcendence, dragon transformation, king, emperor, venerable, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, semi-imperial, and imperial realms. For those inquiring about the classification of realms, here it is reiterated. Chapter 79, The Sword Master and the Saintess. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianjin fell into a contemplative silence. He had always been a man concerned with appearances. Within the entirety of the Sword Ruins, if one were to rank those who valued pride, Yun Tianjin would undoubtedly hold the 2nd position, with none daring to claim the 1st. Otherwise, he would not have sent Chu Yuanqing to the eastern wilderness over such a triviality, nor would he have found himself in this predicament. Enough. What time is it? Can you still be fixated on your pride? Is your vanity more important than your life? If you refuse to go, then we shall venture forth ourselves. We certainly do not wish to perish in this manner. Observing Yun Tianjin's hesitation, the 2nd and 3rd Sword Elders prepared to plead with Lin Chen. Meanwhile, deep within the sword ruins, an ancient giant sword rose majestically, shrouded in mist. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a sword but a towering edifice shaped like one. The structure comprised 12 levels in total. At the pinnacle of the sword tower, 2 figures stood near the window. One was a robust young man, his gaze piercing, clad in a light golden robe, emanating an air of authority devoid of anger, embodying the presence of a superior. His eyes glimmered with a subtle golden hue, exuding a formidable aura. He stood slightly behind. Yet, even so, when he glanced at the young woman beside him, respect filled his eyes. She was a maiden adorned in a snow-white mini-skirt, with long, jet-black hair cascading down to her waist. The pristine garment was embellished with snowflakes that appeared to be carved from pearls, and beneath the skirt, her skin glimmered like jade, radiating an ethereal glow. With her long, slender, snow-white legs and graceful neck, her visage remained obscured, for she wore a mask of white jade. From beneath the mask, a pair of eyes shrouded in a misty white aura could be discerned, rendering her true expression inscrutable. Saintess, do you believe those sword souls to be genuine, or merely an illusion? The young man respectfully inquired of the masked maiden beside him. To speak candidly, he was genuinely startled when he witnessed Lin Chen summon such a multitude of sword spirits. This was an occurrence he had never encountered before. Even now, a trace of astonishment lingered in his eyes. Impossible. No one could possess hundreds of sword spirits, yet he must possess more than one type. He must have employed certain means. However, at such a tender age, to wield such terrifying power, who would have thought that this humble lower realm could produce a genius of such caliber? Surely, he must be the child of destiny from this realm. The young maiden spoke softly, her gaze shifting, as ethereal white mist swirled within her enchanting eyes. Shall I bring him over? Upon hearing this, the young man responded, to be praised by such an individual signifies that the boy is extraordinary. And I can sense the admiration in your words. It was evident that she harbored other intentions regarding the youth, prompting him to take the initiative to bring the lad forth. You would do well to invite him. You are not his equal. These words struck the young man, who had just intended to take action, causing him to shudder in shock. He was the strongest in this sword ruins. Many believed he had merely reached the pinnacle of the Saint Emperor realm, unaware that he had already transcended to the Saint Sovereign level. The disparity between a Saint Sovereign and a Saint Emperor is akin to the chasm between a river and a brook. He was confident in his ability to easily suppress a peak Saint Emperor. Yet now, this individual dared to claim he was no match for the boy. Indeed, the Saint Maiden, the young man replied. Though perplexed, he chose to trust her, for even he, having attained the Saint Sovereign realm, felt utterly powerless before her. As his words fell, he leapt into action, vanishing from the ancient tower. Just as the young man departed, the ethereal white mist in the maiden's eyes dissipated entirely, replaced by a pair of extraordinarily vibrant eyes. Those eyes resembled ethereal spirits carved by the cosmos, both mysterious and pure. How intriguing! I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Perhaps this individual may be my final hope. The maiden's gaze pierced through the clouds, surveying the battlefield, a veil of concern shadowing her countenance. Just as she was about to turn away, her eyes unexpectedly fell upon Lin Yanran beside Lin Chen, and what was once a calm demeanor was suddenly overtaken by shock, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. Previously, her attention had been solely on Lin Chen, and thus she had overlooked the presence of the maiden beside him. This revelation sent ripples through her gaze. That is Yanran. Meanwhile, the other two of the three elder swordsmen had resolved to confront Lin Chen and plead for mercy. Faced with an adversary they knew they could not contend with, they sought reconciliation. After all, no one wished for their demise. As for Yun Tianjin, the elder swordmaster, his hesitation stemmed from the fact that his second son had also perished at Lin Chen's hands, placing him in a profound moral quandary as he contemplated pleading with the one who had slain his son. Yet, if he refrained from interceding, it was possible that all from the first sword lineage would perish. At long last, after enduring a struggle, he let out a heavy sigh, and in that moment, he appeared to have aged a century. The deceased had departed. Ultimately, he must consider the living. Alas! Yin Tian exclaimed with a sigh. Thus, the three sought to plead on behalf of Lin Chen. At that moment, a young man clad in a materialized before the crowd. Upon witnessing this youth, regardless of whether they were the three great sword elders or the disciples and elders surrounding them, all knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the sword master. Their voices resonated like thunder, echoing across the expanse of the sword ruins. This young man was none other than the most formidable figure of the 10,000 Sword Sea, the sword master of the sword ruins, Yun Jiudao. You may all withdraw. Yun Jiudao spoke calmly, yet his voice carried an undeniable authority. Upon seeing Yun Jiudao's arrival, the great sword elder's eyes flickered with joy, but he quickly reconsidered and said, Sword master, your brother. He has passed away. I am aware. As he spoke, Yun Jiudao's brows knitted slightly. Every person has their own fate. I had long advised him to keep his tongue in check, yet he never learned from his mistakes. Such is his destiny. However, Yun Tian still wished to speak. In the next moment, a chilling command rang out. I said, "Withdraw." This utterance, imbued with an extreme coldness, was accompanied by an overwhelming pressure emanating from Yun Jiudao, surpassing even the realm of the Saint Emperor. Instantly, the sword intent of the entire sword ruins roared, and the surrounding seas erupted, raising towering waves. Saint Sovereign Realm. Particularly for the three great sword elders, feeling the force capable of crushing them, their throats grew parched, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Yun Jiudao is the sword master of our sword ruins and its most powerful being. If even he cannot resolve this, there is little we can do by remaining here. With that, one by one, they turned to leave. Chapter 80. The Vanished Su Wuyo. Observing the gradual departure of the people from the sword ruins, Yun Jiudao then turned his attention back to Lin Chen. His expression one of apology as he clasped his fists and said, "Young hero, I am Yun, the sword master of the sword ruins. I have thoroughly understood the circumstances surrounding today's events. Indeed, it is a fault of my sword ruins. I sincerely apologize to both of you. Shortly, I shall arrange for some substantial gifts as a gesture of goodwill, hoping it will not affect the relationship between you and my sword ruins." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at Nailin Yinran beside him and nodded slightly. All right. Lin Chen had no intention of annihilating all the people of the sword ruins. Since the so-called sword child and his kin had already perished and the others had not acted against him, he felt no inclination to pursue matters further. "Young hero, our saintess of the sword ruins requests your presence. May I invite you to accompany me to the Qingyun cottage for tea and a brief wait?" Noticing Lin Chen retracting his spiritual energy, Yun Jiudao breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "The saintess?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a twinge of confusion. What could the saintess of the sword ruins want with him? He did not know her. Moreover, upon hearing the term saintess, Lin Chen's first instinct was that this so-called saintess must hold a status equivalent to that of the sword child within the sword ruins. However, Lin Chen couldn't shake the feeling that the lord of the sword ruins displayed a rather peculiar demeanor when mentioning this saintess. It certainly did not resemble the manner in which a ruler of a significant power would regard their own prodigy. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain at his waist, involuntarily letting out a soft groan. Turning his head, he discovered that Nailin Yinran's delicate hand was pinching his waist. "Ah, pray tell the truth. When did you become entangled with the saintess of the sword ruins?" Nailin Yinran gazed at Lin Chen, biting her lip in frustration. Lin Chen felt as if his scalp had exploded, hastily defending himself. "I am wronged. My lady, I have never even met the saintess you speak of." As he spoke, he cast a pleading glance towards Yun Jiudao, while inwardly cursing him profusely. They hadn't even arrived yet, and he was already burdened with such a hefty accusation. If they truly went, wouldn't it spell disaster? "My dear lady, you have misunderstood. The saintess and the young hero have never met. She simply admired his remarkable prowess moments ago, which prompted her invitation." Yun Jiudao interjected. Upon hearing this, Nailin Yinran finally released her grip, huffing in irritation. "Well then, Master Yunjian, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now and visit again another day," Lin Chen said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Directing his words towards Yun Jiudao. "Where do you think you're going? I am quite curious to see what sort of person this saintess truly is," Nailin Yinran retorted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Please, follow me." Yun Jiudao gestured invitingly towards Lin Chen and Nailin Yinran. Shortly after, the three of them arrived at a quaint courtyard, which seemed incongruous with the grandeur of the sword ruins, as it appeared exceedingly simple. Despite its modesty, the courtyard was well furnished with numerous items. Eventually, they settled beside a jade green stone table. Upon closer inspection, this stone was a unique spiritual mineral, containing energy fluctuations comparable to that of spiritual stones. Evidently, this seemingly simple abode concealed treasures of immense value. With a flick of his fingers, Yun Jiudao conjured an orange-red flame, causing a small jade tea tray to levitate 3 feet off the ground, gently rotating as its teacups gleamed with warmth. The teapot emitted a soft hissing sound, gradually coming to a boil. Subsequently, Yun Jiudao utilized his spiritual power to sprinkle a handful of deep indigo tea leaves, glimmering like moonlight, into the warming purple clay teapot. As boiling water was poured in, steam rose, and an indescribable, crisp fragrance began to permeate the air, reminiscent of crushed lunar essence and the cold dew of deep ravines. Chilling yet with a hint of elusive sweetness. As the first cup of tea was poured into the white jade conical cup before them, The clear tea liquid presented a deep hue, with silver specks resembling stardust floating at the bottom. Please, enjoy at your leisure. The saintess is already on her way, Yun Jiudao said with a gentle smile, though a wave of anxiety surged within him as he spoke. It may be merely an illusion, but he had just sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Chen, despite the fact that this individual had only recently displayed the oppressive force of a sacred monarch. In that fleeting moment, however, he felt an energy that rivaled his own. How peculiar. Indeed, one chosen by the saintess must not be so simple. Yun Jiudao was inwardly astonished. This tea, could it be the moonlight essence? Lin Chen and his companion delicately sampled the tea brewed by Yun Jiudao. And before Lin Chen could utter a word, Nalin Yinran had already spoken. Upon hearing her words, Yun Jiudao was taken aback, and a fleeting expression of intrigue crossed his face. Oh, does the lady recognize this tea? Ah, no, I merely encountered it in a tea compendium once, having never tasted it before. Today, upon sampling, I find this tea brewed by the sword master somewhat reminiscent of the moonlight essence recorded therein. Nalin Yinran hastily clarified, sensing an oddity in the atmosphere. The so-called tea compendium was a fabrication on her part. She had indeed tasted this tea, but that was in her previous life. And furthermore, such a tea should not exist in the lower realms. Indeed, the lady speaks true. This is indeed the moonlight essence. Yun Jiudao replied with a smile. Yet doubt began to creep into his mind. Their 10,000 sword sea and the sword ruins were already at the edge of the desolate celestial realm. Even he, having seen and tasted this tea before, had never heard of it prior to this moment. There was no record of such tea in the scripture pavilion of their sword ruins. How could these two from another domain be familiar with this tea? More importantly, this tea had been gifted to him by the saintess, suggesting it was not a product of this desolate celestial realm. Lin Chen held little interest in tea and thus failed to notice the subtle tension between the two. As they awaited the saintess, Nalin Yinran received a message stone. When the stone extinguished, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing an unprecedented panic. What is the matter? Lin Chen asked urgently, observing her sudden change. Lin Chen, my mother. She is missing. The gravity of the situation rendered Nalin Yinran's words halting, and a chill enveloped her. What? At her words, Lin Chen was also taken aback, and an involuntary surge of energy erupted from within him. In an instant, a pressure at the level of a sacred sovereign radiated outward, nearly toppling the Qingyun Pavilion. Chapter 81. Release that girl. Sacred Sovereign Realm? As he sensed the energy of Lin Chen, which matched his own level, Yun Jiudao's pupils constricted in shock. No wonder the saintess claimed he was no match for this individual. Considering the techniques displayed earlier, he would likely be overwhelmed in a confrontation against this man. Yet, what perplexed him was how such a formidable being could emerge from a single domain. Even he had only ascended to the sacred sovereign realm under the guidance of the saintess. What is happening? Despite his own anxiety, Lin Chen recognized the necessity of stabilizing Nalin Yinran's emotions. I am uncertain as well. Xiao has sent a message stating that my mother's whereabouts have suddenly become unknown. The emperor has already dispatched individuals to commence the search from the royal city. This is unacceptable. I must return at once. Nalin Yinran wept, her body trembling with anxiety. Her mother was the most significant person in her life. In her previous existence, her lack of power led to her mother's demise. Even after she ascended to become a formidable empress, it was still too late to change the past. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. When they wed, Su Wuyo had already been brought to the Great Yu Royal City. The current Great Yu Royal City possesses a defensive formation of the Saint King level. And with Lin Mu, a master of the same caliber, it can be deemed the safest place in all of Great Yu, perhaps even in the entire eastern wilderness. It would be nearly impossible for experts from other realms to stealthily abduct Su Wuyo. Has my mother-in-law ventured out? Lin Chen inquired. Nalin Yinran replied, She shouldn't have. Xiao is dedicated to serving my mother. If my mother were to go out, she would undoubtedly take Xiao along and would never go alone. At that moment, Yun Jiudao, who had sensed the unease between the two, spoke up. What has transpired? Do you require my assistance? Observing Lin Chen's current display of strength, it was evident that he would inevitably ascend to the higher realm in the future. Thus, fostering a good relationship with him would be advantageous for Yun Jiudao. Suddenly, the image stone on Lin Chen's person emitted a sound. Realizing the urgency, Lin Chen connected the stone. Soon, a figure gradually appeared on the image stone, revealing Lin Sanqiu. Despite the distance, the gravity etched on his face was unmistakable. Chen'er, Yinran's mother has vanished. We have dispatched the Great Yu Sky Guards to search, and the divine guards remaining in the royal city have also mobilized. However, thus far, there has been no progress. Lin Sangxiong's tone reflected his deep regret. The disappearance of Su Wuyo within the Great Yu royal city without his knowledge was indeed a dereliction of duty on his part. Father, we must return immediately, Lin Chen declared, cutting off further discussion as he extinguished the image stone. He then turned to Yun Jiudao, saying, Sword Master Yun, we have matters to attend to. We take our leave. With that, Lin Chen grasped Nailin Yinran's hand and dashed out of the Qingyan cottage. At such a critical moment, he had no time to wait for the Saintess. Alas, why hasn't the Saintess emerged yet? Yun Jiudao could only stomp his foot in frustration as he watched Lin Chen and Nailin Yinran depart. He naturally could not impede their progress. Not only would it be inappropriate to detain them at such a moment, but he also lacked the strength to do so. The most pressing question remained. Why had the Saintess not appeared yet? Given the distance between the Sword Tower and Qingyan Cottage, surely she should have been prepared and ready by now. As Lin Chen and his companion hastily exited the Qingyan Pavilion, they had yet to leave the sword ruins when a chilling female voice resonated throughout the entire expanse. Release that girl. Immediately, a young maiden clad in a brief white dress descended from the heavens, positioning herself before Lin Chen and his companion. Her visage was concealed behind a jade mask, and her eyes emanated a frosty mist. Are you the Saintess of the Sword Ruins? Lin Chen inquired. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the master of the Sword Ruins had exhibited such an unusual demeanor when mentioning the Saintess. The maiden standing before them had evidently reached the pinnacle of the Saint's sovereign realm. Ding! Detected the presence of a Saint's sovereign-level powerhouse surrounding the host. The host's cultivation has been automatically elevated to the Saint's sovereign pinnacle. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Coupled with the surge of power within him, Lin Chen found himself momentarily dazed. Had it not been for the system, he would have found it difficult to fathom that the maiden before him possessed strength surpassing that of the mightiest in the sea of 10,000 swords. However, this was not the time for hesitation. They had far more pressing matters at hand. He had no time to waste with this so-called Saintess. Step aside, or do not blame me for being impolite, Lin Chen declared coldly. This was also an opportunity he was extending to the maiden. Had she chosen to attack them immediately, even as a pinnacle Saint Sovereign, she would have met her demise. Haha, it has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You may leave, but she must remain. Upon hearing this, the maiden paused for a moment, then mockingly pointed at Nailin Yinran. At this proclamation, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Nailin Yinran and asked, Do you know her? I do not. Nailin Yinran shook her head. Yet, despite not recognizing her, Nailin Yinran sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the maiden before her, though she could not recall the source. Since you dare to obstruct our path, then we shall eliminate her. As he spoke, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and spiritual energy surged within his palm. The maiden across from them remained silent. But in the next moment, the power within her erupted, radiating the force of a ninth-tier Saint Sovereign. In an instant, the entire sword ruins trembled beneath the weight of her overwhelming presence. Saint Sovereign? Is that the Saintess? How could she be this powerful? The onlookers in the sword ruins suppressed their instinct to kneel, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gazed at the maiden in white above them. They were aware of her strength, yet they had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. How formidable! Is this what the heavenly prodigies of the upper realms truly embody? Yun Jiao, nestled within the Qingyun Pavilion, murmured as he beheld the enchanting figure. A year prior, she had suddenly appeared in his sword ruins, defeating him with a single move. Despite having made some conjectures, witnessing her power firsthand still left him in awe. Should she harbor intentions to annihilate his sword ruins, she could easily render the entire sea of 10,000 swords a mere relic of history. However, was not this Saintess seeking Lin Chen? Why did it now appear that her focus had shifted to the maiden beside him? If an ordinary person were to face this maiden, they would undoubtedly kneel in submission. However, Lin Chen possessed a system, not only a saint venerable, but even a quasi-emperor, or even one at the level of a great emperor, would perish before him. Humph. Just as Lin Chen let out a cold snort and was about to make a move, a voice from behind him, belonging to Nailin Yinran, interrupted him. Wait. Chapter 82. The Reincarnation of a Great Emperor. The voice from behind caused Lin Chen to halt his actions. Who are you? Naylin Yanran did not turn to look at Lin Chen, but instead faced the maiden in white. Her intuition told her that this person was undeniably connected to her, yet she could not recall who this individual was, despite a vague sense of familiarity that could not be mistaken. "Who am I?" came a soft murmur from the maiden in white. Although her mouth was concealed, one could imagine the slight upward curve of her lips beneath the mask. "Then allow me to speak with you privately." The moment the words fell, the maiden in white suddenly appeared beside Naylin Yanran and reached out to take her hand, attempting to lead her away. At this sight, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. "Stop." The maiden's speed was astonishing, akin to a spectral apparition, as she flickered to Naylin Yanran's side in an instant. "Don't worry about me." Naylin Yanran reassured Lin Chen before vanishing under the guidance of the maiden in white. Observing this situation, it was clear that this individual had a significant connection to Naylin Yanran. Given her words and the absence of murderous intent in the maiden's gaze, Lin Chen permitted their departure. "Hey, system, what is happening?" Lin Chen inquired of the system. Response to the host: "This individual is the reincarnation of a great emperor, hailing from the upper realm. Character: Mu Yao. Age: 18. Slightly less attractive than the reader. Cultivation: pinnacle of the great emperor realm. Sealed cultivation. Character introduction: daughter of the clan leader of the Mu clan in the Divine Kingdom, which is in decline and facing threats from the demon realm. Thus, she has come to the lower realm in search of opportunities to transcend the emperor realm and resolve the crisis of her divine kingdom. Hidden identity: Empress of the Yaoqi in the Divine Kingdom." Gazing at the striking information on the system panel, Lin Chen finally comprehended. So this individual was from the Divine Kingdom of the upper realm? Not only had she descended, but she had also suppressed her cultivation. No wonder she appeared somewhat extraordinary. The reason for her connection with Naylin Yanran was that the two had known each other in a previous life and had maintained a good relationship. However, what surprised Lin Chen was not just Naylin Yanran's reincarnation, but also that this maiden had been reborn, which added an intriguing twist to the tale. Meanwhile, at the Sword Ruins, in the Sword Tower, within the 12th level of the Sword Tower, the maiden in white gently descended with Naylin Yanran. "Now, can you reveal your identity?" Although this maiden possessed the strength of a peak Saint Venerable, Naylin Yanran's instincts assured her that this person would not pose any harm to her. "Humph, you didn't even recognize me, and now I'm upset." Unlike the cold voice she had used earlier, the tone that emerged from the maiden in white this time was soft and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a golden oriole. At the moment that voice resonated, Naylin Yanran was utterly stunned. This voice was all too familiar. "Yao Yao, is that you?" Naylin Yanran's voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What do you think?" As the words fell, the girl in the white dress removed the white jade mask from her face, revealing a breathtaking beauty that seemed otherworldly before Naylin Yanran. At a glance, her figure was slender and graceful, swaying gently like a willow in the breeze. Her visage resembled a peach blossom, with exquisite, delicate features, skin as smooth as snow, and an ethereal grace. The beauty of this girl contrasted starkly with that of Naylin Yanran. In one word, enchanting. The two soft, white orbs suspended before her gently quivered with each breath, possessing considerable allure. "Yao Yao." Upon witnessing the true countenance of this girl, Naylin Yanran could not restrain herself and lunged forward, the two soft orbs colliding with a soft thud, revealing a dazzling whiteness. "Wait, something is amiss." After the initial surprise, Naylin Yanran regained her composure, her eyes filled with suspicion as she looked at the girl and asked, "Yao Yao, how do you know me? Could it be you have been reborn? Otherwise, how do you explain it? You have also been reborn, have you not?" The girl replied with a shrug. Naylin Yanran inquired, "How did you know I was reborn?" "Oh, you poor dear, have you truly lost your wits from your rebirth? In your past life, you avoided men like venomous snakes. Yet in this life, you are married?" As she spoke, the girl leaned closer to Naylin Yanran's ear, gently teasing it with her delicate tongue, and continued, "I am well aware of your past. According to the timeline, you should have just been rejected in your engagement. Aside from the possibility of rebirth, how could you awaken your physique at this moment, let alone possess the cultivation of a monarch?" The girl's words held truth. She had refrained from revealing herself, instead observing Lin Chen and the others in secret, and thus had sensed Naylin Yanran's awakening and current level of cultivation. "I see." Naylin Yanran nodded. If she could be reborn, then this girl before her must have also undergone the same fate, making her less astonished. However, she continued to inquire, "What brings you to the Sword Ruins at this time?" Upon hearing this, The joy in the girl's eyes dimmed somewhat, and with a soft sigh, she replied, I don't know if it's due to the rebirth, but many things have changed. The demon realm has arrived prematurely, and the divine kingdom is now in dire straits. I must break through my limitations to have any chance of defeating the demon race and protecting my people. How could this be? Lin Chen gasped at her words. She had met Mu Yao in the Yuan realm, and they had initially been adversaries. In the end, Lin Chen aided Mu Yao in resisting the demon army. Yet they ultimately faced defeat. Now, the changes Mu Yao spoke of likely referred to the early arrival of the demon race. Based on her memories from her past life, Lin Chen had a rough understanding. The divine kingdom would stand no chance against the demons. Lin Chen furrowed her brow and asked, So, have you found any solutions? She was merely at the monarch level. Returning to the realm of emperors was not something achievable in the short term. This implies that she cannot assist Mu Yao. I do have a solution, but upon hearing this, hesitation appeared on Mu Yao's face. Observing her demeanor, Lin Chen expressed her discontent. When did you become so indecisive? This is not your character. Furthermore, is there something between us that cannot be discussed? The young girl, upon hearing this, continued, Let me clarify first. Please do not be angry. Just say it. Lin Chen replied with an exasperated huff. Are you aware of the first-day battle of the Origin Realm? The girl inquired. Lin Chen shook her head. I am not aware. In this life, I have discovered a secret method of yin and yang. As long as I can find a man capable of bearing the yang's secret method and cultivate with him, I will absorb his cultivation and surpass the historical constraints of the divine kingdom. This method will completely absorb his cultivation without endangering his life. He only needs to cultivate again. The purpose of hosting the first-day battle of the Origin Realm is precisely to find that man who can bear the Yang's secret method. Chapter 83 Don't move there. With that, Lin Chen slightly lowered her head, falling into a moment of silence. However, if there were other means, I wouldn't have come to the lower realm or even held that so-called first-day battle. Seeing Lin Chen lost in thought, Mu Yao feared she was upset and quickly explained. After all, what woman would wish for her husband to be intimate with another? I understand. Surprisingly, at that moment, Lin Chen lifted her head and smiled gently. I know you well enough. You harbor no romantic feelings. Your heart is filled solely with thoughts of your subjects in the divine kingdom, is it not? Moreover, I genuinely hope that one day you encounter someone you truly like, instead of continually sacrificing for your people. Lin Chen sighed softly. The situation within that so-called divine kingdom is quite intricate. She had once witnessed the struggle of this young girl, which pained her greatly. However, I believe you may not need to resort to such means. With that, Lin Chen shifted her tone, smiling lightly. What do you mean by that? Mu Yao asked, perplexed. He is no longer the person he once was. Lin Chen stretched lazily and leaned against the window of the sword tower, speaking softly. Do you remember when I mentioned the matter of breaking off the engagement? Yes. Of course, I remember. Mu Yao nodded. Just as she finished speaking, Mu Yao suddenly trembled, her eyes widening in astonishment. That guy wouldn't he be the one who sought to break off the engagement, would he? Lin Chen nodded. Yes. You truly are insatiable. You can eat anything. Mu Yao covered her face with her hands, disdainfully remarking, Do you not realize? I know. Hearing this, Mu Yao found herself at a loss for words. This was just right. Such a heartless man would serve as nourishment for me, preventing him from causing further trouble. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Lin Chen sighed softly. Noticing that Lin Chen was addressing serious matters, Mu Yao became solemn, refraining from further interruptions. Can you envision the remarkable transformation a person can undergo in such a brief span of time? In this lifetime, he not only refrained from breaking off his engagement, but even went so far as to personally slay the celestial maiden he had adored for years. Moreover, traversing from the Dai Yu Holy Dynasty to this juncture, every strike he unleashes surpasses my expectations. Each time I believe I have sufficiently esteemed him, he once again redefines my understanding. In merely a few days, he ascended from the realm of monarch to that of the Holy Emperor, and now to the status of Holy Venerable. Can you fathom that with each of his actions, he grows ever stronger? At this moment, I am utterly oblivious to the extent of his limits. Lin Chen sighed. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao refrained from making light of the situation, her countenance taking on a grave demeanor. If what you say is true, could it be that this fellow has been reborn? Mu Yao squinted her lively eyes and spoke solemnly. Impossible. How could he possibly be reborn? When he perished, He was merely at the monarch level. Even if we entertain the notion of rebirth, his resources cannot possibly rival ours. How could he possess such an array of abilities in this lifetime? Furthermore, he previously lacked a sword soul, yet just moments ago, he exhibited one. Being closest to him, I could sense that his sword soul is indeed authentic. As she mentioned the sword soul, a trace of disbelief flickered in Lin Yinran's eyes. Clearly, Lin Chen had once again astonished her. What? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao was equally taken aback, murmuring, I have never heard of anyone possessing so many sword souls, not even a reincarnated sword immortal. She had witnessed Lin Chen's sword soul in battle before, but she had dismissed it as some unknown trick he had employed. Lin Yinran is arguably the closest to Lin Chen at present, and since she has attested to this, it must be true. Moreover, Lin Yinran has no reason to deceive her. This fellow has indeed been underestimated. At this point, Mu Yao began to regard Lin Chen with newfound seriousness, her gaze piercing as she pondered. If this is indeed the case, could he possibly be the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao? Otherwise, how could one explain such a phenomenon? The once confident Mu Yao now found her tone unwittingly softened. I am uncertain as well. Lin Yinran sighed, gently lifting a strand of hair with her fingers, and added, I do not wish to dwell on such thoughts now, since he has not called off the engagement, and I have married him. As long as he remains true to me, that suffices. I merely hope that those around me remain safe and sound. Thus, should we not allow him a chance? Perhaps he possesses the power to rescue your divine realm? Mu Yao suggested. However, why would he assist me? Isn't it sufficient that I am here? You may continue as you have. Lin Yinran replied with a smile. Mu Yao murmured, very well. For now, we are left with no other options. By the way, I nearly overlooked a significant matter. Suddenly, Lin Yinran exclaimed, my mother has gone missing. As soon as she uttered these words, an expression of embarrassment gradually emerged on Mu Yao's face. What is that expression? Lin Yinran noticed the change in Mu Yao's demeanor and immediately inquired, could it be that you? I was merely concerned for your safety. It was only then that someone was sent to you, intending to bring you over, but unexpectedly, you were not present, and thus your mother was taken away first. However, I have already sent a message for your mother to be returned. Rest assured, she is unharmed and has not suffered any indignities. Mu Yao pouted. I will strangle you. Lin Yinran hesitated for a moment before lunging at Mu Yao. Don't move here. Meanwhile, in the skies above the sword ruins, young hero, our holy maiden requests your presence. Yunjiu Dao received another message from Mu Yao and approached Lin Chen to extend the invitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. It was evident that the two had already recognized each other. As he spoke, Lin Chen and the others returned to the Qingyun abode. Lin Yinran and Mu Yao sat beside the jade green stone table, and noticing this, Lin Chen deliberately leaned closer to Lin Yinran's ear and asked, Wife, do you two know each other? Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, Mu Yao struggled to suppress the urge to hit him, for in her eyes, Lin Chen was the wild boar that had courted her good sister. No, not at all. However, we regret not meeting sooner, but now we are acquainted and consider each other as sisters. Moreover, did you know? This one is a prodigy from the upper realm. Lin Yinran, taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden closeness, stammered. Oh, is that so? How impressive. Lin Chen replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although he was fully aware that this was Lin Yinran's clumsy fabrication, he chose to play along. However, the smile on his lips was nearly impossible to suppress. Chapter 84. The Celestial Battle of the Yuan Realm. Why don't you tell him about the celestial battle on the first day? Seeing Lin Chen and Lin Yinran nearly getting lost in each other's presence, Mu Yao felt an impending frustration and turned to Yunjiu Dao. Upon hearing this, Yunjiu Dao displayed an expression of inevitable realization. Prior to this, his son had been the most likely candidate to obtain a spot for the first celestial battle in the Yuan realm. With Lin Chen's arrival, it was tantamount to securing another slot's ownership. Yet, there was no recourse. The final decision rested with the Holy Maiden, and even he had to abide by her arrangements. Thus, Yunjiu Dao turned to Lin Chen and inquired, Young hero, have you ever heard of the Yuan realm? As he spoke, excitement gleamed in Yunjiu Dao's eyes. His breath becoming slightly labored. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the endless mist beyond the Qingyun abode, filled with boundless yearning. Cultivation. What is the purpose of a cultivator? Is it not to attain enlightenment and achieve immortality? According to records in the wild immortal realm, The Yuan realm is the celestial realm that everyone in the wild immortal realm dreams of entering. Everyone wishes to ascend to the celestial realm. Even if one goes there as the most lowly individual, to mine and witness the grandeur of the celestial realm, it would be a lifetime of glory to boast about. And now, this opportunity lay before him. Alas, Yunjiu Dao himself did not meet the criteria. Otherwise, even if it meant competing with his own son, he would never yield. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, I have heard of it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, Yunjiu no longer felt the need for further introductions and swiftly transitioned to the main topic. It has come to my attention that the primordial realm is on the verge of hosting the first celestial battle. At this momentous event, countless prodigies will converge upon the primordial realm to partake in this grand contest, vying for supreme glory on behalf of themselves, their families, and their domains. However, this is not the most pivotal aspect. As Yunjiu spoke, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and a fervor ignited in his throat. The most significant detail is that the Empress of the Yao Pool has personally decreed that the victor of the first celestial battle, if a male, shall have the honor of standing by her side as her consort. Do you comprehend who the Yao Pool Empress is? Hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head. Even if he were aware, he would not disclose it. She is the legendary first Empress of the primordial realm, a being who has swept through myriad domains, dominating the universe. Moreover, she is the supreme queen of the divine kingdom, the most exquisite woman in existence, an exalted celestial being. As he spoke, an immense reverence illuminated Yunjiu's eyes. It seemed that if he were to behold the Empress in person, he would willingly embrace death. Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran displayed a peculiar expression, and Lin Chen stifled a laugh. As for Mu Yao, she had donned her mask, concealing her emotions from all. Little did Yunjiu know that the revered empress he idolized was seated not far from him. Is she truly that formidable? Lin Chen feigned astonishment. If one were to become the empress's consort, would that not grant them dominion over the entire divine kingdom, making them the happiest man alive? Indeed, it is not difficult to envision that during this celestial battle, those countless prodigies will employ every stratagem at their disposal, sparing no effort to secure the top position. Yunjiu continued. Although he could not attend the primordial realm, he could still imagine the spectacle that would unfold. Undoubtedly magnificent. Yunjiu sighed. Moreover, this tournament imposes an age restriction of 25 and under. This very limitation extinguished any thoughts he had of venturing to the primordial realm. At this, Lin Chen chuckled. Oh, does that imply that the Yao Pool Empress prefers younger suitors? Unexpectedly, as soon as he uttered these words, a terrifying aura erupted from the saintess seated beside Nailin Yinran. Had Nailin Yinran not swiftly restrained her, the Qingyun Pavilion would have been reduced to mere powder. This turn of events startled even Yunjiu, who had not anticipated such a sudden reaction from the saintess. Saintess, do you have something to say? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring. He couldn't help but smile inwardly, suspecting that the face concealed beneath that alabaster mask was likely contorted with rage. Nothing to worry about. She hails from the upper realm and is also an admirer of the Empress. Hearing your praises for the Empress stirred her emotions. Nailin Yinran promptly explained for Mu Yao. She was well aware that Mu Yao was the very Yao Pool Empress, and it was no wonder that she was incensed by Lin Chen's remark about her being a cougar. Please, continue your discourse. Nailin Yinran gestured for Yunjiu to proceed. Mu Yao's hands, concealed beneath her skirt, were tightly clenched, revealing her deep-seated anger. Young hero, you are mistaken. The Empress of the Jade Pool has only just turned 18. It is certainly not as you have claimed, Yunjiu remarked with a hint of emotion. Should the Empress not mind, he would gladly embrace the role of her youthful companion. Alas, this Jade Pool Empress, both immensely powerful and remarkably young, was indeed a marvel within the entire primordial realm, the foremost beauty and the strongest contender. Who could resist such a lure? More importantly, she was merely 18, a fact that underscored her youthful vitality. Therefore, your intention in seeking me is to involve me in the first-day battle? Lin Chen inquired. Precisely. Originally, another slot was to be filled at my sword ruins, but given your formidable prowess, you are the ideal candidate. Yunjiu responded. To be candid, Yunjiu preferred Lin Chen's participation in the first-day battle over the other two swordsmen from the sword ruins. 4. The more outstanding Lin Chen's performance, the higher his rank, which would consequently bring resource advantages to their sword ruins from the primordial realm. The resources from the primordial realm were beyond what their wild immortal realm could compare to. With such resources, Yunjiu was confident of advancing further. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remained non-committal, his gaze shifting towards Lin Chen. If he were to participate, victory would be inevitable. His aim was to grow stronger. But he had no need for such trivial matters. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Lin Chen shyly averted her eyes. Go. I, too, wish to witness the upper realm. Besides, with so many prodigies, standing out among them is no simple feat. Oh, is that so? What if I were to claim first place? Lin Chen replied with a playful smile. Lin was momentarily speechless, her face tinged with crimson. Then you must marry the Empress. All right, this one is for you. At that moment, Mu Yao, who had been silent until now, tossed a white jade pendant towards Lin Chen. What is this? Lin Chen caught it effortlessly, noticing the words first day battle inscribed upon it. It is a token of participation. With this, you possess the qualification to represent the wild immortal realm in the first day battle. Mu Yao said, casually twirling a strand of hair. Chapter 85. Get her to leave quickly. The following day, in the extreme north of the 10,000 Swords Sea, a small floating island hovered in the air. This was the only dock leading to the primordial realm. The primordial realm was equipped with spirit ships capable of traversing various domains, and only by boarding these vessels could one safely reach the primordial realm. Those participating in the first day battle were all top-tier powerhouses from different domains, including the elite factions and offspring of high-ranking officials from the primordial realm. You must prepare yourselves in advance. Mu Yao advised, her gaze fixed ahead. Though it seemed she was addressing both, her primary focus was Lin Chen. As Lin Chen was already well-versed in the information regarding the primordial realm. As her words faded, a colossal golden ship, radiating brilliant golden light, descended from the heavens, landing steadily before the three of them. Upon the ethereal vessel, intricate and mystical runes were inscribed, indicating its extraordinary nature. The sides of the ship were adorned with 24 golden wings, conjured from spirit stones, rendering the craft reminiscent of a formidable avian predator soaring through the heavens. As the wings flapped, they stirred the sea below, unleashing a tempest of spiritual storms that seemed to echo the very roar of the ocean. All participants of the wild immortal realm swiftly board the spirit vessel. Time waits for no one. Soon, a resounding and defiant voice emanated from the ship. In response, Lin Chen and his companions leaped from the floating isle, landing firmly on the deck. No sooner had they steadied themselves than they felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them, each laced with an undeniable pressure. Impressive, Lin Chen silently marveled. For within his perception, the weakest among these individuals possessed the peak power of the Holy King realm. Moreover, the Holy Kings were but a minority. The majority had at least ascended to the Holy Emperor realm, with several at the Holy Sovereign level. It was evident that the caliber of cultivators aboard this vessel was exceedingly high. Just one of these individuals could sweep through the entirety of the wild, immortal realm with ease. Among them, 5 young figures at the forefront commanded the most attention, clad in matching robes of dark gold. Their prowess was unmistakably the most formidable aboard the vessel, though their attire appeared unassuming. A closer inspection revealed that their robes were of at least mid-grade sacred artifact quality. Aside from these 5, the remaining individuals occupied their respective positions, clearly hailing from various realms. The newly arrived Lin Chen and his companions drew no immediate engagement, as others were preoccupied with their own affairs or discussing matters pertaining to the first day of battle. Occasionally, however, curious glances were cast their way, as if assessing the trio. This was a rather typical occurrence. Ultimately, they were all competitors, even if they hailed from the same realm. Who wouldn't desire to secure the top position and bask in the favor of the most beautiful maiden of the Yuan realm? State your names, demanded a tall and robust youth among the 5. Jiansu, Mu Yao, the young woman replied coolly. Observing this, Lin Chen added, Jiansu, Lin Chen. Very well. After noting their names, the youth's gaze shifted to Lin Chen. Jiansu has only 2 spots. Who is she? She is my sister, accompanying me into battle. Mu Yao interjected, clearly eager to speak before Lin Chen could. Had he introduced them as partners, the reverence these individuals held for the Empress would likely have led them to dismiss the duo, viewing Lin Chen's marital status as an affront in their quest to ally with the Empress. That will not do. Since there are only 2 spots, only 2 may ascend. Quickly, have her step aside. The young man finished speaking and turned to leave, clearly believing that once he had spoken, the others would obediently comply with his commands. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed the absence of any sound behind him. Turning around, he caught the voice of Mu Yao. The regulations do not state that others cannot accompany us. and I refuse to believe that there are no attendants aboard this spirit vessel aside from the competitors." At the moment her indifferent voice resonated, the tall, slender young man was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He looked at Lin Chen and pointed to his own head, saying, "Is there something wrong with your companion? If he is ill, he should seek treatment instead of participating in the first day of the battle." Hearing this, Lin Chen remained silent, but a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. The young man did not continue the mockery. He merely shook his head slightly and turned to the others beside him, instructing, "Break their limbs, cripple their cultivation, and toss them into the sea to feed the fish." The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, their eyes filled with disbelief. Were these fools truly attempting to participate in the heavenly battle with such foolishness? These individuals hailed from the divine nations Wendaegong, the pride of their realm, who would usually comply without question. How dare they retort? Indeed, these individuals were the prodigies of Wendaegong, all surpassing the Saint Emperor realm, having reached the Saint Venerable level. How could they dare act so brazenly? Just as the young man's words faded, two disciples of Wendaegong, one stout and the other slender, leapt forth from behind him. In an instant, their spiritual energy surged. The overwhelming pressure from their Saint Venerable powers descending upon Lin Chen and his companions. A few misfits dare to challenge the number one in the Yuan realm? Lin Chen chuckled, showing no intention of retaliating. Just when everyone expected Lin Chen and his companions to be swiftly dispatched by the Wendaegong disciples, Mu Yao let out a cold snort. Her spiritual energy erupted around her, and with a flash in her eyes, she gently exhaled a breath of celestial energy from her cherry lips, colliding with the approaching figures. In the next moment, before the two could even draw near, their bodies transformed into a cascade of dull yellow sand, scattering and dissipating in the wind, leaving not even a trace behind. Impressive, Lin Chen silently marveled. This woman truly deserved her title as the Empress of a generation. It was only in the presence of Nailin Yanran that she chose to restrain herself. For anyone else, daring to provoke her, there was no salvation in the entire Yuan realm, above or below. However, for someone like him, who possessed extraordinary abilities, there was no fear. This was a genuine tigress. Did these individuals dare to brazenly touch her? Was that not akin to courting death? Indeed, this scene took everyone by surprise. Even the tall, lean young man was momentarily stunned, his expression growing increasingly cold, fear flickering in his eyes as he declared, "You are doomed. You dare to kill a member of Wendaegong? There will be no escape for you, no matter where you flee." As he spoke, the tall, slender youth abruptly crushed a golden stone in his hand. Immediately, a beam of light shot into the sky, ultimately bursting open at the apex, blooming like a splendid firework. Chapter 86, The Taoist Master Go Shancheng. With the sight of their companion's demise, the remaining few trembled, instinctively huddling together, casting vigilant glances at Mu Yao. The once vibrant spark in Mu Yao's eyes now seemed filled with boundless thunder and fierce flames, akin to an ancient celestial deity overlooking mere mortals from the heavens. The sacrificial stone? Summoning allies? A smirk played at the corners of Mu Yao's lips, a flicker of disdain flashing in her gaze. Indeed, the tall, slender youth declared solemnly, "The Tao Palace is fiercely protective of its own. You, wicked enchantress, dare to slay a disciple of our Tao Palace. Prepare to face our judgment." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mu Yao extended her delicate fingers, flicking them lightly. Buzz! A bolt of violet-black lightning surged forth, wrapping around the slender youth, instantly rendering his flesh in tatters, a burnt scent wafting through the air. In the next moment, the violet-black lightning abruptly split into myriad arcs, enveloping and consuming the other two men. "Impudent enchantress, you dare!" The lightning engulfed them, causing the unfortunate souls to writhe on the ground, emitting piercing cries of agony. And before they could even plead for mercy, they were reduced to nothing but black smoke, leaving only a few traces of dark powder behind. Gulp! This scene horrified the cultivators aboard the spirit vessel, who had come from various realms. They all shrank back, watching the trio of Lin Chen from a distance. "You have killed them all. Who will operate this vessel?" Moreover, it seems they were seeking assistance. "Those behind them will arrive shortly." Lin Chen spoke up. He discerned that, beyond the previous exchanges, the young woman harbored a deep-seated grudge against the so-called Tao Palace. Coupled with the original narrative, Lin Chen understood that the existence of the Tao Palace was akin to a malignant tumor for the divine kingdom. To combat the demon race, Mu Yao not only faced the formidable army of the demon realm, but also internal strife from within the divine kingdom, with the Tao Palace representing the gravest issue. The insolent remarks of these men provided her with the perfect opportunity to strike. It must be said, a genuine peak empress is indeed formidable, judging by the recent events. She had not even employed her imperial-level strength. "I shall take charge," Mu Yao declared, stepping over the remnants of the fallen, seizing control of the spirit vessel's helm. Her gaze turned icy. "This is fortuitous. It has been far too long since I unleashed a true massacre." Boom. Under Mu Yao's command, the spirit vessel soared into the clouds, ascending towards the heavens. From atop the vessel, one could only behold an endless sea of clouds. According to the original narrative, this so-called Yuan realm was, in fact, the very core of this world, teeming with abundant spiritual energy, some of which had even transformed into liquid spiritual essence. One could only imagine the extraordinary cultivation environment present there. Among the 100 realms like the Wilderness Immortal Realm, it ranked merely as a mid-tier domain, even leaning towards the lower end of that classification. The Yuan realm served as the central authority of this expanse, governing 100 realms. In the realm of the most powerful clans and aristocratic families, nearly devoid of mortals, Mu Yao, the empress of the Yao Pool, stands as the sovereign of the entire realm, the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, and the ruler of the divine kingdom. The Palace of Inquisition serves as a sacred training ground for the disciples of the formidable clans or aristocratic families within the Yuan realm, alongside entities such as the Titan Merchants Alliance, which controls a vast commercial network spanning all domains of the divine kingdom, and the Hidden Yuan Society, known for possessing the most comprehensive and up-to-date intelligence network in the realm, among others. Indeed, whether it be the Palace of Inquisition or the Titan Merchants Alliance, all are under the dominion of a single individual, the Empress of the Yao Pool. Boom. As Lin Chen pondered, a sudden eruption of radiant beams of light pierced the air ahead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a barrier, within which lay an infinite expanse of colossal land. This, it seemed, was the Yuan realm recorded across various domains, also known as the Upper Realm. However, before the spiritual vessel could approach and land, numerous formidable auras surged forth from within the luminous barrier, their spiritual power howling like a tempest. Whoosh! In an instant, the vessel was firmly held down, as if ensnared in a quagmire, rendering it utterly immobile. In that fleeting moment, the gazes of these individuals fell upon Lin Chen and his companions. Good heavens! That individual appears to be Tao Master Go Shanqing. What? To have a Tao Master personally intervene, these individuals are undoubtedly in grave peril. Is this not self-evident? Those esteemed seniors are disciples of the Palace of Inquisition, and their noble status in descending to the lower realms to escort participants has been thwarted by violence. This is akin to assassinating an envoy dispatched from the imperial city. Consequently, no one dared to approach Lin Chen and his companions, and the crowd instinctively withdrew to a greater distance. At this juncture, the Tao Master known as Go Shanqing stepped forward, extending a courteous gesture towards Lin Chen and his companions. "I am Tao Master Go Shanqing from the Palace of Inquisition, and I extend my greetings to the talented individuals who have traveled from afar." Observing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yet, before he or his companions could respond, the Tao Master continued, "May I inquire about the esteemed positions held by your elders within the Yuan realm?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that the Tao Master, in his courteous demeanor, sought to ascertain their background. After all, these individuals were merely prodigies of the Palace of Inquisition, not disciples or kin of Go Shanqing. If Lin Chen and his companions possessed a formidable lineage, striking out against them could potentially invite calamity upon himself. Conversely, should they lack such backing, he could annihilate them and even gain favor with the forces behind the deceased. As the words lingered, Mu Yao was the first to speak, her gaze icy, and a hint of disdain gleaming in her eyes. "Humph. Go Shanqing, open your eyes and behold who I am. My father is the general of the boundless divine army in the divine kingdom. What? Do you wish to challenge my father?" With her declaration, the other prodigies aboard the vessel regarded Mu Yao with expressions filled with reverence. The disciples from the Taoist temple exhibited a noticeable shift in their expressions, clearly aware of the weight that the title of General Wen carried. However, their astonishment quickly transformed into fury. "So it is you, you demoness, who conspired against the disciples of the Taoist temple years ago. Even your own Mu clan has severed ties with you. Who would have thought you would hide in the lower realms?" Instead of clinging to life, you dare return to the Yuanshe realm? What does it matter to you? Mu Yao arched an eyebrow and scoffed. The Yuanshe realm is not your home. I was born here and will return whenever I wish. What business is it of yours? Go Shanqing's expression grew increasingly frigid as he surveyed those around him, his voice dripping with cold authority. Since you have cut ties with the Mu clan, General Wu Yuan will certainly not concern himself with your fate. Yet, you dare to kill again the disciples of the Taoist temple, showing no remorse, but rather escalating your wickedness. Today, we shall capture you, this demoness, to purge the poison from our Yuanshe realm. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao began to emanate an aura of terrifying malevolence. Here we go again. A group of sanctimonious individuals, brandishing a facade of virtue to conceal your vile methods. It is utterly revolting. Audacious. Go Shanqing's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from his forehead, transforming into the imposing figure of a colossal beast. Chapter 87. Killing for treasure is not shameful. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the realm, a lion of flames, adorned with 6 golden wings, engulfed in blazing fire. Behold, it is the 6-winged flame lion. The aura exuded by this creature had already reached the high-level Saint Sovereign realm, a testament to the might of the Taoist Temple-S practitioners. As the fiery lion appeared, gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the onlookers. It was evident from this display that the individual was a totem practitioner, belonging to an entirely different cultivation system than that of sword cultivators. While sword cultivators awaken their sword spirits, totem practitioners awaken totems that may take the form of fish, insects, beasts, flora, or even weaponry. As the Taoist named Go Shanshang prepared to strike, those behind him also unleashed their spiritual power, pressing down upon Lin Chen and his companions. With dozens of Taoists joining forces, if these 3 survive today, I will gladly eat excrement. A young man clad in a purple robe scoffed, evidently doubting that Lin Chen's trio could withstand such an onslaught. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking, and his smile had barely faded, when his entire head exploded, his lifeless body plummeting from the heights of the heavens. Ungrateful, heartless wretches, you scholars still display such despicable visages. This should be the holiest place in the divine kingdom, yet it has become the stronghold of its rebels. If you do not perish, it will be an affront to the heavens. In that moment, Mu Yao's eyes gleamed with an icy ferocity, as frigid as ancient glaciers. Boom. The combined might of dozens of formidable beings at the Saint Sovereign level was not to be underestimated. Akin to the oppression of 100,000 mountains bearing down upon them, poised to crush them to their demise. To suppress her is one thing, but to include us in the same fate? As Lin Chen felt the overwhelming pressure descending upon him, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. From start to finish, it was Mu Yao who instigated this confrontation, yet these individuals seemed utterly unconcerned. Since they were intent on attacking the 3 of them together, they would all meet their end. Thus, as the power within Mu Yao began to surge, Lin Chen stepped forward and struck with his palm. Boom. In an instant, a colossal hand, obscuring the heavens, descended upon the Tao masters of the Wandao Palace. The aura emanating from this giant hand caused their expressions to change dramatically, turning pale in an instant. They all turned their astonished gazes towards Lin Chen, whom they had dismissed from the beginning, exclaiming, "Wait, let us talk this over." Slap. No sooner had they spoken than the golden hand came crashing down. In a fleeting moment, the imprint struck mercilessly upon their heads, causing their physical forms to shatter, reducing them to a gruesome mixture of flesh and blood. Bang! As the golden imprint exploded, the remnants of flesh and blood were instantaneously ground to dust, utterly annihilated in this realm. Dozens of Tao masters from the Wandao Palace were silenced before they could even let out a scream, their lives extinguished in an instant. Before the spirit vessel, amidst the clouds, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of life. Had it not been for the witnesses who had seen the Tao masters arrive, no one would have fathomed that dozens, all of Saint Sovereign caliber, had suddenly vanished. As the explosive energy dissipated, all the other geniuses from various realms bowed their heads, retreating to the farthest corners, too intimidated to gaze upon Lin Chen and his companions. Yet, amidst the collective astonishment, Mu Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Although these individuals were inferior in realm, their sheer numbers meant that, if they acted in unison, even those at the pinnacle of the Saint Sovereign level could be gravely injured. But Lin Chen was capable of annihilating them in an instant. Moreover, he did not conceal his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Saint Sovereign level, yet the power unleashed from that strike undoubtedly surpassed the confines of the Saint Sovereign realm. Truly peculiar, Mu Yao mused, recalling the words of Lin Yinran. It seemed evident that Lin Chen possessed something even she could not fully comprehend. Perhaps the divine realm truly had hope? As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Yao involuntarily glanced in Lin Yinran's direction. In response, Lin Yinran smiled back. By now, she had begun to adapt to Lin Chen's enigmatic demeanor, which remained perpetually elusive. Meanwhile, though the Wandao Palace's members had perished, their storage rings remained. Thus, Lin Chen waved his hand, drawing all the scattered storage rings into his grasp. The possessions of the Wandao Palace bear specific marks. If you use them in this realm, they can easily be detected, Mu Yao cautioned. Lin Chen replied, "Oh, hoping for a greater turnout next time. I relish the idea of delivering wealth." Upon hearing this, Mu Yao rolled her eyes and glanced at Lin Yinran, her expression seemingly conveying the message, "Look at your man." In response, Lin Yinran could only disregard it. Indeed, true best friends often harbor disdain for each other's romantic partners. Once the dust settled here, the spirit vessel ascended once more, abruptly crashing into the vibrant barrier. In that instant, it felt as if light and shadow danced. The cosmos shifted, and a magnificent, grand tapestry of the divine realm unfurled before the onlookers. The most immediate sensation was the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy filling the air, which seemed less like mere spiritual essence and more akin to celestial energy. Even a pig could cultivate into a spirit here, feasting and resting without effort. As the spirit vessel progressed, towering mountains and countless majestic palatial structures came into view. Stretching infinitely, it seemed that the sea of 10,000 swords was merely a modest household within this divine realm. Moreover, the spiritual energy flowed effortlessly into their bodies, bestowing a refreshing sensation, as if their entire beings were harmoniously aligned, utterly invigorating. Boom! With a tremor, the spirit vessel gradually descended. Aside from Lin Chen and his companions, the rest dispersed, wary of being affected by the recent events. Lin Chen and his friends were audacious. They lacked the profound background and strength that Mu Yao possessed. Along the way, they beheld resplendent celestial towers, shrouded in ethereal mist, as though they were traversing a heavenly paradise. The passers-by exuded an aura unseen in their realm, adorned in attire of jewels and celestial gold, resembling immortal beings, instilling a sense of awe. Chapter 88. Long Out Yin. Yao Yao. What did that person mean earlier when he said you have severed ties with the Mu clan? Noticing the surrounding crowd had dispersed, Lin Yinran leaned closer to Mu Yao and whispered, a trace of concern etched on her brow. This was something that had never occurred in their previous lives. And given that Mu Yao had now ascended to the Emperor realm, it seemed improbable that the Mu clan would rashly sever ties with a formidable emperor. Yet, it was not an entirely unusual matter. It had likely already spread throughout the Yuan realm. Mu Yao replied nonchalantly, her expression betraying no emotion. In simple terms, the royal family has proposed a marriage alliance with my Mu clan to forge a powerful union. Though the royal family is weak, they are known to produce geniuses in this Yuan realm. Lin Yinran raised an eyebrow. Long Out Yin? In her previous life, Long Out Yin was indeed a genius of the Yuan realm and had courted Mu Yao, only to be rejected. Thereafter, he mysteriously vanished. They never laid eyes on him again until the destruction of the Yuan realm. Who would have thought that this time, a marriage proposal would directly come forth? Indeed, Mu Yao nodded, stating that after her awakening, she had no need to rely on any man and thus intended to annul the engagement. To my astonishment, on the eve of my annulment, that arrogant dragon, Long Out Yin, unexpectedly lost all his cultivation and spiritual power, rendering him a complete invalid. Consequently, the entire celestial realm presumed that my decision to withdraw from the engagement stemmed from witnessing Long Out Yin's downfall, leading the Long clan to feel thoroughly disgraced. Thus, from that moment on, the two factions became as antagonistic as fire and water. What none could have foreseen was that after several years of silence, Long Out Yin made a remarkable resurgence, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, as he triumphed over all the prodigies of the Yuan realm, ultimately establishing himself as the strongest among them. In a bid to redeem his honor, he issued a challenge against me and successfully defeated me. He even declared that anyone who dared to protect me would be opposing the entire royal family, which led to my becoming a pariah of the Mu clan, and I was subsequently expelled from their ranks. Nalin Yinran. Observing Nalin Yinran's perplexed expression, Mu Yao instinctively understood her thoughts. Surely, she was questioning why. Despite having awakened, she still fell to Long Out Yin. With a gentle sigh, Mu Yao continued, "You should know that I am the current empress of the Yao Pool, a fact known only to me and my father." Long Out Yin's victory was merely over Mu Yao, the pride of the Mu clan, not the empress of the Yao Pool. Why go to such lengths? With your strength, unifying the entire divine nation would be utterly feasible. Nalin Yinran inquired. Do you recall what I previously mentioned? The demon race has descended prematurely, and the current Tao-seeking palace is a malignant tumor. The identity of the empress of the Yao Pool is my ultimate trump card. An 18-year-old empress emerging from obscurity is sufficient to command the attention and even the trepidation of the entire demon race. They are currently covertly investigating the true identity and background of the empress of the Yao Pool. Until they ascertain the potential power behind this identity, they will refrain from making any moves. Already, a demon emperor has infiltrated the Yuan realm, secretly observing. Should I reveal even the slightest weakness while eradicating the Tao-seeking palace, and they learn that my only backing is the Mu clan, then the demon realm will undoubtedly unleash a massacre in the Yuan realm, claiming it as their new dominion. At that moment, this place will transform into a purgatory for humanity. As for the so-called expulsion from the Mu clan, it was merely a ruse orchestrated by my father and me. I am seeking an individual capable of harnessing the masculine secret arts, and once found, I shall achieve a breakthrough. In that instance, I alone will eradicate all the demon race, restoring peace to the Yuan realm. I see, Nalin Yinran murmured, tightly grasping Mu Yao's small hand. She had once questioned Mu Yao about the reason for risking her life to protect the people of the Yuan realm. Were they truly worth such sacrifice? Mu Yao simply replied that this land had nurtured her, and she could not allow it to fall into the hands of the demon race. Furthermore, despite the existence of traitors like those within the Tao-seeking palace who sought to collude with the demons, the majority still held steadfast in their convictions, resolutely refusing to ally with evil. Perhaps this was the very reason Mu Yao was willing to lay down her life to safeguard the Yuan realm. As two individuals engaged in conversation, a magnificent architectural complex unfolded before the three, vast, spectacular, and majestic. Above the grand entrance hung an enormous plaque inscribed with two elegant characters, Mu Fu. The Mu clan has arrived. At a mere glance, the guards flanking Mu Fu instantly recognized Mu Yao, their expressions shifting dramatically, revealing her current unpopularity among the members of the Mu clan. You, the cursed demoness, dare to return? With that, one of them hastily entered to report her presence. Mu Yao, however, paid them no mind. They were blissfully ignorant of the truth. What they understood was that due to Mu Yao, their clan had become the target of both the imperial family and the Wendigo. Get lost. Mu Yao's voice resonated powerfully, sending the guards tumbling aside, before she confidently strode into Mu Fu alongside Lin Chen. Meanwhile, in another part of the Yuan realm, a cluster of palatial structures floated amidst the vast sea of stars, their foundations seemingly rooted in the primal chaos. The silhouettes of towering palaces flickered in and out of view, as if woven from countless mystical characters and ancient Taoist rhythms. A jade staircase, reaching towards the heavens, meandered upwards from the depths of the cloud sea, its steps broad and exquisitely carved from flawless white jade, naturally adorned with intricate and radiant inscriptions. As one's gaze traversed the final cloud step, an expansive square, astonishing in its tranquility, came into view. Underfoot lay naturally formed black crystal stones, each containing myriad faint starlights. With every step, a resonant echo of the great Tao reverberated beneath. This location was none other than the most exalted and sacred place of inheritance in the entire Yuan realm, Wendigo. Many prominent clans and noble families sent their progeny to Wendigo for cultivation, where they honed their martial arts and scholarly pursuits. Those who emerged from Wendigo were destined to become the pillars of the divine kingdom, joining various factions or even enlisting in the Yuan divine army, dedicating themselves to the divine kingdom, shining brightly. Deep within the Wendigo, in a modest courtyard, a young man languidly reclined upon a chaise longue, beside which flowed a crystal-clear stream, the gentle sound of water trickling softly in the air. This youth, with striking features and an ethereal demeanor, emanated an enigmatic aura. His posture was relaxed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the horizon, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. Beside him lay an extraordinary sword, partially concealed within the void. Chapter 89, Exceptional Talent. This sword comprised 9 segments, each seemingly imbued with distinct powers. The young man gently grasped the hilt. In an instant, the sword radiated celestial light, distorting the air around it, indicating that this was no ordinary weapon. It likely did not belong to this realm at all. Swordmaster? Are you there? Swordmaster? Suddenly, the youth leaned closer to the magnificent sword and called out unexpectedly. What the hell? Soon, ethereal energies surged above the celestial sword, and an elder clad in a dark robe materialized upon its blade, his face contorted with anger. You insolent brat! How many times must I repeat myself? I am still in slumber, recovering. Do not disturb me. Spare me your pretense. You are likely dreaming of tormenting some young maiden, the youth replied with a mischievous grin, wholly unperturbed by the elder's ire. Fool! The elder scowled. But enough of jesting. I must be serious. The youth then suppressed his mirth, adopting a solemn demeanor. I have completely absorbed the quintessence of the 5 elements from this divine sword, integrating it into my very being. You can assist me in unlocking the 2nd tier of the Yin-Yang Chaos. I am ready to commence my cultivation of the 2nd level of the Hunyuan Ninefold Ju. What? You've completed the absorption? The elder was taken aback, realizing that among all the masters he had encountered over the years, this young man was undoubtedly the swiftest. Enough with the chatter. The youth's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the celestial sword in his grasp, envisioning a resplendent future. Young one, you must think carefully. The elder paused, then continued. Once you embark on the 2nd tier of your training and begin to absorb the chaotic forces of Yin and Yang, you may find yourself in a predicament akin to your previous experience, rendered utterly powerless. With the first day's battle imminent, do you not fear losing your position? What does it matter? The youth waved dismissively. This divine sword possesses its own realm, and time flows much faster within than in the outside world. I have ample time. As for the first day's battle, I shall bide my time. What of it? I only need to make a dazzling entrance at the final moment, creating a profound silence throughout the arena. Very well. Since you have your plans, I shall not press further, the elder remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Last time, you lost your cultivation upon absorbing the quintessence, even facing the indignity of being rejected in marriage. This time, you can expect to hear taunts anew. Let them come. I have noted each one, and when my success is realized, I shall crush them all. The youth retorted coldly. Indeed, it is rare to possess such a mindset. The dread of losing one's cultivation is not something most can endure. The elder gently stroked his beard, smiling. Should you succeed this time, you might even contend with the Yaoqi Empress. The 18-year-old Empress, a true darling of this realm, a creator of wonders. The youth mused with a faint smile. Certainly, far more intriguing than that foolish daughter of the Mu clan's general. Her? She must be quaking in fear of you by now, the elder chuckled. Yet, those from the Mu clan are somewhat astute, having promptly expelled that dimwit from their family and severed ties. Otherwise, they would surely struggle within this realm. That old scoundrel Mu Tianqing remains unconvinced. Once I succeed this time and surpass him, just watch how I twist his head off, the youth declared coldly. Though he had previously subdued Mu Yao, he knew this matter would not conclude simply. The Mu clan must pay a heavy price, perhaps even face annihilation. As the youth's words fell, his internal spiritual power suddenly dissipated, his realm plummeting instantaneously, akin to a mere blade of grass, as he collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, an exquisite young maiden pushed open the courtyard gate, a look of panic instantly crossing her face as she exclaimed, "Brother Outyin." Without hesitation, she rushed over to assist him, inquiring, "Brother, what has happened to you? Why is there not a trace of spiritual power within you? Could it be?" The maiden's expression swiftly turned grave. Alas, indeed, I was too hasty. With the battle approaching on the first day, I sought to secure a commendable rank, only to find myself in such a predicament. The youth sighed deeply. How could this be? The maiden gasped, but she soon reassured him. Fear not, Brother Outyin. Even if you were to become an ordinary person from this day forth, I would never forsake you. My heart will always belong to you. She nestled against the youth, her voice tender. Thank you, Yuer. It is truly a blessing to have you. The youth replied with a gentle smile. Wait, are you deceiving me? Suddenly, the maiden raised her head, her cheeks puffed in indignation. The youth, puzzled, responded, How could I possibly deceive you? You're not deceiving me. Then why is your hand so unruly? As she spoke, her face flushed a deeper shade of red. With a mischievous grin, the youth replied, hee hee. Though my spiritual power is gone, my body remains intact, which certainly has no bearing. What do you intend to do? The maiden exclaimed, covering her chest. Just teasing. You shall reign as my queen for once. The youth chuckled. Her cheeks reddened further. Before she could complete her thought, the atmosphere turned intimate. An hour later, the maiden's head rested against a broad and warm chest, her delicate hand drawing circles upon it. Playfully, she remarked, humph. Without spiritual power, yet still so audacious? Naturally. Who could blame my exceptional talent? The youth boasted proudly. Upon hearing this, the maiden displayed a look of disdain. Brother, had I not shown mercy just now, you would have been too weak to continue the fight. Well said, Xing Ryue. When did you become so audacious? The youth was taken aback, then laughed heartily. One is often influenced by their surroundings, is it not your fault? She replied playfully. Once they were dressed, Xing Ryue said seriously, brother, that wretched woman from the Mu clan has returned. Are you aware? The youth paused, then scoffed, oh, how intriguing. She certainly has some audacity. You seem rather uninterested. Xing Ryue noted. A defeated foe, merely a fly. Had it not been for Mu Tianqing's intervention back then, she would be nothing more than a memory now. Long Outyin remarked nonchalantly. Xing Ryue spoke softly. However, I have received word that not only has she returned, but she has also reached the pinnacle of the Saint's sovereign realm, surpassing my own cultivation. Moreover, she appears to have brought back a pretty boy from the lower realms. I wonder if this is her way of provoking you. Given your current loss of power, you might once again become the laughingstock of the Yuan realm. Chapter 90. Swordmaster, can you cover for me? Oh, how amusing. This wretched woman truly is as irritating as a fly. The Mu clan seems intent on their own destruction. Despite having been warned, they dare to allow that wretched girl to return? Long Ao Tian's voice grew frigid as he turned to Xing Ryue and said, Yue, summon your uncle. We shall pay a visit to the Mu residence. Brother Ao Tian, what are you planning? Xing Ryue inquired. I intend to crush that wretched Mu Yao. If Mu Tianqing dares to obstruct me, then the entire Mu clan shall face annihilation. Long Ao Tian replied coldly, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Understood. I shall go at once. With that, the young girl swiftly departed from the small courtyard. Once she had left, Long Ao Tian spread his palm, and a 9-section celestial sword slowly materialized. Swordmaster, can you provide me with support? Are you certain you wish to proceed now? After a prolonged silence, an aged voice emanated from the sword, accompanied by the gradual appearance of an elder's figure. Indeed, Long Ao Tian nodded, stating, the Mu clan is clearly intent on opposing me, seeking to humiliate me. If I do not alleviate this grievance today, I fear I shall encounter insurmountable difficulties in my future cultivation. Sighing softly, the elder replied, providing support is certainly within my capabilities. Annihilating the entire Mu clan is of little consequence. However, once I exert my strength, I shall be plunged into slumber for several months. During this time, you must rely solely upon yourself. The demon race has already invaded, and we are amidst a tumultuous period. The demon emperor has entered our realm. To be frank, the current situation is exceedingly perilous. Although the Yaoqi Empress offers some protection, she alone cannot contend with the entire demon race. Otherwise, she would have acted by now. If the demon race discovers her true identity, it will spell the end for our realm. That matters not. These insignificant creatures hold no relevance for me. The diminutive Yuan realm cannot confine me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall find a place to conceal myself. At worst, I shall forego participating in the celestial war until you awaken, Sword Master. Long Ao Tian declared. Very well. The elder nodded in agreement. You are the last hope of your clan. Only by perfecting the Hunyuan ninefold pendant can you save your lineage and ensure its continuation. The dragon royal family of the Yuan realm is but a false identity, and there are few of you remaining. Let it be. At the Mu residence. Within the grandest hall, thousands of seats were arranged around the perimeter. Presently, many individuals occupied these seats, evidently members of the Mu clan. At the elevated position, 10 of the most prestigious seats were filled, each occupied by prominent figures, followed by others of notable status within the clan, including both elders and juniors. However, regardless of who they were far beyond what the wild immortal realm could compare. Any junior from this gathering could easily overpower all talents in the wild immortal realm, and some of the elder generation would not stand as their equals. This exemplifies the vast disparity between the top-tier clans of the Yuan realm and the dimensional realms. Lin Chen and his companions stood firmly in the center of the vast hall, as if subjected to the judgment of 1,000 onlookers. Yet, the primary focus of scrutiny was directed toward Mu Yao, who still bore a mask of white jade upon her face. Under such immense pressure, the young maiden remained resolute. Not a single strand of hair stirred. At that moment, amidst the 10 exalted thrones, a formidable figure clad in gleaming silver armor, with a robust physique, shifted slightly. Before uttering a word, a palpable wave of force surged towards Lin Chen and his companions. The leader of the Mu clan, a general of the Divine Nation's Boundless Army, ensured that, although not all descendants of the Mu clan joined the Boundless Army, they underwent rigorous training from birth, instilling in them a fierce spirit. Mu Yao, the towering figure, directed his gaze towards her and spoke with a resounding voice. "Uncle," Mu Yao replied coolly, then cast a slight glance at the central throne. "Where is my father?" "Your father?" he responded. "As the demon army approaches, he is currently mobilizing the Boundless Army to establish defenses against the demons. Then please inform him. I do not possess his communication stone. Urge him to return, as I have matters to discuss with him," Mu Yao asserted. Preposterous. Suddenly, a man seated beside the one Mu Yao referred to as uncle rose abruptly, his voice booming and reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. This man, equally imposing and clad in bronze armor, bore a scar across his face, his eyes aflame with wrath as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Yao. He thundered, "Years ago, when you left and severed ties, we granted you a chance at life. And now, at this critical juncture, you dare to return with such audacity? Do you not comprehend the gravity of your actions? What standing does your father hold? With the demon army pressing upon us, do you wish for him to abandon his post? Do you not realize how much you have endangered our clan?" As his words echoed, whispers spread among the assembled crowd. It was once believed that should these two unite, they would be a legendary couple, a celestial pair. Yet, Mu Yao had squandered such a promising fate, blind to the opportunity before her. Alas, the temperament of this young lady remains as willful as ever. Not only did her previous actions in breaking off the engagement bring turmoil to the entire Mu clan, but upon her return, she had even slain disciples of the Wendiagon, including a master. What would become of our own disciples in the Wendiagon? After all, she is the clan leader's cherished daughter, spoiled since childhood. Little does she know that after being defeated by Long Outyin, he has made remarkable strides, perhaps even nearing the level of the Yaoqi Empress. Indeed, the Empress did not merely arise from obscurity. The Long clan boasts the longest-standing lineage in this divine realm, the true custodians of the divine nation. We can only hope that this young lady does not plunge our entire Mu clan into a perilous plight. As the atmosphere grew chaotic, the foremost man bellowed, "Silence." Though his voice was not loud, in the absence of the clan leader, his words commanded authority. Consequently, the once bustling hall fell into an immediate hush, though the expressions of those present varied greatly. "Mu Yao," the man waved his hand and said, "You should not return at this moment. After the battle of the first day concludes, I will discuss with your father to arrange a suitable place for you. After all, you are his daughter, but certainly not now. Is that so? Then guess why I have returned at this time." Mu Yao replied coolly. "I came back to participate in the first day of battle." As soon as she finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. "No, you have already been expelled from the Mu clan, and thus cannot represent us in battle. You may disgrace yourself, but do not dare to bring shame upon the Mu clan." A man clad in bronze armor stepped forward to refuse her. Chapter 91. I am the clan leader, understand? Indeed, we do not agree. In an instant, many voices rose in disapproval of Mu Yao's proposal. While the crowd continued to discuss, Mu Yao slowly took out a white jade pendant from her bosom and said softly, "I do not utilize the Mu clan's quota, but rather the identity of a disciple from the sword ruins of the lower realm, a status that bears no relation to your Mu clan." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "No," the man in bronze armor snorted coldly and retorted, "Ultimately, your blood still carries the lineage of the Mu clan. Even if you have severed ties with us, the moment you brazenly appear in public, especially during this first day of battle, the ridicule will not solely be directed at you, but at our entire clan. Allowing you to remain within the Mu clan temporarily is already the greatest concession. Participating in the first day of battle is out of the question." As his words echoed, the entire hall reverberated with intensity. Such bluntness clearly offered no regard for Mu Yao's dignity. In a swift motion, Mu Yao let out a soft snort, and her white jade mask suddenly shattered into a fine powder. Her eyes shifted sharply, locking onto the man, who, in that instant, felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, involuntarily retreating a few steps, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Humph, what a performance. Acting all mysterious before so many in the Mu clan is truly embarrassing, he feigned calmness. However, Mu Yao paid no heed to his pretense. In the next moment, she slightly lifted her right foot and then stomped down with a thunderous crash. Boom. In an instant, her white dress billowed, and a vast, overwhelming power converged at her toes, violently colliding against the man's chest. In a heartbeat, the armor on his body shattered, sending him hurtling backward to crash against a pillar. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell into a state of utter weakness. Huh, fourth uncle, it seems you are the true waste. Unable to fend off even a junior. If I were you, I would just dash headlong into a wall. Mu Yao scoffed. Peak of the Saint Venerable Realm? The man, referred to as fourth uncle by Mu Yao, gaped at her, disbelief filling his eyes. Meanwhile, the entire hall of the Mu residence fell into a profound silence. As still as the grave. Peak of the Saint Venerable Realm. This represents the pinnacle of the younger generation across the entire realm. On the Dao ranking of the Taoist Palace, the top 10 contenders are all at least of the Saint's sovereign level, with the foremost among them, Long Outyin, having even attained the formidable threshold of a half-step quasi-emperor. His aura exudes a subtle hint of quasi-imperial might. Meanwhile, Mu Yao has returned after a mysterious absence, her cultivation having surged dramatically. In terms of strength, no one on the Dao ranking can rival her, except for Long Outyin. Mu Yao's status has always been superior to theirs, and now, her prowess has soared to such heights. Coupled with her notoriously unruly nature, no one can guarantee they won't be smitten down by her hand at any moment. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, a silver-armored man sighed, his eyes betraying lingering concern, yet a flicker of delight danced within their depths. Oh, uncle, do you wish to personally test my strength? Mu Yao arched an eyebrow, her voice resolute. I must admit, your cultivation has indeed exceeded our expectations. The silver-armored man shook his head. However, your opponent is Long Outyin, who undoubtedly possesses immense fortitude and is now on the brink of the quasi-emperor realm. Should you seek to confront him with such strength, it is highly likely you will face humiliation once more. No, this time, you may very well risk your life. As he spoke, concern and helplessness were evident on his face. The disparity in strength between the two was alarming. Long Outyin's ascension was nothing short of astonishing, and he would soon surpass the elder generation of formidable warriors. Presently, he is regarded as the future of both the Taoist Palace and the Long clan. Regrettably, he knew that despite his warning, Mu Yao would heed no advice. Once she set her mind on something, no one could deter her. Much like the annulment of her engagement years ago, were it not for the events of that time, Mu Yao's extraordinary talents would have undoubtedly garnered the adoration and support of the entire Mu clan. Are you certain you wish to participate in the heavenly battle? Just as the silver-armored man was consumed by worry, a voice resonating with authority echoed through the hall. Following this, a figure clad in golden armor, exuding an imposing and fierce aura, strode into the chamber. He stood behind Mu Yao and her companions, the atmosphere heavy with reverence. In unison, the assembly rose. Addressing him with respect, we pay our respects to the clan leader. The newcomer was none other than Mu Tianqing, the current head of the Mu clan and the Grand General of the Divine Army of the Boundless Divine Kingdom. Father, Mu Yao turned and softly called out. Mu Tianqing gazed at her, speaking gently. Yao Yao, are you certain? He was the sole individual within the entire realm privy to Mu Yao's other identity and her intentions for descending to the lower realms. Logically, even if Mu Yao did not find that person in the lower realms, she would only select someone after the heavenly battle. Of course, he also noticed Lin Chen beside her, as well as the presence of Nailin Yanran beside him. The two individuals were still holding hands, appearing to be a couple. If Lin Chen were indeed the one chosen by Mu Yao, it would be unlikely for him to bring his woman along, right? Indeed, Mu Yao remarked calmly. Mu Tianqing pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall defer to your judgment. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Mu Yao's change of heart, it was evident that this was not the moment for inquiries. Upon hearing these words, the silver-armored man, known as the second son, attempted to speak, but was abruptly met with a chilling gaze. Mu Tianqing cast a cold glance and stated firmly, "Though you are the elder brother, the Mu clan is currently under my command. I'm the clan leader, understand?" "I comprehend," the silver-armored man replied, his body slackening as he sank back into his seat, his eyes devoid of life. "However, on my way back, I chanced upon some intriguing news." With that, Mu Tianqing shifted his tone, his expression growing peculiar. "Oh." At once, everyone perked up their ears. It appeared that the young scion of the Long family had once again fallen into a state of utter uselessness. This time, not only had his cultivation regressed, but his spiritual power had completely vanished, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Mu Tianqing's gaze sharpened. Are they resorting to such tricks again? The bronze-armored man, Mu Wulia, the fourth son of the Mu clan, interjected. Long Outyin has already played this game once before, ultimately tarnishing our clan's reputation. Is he attempting to employ the same tactics? Beside him, the silver-armored man, Mu Wuxiang, the eldest son of the Mu clan, was equally perplexed. This time, it's for real. Just then, a gentle female voice wafted in from outside the hall. Following this, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing blue gown swept in like a whirlwind. She was Mu Yao's third aunt, Mu Xuanyu, the third daughter of the Mu clan. I have just returned from the Palace of Inquiry, and this matter has already spread. Many have borne witness to it. Long Outyin has indeed been rendered powerless. And many powerful figures from the Long royal family and the Palace of Inquiry have assessed the situation, finding it hopeless. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Yet one individual burst into laughter. It was Mu Wulia. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Long Outyin and had longed for his demise. When Long Outyin's cultivation had regressed years ago, he had reveled in the highest glee, although he had also been the one most severely humiliated. Naturally, upon hearing this news, he was overjoyed. I told you, Yao Yao is indeed the foremost prodigy of the Yuan realm. If she were to participate in the first celestial battle, who could possibly stand against her? Mu Wulia laughed. Silence. Leave. Mu Tianqing commanded coldly. Understood. Mu Wulia shrank his neck and retreated behind Mu Wuxiang. Mu Tianqing's eyes were deep with thought as he remarked, Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant and ascertain the truth. That young man is not to be underestimated. He may have formidable allies behind him. As the strongest of the Mu clan, Mu Tianqing naturally had to exercise greater caution, excluding Mu Yao from this consideration. Meanwhile, two teams emerged from the Palace of Inquiry and the Long royal family, each consisting of a dozen individuals. Without exception, each person emanated a terrifying aura. At the forefront stood Long Outyin and the Maiden Xing Ryue, flanked by a man on either side. Behind Long Aotian stood a robust man, the strongest of the Long clan, known as Long Batian. Standing behind Xing Ryu was a handsome young man, the celestial master of the One Dao Palace. Xing. The Xing family governed the One Dao Palace, wielding immense influence, their foundation surpassing that of the now-declining Long clan. Ever since the ascension of the Yao Qi Empress, the Long clan had been firmly suppressed, rendered immobile. A commotion arose. Was that Long Aotian at the forefront of the Long clan in One Dao Palace? What was the purpose of this gathering? Are you not aware? The demoness of the Mu clan has returned. She surely seeks retribution. Yet, wasn't Long Aotian rendered powerless? Wouldn't it be an act of humiliation to confront her now? Who knows? What if it's a ruse? Regardless, let us go. A spectacle awaits. As the conversation unfolded, many below began to follow suit, eager to witness the event from the front lines. Chapter 92. The Might of the Emperors. Ding. Detected the presence of a third-tier Emperor-level expert nearby. The host's cultivation has been automatically elevated to the third-tier Emperor level. Boom. Within the grand hall of the Mu residence, as the man clad in golden armor, the head of the Mu family, Mu Tianqing, made his entrance, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more in Lin Chen's mind. This time, as he felt the vast, explosive power coursing through him, Lin Chen was momentarily entranced. He had transcended the quasi-emperor stage, soaring to the final realm of the mortal Dao. The Emperor realm. Lin Chen had initially thought that only Mu Yao held the title of emperor within this divine domain, only to realize that his father was also among their ranks. Upon reflection, it made sense, with Mu Yao's profound heritage. Assisting her father in breaking through several realms should be within her capacity. Enough. Everyone, retreat for now. This matter is settled, Mu Tianqing declared, intending to disperse the assembly. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended, seemingly enveloping the entire Mu residence. Cracks began to form in the doors, windows, and even the ground of the grand hall. In an instant, those of weaker cultivation collapsed to the ground, and even the elders struggled to maintain their footing. Humph! At that moment, a cold snort resonated, shattering the oppressive force that had engulfed the Mu residence. The source of this defiance was none other than Mu Tianqing himself, whose eyes now burned with boundless fury. How dare anyone audaciously suppress the residence of his esteemed general in the divine realm? Was this a declaration of war against him and the entire Mu clan? Whoosh! In the next moment, the head of the Mu family vanished from his spot, appearing high above the Mu residence. Lin Chen and the others exchanged glances, instinctively rushing out, while the leaders of the Mu clan and numerous elders took a deep breath and leaped into the air. Above the Mu residence, on one side stood Mu Tianqing and the members of the Mu clan, while facing them were the representatives of the One Dao Palace and the Long clan. The commotion had undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless onlookers in the vicinity. They naturally dared not approach, for the flames of conflict at the city gates would inevitably engulf the innocent. Thus, they could only observe the unfolding situation from a distance. On one side stood the resplendent Wendaegong and the soon-to-be resurgent Dragon Royal family. On the other, the formidable Mu clan, anchored by the indomitable General Mu of the Abyssal Divine Army. Should these two factions engage in battle, the ensuing chaos would be cataclysmic, shaking the very foundations of the realm. What could have prompted such a sudden aggression from Wendaegong and the Dragon Royal family towards the Mu clan? Is it not apparent? The return of the Mu clan's enchantress has stirred the waters. Long ago, Long Outyin had made it abundantly clear, anyone who dared to shelter Mu Yao would face annihilation. Had he not already defeated and humiliated her in the past? Why such fervor now? Foolishness. They are the most venerable royal lineage in the realm. Even in their current decline, they are not to be trifled with. Moreover, they have produced the formidable Long Outyin, whose ascendance is inexorable. The notion of a marriage annulment within a royal family is utterly preposterous. Should there be a dissolution, it ought to be initiated by them. Had it not been for the apprehension of General Mu Tianqing, the Mu clan would have faced extermination long ago. Indeed, Long Outyin has now amassed nearly half of the realm's forces around him. While the Mu clan possesses some formidable allies, they pale in comparison. More crucially, the Empress stands alone. Ultimately, the future of the realm will revert to the control of the Dragon Royal family. In fact, I find the Empress rather commendable. Since ascending to power, her actions have been more beneficial to families like ours and to the common folk. You speak true, yet she has encroached upon others' interests. Esteemed guests, arriving unbidden and attempting to intimidate my Mu household. Do you truly believe us to be mere clay to be molded? Mu Tianqing, unwavering in his demeanor, directed his piercing gaze towards the assembly of Wendaegong and the Dragon Royal family, his voice resonating with gravitas. Mu Tianqing, we have warned you before. Anyone who dares to protect that enchantress Mu Yao stands against us and Wendaegong. Now, not only have you failed to restrain her and return her to your clan, but you have also slain the disciples of Wendaegong. Today, if you do not surrender Mu Yao, not a soul in your Mu household shall survive. A robust figure stepped forward behind Long Outyin, proclaiming with authority. Do I need to seek your permission to protect my daughter? Mu Tianqing retorted, a slight smirk gracing his lips. You wish to annihilate my Mu household? You, Long Batian, are not yet capable. Have your slumbering elders emerge. Perhaps they could withstand even a single exchange with me. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure erupted from within Mu Tianqing, sweeping outward in an instant. The first to be struck, Long Batian, was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. In that moment, a 9-section celestial sword erupted from Long Outyin, countering the oppressive force emanating from Mu Tianqing. Have you truly ascended to the great emperor realm? At that instant, both the members of Wendaegong and the Dragon Royal family were filled with astonishment. In their recollection, Mu Tianqing was not regarded as a pinnacle figure of the emperor's realm. When did he manage to break through to the level of a great emperor? Was it a recent achievement, or has this individual been concealing his true prowess all along? As they pondered, an eerie chill crept up their spines, sending shivers racing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Goodness! General Mu has actually ascended to the status of a great emperor. How formidable! Those who observed from afar, though not as acutely aware as the Wendaegong or the Long clan, could still feel the overwhelming aura emanating from him. enough to instill fear in their hearts. In that moment, even Long Outyen's countenance grew solemn. Master Jian, this fellow has surpassed my expectations. What shall we do? Can we still turn the tide? Long Outyen inquired silently to the elderly figure within his mind. Young one, have you underestimated me too greatly? While my current abilities are somewhat limited, do not think for a moment that I cannot vanquish even a peak Great Emperor, let alone a mere third-level one. Once I have gathered sufficient strength, you shall unleash the Yushin sword, and he will be obliterated, body and soul, within the Mu residence. He is the only one of consequence. The rest are insignificant. Once he is eliminated, the Wendaegong and the royal family will undoubtedly join forces to dismantle the Mu clan and devour their remnants. The elder's voice resonated within Long Outyen's mind, calming his turbulent thoughts. Very well, Long Outyen replied, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Ding! Detection of the Child of Destiny nearby. Defeating the Child of Destiny along with their backing forces will yield a reward package. Just as Lin Chen was observing, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 93. Witness My Crushing Might. Character, Long Outyen. Age, 20 years. Inferior to the readers. Cultivation, none. Due to training in the primordial 9-layer ring. Cultivation has temporarily vanished, but upon success, it will surge dramatically. Weapon, Yushin sword. An ancient celestial artifact, containing the 9 layers of primordial law. When cultivated to perfection, it allows the wielder to traverse the cosmos in their physical form, achieving the status of a supreme immortal, rivaling the heavens themselves. With a mere gesture, countless star worlds can be obliterated. Character description, a descendant of the ancient celestial lineage, guided by an elder within the sword, enhancing his cultivation and strength. Gazing at the character introduction on the system panel, Lin Chen stole a glance at the youth across from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He has arrived. He has finally arrived. The Child of Destiny has bestowed another package upon me. Mu Tianqing, do you truly believe that having attained the realm of a great emperor enables you to contend with my Long clan and the Wendaegong? With the elder's affirmation bolstering his confidence, Long Outyen straightened his posture, casting a scornful gaze toward Mu Tianqing. He grasped the hilt of the Yushin sword. Feeling that everything was in place, they merely awaited the right moment. Once the elder within the sword had gathered his strength, he would deliver a fatal blow to Mu Tianqing. In that eventuality, with Mu Tianqing's demise, the remaining members of the Mu clan would be no more than insignificant creatures, unworthy of mention. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianqing's eyes narrowed, his expression growing serious as he focused intently on Long Outyen, specifically on the celestial sword he wielded. Able to withstand his oppressive aura, at the very least, it must be a divine weapon. Yet throughout the annals of the Long family dynasty, this sword had never been seen. Something feels amiss. Beside them, Mu Yao was also fixated on the celestial sword in Long Outyen's grasp. She stepped forward and whispered beside Mu Tianqing, feeling a sense of trepidation emanating from the blade. As the strongest being in the entire Yuan realm, she sensed that this sword might have surpassed even the divine weapons. Is this the pretty boy that Mu Yao foolishly brought back from the lower realms? How amusing. To provoke me, she has utterly discarded her dignity and consorted with a low-born scoundrel. You truly are something, Mu Yao. Long Outyen sneered coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Yao before turning his gaze toward Lin Chen, his eyes brimming with derision. Having learned of Lin Chen's appearance from Xing Riyue, he recognized him immediately. It must be said, Lin Chen's visage paled in comparison to his own. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen released his hold on Nailin Yanyan and took a step forward, his gaze sweeping toward Long Outyen. He hadn't even made a move yet, and this fellow was already eager to provoke him? It was laughable. Long Outyen, noticing Lin Chen's slight actions, wore an even more mocking expression. What? Are you still unconvinced? A low-born wretch from the lower realms should remain there, daring to ascend here. Uft, 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 uft. In a flash, 5 beams of white light erupted instantaneously from Lin Chen's body, then swiftly darted into Long Outyen's form. Long Outyen felt a flicker of light before him, then paused momentarily. Suddenly, he looked down to see his own limbs detach from his body. Then, from an external perspective, he beheld his own headless corpse. It was too swift, so fast that nearly no one at the scene could react in time. Long Outyen felt the world spin before his eyes, a vague sense of excruciating pain enveloping him, until ultimately, everything before him faded into utter darkness. Swordmaster? Is this how the script is written? His consciousness dissipated, leaving him unable to utter another word or hear any responses. Uffed. Ha ha ha. The first to react was actually Mu Wuya, the fourth elder of the Mu clan, who, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, burst into laughter with hands on his hips. What a fool. This guy has been utterly crippled and still dares to provoke our Mu clan. Now look. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from this youth. Beside him, Mu Wuxiang quietly cautioned, "Shut your mouth, you fool. Simple-minded and overmuscular." Huh, brother, why are you scolding me? Mu Wuya asked, perplexed. Seeing Mu Wuya's demeanor, Mu Wuxiang felt an overwhelming urge to slap him but restrained himself, whispering instead, "Though Long Outyin is crippled, he still has at least 7 or 8 quasi-emperor level experts by his side, and Long Outyin himself is at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. To instantaneously slay Long Outyin in front of them. Do you understand what that implies?" Boom. Hearing this, Mu Wuya's eyes widened in realization, his entire being going rigid as he turned to look at Lin Chen, a glimmer of horror flashing in his eyes. Not only they, but also the Mu clan behind them, the Long royal family across from them, and the countless onlookers from afar were all rendered speechless. They had presumed that Long Outyin's display was merely an act, akin to the previous occasion. Yet, how could he vanish so suddenly? This was utterly shocking. At that moment, everyone stood frozen like wooden stakes, their expressions stiff and their scalps tingling with disbelief. All gazes swiftly shifted towards the Long royal family and the members of the Wendiagong. For others, this was merely astonishment, but for them, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. Consequently, nearly every individual in their ranks turned pale, their faces contorting in horror, trembling uncontrollably. Long Outyin was the beacon of hope for the rise of both the Wendiagong and the Long royal family. His union with Xing Riyue had irrevocably bound their fates together, especially considering the historical alliance through marriage between the Long royal family and the Wendiagong. With Long Outyin's demise, their aspirations lay utterly shattered. "No, brother!" Xing Riyue screamed in despair, catching Long Outyin's lifeless body and head, using her spiritual power to reclaim his dismembered limbs. She beheld the hand that had previously struggled against her, now completely severed. His once sweetly speaking lips had turned black, and his eyes remained defiantly open. In that moment, Xing Riyue felt as though her very insides were being ripped apart, tears of blood slowly trickling from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot towards Lin Chen, manifesting the figure of an elder upon the blade. His eyes were ablaze with fury, yet beneath it lay a deeper sense of fear. "You are doomed. You dare to kill him. Do you have any idea who he is? What his status entails? Having slain him, there will be no refuge for you in this world. You will find it difficult even to seek death." The elder bellowed in madness. Their ruse of playing the innocent had been perfected, yet today it had all unraveled. Moreover, prior to this, he had not even noticed the peculiarities of this youth. Boom. Although the sword intent was directed at Lin Chen, every spectator, including Mu Yao, was struck with a profound change in countenance. Particularly Mu Yao, who had restrained her own cultivation, realized that unsealing her power was merely an instant away. Yet now, she felt a tremor-inducing aura emanating from this celestial sword, a power that undoubtedly surpassed that of an emperor. "Be careful." Mu Yao turned to Lin Chen, exclaiming in alarm, ready to unseal her powers. However, in that moment, she caught sight of the slight smirk playing on Lin Chen's lips, his starry eyes devoid of fear, even shimmering with a hint of excitement. "Huh, an old man and a sword? Watch as I crush you." With that, Lin Chen extended his left hand, grasping the swiftly approaching Yushin's sword, and with a sudden motion, his right hand seized the elder by the throat. Impossible. A gasp of incredulity escaped from the old man's throat, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. The power he had just unleashed should have been insurmountable within this realm. How could it be that? Ugh. He attempted to speak, yet found himself ensnared by Lin Chen's grip upon his very fate, reduced to mere incoherent sounds. With a forceful exertion, Lin Chen caused the old man's condensed spiritual form to explode instantaneously, dissipating into wisps of white smoke, vanishing entirely from the view of the onlookers. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the air as all present regarded the divine youth with astonished, horrified gazes. After playing with the ancient celestial sword, the universe god sword, for a moment, Lin Chen stowed it away and turned his gaze toward the members of the Dragon Clan and the Inquiry Palace. Feeling the weight of Lin Chen's stare, these individuals involuntarily recoiled several steps, their eyes trembling, their bodies quaking. If such terrifying power wielded by the celestial sword could not subdue this boy, they were certainly no match for him. What do you intend to do? We are the Inquiry Palace and the royal family of the Dragon Clan, the two most formidable forces in this realm. Are you certain you wish to oppose us? Before the words could fully escape their lips, a colossal hand, obscuring the sky, descended upon them. In an instant, they were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist, obliterated and turned to ash. Call me a pretty boy? Dare to threaten me? You shall perish as a courtesy. With that proclamation, Lin Chen turned to Mu Yao and commanded, Where are the Inquiry Palace and the Dragon Clan? Point me in the right direction. Over there. Though Lin Chen's voice was not loud, to Mu Yao's ears it resonated like a siren's call, compelling her to comply as she indicated the direction of the two great powers. Whoosh! With that, Lin Chen transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the Dragon Clan. Your helper? Mu Tianqing, the leader of the Mu clan and the Grand General of the Divine Kingdom, inquired of Mu Yao. Yes. Mu Yao nodded in affirmation. Is he truly that powerful? Is this even appropriate? Mu Tianqing remarked. I have no idea. Mu Yao replied, equally bewildered. Then, turning to Lin Chen, she questioned, Isn't he a saint? When did he ascend to the level of an emperor? Perhaps, maybe, just recently, Lin Chen answered. Let us go. Follow him. With that, Mu Yao seized Lin Chen's hand, chasing after Lin Chen. Observing this, Mu Tianqing and several other powerful figures followed suit, sensing that the heavens of the realm were on the verge of a grand upheaval today. Who on earth is this general, exhibiting such valor? My goodness, the Inquiry Palace and the Dragon Clan were just obliterated. This is it. The realm is shifting. Brothers, let us go, follow them. Although some among them were still stunned from the earlier shock, curiosity quickly overcame their fear, and one by one, they hastened after Lin Chen. Perhaps today, they shall witness history, the downfall of the long family dynasty. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, light years away from the origin realm, a colossal figure emerged from a rift in the starry sky. This manifestation was the epitome of grandeur, truly immense. Even a single palm of this being stretched far beyond the cumulative size of the entire origin realm. A silvery luminescence coursed through its form, and its eyes blazed like twin fiery stars, ignited with an inferno. At a glance, it resembled a titanic giant, akin to the ancient deities of lore who shaped the heavens and the earth, radiating an overwhelming majesty. The radiant glow emanating from its body could illuminate the firmament, shimmering with brilliance. Who dares to slay my son? I shall ensure you endure countless cycles of reincarnation, tasting every torment of existence. As the voice reverberated, hundreds of stars around immediately erupted, transforming into a shower of stardust. Subsequently, this being stretched forth its hands, tearing open a grotesque passage in the fabric of space. This rift resembled a bloody wound. Merely gazing upon it was enough to instill terror. Just as it was about to plunge into the fissure, an immense and tranquil force suddenly surged from behind, approaching at an alarming speed and enveloping it entirely. The celestial rune emperor. Sensing this familiar power, the being glanced at the towering rune that ensnared it. The colossal figure's expression shifted dramatically, its skin quivering and splitting apart. A sinner of the celestial realm, daring to reveal oneself and walk among mortals. Do you truly believe I am powerless? Boom! Accompanied by this wrathful proclamation, the towering rune erupted with a force that resonated throughout the universe. In an instant, the magnificent figure began to dissolve at a visibly accelerating rate. No, no, I plead for mercy. The giant's voice echoed with a chilling wail. I beseech you, grant me death. The desperate cries resounded once more. Rumbling. Under the refinement of this rune, the colossal figure shattered entirely, vanishing into thin air. As this towering entity disintegrated, it transformed into the purest energy, merging into the void, integrating with the stars that had yet to be obliterated. The stars that absorbed this energy expanded in concentric circles. When the rift in the void sealed, a far grander golden silhouette appeared in the place where the giant once stood. Its gaze seemed to penetrate light years away, locking onto the origin realm. A faint smile gracing its lips. An intriguing youth, capable of forcing a sinner to manifest causality. It seems you are a person of great fortune. I wonder if there exists a prodigy destined for greatness in the celestial realm? The golden figure murmured before dissipating, and the cosmos fell silent once more. In the origin realm, among the Long family dynasty, above the royal palace, an elderly man donned in a yellow robe and a golden cloak stared with wide, furious eyes at the ruins that the royal city had become, his visage torn, heart bleeding, trembling with despair. The Dragon royal family, once numbering only a few thousand, had hoped that with the emergence of a prodigious figure, they would regain control over the Yuan realm. Yet now, they are all deceased. The architect of their demise stands before them, a mere youth, from whom he senses a power that transcends his own. As the last ancestor of the Dragon clan, possessing the first level of the Emperor realm, it implies that this boy must at least wield the second level of the Emperor realm, if not something even greater. Otherwise, such an overwhelming sense of oppression could not possibly emanate from him. One empress of the Yao pool was already formidable enough. Must there now be a second? The elder murmured, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. My royal lineage, severed. If that is the case, I shall perish alongside you. No sooner had he spoken than he sought to self-destruct, aiming for a mutual demise with the youth opposite him. Humph, mutual destruction? You lack the qualification. Lin Chen observed the elder coldly, then extended his hand with a gentle grip. In the next moment, the chaotic and violent energy within the elder was abruptly extinguished, his body contorting grotesquely. Impossible. This scene once again defied the elder's expectations. As Lin Chen tightened his grasp, the elder was completely obliterated, reduced to a spray of flesh and blood that cascaded to the ground. And there remains a Wendiagong. Lin Chen surveyed the now lifeless royal family before turning in another direction. Chapter 95. The Mask of Ghostly Countenance. Boom. The Grand Wendiagong, shaken by the news from the Mu family, descended into chaos. Within the Wendiagong, everyone except the Xing family, the Lu family, and the Dragon royal family hastily fled. Mu Yao and her companions hovered above the Wendiagong, dispersing its inhabitants. Their original intent was merely to confront the Xing lineage of the Wendiagong and the Dragon royal family. However, the Wendiagong serves as the cultivation ground for the great clans of the Yuan realm. Mu Yao could not guarantee that Lin Chen would refrain from slaughtering everyone within. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen decimated the Dragon royal family, they took the initiative to disperse the other forces within the Wendiagong. Run for your lives. An unknown voice cried out first, prompting countless gifted individuals within the Wendiagong to flee in a panic. Ultimately, the enmity between the Mu clan and the Xing lineage of the Wendiagong, as well as the Dragon royal family, has spanned far longer than a mere day or two. The emergence of the Yao Pool Empress, who suppressed the Dragon royal family and ascended as the new sovereign of the Yuan realm, has positioned Mu Tianqing, the leader of the Mu clan, as a favored figure beside her. The displaced Dragon royal family could not acquiesce and naturally sought to reclaim their lost status. Though the Empress is formidable, she stands alone. In the eyes of the Dragon royal family, they are the rightful rulers of the Yuan realm. Therefore, an outbreak of conflict between the two factions was inevitable, yet the arrival of the youth from the lower realm, brought back by Mu Yao, has shifted the dynamics. They remain perplexed as to why a mere boy from the lower realms possesses such formidable power, rivaling that of an emperor. Clearly, now is not the moment for contemplation. If they do not escape soon, they will become mere casualties in the confrontation between the two factions. In an instant, the crowd surged like a tide, fleeing from the confines of the Wendiagong. Boom. At that moment, three formidable auras erupted from the depths of the Wendiagong. At the forefront stood a middle-aged couple. The man, named Xing Ke, was the vice master of the Wendiagong. Beside him was a strikingly beautiful woman, Lu Shishir. They were not only spouses, but also the parents of Xing Ryue. Behind them loomed an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, his skin wrinkled like the bark of an ancient tree, speckled with numerous brown spots. His gray-white hair cascaded down his back, and his eyes were narrow, resembling those of a viper. This man was the true master of the Wendiagong, Xing Wuhan. Mu Yao, you vile enchantress, not only have you caused the demise of my daughter and son-in-law, but now you dare to strike at the talents of the Wendiagong. You are a criminal of the entire Yuanji realm. The Wendiagong is the very foundation and nurturing ground for the pillars of the Yuanji realm. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for such actions? Lu Shishir's voice thundered with rage, her features contorted, and her eyes ablaze with fury. The Mu clan has nearly obliterated their next generation, their hopes for ascendance. It is not to say that there are no other geniuses among the two clans, but none possess the extraordinary talent of Long Outyin. To aspire to surpass the Empress of the Yao Pool, is utterly impossible. Humph, you old witch. Do you truly have the audacity to claim that the Wendiagong is the heritage of the entire Yuanji realm? The current Wendiagong seems to have devolved into a domain exclusive to your Xing, Long, and Lu clans. Resources and legacies are prioritized for your three clans, while the talents of other factions are left to feast upon your scraps. Those of lower status among the clans are denied even the broth. Is this what you call a nurturing ground for talents? The Wendiagong has long since lost its inherent fairness. The scales of justice now rest firmly in your three clans' hands. Mu Yao retorted calmly, unperturbed by the trio. Vile enchantress, cease your ramblings. First, we shall capture you, then the entirety of your Mu clan, and finally, we shall demand your clan pay with their lives before all in the Yuanji realm. The vice master of the Wendiagong, Xing Ke, spoke with a resolute tone. He then clapped his hands, and in the next moment, over 100 figures surged forth from the Wendiagong, each radiating immense power. These individuals occupied significant positions within the Wendiagong, predominantly hailing from the Xing and Lu clans, leveraging the resources of the Wendiagong to bolster their own strength. Father, that fellow, Mu Tianqing, is yours to deal with. With that, Xing Ke turned respectfully to the elderly man behind him. The elder raised his foot slightly and, in a few strides, approached the two, nodding slightly. Indeed, in the next instant, boom. An overwhelming force, a majestic imperial might, erupted from the elder, radiating for miles from his very being. Imperial might, the master of the Wendiagong. The remaining talents of the Yuanji realm, still fleeing, felt the oppressive weight of this aura and trembled uncontrollably, unable to move a muscle. On the opposite side, Mu Tianqing's eyes were also heavy with gravity. He was well aware of this old man's formidable strength. Yet he had not anticipated that this ancient being had achieved yet another breakthrough. From the moment, the overwhelming pressure of the palace master of the Wendiagong reverberated. Mu Tianqing sensed the true level of his cultivation, which was at the fourth stage of the Emperor realm, one stage higher than his own. Mu Tianqing, it must be said, you are indeed powerful, but alas, I am even more so. Today, you and your Mu clan shall vanish from the origin realm. The old man growled menacingly. Die, he bellowed, as a colossal force converged in his palm, aimed directly at Mu Tianqing to suppress him. Though there was merely a slight difference in realms between them, it was ample enough to keep Mu Tianqing under his thumb. A torrent of pressure descended upon the two, as if in the next moment they would be crushed to death by Xing Wuhan. Behind the old man, Xing Ke and Lu Shishir wore expressions of smug satisfaction. However, just as this force was about to descend upon them, Mu Yao slightly lifted the corners of her mouth and stepped forward, positioning herself before Mu Tianqing. Get lost, she uttered lightly, causing the attack from the fourth stage Emperor, Xing Wuhan, to suddenly shatter and dissipate, even sending Xing Wuhan himself hurtling backward, crashing into the buildings behind him. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a cloud of dust, the sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of sheer astonishment. Mu Yao, how is this possible? How could you possess such terrifying power? Xing Ke and Lu Shishir screamed in frenzy. Xing Wuhan was their greatest support, yet now, before this monstrous woman of the Mu clan, he was utterly powerless? Indeed, Mu Yao was an anomaly, but this situation could no longer be categorized merely as such. Was it not monstrous? Having allowed you to flaunt for long enough, it is time to put an end to this. At that moment, Mu Yao's eyes crackled with thunder, instilling a strange yet familiar sensation of dread within them. Subsequently, the crowd witnessed a ghostly mask materialize in Mu Yao's hand. The instant the mask appeared, Xing Ke and his companion's eyes widened, their bodies trembling. The mask seemed eerily familiar. Before they could contemplate further, Mu Yao had donned the ghostly mask. In an instant, a surge of power erupted from her, the vast imperial might resonating outward, as her short white dress transformed into a fiery red gown. As the hem billowed, the aura of a peak ninth stage emperor radiated forth, unmistakable and unrestrained. The empress of the Yaoqi. When this figure truly manifested before the crowd, the members of the Xing and Lu clans from the Wendiagong were left utterly shattered, their eyes bulging, bodies trembling uncontrollably, their throats quaking in panic. Chapter 96. Annihilation of the Xing clan. Elevating talent? How is this possible? The Empress of the Yaoqi cannot be you. How could you possibly be the Empress of the Yaoqi? This revelation sent shockwaves that rivaled even the news of the deaths of Long, Outyin, and others. The suppression of the Long royal family, the relentless obstruction of the Qing lineage by the foremost individual of the Yuan realm, reveals that the supreme empress of the divine kingdom is none other than the enchanting Mu Yao of the Mu clan, a fact that they are eager to deny. Yet, her attire, the ghostly mask, and the crimson and violet lightning that envelop her are all unmistakable hallmarks of the empress of the Yao pool. Undoubtedly, the most chilling aspect is the potent aura she exudes, a manifestation of her peak imperial realm. This is indeed the true pinnacle of the Yuan realm. Gasp! Mu Yao is the empress of the Yao pool? This revelation left the onlookers of the Yuan realm utterly astounded, their faces frozen in disbelief as they gazed at the striking red silhouette in the sky. The arrival of the demonic beings from the Yao realm has become common knowledge throughout the Yuan realm. Had it not been for her formidable presence, the demon clan might have already overrun the Yuan realm, displacing its citizens. It is no wonder that the Mu clan and the royal family, as well as the Qing lineage, are at odds. Mu Yao is indeed that enigmatic empress. It is true. Whispers have long circulated that the Long royal family and the Qing lineage have prepared to submit to the demon clan. Over the years, countless of our compatriots in the Yuan realm have been devoured by the demons. The plight of the women, who suffer both physical and mental humiliation upon falling into demon hands, is particularly tragic. Yet, the royal Long family and the authoritative Qing lineage turn a blind eye, allowing those of us with humble status to become fodder for the demons. This group of parasites, as the two mightiest factions in the Yuan realm, should be rallying the strong to repel the demons, but they are the very first to capitulate. It is truly despicable. Were it not for General Mu of the Wuan Divine Army, alongside the guards to intimidate the enemy, the number of our compatriots lost to the demons over the years would have multiplied 2- or 3-fold. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, began to voice their condemnation. The actions of the royal family and the Qing lineage are undoubtedly shameful, concealed from the public eye. Yet, where in the world is there a wall that does not let the wind pass? It is natural for those without power or influence to remain silent in the face of such intimidation, but now, with the support of the Empress of the Yao pool, they naturally find their courage. Empress of the Yao pool, Empress of the Yao pool. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chants of her title, seemingly forgetting that she is merely an 18-year-old girl. It is she indeed. The Empress is 18, and so is Mu Yao. Xing Ke, witnessing the thunderous acclaim for the Empress of the Yao pool, felt his heart shatter, as if he had lost his spiritual anchor, teetering on the brink of despair. It was not only him. The hundreds of powerful figures from the Wendiagong beside him felt similarly. Traitors to the nation, colluding with the demon clan, today, I decree your death sentence. A voice filled with authority resonated from beneath the ghostly mask in the sky, sounding like a divine edict. It was as if judgment from the heavens had descended. In an instant, countless crimson and violet lightning bolts surged forth, filling the sky, enveloping the entire firmament. Just as this multitude of lightning was about to descend, innumerable beams of sword light pierced through the tempest, surging towards the Wendiagong, completely encompassing it. Swish, swish. With a swift motion, the shadow of the sword descended, piercing through the heads of the disciples of the Wandao Palace in an instant, only to emerge from their lower bodies. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, more shadows of swords penetrated their bodies, each one precisely exploding into a bloody hole. Ultimately, the disciples of the Qing and Lu clans, as well as the Royal Dragon clan left within the Wandao Palace, were all shattered by the sword shadows, transforming into a mist of blood that stained the entire palace in crimson hues. Simultaneously, a figure clad in white appeared above the Wandao Palace, the fabric fluttering in the gentle breeze, producing a resonant sound. Ding! Task completed. The Son of Destiny gift pack has been automatically placed into the system space. Please open it at your convenience. Hearing the voice of the system, Lin Chen finally revealed a smile. He then turned and appeared before Nailin Yanran, grasping her hand before vanishing from the spot. Whoosh! After their departure, the Yaoqi Empress in the sky reverted to her original form as Mu Yao, landing beside Mu Tianqing. Despite having witnessed Lin Chen's prowess previously, she found it difficult to remain composed at this moment, for she had just sensed an even stronger aura emanating from Lin Chen, one that was entirely on par with her own, a presence indicative of a peak emperor's realm. Mu Tianqing looked at his daughter and inquired, "Are you not concealing your power anymore?" "No longer hidden," Mu Yao replied. Mu Tianqing, puzzled, asked why. "I have come to realize that this fellow is undoubtedly a monster." Mu Yao sighed, a sense of unprecedented relaxation washing over her. He acts without restraint, and more importantly, he possesses strength that matches his audacious approach. Even if he is not a creature of the heavenly Tao, he could very well be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal deity. Should the demon clan provoke him, even the immortals may not be able to save them. Ancient immortal deities? Mu Tianqing murmured, his eyes trembling. The realm of origins. To those in the lower realms, the realm of origins is perceived as the path to immortality, a land of celestial beings, where everyone claims to be holy, immortal, or divine, yet none are true immortals. Who can truly discern where the authentic path to immortality lies? Ultimately, those within the realms, including the denizens of the realm of origins, are but insignificant beings striving to ascend through different tiers, merely stronger than those from lesser origins. Immortals? They seem to be in existence beyond their reach. Then, will the celestial battle still take place? Mu Tianqing hesitated for a moment before asking. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao rolled her eyes. Will it still take place? I certainly do not wish to marry. How can a young lady speak so boldly? Mu Tianqing sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Mu Yao exclaimed, I swear. I cannot believe this. Mu Tianqing responded, Nightfall, Mu residence. Inside the chambers prepared by the Mu clan, Lin Chen toyed with the universe god sword in his hand. Lost in thought. System, is there any way to help her gain mastery over it? Or to enhance her innate limits? Lin Chen inquired of the system. She naturally referred to Nalin Yinran. He himself had no need to worry about his cultivation, but given Nalin Yinran's talents, even if she were to cultivate anew, her future potential would undoubtedly be capped. Moreover, that limit might not differ significantly from her previous life. Unless there are other opportunities, now that he possesses the system, can he utilize it to assist Nalin Yinran in enhancing her potential? Of course. However, certain conditions must be met in exchange. What does that mean? Lin Chen inquired. It's simple, you just obtained a Son of Destiny package, right? We can exchange that package to help her elevate her talents and cultivation. So that's how it is. Lin Chen smiled and said, sure, no problem. Just a package. This world is overflowing with Sons of Destiny. So it's no loss to part with one. Instead, I might as well take this chance to elevate Nalin Yinran's gifts. Deal. Chapter 97. Little Demon Emperor. Lie down. Upon receiving the system's response, Lin Chen gently pushed Nalin Yinran against the window. What are you doing? The sudden roughness caught Nalin Yinran off guard, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Noticing this, Lin Chen smirked slightly. We are already like an old married couple. What is there to be shy about? Who's your old married couple? How shameless. Nalin Yinran retorted, feigning calmness, though her ears had quietly flushed red. Don't move. I am gifting you an opportunity. As his words fell, Lin Chen's large hand gently pressed against Nalin Yinran's lower abdomen. Following the system's prompt, the cosmic divine sword suddenly shrank, transforming into a delicate 3-inch sword that embedded itself into Nalin Yinran's dantian. Waves of warm currents, gentle spiritual energy, surged from Lin Chen's palm into Nalin Yinran's dantian, completely binding and merging with the cosmic divine sword. Nalin Yinran involuntarily let out a delightful moan, sensing her body gradually undergoing a transformation. A small sword appeared at the center of her dantian. Simultaneously, she felt that the previously obscure and elusive issues had suddenly become clear. After a brief moment, Lin Chen withdrew his hand, and Nalin Yinran collapsed against the window, panting, her soft, white jade-like form slightly heaving with her breaths. After a while, Nalin Yinran rose, a 3-inch small sword manifesting in her palm. This is the sword soul, she murmured. She had encountered sword souls before. While sword cultivators were powerful, not everyone could awaken one. To her astonishment, Lin Chen had somehow enabled her to possess a sword soul, and she could feel its extraordinary potential. Correspondingly, her own talents had also elevated, indicating that her limits in this life were not confined to that of a great emperor, but could explore the mysteries beyond. Nalin Yinran wished to inquire why Lin Chen could grant her a sword soul, especially since it was evidently the celestial sword once wielded by Long Outyin. Could it truly be refined into a sword soul? Yet, upon reflection, everyone possesses their secrets, although they were now husband and wife. There was no need to dig too deeply. Lin Chen glanced at Nalin Yinran, raising an eyebrow and saying, Alas, in my efforts to assist you in obtaining the sword soul, I have expended considerable effort. Do you not think a token of gratitude is in order? What token? Nailin Yen retreated a few steps, her silver teeth clenched against her crimson lips. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "What do you think?" With that, he swept Nailin Yen into his embrace and ventured forth. Before long, rhythmic sounds resonated throughout the Mu clan, drawing the astonished attention of many. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Mu Yao, who was closest to Lin Chen's residence, also detected the disturbance. She momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. How shameless! After uttering an indignant exclamation, she conjured a barrier of spiritual energy with her fingertips, enveloping her entire room, thus managing to muffle the sounds. Meanwhile, in the abyss of the primordial realm, a place shrouded in perpetual darkness, seldom graced by sunlight and dampened by an aura of desolation, a figure slowly materialized from the shadows. It was a youth with skin of dark gold and crimson, his shadow dissipating around him. He possessed a pair of scarlet eyes, and his long, dark red hair flowed behind him, adorned with what appeared to be dripping flames resembling molten lava. Shortly after his emergence, a larger figure began to take shape behind him, resembling an elder, who bore two enormous wings of dark crimson, flames cascading from them. Fan Nu, did you see that? The youth stood in the abyss, his scarlet gaze fixed upon the outside, where the heart of the primordial realm, the imperial city, lay. Return, little demon emperor. The old servant has seen it. The elder nodded, then continued. I had not anticipated that the Yaoqi Empress would be a mere child of the Mu clan in the primordial realm. This indeed instills a sense of trepidation within our demon race. An 18-year-old emperor? TSK. It seems all the fortune of the divine nation resides within that young girl. Furthermore, the boy appears equally enigmatic and youthful. I wonder if he is the second Yaoqi Empress. If that is the case, we must crush both of them. Otherwise, once they rise, our demon race will have no means to counterbalance them. As he spoke, a look of dread flickered in the elder's eyes. The most formidable prodigies of their demon race, now merely at the second tier of quasi-emperor, are nothing compared to the Yaoqi Empress of the primordial realm. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. However, the youth before him was well aware of the implications of his words. Humph, it's merely an additional emperor. The youth scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. The exposure of the Yaoqi Empress's identity is the greatest gain. Do we, the demon race, need to fear the human race of the primordial realm? My father has stated that the number of human emperors, including the Yaoqi Empress, does not exceed a handful. Were it not for the apprehension surrounding the Yaoqi Empress's identity and any hidden forces behind her, our demon army would have long since invaded the primordial realm. Let alone the fact that these fools are still embroiled in internal strife, losing 2 emperors. What do they possess now to contend with our demon race? With that, the youth could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, hastened to relay this news back, urging the Burning World Phoenix Clan's army to embark and establish a presence in the primordial realm. The youth's gaze shifted to the elder as he spoke. The ancient Sanluo Banyan Clan's demon emperor has already entered the primordial realm. His roots extend everywhere, serving as his eyes. He should possess the keenest understanding of the current situation in the primordial realm. Furthermore, the Jiuyo Dream Fox clan has also sent members in. It would be prudent for us to advance first, allowing us to seize more territory. In any case, transmit this information back. How we proceed will depend on my father's arrangements. Understood, young demon emperor. With that, the elder's figure vanished once more into the enveloping darkness. The following day, Lin Chen stepped outside, greeting the first rays of morning sunlight with a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Come, my lady. Do you not wish to behold the splendors of the divine country within the primordial realm? Today, I shall guide you through its magnificent landscapes. As he spoke, Lin Chen turned to see a graceful figure leaning against the doorframe, slightly bowing. What is it? Lin Chen inquired. At this, a flicker of embarrassment and indignation crossed Nailin Yenran's face. Silence. Yet inwardly, she berated Lin Chen vehemently. The audacity of this fellow last night had left her legs trembling, her body devoid of strength. I shall carry you. Not waiting for Nailin Yenran's consent, Lin Chen effortlessly lifted her into his arms, and together they soared into the clouds. Wow, how affectionate these elder siblings are. Among the Mu clan, some children, witnessing Lin Chen and Nailin Yenran rushing away, expressed their envy. So, the commotion from last night was indeed caused by the 2 of them? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd stiffened, and soon an elder stepped forward to admonish. What business do children have prying into such matters? Hurry and return to your training." With that, a throng of youths dispersed in haste. Chapter 98. The Six Great Demon Emperors. Whoosh. Above the canopy of the primordial realm, two figures traversed the skies upon a sword, gliding through the sea of clouds, reveling in the majestic landscapes of the realm. The duo was none other than Lin Chen and Nalin Yinran. They stood atop a 6-foot-long sword, with Lin Chen embracing Nalin Yinran's slender waist, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. "Shall we descend to take a look?" Lin Chen inquired. Nalin Yinran nodded. Yes. Soon, they descended over a dense forest, far removed from the imperial city of the primordial realm. Suddenly, a pure white fox darted into the forest from another direction. Its fur gleamed with a translucent sheen, radiating a moonlit glow, resembling a second moon if it appeared at night. With a long neck and 7 enormous, fluffy tails trailing behind, each tail surpassed the size of its body. More importantly, it was a demon, the prince of the Joyo Dream Fox clan. At the sight of the white fox, Nalin Yinran felt a sudden chill envelop her, her voice turning sharp. She had perished at the hands of these demon kin in her previous life, thus harboring a deep-seated hatred for them. "Yao Yao informed me." Sensing the tension, Nalin Yinran hastily added. In response, Lin Chen saw no necessity to argue with her and simply inquired, "Do you wish to kill him?" "Indeed." Nalin Yinran affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen refrained from further discussion and took her hand, leading her toward the direction of the white fox. Buzz. This area was among the more desolate regions of the Yuan realm, seldom frequented by others. As the white fox descended, Lin Chen intended to eradicate it. But Nalin Yinran suddenly halted him, whispering, "Someone is coming." Following her gaze, they spotted a young girl leaping down from the fluffy tail of the fox. The girl possessed long pink hair and appeared slightly younger than Mu Yao, comparable in age to Nalin Yinran. Her delicate face resembled that of a porcelain doll, exuding an aura of fragility. How outrageous! This monstrosity has captured a human girl, Nalin Yinran exclaimed through clenched teeth. As a fellow woman, she understood all too well the grim fate that awaited those who fell into the clutches of such demons. To her surprise, Lin Chen merely shook his head, saying, "You are mistaken. It is not this demon that has taken her captive." Just as Nalin Yinran was filled with confusion, the fox transformed into a tall, slender youth with silver hair, his countenance as exquisite as jade, exuding an extraordinary charm. The pink-haired girl was seen wrapping her arms around the young man's, her soft